Chapter 1. 15 Days Before the Apocalypse. Recently, flu outbreaks have been frequent. Please pay attention to personal protection, minimize outings in public places, avoid gatherings unless necessary, and keep warm. Han Qingxia, did you hear what I said? Startled, Han Qingxia turned her attention away from the television news, gazing incredulously at her surroundings. The dilapidated living room, spanning over 30 square meters, was filled with a group of middle-aged men and women seated on an old mahogany sofa. In the center sat a plump, elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, her graying hair framing a face that was contorted in fury as she glared at Han Qingxia, the sagging flesh of her face quivering with indignation. Han Qingxia was struck by the bizarre familiarity of the scene. This was precisely the moment, a mere fortnight before the apocalypse, when her kind grandmother, loving father, and devoted stepmother had come to pressure her to vacate her home. Just moments ago, she had been amidst a zombie siege at the eastern base. Han Qingxia, after your mother's passing, your stepmother has treated you as her own. Everyone praises her. Now that your brother is getting married and wishes to borrow your house, what is there to be so miserly about? You're nothing but an ungrateful wolf. Mom, Qingxia is not ungrateful. She will surely appreciate it. A plump woman beside her feigned support. Oomph. The elderly woman snorted dismissively. Hurry up and vacate the house. Your brother has said that your place has been rented out for too long, and it's in disrepair. Without new furniture, he cannot get married. You should reimburse him for the expenses after all. He is your brother. Shouldn't you, as his sister, help him prepare for his wedding? Han Qingxia, standing amidst the crowd, suddenly burst into laughter. They wanted her house and expected her to pay for new furniture? How utterly ridiculous! Even more absurd was the fact that she had complied with this nonsense in her past life. Her mother had tragically died in a car accident when she was 14, shortly followed by her stepmother, who brought a son into the family. On the surface, her stepmother, Li Lin, seemed to care for Han Qingxia with utmost devotion. Yet, during her rebellious phase, she had acted like a thorn, yearning for familial warmth. Li Lin's gentle and understanding demeanor had genuinely bewitched her, leading Han Qingxia to consider her as a mother willing to give her everything. Eventually, she had even agreed to relinquish the only property her mother had left her. However, when the apocalypse struck, she had been cast aside more than once. In a desperate bid to board a rescue vehicle, they had kicked her aside to secure their own escape. It was then that Han Qingxia truly understood the meaning of false affection and the hollow nature of familial bonds. She had been nothing but a meal on their table, a source of nourishment. Once her usefulness had faded, they had discarded her without a second thought. Not one among them had treated her as true kin. She longed to slap her past self for her foolishness. With a decisive motion, Han Qingxia swept several bags of cheap fruit from the old coffee table into the garbage bin and sat defiantly before them. Han Qingxia, what are you doing? These are imported apples, specially bought for you by my mother. She said you love apples. How about you throw them away? A young man, lounging on the short sofa, engrossed in his phone, immediately scolded her. Han Qingxia offered a scornful smile. Did she even know that she loved apples? She cast a cold glance at her so-called brother. Do you have any right to discuss the house with me? At that moment, her icy gaze pierced through him, causing Han to tremble inexplicably and avert his eyes. Those were the eyes of someone hardened by a decade of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Han instantly lost his bravado. Just then, her stepmother, Li Lin, hurried to mediate. Qingxia, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? If so, we can come back another day. I know you feel wronged, but after all, Han is your brother. The bride's family insists on a property in the city center. With the current market, it's nearly impossible to acquire one without a lottery. Oh, please, I beg you to help your only brother. When you get married, we will find a way to secure a place for you. What do you mean secure? The usually silent Han Lao, her father, interjected angrily, glaring at Han Qingxia. Do you really think this house belongs to you? What does a girl need with a house? This property is for your brother. When you marry, let your husband buy one for you. Why are you arguing with your brother? Upon hearing her father's words, Han Qingxia felt too exasperated to even be angry. In her previous life, she had questioned why her father treated her, his biological daughter, so poorly while favoring his stepson. It was simple. Han was his flesh and blood. Before marrying her mother, he had already been wed to Li Lin and had a son. To him, She was merely a nuisance. And after the apocalypse, his true nature had revealed itself in all its ugliness. She extended 2 fingers. 2 million. The crowd fell silent, bewildered. What are you talking about, Han Qingxia? This house is my mother's premarital asset, legally bequeathed to me. The title deed is in my name. If you want it, you'll have to pay, and I won't settle for less than 2 million. You want to sell the house to us? Are you joking? Besides, do we even have that kind of money? Han Qingxia raised her wrist, displaying her electronic watch. They'll give you 5 seconds to consider. If you refuse, they'll sell it to someone else. 5. Han Qingxia, we are your elders. How can you negotiate with us over money? Han Ying's grandmother fumed. 4. You ungrateful wretch. They'll make sure you regret this. Han Qingxia shot a cold glance at the elderly woman, quickening her countdown. 3, 2, I dare you. Han Ying's father stood up, ready to strike her. Han Qingxia kicked the chair from under him, watching him tumble to the ground before coldly declaring, 1. Han Qingxia, you've grown so bold. You dare strike your own father. Ignoring their furious outbursts, Han Qingxia withdrew her phone and dialed. Manager Lee, I want to sell the house for 2 million. The property had been entrusted to an agency for rental, and she would only receive the keys once she turned 18, which explained why it had remained under her name. You all want to take it for free. She chuckled slyly, glancing at them. Very well, I shall. Hold on, we agree. Li Lin, sensing the impending sale, quickly interjected. Qingxia, sell it to us. What highest? This house was worth 3 million. Selling it for 2 million was a steal. Moreover, obtaining a new property in the city was fraught with restrictions, making Han Qingxia's house highly coveted. Though she didn't understand why things had unfolded differently from their expectations, the most crucial point was that they couldn't let outsiders benefit. She could easily flip the house for a profit of 1 million. Han Qingxia looked at Li Lin, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she hung up the phone. Yes, she would sell it to them. Although she felt she was losing a bit in the 2 million deal, time was of the essence, and she needed both time and money. Most importantly, once the house was sold to them, they would be left with nothing. She calculated that they likely had only 2 million at their disposal. The government had issued a warning 3 days prior to the apocalypse, advising citizens to stockpile supplies. She was curious to see what they had hoarded. Ding, 2 million credited to the bank account. Half an hour later, at the bank counter, Han Qingxia saw her balance increase by 2 million. Though Li Lin and the others were reluctant, they complied. Han Qingxia's phone rang incessantly with Manager Li on the line, worried that Han Qingxia might sell to another agency. The Housing Bureau is on holiday. We can handle the transfer once they reopen, Han Qingxia stated to them. No worries, Qingxia. We trust you. Li Lin smiled slyly at her, her eyes narrowing like a fox. The transfer isn't urgent. We will notify you later. She appeared generous and at ease. Yet Han Qingxia knew that her demeanor was merely a facade to mask her true intentions. She was wary of her future daughter-in-law, fearing that her name might be inscribed on the property deed. With the deed currently bearing Han Qingxia's name, she could still feign ignorance. At this realization, a broader smile spread across Han Qingxia's face, for it was indeed quite delightful. Just then, Han Ying interjected, Han Qingxia, since our family has purchased the house, you should promptly vacate. Get rid of all your junk at once. I find none of it desirable. I intend to bring my wife over to buy new furniture. His demeanor shifted instantly at the thought of their expenditure. Yingzi, how can you expect your sister to find a place to move in such a short time? Allow her a few more days. She is considerate and will surely offer some storage fees and perhaps even replace some furniture for you. As her brother, you should be a bit accommodating. Mother, why are you still concerned for her? With her mercenary disposition, she hardly deserves it. Hurry up and leave. Oh, and take that mutt of yours with you. If I see it here when I return, I will butcher it for dinner. Mutt, the mention of the dog sent a shiver down Han Qingxia's spine. The dog, her beloved Xiao Tian, was still alive. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed back to her home. As she flung open her bedroom door, a German shepherd, quietly pacing the room, bounded into her arms. Woof, woof. Xiao Tian, overwhelmed with emotion, Han Qingxia held Xiao Tian tightly, nearly brought to tears. Her Xiao Tian was alive. Xiao Tian, a retired military dog, was a gift from her mother on her 10th birthday. It possessed remarkable intelligence and had been her companion during her most trying times after her mother's passing. Her stepmother's family disdained Xiaotian. They had attempted to abandon it several times. Yet Xiaotian always found its way back home. Eventually, they sought to give it away, but Han Qingxia steadfastly resolved to protect it, even clashing with her family over it. To maintain her stepmother's reputation, Li Lin had kept Xiaotian, but remained confined to Han Qingxia's room. Only after she moved back into the house her mother left her did Xiaotian finally have more space to roam. However, upon Han Ying's arrival, it was once again locked away. In her previous life, not long after the apocalypse began, Han Ying's family had taken advantage of her absence to feast on Xiaotian as it aged. Han Qingxia had always blamed herself for failing to protect it. Xiaotian, woof! Xiaotian licked Han Qingxia's hand. Rest assured, this lifetime, I will never allow you to be harmed again. Woof, woof, woof. Xiaotian responded with an understanding bark. After ensuring Xiaotian was settled, Han Qingxia began to prepare to pack her belongings. This house had been rented out for many years and had grown quite dilapidated. Nevertheless, the furniture, procured by her mother during her lifetime, had once been quite expensive. Han Qingxia had lived here with her mother, and though the items held little practical value, they were steeped in memories, causing her heart to ache as she returned to this place. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding Super Lord system activated. Within 1 hour, for every item carried with a value exceeding 1,000 yuan, a reward of 1 cubic meter of space will be granted. Han Qingxia was taken aback. Her golden opportunity had arrived. Countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In disbelief, she absorbed the words reverberating in her mind. Grabbing her phone from the table, she decided to test it. Beep detected phone, value 4,999. Reward, for cubic meters. Indeed, a 4 cubic meter space materialized in her mind. In an instant, her phone vanished, relocated to that vacant space within her consciousness. Space. It had arrived. Chapter 2. The reward space. She attempted to silently summon her phone, and instantly, it reappeared in her hand. Han Qingxia was overjoyed at this moment. Just as she had anticipated, having read numerous novels in the past, she recognized this as the fabled system. Han Qingxia quickly embraced this newfound advantage and began voraciously absorbing items. Simultaneously, she discerned the pricing standard within this realm. The system identified items based on their original purchase price. Wear and tear or removal for transport did not matter. She immediately embarked on a fervent spree of moving and dismantling. Beep detected gold jewelry valued at 58,000 yuan. Reward, 58 cubic meters. Beep detected a water cup valued at 39 yuan. Beep detected a calendar valued at 10 yuan. Beep detected a small desk valued at 369 yuan. Reward, for cubic meters. Beep detected a set of 4 mahogany chairs and table, valued at 25,000 yuan. Reward, 25 cubic meters. Beep detected a trash bin, valued at 15 yuan. In just about 10 minutes, everything from shoes, hats, and clothing to pots, pans, paper, pens, cups, trash bins, storage jars, collectible albums, and nail clippers, as well as larger items like tables, chairs, and cabinets. All that could be moved was taken by Han Qingxia. Even the rotten apples brought over by Han Ying and his family were scooped up and tossed in. Beep detected 5 kilograms of rotten apples, valued at 5 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Han Qingxia spat in disdain. How utterly unfortunate. They offered her 5 mao per kilogram for rotten apples while claiming they were imported. Yet they had the audacity to seek 3 million for a house. What kind of exceptional family was that? Nevertheless, she did not despise the apples. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Soon, her home was devoid of anything movable, and her focus shifted to the immovable. Beep detected a toilet, valued at 999 yuan. With a surge of strength, Han Qingxia removed the toilet. She had always possessed considerable strength. However, compared to the struggles she endured in her past life during the apocalypse, her current body felt considerably weaker. It seemed she would need to engage in some physical training in the near future. After disassembling the toilet, Beep detected a wash basin, valued at 699 yuan. Beep detected a range hood, valued at 599 yuan. Beep detected a stove, valued at 489 yuan. Beep, detected a security door, valued at 589 yuan. Damn it, she intended to dismantle everything, leaving not a single screw for that bunch of scoundrels. Beep, detected a window, valued at 400 yuan. Beep, detected flooring, valued at 150 yuan. Within an hour, Han Qingxia had stripped her home bare. Excluding the walls, everything movable had been dismantled. The flooring was uprooted, windows and doors removed entirely, and even the immovable tiles were smashed to take away. Beep, countdown, 3 seconds remaining. Hearing the countdown, Han Qingxia suddenly remembered something and dashed to the entrance, stepping onto the railing to snag a small light bulb in the hallway. Beep, detected a 10-watt light bulb, valued at 5 yuan. Time's up. Total reward, 289 cubic meters. Content and satisfied, Han Qingxia turned to Xia Tian and declared, Xia Tian, let us go. Not long after she departed, Han Ying's family arrived with their newly pregnant daughter-in-law at their new home. Dear, this is our new house, located in the city center, within a school district, over 100 square meters, 1 elevator for 2 households, and our neighbors are yet to move in, so we have the entire corridor to ourselves. The lighting is excellent. It's the best layout in this complex. It's only 100 meters from your workplace. If you wish to move in immediately, you may. It's fully furnished and equipped. A throng of people ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the east-facing unit, they were utterly dumbfounded. This. The entire home is not just empty, but there are also no doors or windows. To make matters worse, they had not even left a light bulb in the hallway. Seeing this, Han Ying's new wife turned on her heel and scoffed. You expect us to renovate this bare shell of a house? Let me tell you, this house must be properly furnished, or there will be no wedding. And my name must be added. Han Ying's grandmother was infuriated to the point of nausea. She wished to call Han Qingxia to inquire what on earth she had done. Although they had no interest in the items left behind and planned to purchase new furniture, they could not leave it in such a dilapidated state. They could simply buy new furniture. After all, the flooring laid by Han Qingxia's mother was quite decent. How did it end up like this? Unfortunately, they could no longer reach Han Qingxia. At that moment, Han Qingxia was standing before an air raid shelter in the outskirts of Angxi. This shelter was built within a tunnel, originally intended for a mountain crossing highway. However, due to insufficient funds and subsequent government replanning, the tunnel was abandoned. After the project halted, the government repurposed it as a bomb shelter. What do you plan to rent an air raid shelter for? The agent accompanying her inquired as a formality. To start a business, to grow mushrooms, Han Qingxia replied casually. In her previous life, she had learned that there were 3 categories of air raid shelters. The first type included ordinary shelters found beneath shopping malls and residential buildings, equipped with parking lots and underground hospitals. These locations are convenient, well-furnished, and capable of quickly evacuating people. However, during a zombie apocalypse, they proved utterly useless. In fact, the gathering of large crowds made them the quickest to succumb to disaster. The second type comprised tunnel-style air raid shelters and professional defense works. These professional defense structures played a significant role in the late stages of the apocalypse, with many stable large bases relying on them for survival. However, Han Qingxia could not rent such professional defense works. The tunnel-style air raid shelter was perfect for her. Secluded, away from crowds, spacious, with a comprehensive ventilation system and a sturdy iron door. This was precisely what Han Qingxia needed. Moreover, such shelters were easy to rent and astonishingly inexpensive. The one Han Qingxia rented cost only 2,000 yuan per year, with a minimum lease of 20 years. By paying 6,000 yuan up front, she secured a shelter as large as 5 basketball courts. Upon hearing that Han Qingxia intended to start business, the agent looked at her as though she were a remarkable fool, almost bursting with laughter. Truly, there were too many gullible individuals who would overlook the remote location simply because of the low price. Transporting goods would be inconvenient. Out of 10 entrepreneurial ventures, 9.5 were bound to fail. However, he would not warn Han Qingxia. It was a good thing for him to find someone to take the bait. After collecting the money, signing the contract, and pocketing a 500 yuan service fee, he promptly departed. Han Qingxia watched the agent leave with a beaming smile, saying nothing. She coldly observed his departure, knowing full well that she could not reveal her true intentions to such a foolish individual. After 10 years of survival in the apocalypse, she had learned her first lesson. Never forecast disaster to the foolish, for they themselves are the calamity. Once the agent was gone, Han Qingxia entered the air raid shelter with Xia Tian. She meticulously inspected the premises and, in addition to a complete original ventilation system, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a well left by a previous tenant, along with a power line. After testing the well's water quality, Han Qingxia found it to be pristine mountain spring water, entirely independent of the city's plumbing system. Once the water treatment plant became contaminated, tap water would be utterly unusable. This well could provide her with a usable water source. As for the power line, although it was currently inactive, it indicated that electrical wiring had been installed. With the right power generation equipment, she could bring this place to life. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies at that moment. She couldn't help but recall that a significant portion of the tunnel outside was surrounded by barbed wire, much of which had collapsed and fallen into disrepair. It seemed entirely feasible to restore that barbed wire and electrify it, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of her bomb shelter. This was a task she could undertake. Suddenly, the voice in her mind echoed again. Superlord system activated. Please reinforce the original base. The system shall reward you based on the extent of reinforcement. Countdown, 15 days. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Just as she was momentarily taken aback by the new mission, she heard the system's notification. Ding! One combat dog detected at the base. Reward. Combat dog S strength increased 100-fold. Physical attributes enhanced 100-fold. Han Qingxia watched in astonishment as her dog, Xia Tian, began to transform before her eyes. Its physique doubled in strength, its claws elongated and sharpened, and the signs of aging that had plagued it vanished, replaced by the formidable aura of a fierce beast. Woof woof, Han Qingxia exclaimed, to the building materials market. She had a small car left by her mother, ensuring her mobility. It was time to fortify her base with zeal. She located a barbed wire factory and ordered 2,000 square meters of razor wire and circular barbed wire. This steel-spiked wire could easily be wrapped around the existing barbed wire, requiring minimal effort yet yielding excellent results. At 7 yuan per meter, she spent a total of 14,000 yuan. The quantity was substantial, prompting the owner to dispatch a large truck to accompany Han Qingxia for delivery. She guided them to a vacant plot on the outskirts, instructing them to unload the materials there. I'll call a vehicle to collect it later. All right. Wishing to keep her base's location concealed, Han Qingxia was relieved that night had fallen. After unloading the materials in the secluded area, she had Xia Tian keep watch as she swiftly stored everything in her spatial inventory, taking advantage of the deserted outskirts. Today, her spatial inventory had expanded to 289 cubic meters, with her furniture occupying only a few cubic meters, leaving ample space to accommodate the barbed wire. After clearing the area, she drove back to the shelter with Xia Tian. Along the way, she contemplated the necessity of renting another warehouse. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia returned to the bomb shelter. Once back, she began reinforcing a section of the dilapidated barbed wire. Working diligently, she wrapped and fortified it, while Xia Tian occasionally brought her tools. They toiled from dusk until dawn, finally completing the reinforcement of the entire 2,000 meters of barbed wire. Eager to hear the reward for her efforts, she felt a rush of excitement as she completed the last strand of reinforcement. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. Reinforcement of barbed wire detected. Reward. Defensive effectiveness increased 100-fold. As the reward manifested, Han Qingxia marveled at the visible transformation of the barbed wire she had just fortified. It became thicker, denser, and sharper. Each blade of the razor wire gleamed with a menacing glint, and the previously slender barbed gate was upgraded to a robust steel lift gate. Pushing against the wire mesh, she found it utterly immovable. She recalled that when she had initially reinforced it, the barbed wire effectively deterred intruders. However, she had worried that a vehicle could still breach it, or that a horde of zombies could overwhelm it. Now, even if thousands of zombies attacked simultaneously, they would be unable to tear through her fortified barbed wire. Han Qingxia was thoroughly satisfied. She was eager to purchase additional supplies for further fortification. However, a more pressing matter reminded her. Grr, woof woof. She felt a pang of hunger, and Xiao Tian circled around her, clearly famished. You're hungry too, aren't you? Woof. Xiao Tian whined softly. Having only consumed a small meal the previous day, they had been busy all day without starting their proper procurement of supplies. Han Qingxia then remembered that she had some food in her spatial inventory. Recalling the dumplings she had cleared from her house yesterday, she focused her thoughts, and a steaming bag of soup dumplings appeared in her hands. Still warm? Unable to contain her excitement, Han Qingxia produced a refrigerator. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find that, even without power, it remained cold. Despite the lack of electricity, everything inside retained its original state. This indicated that the system had granted her a sealed space that prevented heat loss. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. Overjoyed, Han Qingxia realized that this also meant she could stockpile supplies indefinitely without worrying about spoilage. Here, a rental of 300 per month, with a deposit required. In a vacant house on the outskirts, Han Qingxia stood with Xia Tian before a middle-aged man in his 40s. The rural roads were lined with numerous vacant houses, remnants of former farms, as most people had moved to the city, leaving behind empty agricultural properties. Those in favorable locations often advertised for rent. Han Qingxia sought a larger, conveniently located farmhouse along the main road outside her bomb shelter to use as a storage station for her supplies, which she could then transfer using her system space, keeping her activities discreet while facilitating her procurement efforts. This way, she could avoid drawing attention, as she had the previous day when unloading goods at the roadside. 400. No deposit. I'll rent it for a month as a warehouse. Han Qingxia negotiated with the landlord. That's not acceptable. If not, I'll go elsewhere. The landlord promptly halted her, conceding, fine, for 100 it is, but take care not to damage the place, and make sure to vacate on time. Not an issue. Han Qingxia happily paid 400 and received the keys. She was certain to move out before the lease expired, as it was unlikely she would wait until then. Furthermore, if she had paid a deposit, retrieving it would be impossible. Spending an extra 100 saved her 200 in the long run. After successfully renting the warehouse, she began her procurement of supplies. The first priority was food. She targeted 10 stores, purchasing 400 bags of 50-kilogram rice from each. Her goal was to stockpile 100 tons of rice. 100 tons of rice was not an excessive amount. Regular wholesale grain suppliers could easily provide it. In fact, 100 tons would occupy a space measuring 5 meters in length, width, and height, which her inventory could accommodate. The total cost for the rice was over 400,000 yuan, enough to sustain her for several lifetimes. Additionally, she ordered 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors: Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood, spicy beef, and dry mixed noodles, essentially every flavor available on the market. Since the onset of the apocalypse, instant noodles had become a luxury item. Their convenience, delightful taste, and rich oil and salt content made them the ideal sustenance in a world turned upside down. The price for instant noodles ranged from 50 to over 100 yuan per box. The most common box of 24 braised beef noodles was priced at 54 yuan, while the more expensive Japanese tonkatsu cost nearly 100 yuan for 30 packets, averaging around 70 yuan per box. Her purchase of 1,000 boxes totaled 70,000 yuan. Of course, she couldn't forget about buying hot dogs. Han Qingxia ordered 200 boxes of her favorite spicy corn dogs and another 100 boxes of Wujiang pickled vegetables. These two items cost less than 30,000 yuan. After placing orders for the most basic food supplies, her attention turned to self-heating meals and pre-packaged meal kits. These options were incredibly convenient. They could be heated and enjoyed at any time. She visited various brand stores, purchasing an entire box of every dish they offered. 1 box of Taiwanese braised pork, 1 box of home-style tofu, 1 box of Brazilian barbecue, 1 box of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 1 box of mushroom chicken, 1 box of minced eggplant, 1 box of kung pao chicken, and 1 box of curry chicken pieces. The average price of each meal kit hovered around 7 to 8 yuan per bag. Han Qingxia acquired over 20,000 bags from more than a dozen stores, totaling approximately 150,000 yuan. This quantity would suffice for her to consume one bag per meal for an eternity. It was only after stockpiling these essential foods that Han Qingxia began to feel a semblance of security, knowing she would never face food scarcity again. A well-stocked larder allowed for preparations of other necessities. However, unbeknownst to her, she had already spent nearly 700,000 in just one day. Prior to this, she had savings of over 300,000, half of which came from years of rental income. Now, after selling her house for 2 million, she was left with 170,000. Yet, this was merely the beginning of her expenditures. Money seemed to evaporate effortlessly. At that moment, Han Qingxia's gaze deepened as she opened her hand, revealing a striking red property deed before her. Calmly, she searched online for a local private lending service and dialed the number. "Hello, I wish to mortgage my property for a loan." "Certainly. Come to my office for a face-to-face discussion tomorrow at 10. After hanging up, Han Qingxia resolved to mortgage her property once more. A smirk crossed her lips. There were grievances to settle, and they would be repaid with interest. She was preparing to welcome her grand gift. Chapter 4. Ruthless Exploitation. That afternoon, Han Qingxia emerged from an old office building in the city, her account enriched by 1.5 million. These micro-lending companies siphon wealth more voraciously than vampires. She sold her house to the Han family for 2 million, yet to the predatory lending firm, she could only retrieve 1.5 million, with exorbitant interest rates to boot. Han Qingxia had signed a promissory note for repayment within 7 days. Within this time frame, she was required to return 2 million to the lending company, or they would seize her property. It was a bottomless pit, designed solely to drain her of her home. However, it mattered little, for she had no intention of repaying. In fact, she no longer possessed a house. The 12-day loan period was impeccably timed, right before the apocalypse would arrive, allowing the lending company to confront the Han family. By then, chaos would ensue as both sides would fiercely clash. Neither party was easily trifled with, yet remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Regardless of the outcome, in a matter of days, the house would dissolve into mere vapor. With 1.5 million now in her possession, Han Qingxia gazed at the funds deposited by the lending company. A thought struck her. She would exhaust all lending platforms available. She would ruthlessly extract every last drop. After a series of operations, she accrued an additional 500,000. This is purely a plot device. Please refrain from engaging in online loans. Stay away from online lending for a lifetime of happiness. Now, Han Qingxia held 370,000 in her hands. She could embark on a substantial procurement of supplies. With her coffers brimming, she first visited a construction materials factory to fortify her fortress. She purchased 40 to 50 surveillance cameras and sought out a seller of generators. She required a power source. Generators could be powered by wind, water, fire, or diesel. The first 3 options were impractical, labor-intensive to install, and generally out of stock, necessitating custom orders from specialized manufacturers. Diesel, however, proved to be quite suitable. "How many kilowatts do you desire in a generator?" inquired the merchant. "What are the available options?" 30, 50, 200 to 800, but those exceeding 1,000 are quite costly. Han Qingxia gleaned the attributes of diesel generators. The smallest, rated at 30 kilowatts, cost between 10 to 20,000. Mid-range 200 kilowatt models range from 50 to 100,000. 300 kilowatts commanded upwards of 100,000, with prices doubling thereafter. Generators exceeding 1,000 kilowatts began at 1 million. Moreover, imported models were priced 20 to 30% higher than domestic ones. Domestic will suffice. Our local products are not inferior to imports and are more durable and practical. Besides, imported ones have specific requirements for diesel. What do you intend to use it for? A restaurant? The merchant continued to elaborate. Indeed, she needed electricity for daily operations and lighting in her shelter, and a restaurant-grade generator would suffice. Nevertheless, she opted for the most expensive and powerful model, for her system rewards would escalate with her level. If she was to acquire a generator, it must be the finest. She would not skimp on finances. Han Qingxia, embodying the essence of extravagance, purchased the store's highest cost performance generator for 120,000. The merchant beamed with joy at her purchase. Han Qingxia requested additional items from the merchant. She wanted all the small, miscellaneous items available, soundproof mats, toolkits, and all the minor trinkets. The merchant, without hesitation, even gifted her the remaining 10 liters of diesel in stock. Upon seeing the oil, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled. Do you know anyone who could sell diesel at a discount? Diesel was notoriously difficult to procure. One had to register with an ID at gas stations, and purchases were limited to mere liters. Many stations even refused to sell fuel in bulk, only catering to vehicles. However, a generator seller might possess valuable contacts. Oil often had a black market. Some unscrupulous small oil workshops siphoned from major oil fields or procured dubious oil from the sea, processing and selling it clandestinely. Sure enough, after her inquiry, the merchant revealed a secretive smile, leading Han Qingxia aside to hand her a business card. If you need oil, call this number. Mention my name for a discount. It will be 20% cheaper than the market rate. Thank you. Han Qingxia accepted the card. It was evident that those in related industries often had connections. As she prepared to leave, the merchant muttered, "The flu outbreak has severely impacted the market." Indeed, Han Qingxia replied casually, striding away without further comment. This flu outbreak was, in fact, a precursor to the apocalypse. Within 2 weeks of the virus's emergence, those infected began to succumb to sudden deaths. Just as people were grappling with the grief of losing loved ones, they discovered that the deceased had returned, though in a manner far more sinister, as they transformed into another form of life, zombies. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had been preoccupied with Han Qingxia's wedding during this tumultuous period. Han Qingxia's new wife had recently discovered her pregnancy, and Han Qingxia found herself financially supporting their new furniture and renovations while accompanying her to the hospital. On the day the apocalypse struck, she happened to be at the hospital with her sister-in-law for a report when she heard screams erupting throughout the facility. She witnessed a patient, previously declared dead, suddenly sit up and attack their relatives. A crowd rushed to intervene, yet the first person bitten began to transform within minutes. As he convulsed and rose from the floor, his body turned an ashen hue, devoid of blood, and his eyes morphed into the leaden gray of cinematic zombies, lacking pupils and vitality, radiating a horrifying, insatiable thirst for blood. He opened his gaping maw and lunged at those trying to restrain him. Chaos erupted in the hospital. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the facility. Anyone bitten would transform within 5 minutes, joining the fray to bite others. In that moment, fear gripped Han Qingxia. Yet, to protect her pregnant sister-in-law, she remained remarkably composed, courageously wielding a weapon against the attacking zombies, leading her to safety amid the pandemonium. Because of her early display of capability, the Han family deemed her exceptionally resourceful, entrusting her with every task, scavenging for supplies, safeguarding everyone. She became the spearhead of their survival. In her previous life, she had believed that being needed by them and safeguarding her family was her fulfillment. However, that was contingent upon whether she was protecting family or a den of beasts. In this lifetime, she would never again be a fool. Han Qingxia instructed the merchant to deliver the items to the warehouse while she called to inquire about the diesel. Delivery would be available the following day. She requested as much as he had in stock, purchasing $1 million's worth of supplies outright. The merchant offered her a 25% discount, and Han Qingxia spent nearly $2 million during her outing. Chapter 5. Upgrade of the air raid shelter. After unloading supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxia placed the large generator into her space. The space was ample. Soon after, Han Qingxia returned to her base. She installed the generator in the innermost storage room of the air raid shelter. Ding! A 1,000 kilowatt generator detected. Reward: a permanently indestructible low-energy generator. Han Qingxia exclaimed in delight, observing that the generator's exterior appeared to be coated with a silvery sheen, its strength and quality markedly improved. Most importantly, it was now permanently indestructible. It was well known that generators required maintenance in the later stages. Han Qingxia had only hoped to extend its lifespan. To her surprise, the system had directly enhanced it to be imperishable. Fantastic! Without delay, Han Qingxia proceeded to install cameras on the barbed wire she had set up the previous day. The location of her tunnel air raid shelter was exceptionally strategic, surrounded by a dense circle of trees. The main road was a kilometer away, and the branch road veered into the forest after 500 meters. Outsiders would hardly notice the concealed tunnel shrouded by barbed wire, utterly inconspicuous. The internal cameras provided comprehensive surveillance within her vicinity. After successfully connecting the cameras to the circuit powered by the generator, she could monitor all living beings that intruded unexpectedly. Instantly, all cameras and electrified barbed wire began functioning. Her computer screen flooded with a multitude of monitoring images from every angle. Ding! Surveillance system and power grid system detected. Reward: surveillance system upgrade. Electronic eye detection range increased tenfold. Automatic detection of all living and non-living entities. Power grid system upgraded. Maximum voltage attack capability of 10,000 volts. Han Qingxia could hardly contain her astonishment as she beheld the clearer monitoring images on her computer screen. The pixel quality had improved more than tenfold. With the best 100-meter monitoring range purchased, she could now extend her view to 1,000 meters, clearly observing the distant road through the gaps in the trees. At that moment, a bird attempted to perch on her barbed wire. It circled for a moment before finding a landing spot. Suddenly, with a beep, sparks flew, and the bird fell straight down. Han Qingxia's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at this display of enhanced defense. This was excellent. She eagerly anticipated who might dare to intrude upon her base. One touch, and it would be fatal. Summer, stay away from the barbed wire from now on, understood? Woof. After the upgrade, Summer had grown physically and intellectually, becoming more perceptive than before. Han Qingxia affectionately patted his head and retrieved food from her space that she had stored in the refrigerator at home, sharing a meal with Summer. After dining, she continued tidying up her base, discovering that organizing the air raid shelter also yielded rewards, such as cleaning the well and clearing weeds. Ding! Well detected for upgrade. Reward: independent mountain, clean water source. Ding! Weed area reduced detected. Reward: premium soil. Crop yield increased 100-fold. Crop growth speed increased 10-fold. Motivated by these rewards, Han Qingxia felt invigorated. A clean water source and premium soil. Her base was becoming increasingly superior and robust. Such fundamental resources would enable her to cultivate fresh fruits and vegetables in the future, allowing her to be self-sufficient. She resolved to purchase a variety of seeds shortly. 10 days flew by, and now, with less than 3 days until the apocalypse, Han Qingxia had been running 10,000 meters around the air raid shelter every day for the past 7 days, significantly enhancing her physical stamina while familiarizing herself with the terrain. She had become well acquainted with the surrounding landscape, with her tunnel air raid shelter nestled within a mountainside. Centered around the air raid shelter, a circular barbed wire defense had been constructed along the mountainsides, starting from a midway elevation. The area where the barbed wire connected to the mountain was a steep cliff, making it exceedingly difficult to circumvent. Approaching from the opposite side of the mountain was even more challenging. The rear terrain was much steeper than the front, littered with shrubs and trees. Even professional climbers would find it challenging to intrude. The only potential hazard was forest fires. Forest fire prevention had always been a critical matter, and it was notoriously difficult to mitigate. Unless Han Qingxia preemptively cleared a significant area of trees to create a firebreak, her shelter would remain exposed. However, removing the trees would make her location conspicuous to others. After careful consideration, she began clearing away the surrounding dead branches and leaves. Trees must remain untouched. Cutting them down would attract attention. In the apocalypse, humanity posed the greatest threat, making it more reliable to prevent human intrusion rather than preemptively addressing potential disasters caused by them. It was crucial not to lose sight of the main objective. Moreover, forest fires were not easily ignited. The damp forest environment meant that clearing away fallen leaves and dead branches could effectively prevent such fires. Centered around her base's protective barrier, Han Qingxia established a clean zone. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Fire hazard reduction detected. Reward: within the cleared area, it shall never burn. Han Qingxia exclaimed in astonishment. At a critical moment, her golden opportunity had proven beneficial. The safety of her air raid shelter would be further enhanced. With her greatest concern alleviated, she swiftly redirected her focus to other matters. For every inch of ground she cleared, she received a corresponding reward. For every reinforcement she made, the defense of her base intensified. Her base was rapidly fortifying. Over the past few days, her packages had also steadily arrived. During the day, Han Qingxia busied herself in the air raid shelter, and, at night, she uniformly retrieved supplies from the warehouse. She instructed the delivery personnel to place items in her warehouse, where she had installed a large surveillance camera at the entrance, with Summer inside keeping watch. Now was a time of peace, even without supervision. People were unlikely to commit wrongdoing, let alone with a fiercely protective dog present. Each time, the delivery personnel unloaded their cargo in bulk before departing. Han Qingxia would then go at night to retrieve the items using her space, bringing them back to her base. Ding! Warehouse detected as full. Han Qingxia's 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 cooking packages had all arrived, neatly stacked in the innermost large warehouse of her air raid shelter. Reward: Super Warehouse. Food stored with permanent freshness lock. Before Han Qingxia, the large warehouse door transformed into the kind of secure bank vault she had seen on television. The robust metal door was impervious even to professional demolition tools. Only Han Qingxia's iris recognition could unlock it. Upon opening the warehouse door, she found everything meticulously organized and categorized. Most importantly, it boasted the functionality of permanent freshness lock. No fear of spoilage. Chapter 6. Hoarding fruits, trees, fish, and meat. Moreover, a batch of seeds that Han Qingxia had ordered arrived. She had placed an order for common crop seeds and saplings. Almost all vegetable seeds could be sown directly to grow, while for crops like sweet potatoes, she needed to purchase seedlings. All the seeds were remarkably inexpensive, especially the sweet potato seedlings. After ordering a substantial quantity from the largest seed store, Han Qingxia inquired with the shop owner, who generously gifted her several seedlings. As for fruit trees, it is advisable to buy mature saplings. The initial phase of raising fruit tree seedlings is time-consuming and labor-intensive, with slow yields. Purchasing a 10-year-old sapling is quite affordable. A premium 10-year-old Fuji apple sapling costs merely 70 to 80 yuan. Han Qingxia bought a large number of 10-year-old saplings. She acquired apple saplings, fig trees, jujube trees, pear trees, mulberry trees, cherry trees, orange trees, plum trees, and pomegranate trees, 3 of each, to ensure a continuous supply of fruit throughout the year. In total, she purchased over 100 trees for just over 6,000 yuan, covering an area of merely half an acre, which was the vacant space to the right of her air raid shelter. On the left side, she constructed a top-notch plastic greenhouse and framework into which she sowed various vegetable seeds: greens, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbages, scallions, and beans. In fact, many types of vegetables can be conveniently cultivated using seedlings. However, considering that purchasing seedlings would yield only one harvest, and there would be no well-cultivated seedlings available for the following year, Han Qingxia decided to start cultivating seeds herself. For potatoes, it sufficed to plant tubers. Fortunately, her land was exceptionally fertile, ensuring that once the seeds were sown, they would thrive vigorously without requiring much effort on her part. In just 10 days, Han Qingxia's air raid shelter underwent a remarkable transformation, both inside and out. With time passing, only 3 days remained until the apocalypse. After planting the last tree, she pondered what else she might need for her self-sufficient and secluded life. Even with an abundance of pre-packaged meals, nothing could compare to fresh food. After several days of dining solely on pre-packaged meals, she felt something was missing. Raising chickens, ducks, and fish would enable her to enjoy fresh meat whenever she desired. With this thought in mind, Han Qingxia promptly drove to the farmer's market. As usual, she left Xia in a warehouse to facilitate the delivery of supplies later. After several days away from the city, she sensed an unusual atmosphere upon entering. Everyone wore masks, their expressions marked by anxiety. "Young lady, please make your choice quickly. I plan to close up early today," said a vendor at a stall selling live chickens and ducks. Han Qingxia glanced at the dozen or so chickens and ducks before her, which appeared to be well kept. Could you give me a discount and sell them all to me? Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes lit up. You want them all? Yes. All right, I'll charge you 10 yuan per pound. Normally, my chickens are 15 yuan per pound, and ducks are 11. Sound good. There were 26 chickens and ducks in total, averaging 6 to 7 pounds each, costing Han Qingxia over 1,900 yuan. After arranging for the vendor to deliver the poultry to her warehouse, she continued her shopping spree. While exploring the farmer's market, she spotted an abundance of fresh fish. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled. Her air raid shelter had a water source, and she could easily dig a small pond. She purchased over 30 fish, including carp, crucian carp, and catfish, as well as 40 pounds of fresh shrimp. Han Qingxia adored shrimp and envisioned delightful dishes like stir-fried shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, and shrimp omelets. She paid extra for an oxygen tank and a large plastic tub, providing her warehouse address for delivery. These fish and shrimp cost her over 3,000 yuan. Continuing her shopping, she found it impossible to buy live pigs and cows, but Han Qingxia had a refrigerated warehouse and ample space. She ordered 1,000 pounds of pork and 500 pounds of beef from a stall, which was quite a substantial amount. She urged the vendor to expedite the order, and he agreed to contact the slaughterhouse to ensure delivery to her warehouse the same day. This meat was pricier, costing Han Qingxia over 40,000 yuan, leaving her with more than 160,000 yuan. After a lengthy stroll through the farmer's market, she intended to acquire more fresh items, but noticed many stalls had closed. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a corner stall that was about to shut down, where someone was selling live goats. Without hesitation, she purchased 2 young goats for 1,500 yuan. The seller explained that these goats were bred for milk production, but were being sold off due to poor market conditions, leaving only a few kids, which Han Qingxia fortuitously acquired. Young lady, hurry home after your purchases. There's a flu outbreak, so it's best to stay indoors, the vendor advised her after receiving payment. Han Qingxia nodded, well aware of the situation. She always wore a professional-grade mask when venturing out. However, the flu was not the root of the zombie virus. Its widespread transmission weakened human immunity, making individuals susceptible to infection when the zombie virus emerged. After 10 years of navigating the apocalypse, Han Qingxia had gradually come to understand these nuances, though she remained oblivious to the true origins of the zombie virus. Some speculated that the virus was part of a divine hunting game, as it had brought about significant changes within humanity. Having ensured the delivery of her goats to the warehouse, Han Qingxia did not linger at the farmer's market. With less than 3 days until the outbreak of the apocalypse virus, she intended to avoid going out during this period. Before returning home, however, she wanted to spend all her remaining funds. After all, it would be imprudent to leave money unspent. Finding a secluded spot without surveillance, she stored the 2 goats in her space and drove away from the farmer's market. Along the way, she stopped at a farm supply store and purchased a complete set of essential tools, including 20 shovels. Many were unaware that shovels possess remarkable combat capabilities among farming implements. During wartime, families lacking weapons would readily wield their shovels. In rural disputes, grabbing a shovel was no laughing matter. In contemporary military weaponry, powerful military shovels have evolved directly from the shovel's prototype. Especially during an apocalypse, cold weapons often prove more effective than firearms. Han Qingxia hoarded a considerable number of shovels, ensuring she was well equipped for the challenges ahead. Additionally, she acquired baseball bats, as the striking power of such tools was quite formidable. Chapter 7. The Grand Mall sweep. Han Qingxia entered a sporting goods store, purchasing several of the sturdiest baseball bats available, along with a selection of adventure gear. She acquired flashlights, helmets, armor, protective gear, tents, protective clothing, and windbreakers, all essential outdoor equipment. The total expenditure amounted to over 20,000. Additionally, the store offered emergency kit accessories such as tweezers, pliers, bandages, thermometers, and more, prompting Han Qingxia to remember her need for a visit to the pharmacy. After exiting the outdoor equipment store, she proceeded to the pharmacy to stock up on common medications, cold remedies, hemostatic agents, antipyretics, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, and iodine tincture. She had no interest in prescription medications, as she had long outgrown the need for daily pills after a decade of survival in the apocalypse. A modest supply of emergency medication sufficed. In the harsh realities of the end times, poor health was a cardinal sin. By the time she left the pharmacy, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. The city lights sparkled brilliantly. Han Qingxia had gathered all the essentials for sustenance and comfort: food, drink, shelter, and basic living necessities. Now, it was time to replenish her supply of daily goods. With 1.57 million remaining, she decided to indulge in a shopping spree, to revel in the pleasures of life before the world fell apart. Her first stop was a Michelin-starred hotel, where she treated herself to a lavish feast. She ordered a sumptuous spread that included mushroom soup, garlic ribs, pan-seared silver cod, crispy chicken, and garlic shrimp, delicacies she could never afford before. Savoring the delectable garlic shrimp and filet mignon, she requested 10 portions to take away, ensuring she had enough to share with her companion, Xiatian. After securing a suite at the hotel, she continued her shopping spree at the mall. The array of goods was dazzling, with an enticing selection of food. Having grown accustomed to hardship, Han Qingxia gravitated towards the food court first. The enticing scents of egg waffles, takoyaki, Hong Kong-style cake, meat floss pastries, fried skewers, fried chicken, pork chops, oden, ice cream, and milk tea filled the air. Faced with such abundance, she felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of items she wished to purchase. However, time and money were limited, and these delights did not belong on her essential shopping list. They were mere luxuries in a world that had turned upside down. Yet, in this moment, she could indulge freely. Han Qingxia visited each food stall, discreetly and lavishly requesting all their offerings, paying up front and arranging for delivery to her hotel room. The employees were astonished, quickly packaging her orders. In the first bakery, she had every fresh-baked item: bread, cheesecake, ice cream puffs, cream squares, mochi, cream rolls, durian milfai, egg yolk pastries, waffles, and cookies, all prepared for her. At the Korean fried chicken shop, she ordered an assortment of flavors: sweet and spicy, amber sauce, garlic soy, honey mustard, all types of fried chicken, including boneless pieces, legs, wings, and whole chickens. The milk tea shops saw her sample every flavor: milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream tea, milk cap tea, and slushies. After settling her bill and leaving her address, she departed without attracting attention. By the end of this culinary adventure, she had spent over 200,000 just on snacks. Each stall's inventory typically cost around 10,000, while for those she deemed unnecessary, like the Cole Noodle Shop and Egg Waffle Store, she only requested a selection of flavors, spending a few hundred to a few thousand. Completing her snack run, she ventured to the supermarket on the lowest level. Shopping there was a must. She pushed 2 large carts through the expansive warehouse-style store, filling them with a variety of items, ensuring each category contained only one of each type. From snacks and chips to cookies and candies, each type was represented. She also included an array of beverages, ready-to-eat items like grilled sausages, roasted chicken, grilled fish, sushi, and rice boxes, semi-prepared marinated meats, and essential daily necessities such as toiletries, creams, and even the often overlooked sanitary products were all included. Given her focus on enhancing her living conditions, she also ordered necessary appliances like a washing machine, a robotic vacuum, and a refrigerator. In her past, such considerations would have been unthinkable. Now, with newfound wealth, it was time to indulge. After pushing her 2 carts to the checkout, she approached the manager, requesting that he provide her with the entire store's stock of the items in her carts, excluding the appliances. However, she had underestimated both the inventory and prices. Before she could even request everything, her wallet was emptied. 130,000 had only procured a third of her desired items. Surprised and disappointed, she reflected on how much more affordable basic provisions had been compared to the exorbitantly priced processed goods. Staring at her depleted account, she resolved to settle for what she had purchased. She could always prepare her own meals with raw ingredients later. She left her address with the manager, inquiring if a delivery could be arranged for that day. The manager assured her that it would be no problem. With a hint of regret, she glanced back at the well-stocked supermarket, feeling a twinge of loss. After leaving the supermarket, she decided to explore the upper levels. Thus far, she had only visited the food court and the supermarket. She had yet to explore the clothing sections, as her funds had dwindled. She estimated that only $70 remained. Yet, even with such a small amount, she could still enjoy window shopping. She began at a convenience store, purchasing a refreshing iced cocoa for 14 yuan, then meandered through clothing boutiques. After browsing through 3 floors of apparel, her iced cocoa was finished. Along the way, she spotted a few pieces that caught her eye. "How much for this baseball jacket?" she inquired. "Miss, it's on sale for half price, 2,000 yuan. Han Qingxia remained silent upon hearing the price. 2,000, even a half price, was still far beyond her reach in this upscale mall filled with high-end brands. Leaving empty-handed, she caught the eye of the sales associate who had just quoted her the price, who then nudged her colleague with disdain. Why even bother? She clearly can't afford it. Han Qingxia ignored their remarks and continued on her way. After enduring the struggles of the apocalypse for so long, she was no fool, easily swayed by others' opinions or rashly spending her money on impulse purchases to prove a point. In this harsh world, confrontation was unnecessary. Survival was paramount. Chapter 8. A severe beating for Han Ying. As Han Qingxia continued her leisurely stroll, she suddenly caught sight of 2 familiar figures ahead. A young man accompanied a pregnant woman, and it was none other than Han Ying and his wife, whom Han Qingxia had previously deceived. "Dear, please calm down. Today, buy whatever you like. Just forgive me and don't get upset. It might harm the baby." "Haning, have you been lying to me all along? Your family doesn't own that house at all. You deliberately deceived me. That house truly belongs to us." "Yes, you. My mother genuinely paid 2 million to buy it from Han Qingxia. We can transfer the title as soon as we find her." "Wait, didn't your mother say that house still belongs to Han Qingxia? That she gifted it to you, which is why my name couldn't be added. How is it now that it's your family's and can be transferred?" "Dear, well, in any case, that house will be ours in the future. I'm the only son in my family. Everything will eventually belong to me. What is mine is yours. Just trust me." "Haning, how can I trust you? You said it was furnished and ready to move in, but it turned out to be a bare shell. You claimed it was your family's property, and now debt collectors are at your doorstep. I see clearly now. Your family is just deceiving me. I absolutely cannot keep this child. I'm calling it off right now." "Dear, no." Han Qingxia stood at a corner, overhearing their conversation, a smile curling at her lips. How delightful. In just 10 days, the Han family had descended into chaos, with her grandmother even hospitalized. Yet, it could become even more entertaining. Watching Han Ying, who was desperately chasing after his wife. She mischievously whistled in his direction. Han Ying, in a state of utter distress, turned at the sound, spotting a girl leisurely leaning against the glass railing, observing them with a smirk. Han Qingxia. Upon spotting her, Han Ying halted, intent on pursuing her. However, his wife had already descended to the next floor. Torn between his wife, who was intent on aborting their child, and Han Qingxia, he wished he could split himself in two. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to chase after Han Qingxia. "Damn it, I'll capture this wretched woman and bring her before my wife for an explanation." He turned and sprinted up the descending escalator, pursuing Han Qingxia. She sauntered leisurely, and, as he reached her, she had already slipped into the elevator on the opposite side, leading him on a wild chase around the shopping mall. Their pursuit led them to the underground parking lot. "Damn it, what do you think you're running to, you wretched girl?" Breathless, Han Ying cornered Han Qingxia in the parking lot. "You've schemed against me. Let us see if I can't deal with you today." "How fortuitous," Han Qingxia replied, grinning as she casually closed the trunk of her car, revealing a baseball bat in her hand. Seeing the bat, alarm bells rang in Han Ying's mind. "You dare hit me?" Before he could finish his sentence, whack. Han Qingxia swung the bat, swiftly overpowering him, dislocating his jaw, rendering him speechless. She dragged him to a secluded corner of the parking lot and unleashed a barrage of strikes. Having survived the apocalypse for 10 years, she had mastered various combat techniques. She could easily send an adult man to his end in 3 moves. However, with Han Ying, she chose to show restraint. She battered him for half an hour, breaking his arms and legs, targeting only the most painful spots that wouldn't be fatal. After 30 minutes, Han Ying lay on the ground, barely conscious. Leaning against the car door, Han Qingxia kicked his motionless body, bending down to retrieve his phone from his pocket. She stepped on his head and dialed emergency services using his phone. "Look how kind I am, calling for help on your behalf. You should thank me." Hearing this, Han nearly coughed up blood. If only she would move her foot off his head, he might actually appreciate her kindness. "Damn you. So ungrateful. You might as well be in the hospital like your grandmother, recovering." With a final, forceful push, she sent him into a 7-day coma. Han Qingxia swiftly tidied up the scene, erasing all traces of Han Ying's identity to prevent immediate identification when the hospital was notified. She also transferred all his money from WeChat and Alipay into her own account, using his fingerprint for payment. After completing this, she transported him to a bar street outside the parking lot. The location she used to call for help was also on the bar street. Before long, emergency services arrived, and she observed them as a casual bystander while they carried Han away. Calmly, she stood beneath a streetlight and sent a message to his parents using his phone, informing them that he had been attacked and urging them to go to the hospital. Once finished, Han Qingxia sold his phone to a nearby small electronics shop. Even if they reported it, it would be at least 3 days before they could trace anything back to her, and by then, the investigation into Han Ying's whereabouts would lead to the apocalypse. Having dealt a blow to Han Ying, Han Qingxia's account now boasted an additional 30,000 yuan. With this money, she replenished her supplies, clearing several shelves in a convenience store outside the mall, stuffing her cart full of goods. As she prepared to leave, the sound of her car door slamming shut startled her. A man had collapsed on her vehicle. Han Qingxia's gaze darkened as a group of stylishly dressed individuals approached. Hoisting the man up, "Sorry, miss. My friend is just a bit inebriated," one tattooed man explained, waving at her. After propping up the unconscious man, the group laughed and chatted as they departed. "Damn, he is out cold after just 2 drinks. He used to boast about being able to drink 1,000. I remember he could hold his liquor quite well. Must be the strain of marriage weighing him down." Laughter echoed around her. Han Qingxia leaned against her car window, watching the group leave, her gaze fixating on the young man in the center, who hung limply, his face pale and stiff. However, he soon regained consciousness. "What has happened? What is wrong? Did I drink too much? You're all useless. How much did I even drink? I need to go back. Go back. Keep drinking. We're not leaving until we're all hammered." The group laughed heartily as they walked away, while Han Qingxia's expression grew increasingly profound. She glanced at her phone to check the time. Today was the 9th. In her previous life, the zombie virus outbreak occurred on the 11th. The apocalypse was looming, just 2 days away on 8/11. Chapter 9. The arrival of the apocalypse. She returned to the hotel where she was staying, her room already brimming with various items. After greeting the front desk, she requested assistance to bring her belongings inside. Upon opening the door, she found the table, floor, and bed filled with things, including several steaming, hot fried chickens. With a mere gesture, Han Qingxia collected these items into her spatial storage. She decided to spend the night there and depart the following day, refusing to waste the money she had spent. Before succumbing to slumber, Han Qingxia engaged in 3 hours of intense physical training, pushing her body to its limits before taking a refreshing shower. Subsequently, she checked the surveillance feeds from her bomb shelter and warehouse to ensure all was well. Both locations appeared secure, and she exchanged a few words via her video robot with Xiatian, instructing it to keep an eye on her belongings for her early return the next morning. Xiatian responded with remarkable human-like understanding, settling down in the warehouse's doghouse. Han Qingxia slept soundly until 6 the next morning, abruptly awakened by the cacophony of police sirens and ambulances. Residing in a centrally located hotel with exceptional soundproofing, she was nonetheless quite sensitive to disturbances and jolted awake at the first hint of noise. Upon hearing the sirens, she rushed to the window, pulling back the curtains to gaze down at the street, where indeed a multitude of police cars and ambulances were gathered. Nearby, the hotel was situated close to bustling bars and entertainment venues, and these emergency vehicles were evidently responding to incidents arising from that vicinity. She noticed an ambulance parked in front of the bar she had observed the previous day, from which several bloodied individuals were being carried out. A disquieting thought began to form in her mind. Just then, Urgent footsteps and frantic knocking echoed from outside her room. Grabbing a shovel, Han Qingxia approached the door and peered through the peephole, spotting hotel staff on the other side. Although they appeared uninjured and composed, a sense of tension filled the air. "Is everything all right?" she inquired through the door. "Miss, this is housekeeping. We've received numerous reports from guests who have fainted. Are you fine?" "I'm perfectly all right," she replied. "Please remain in your room for a moment longer. The hotel will extend your stay free of charge." "Excuse us." After the staff member departed to assist others, Han Qingxia felt a jolt of apprehension. The apocalypse had seemingly arrived ahead of schedule. Without hesitation, she seized her car keys and left the hotel, ensuring to take along the complimentary water, beverages, and toiletries. As she opened the door, she noticed the housekeeping staff moving to the farthest room. After knocking several times, they produced a room key and entered. Almost immediately, a frantic voice echoed, Sir, what is wrong? Room 809 has a guest who has fainted. Hurry." The staff member called for assistance through her earpiece, while Han Qingxia swiftly made her way to the elevator. As she stepped into an empty lift heading down, the adjacent elevator doors opened simultaneously, revealing a throng of personnel rushing towards the innermost rooms. Just as the elevator doors closed, a piercing scream shattered the air. That familiar sound. The zombie virus had erupted ahead of time. Han Qingxia decisively pressed the button for the 5th floor, opting against the reception area on the 1st floor. This hotel was interconnected with a shopping mall. The lower 2 levels and up to the 5th floor comprised the mall she had visited the previous day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the mall was closed, and the earliest employees would not arrive until 8. Thus, the mall area was now a true no-man's land. In this apocalyptic scenario, the greatest danger lay within crowds. She resolved to escape the throngs of people. Stepping onto the 5th floor, her expectations were confirmed. The mall was shrouded in darkness, with no lights illuminated. Yet, upon entering the 5th floor atrium, she could distinctly hear screams from outside. Peering through the window, she witnessed chaos unfolding in the streets. A bloodied man burst from the bar and lunged at a woman jogging by, attacking her abdomen and viciously tearing into her flesh. The woman's anguished cries reverberated, but she could not stave off the man's savage assault as he feasted upon her entrails, his face smeared with blood, devouring her heart and lungs like a beast. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the city streets were sparsely populated, with only police cars and ambulances in operation. One officer, upon witnessing the commotion, immediately halted to intervene with the assailant. Meanwhile, the rescued woman lay in a pool of blood, unnoticed as her limbs began to twitch. After several spasms, she suddenly lay still. "Miss, are you all right?" The woman's eyes shot open, devoid of life, and she lunged at the rescuer. Panic erupted at the scene. Han Qingxia observed this harrowing spectacle from the 5th floor window. This was the apocalypse, the very scenario she was most familiar with. Indeed, it had arrived a full day early. Welcome to the era of desolation. Determined, Han Qingxia turned and sprinted towards the 5th floor escalator, intending to descend to the B2 parking lot, avoiding all elevators. As she dashed into the deserted mall, her attention was captivated by the plethora of goods before her. Supplies. How could she leave empty-handed? She resolved to take everything she could. At that moment, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding! Superlord system activated. Limited time, 2 hours. For every 10,000 worth of items collected, earn 1 cubic meter of personal space. With a baseball bat in hand, Han Qingxia exclaimed. Divine assistance had arrived. With a resounding crash, the glass before her shattered. She charged inside, arms outstretched, and anything she touched vanished into her spatial storage. At that moment, she was utterly unconcerned about whether security cameras captured her actions. After all, it was the apocalypse. Who would waste time reviewing footage? Ding! Detected 279 pieces of fashionable women's clothing, valued at 650,000. Reward, 65 cubic meters. Ding! Detected 144 pieces of fashionable men's clothing, valued at 580,000. Reward, 58 cubic meters. Ding! Detected 489 designer wedding dresses, valued at 1 890,000. Reward, 189 cubic meters. From men's and women's attire to children's clothing, shoes, bags, and wedding gowns, Han Qingxia desired it all. This scavenging spree was far more exhilarating than her previous move. Despite having cleaned her home thoroughly, it paled in comparison to the treasures she was now amassing. Every store she raided was worth hundreds of thousands. She left a trail of cleanliness in her wake, taking everything of value in her path. Chapter 10. The zero-cost rampage in the department store in approximately 1 hour. Han Qingxia had thoroughly plundered the luxury stores across several floors. She spared no item in her quest. From women's, men's, and children's apparel to sportswear, shoes, bags, watches, cosmetics, and even the grand jewelry stores filled with diamonds and gold. The latest pineapple phones and pineapple computers were eagerly absorbed. While the United States boasts Apple, China has pineapple. The once unaffordable SK2, little light bulb, and La Mer were now within her reach. The opulent handbags, previously only to be admired, alongside other luxury goods, were also seized. The dazzling display cases filled with magnificent diamond rings, gemstones, and gold seemed to beckon her. In the blink of an eye, her personal space had expanded to over 10,000 cubic meters. Although the prices at high-end stores were steep, with a single bag costing tens of thousands, the inventory was scarce. Many luxury boutiques only showcased a limited selection, requiring customers to place special orders due to the high unit cost, leading to a genuine lack of stock. Moreover, this mall surprisingly lacked any ultra-premium items priced over $1 million. Otherwise, Han Qingxia's space would have increased exponentially. Luxury goods truly held immense value. Han Qingxia then ventured to the underground food court. Having already scavenged this area the previous day, she felt a twinge of wastefulness for spending money, but it had ultimately saved her time. Time was now her most valuable asset. With the zombie virus just having erupted, everyone was in a state of confusion. She needed to complete her looting within the next 2 hours and escape while transportation was still operational. If she hadn't spent money yesterday, she would be forced to merely glance at the scattered, inexpensive stores now. However, as she swept through the food court, she managed to snag a few items: an oven, an ice cream machine, and a coffee maker, tools she could use to create culinary delights at home. With haste, she arrived at the supermarket she had visited the day before. Yesterday, she had spent over $1 million, acquiring merely a fraction of its treasures. The resources within were abundant. Han Qingxia vaulted over the barrier and plunged into the supermarket, where her looting accelerated further. She swept through the shelves, absorbing one after another. A shelf of chocolates, a shelf of cookies, a shelf of chips, a shelf of ready-to-eat sausages. In the fresh produce section, she dashed into the kitchen, grabbing frozen hams and fresh roasted chickens. Everything she had neglected to purchase yesterday was now hers for the taking. In less than half an hour, she had completely emptied the massive storage supermarket. She glided past the aisles on her skates, leaving emptiness in her wake. As the system's countdown reached 2 hours, Han Qingxia, drenched in sweat, opened a bottle of chilled cola and took a refreshing sip. The warehouse before her was now devoid of goods. In this endeavor, she had amassed over 1,400 cubic meters of space. While it may seem small at first glance, this volume equated to a structure measuring approximately 25 meters by 25 meters by 25 meters high, akin to the size of a 10-story building. However, the resources she had gathered only constituted 1%, insufficient to fill even a single floor. The largest department store in the city had been completely ravaged, with all its supplies now nestled within her space. A satisfied smile graced Han Qingxia's lips as she exchanged her footwear for running shoes, discarding the empty cola bottle in the desolate warehouse. She then took the staff elevator back to the supermarket and retraced her steps via the employee staircase. Work concluded. Time to return home. She opted against using the elevator, instead sending it to her floor and pressing the button for the B2 parking lot. She descended in sync with her own pace. The elevator emitted sounds as it moved, and should there be any danger in the parking lot, the zombies would undoubtedly be drawn to the noise. Safety first. With light and swift steps, Han Qingxia descended the employee staircase. Upon reaching B2, She found her designated elevator had just arrived. Ding! The sound echoed as she noticed a woman, initially intending to rush into the staff elevator, pivot towards it. Running, she shouted, "Don't come! Don't come! There's someone inside! You eat her!" The woman, seeing the open elevator door, attempted to dash inside to push the occupant out, hoping to divert the monsters outside. However, upon the door's opening, she was met with an empty interior. In her moment of confusion, she was pounced upon by the creatures pursuing her. "Don't bite me! Don't bite me! Recognize who I am! I'm your manager, Wong! Don't bite me!" The woman shrieked desperately, and at that moment, she caught sight of the employee stairwell, doors swinging open. A young girl clad in simple athletic attire emerged. The woman paused, recognizing her as the girl she had disparaged the previous day. "Help me! Help me!" she cried, waving frantically at Han Qingxia. "Please save me. I'll give you our store's gold card." "No, I'll give you a piece of clothing. 10 pieces. 100 pieces. Save me." Ah, with a baseball bat in one hand, Han Qingxia faced the unfolding chaos with a singular resolve to depart swiftly, grateful for the fleeting utility of the woman in her final moments. Boom! She pressed the accelerator and sped out of the garage. At this hour, just past 8, the city was gradually rousing. The zombie virus erupted in the early morning, plunging everyone into confusion and terror over the past 2 hours. The first casualties were the breakfast shops, sanitation workers, public transport systems, and 24-hour establishments. In places populated by clusters of people, a single mutation could incite pandemonium. This morning, emergency lines were overwhelmed. Those attempting to report the situation found themselves unable to connect. City services were rendered paralyzed. Next, the office workers bore the brunt of the chaos, including those in the very mall where Han Qingxia had been looting. It was still working hours. Fortunately, for employees relying on public transport, most were stranded on the roads, unable to find vehicles. Unfortunately, for those who had managed to board them. Chapter 11. Escape from the city center. As she entered the vehicle, hell commenced. Numerous elderly individuals collapsed on public buses. Once they attempted to rise, the entire bus became a trap with no escape for its occupants. A fortunate few, like Manager Wong, managed to reach their workplaces, either by car or electric scooter, only to discover that the gates were locked for the day. Gathered in small clusters, people exchanged bewildered glances until they spotted someone, bloodied and staggering, rushing towards them. This marked the onset of the apocalypse. Witnessing such a scene, everyone could only think of fighting or imminent danger. Eager to assist, a bystander was promptly met with a grim fate, receiving a zombie card instead. This chaos permeated every corner of the city. The descent was inevitable. Han Qingxia realized they were merely at the beginning, with countless individuals still trapped in their homes. Now was the opportune moment to escape, while others remained oblivious. Soon, a wave of collective panic would erupt, paralyzing the entire transport system. "Help!" A young woman appeared before Han Qingxia, arms outstretched. Her boyfriend was currently aiding an elderly man who had fallen. "Stop! Someone has fainted. Please, take her to the hospital." The woman stood in the middle of the street, attempting to halt Han Qingxia's vehicle. At that moment, she was the only car on the road. It was baffling why traffic was so sparse today, and emergency services were unreachable. Seeing the woman in her path, Han Qingxia's gaze hardened, and she pressed the accelerator to the floor. Whoosh! The woman barely evaded being struck by Han Qingxia's speeding vehicle, which continued on its course without a hint of slowing down. "What kind of person are you? Not only do you refuse to help, but you also nearly run me over. You're insane, cold-blooded, selfish, and utterly devoid of compassion." "Darling, are you all right?" the man exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. "I've never encountered someone like that before." Didn't he even slow down? "Be careful while trying to stop cars on the street. This society is filled with selfish people. Few are as kind-hearted as us. Maybe take a photo and expose her online." The man's words were abruptly cut off as he was viciously bitten on the neck by the very elderly woman he had been aiding. Awakening from her stupor, the old woman's eyes, clouded and lifeless, locked onto him as she sank her teeth into his flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. "Darling." The woman instinctively stepped back, then lunged forward, striking the old woman with her bag. Let go of my husband! Let go of my husband! She kicked and struck the zombie, seizing the opportunity to pull her husband away. We need to get to the hospital. Are you all right? While supporting her husband, she continued to fend off the rising zombie. No matter how fiercely she attacked, the creature remained unfazed. More horrifying was the realization that its limbs bent grotesquely, its pallid face devoid of color, and its vacant eyes fixated on them, mouth agape, dripping with blood. It resembled something straight out of a horror film. Fear gripped the woman as she pondered whether this was indeed a zombie. Just then, she was tackled to the ground by her husband, now a ravenous undead, who bit into her neck. "Ah, darling, it's me." The old woman zombie lunged at her, tearing into her abdomen, as her intestines were violently ripped from her body. The last image she registered was that of a fleeing car, the one that had not stopped. In the rearview mirror, Han Qingxia witnessed the woman being overwhelmed and torn apart, but she quickly averted her gaze. Kindness? Compassion? Apologies? But such notions existed only in paradise. Here it was hell. Han Qingxia pressed the accelerator to the floor. Whoosh! Boom! Crash! As she sped ahead, Han Qingxia noticed the road conditions deteriorating. Vehicles and crowds fled in the opposite direction. Several overturned cars blocked the intersection, and, as she maneuvered around them, she saw groups of zombies feasting on the unfortunate drivers and passengers trapped inside. Screams echoed, and blood flowed freely. Sensing Han Qingxia's approach, the zombies turned their attention to her vehicle, instinctively pursuing the moving target. The street descended into chaos. Furrowing her brow, Han Qingxia realized that something was amiss. Why are there so many zombies? Suddenly, a massive red cross came into view. Damn it, a hospital. Just moments ago, she had wondered how such a violent outbreak could occur along this road. It made sense now. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qingxia barreled through the crowd of zombies. Racing through the intersection, the hospital was a disaster zone, but once she broke free from its confines, safety awaited her. Yet, as she sped through the intersection, a deafening crash reverberated. An enormous truck with 22 wheels careened out of control and collided with a smaller car, blocking her path. There was no way to evade it. Boom! Crash! A cacophony of overturned vehicles erupted. Han Qingxia's head was jolted violently by the airbag deployment. At that moment, the intersection was a chaotic tableau of a massive truck crushing several smaller cars, effectively sealing off the road. Under the looming shadow of the enormous overturned tire, Han Qingxia's vehicle was precariously positioned, merely a foot away. After narrowly evading disaster, her head still ringing from the impact of the airbag, Han Qingxia struck the airbag in front of her, attempting to restart the engine. Damn it, the car was broken. She had not given much thought to car maintenance. Time was scarce and funds even scarcer. Furthermore, in the latter days of the apocalypse, her reliance on a vehicle had diminished significantly. While she owned a car, fuel was a precious commodity, far too extravagant to waste on mere transportation. She had adapted to walking for short distances, utilizing a modified bicycle for mid-range travel. And for long distances, she simply did not venture out that far. The apocalypse demanded caution. Running about recklessly was akin to courting death. Thus, she never considered the fuel-consuming vehicle as a necessary investment. Now, however, the car had failed her, presenting an unforeseen obstacle. The sound of rustling grew louder outside. Rubbing her head to shake off the daze, Han Qingxia calmly assessed her surroundings within the vehicle, unfastened her seatbelt, and pushed open the door. As she did, a shovel materialized in her grasp. Against the undead, a knife was ineffective. Its blade was too slender, and once embedded in flesh, it was difficult to extricate. But a shovel? Bang! With a decisive swing, she crushed the skull of the nearest elderly zombie that lunged at her. Following this, she delivered a swift kick. With a sharp sound, the shovel's blade penetrated the zombie's cranium, severing its spinal cord. With that, the creature was unequivocally dispatched. She twirled the shovel in her hand, slightly disheartened as she withdrew it. It was still early in the outbreak, and the zombies lacked cores in their brains. With this knowledge, her method of killing became even more brutal and straightforward. Bang! Targeting a less crowded area, she wielded her shovel with precision, clearing a path through the wreckage. The majority of zombies were congregated near the front of the crash site, drawn by the scent of blood. Han Qingxia moved swiftly and silently, seizing the opportunity while the undead were still few in number to make her escape from the crash scene. Just as she was about to dash through an intersection, she heard screams from a nearby vehicle that had also been struck, but whose occupants were fortunate enough to be alive. It was a luxurious sports car. She had killed. The girl in the passenger seat trembled in terror, clutching her boyfriend's hand as she gazed fearfully at the carnage wrought by Han Qingxia. Casting a cold glance at the inside of their vehicle, she noticed their airbags had also deployed. She averted her gaze. A useless car, much like its occupants. Continuing her retreat, Han Qingxia resolved to find another vehicle to escape. If none could be found, she would run out of the city on foot. At that moment, a door from a vehicle behind her swung open. "Can you please take us with you?" A young man in the driver's seat implored, desperation in his voice. "Take us to safety, and I'll pay you. My father is the chairman of Dongping Group. We have plenty of money, whatever amount you want. I can give it to you." Han Qingxia didn't even spare him a glance as she pressed on. "Honey, what are you saying? She's a murderer. She has killed so many people. We should call the police and have her arrested." "Shut up." The man, seeing Han Qingxia ignoring him completely as she slipped into a side path, pulled his girlfriend along, hastening to follow. After dispatching 5 zombies, Han Qingxia finally exited the vicinity of the hospital. This was a small alley within a residential area. At that moment, because the vast majority of residents were trapped in their homes, a large-scale outbreak had not occurred. As Han Qingxia traversed the greenery of the deserted area, she occasionally encountered a few zombie sanitation workers or joggers, which were easily dealt with using her shovel. She continued her search for a vehicle, but, unfortunately, had yet to spot one. Meanwhile, the couple had been trailing behind her. "Honey, this path is too difficult. I can't walk in these high heels." "If you can't walk, then just get lost." The man was losing his patience. After being scolded, the woman's face fell in disappointment. She attempted to feign innocence to elicit sympathy from her boyfriend. "Honey," however, all she received was, "How did I end up with such a useless woman? You're just a burden dragging me down. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Get lost." Hearing this, the woman's charming visage turned stony. Biting her lip, she glanced at Han Qingxia, who was dispatching zombies effortlessly with her shovel, and at her boyfriend, who had hastily run to catch up with her. She chose not to say another word, limping along in her high heels to follow. Han Qingxia continued to eliminate zombies along the green belt when she finally spotted an open delivery truck in front of a convenience store. A vehicle. If she didn't find one soon, she might have to break into a car dealership to steal one. Without hesitation, she sprinted towards the delivery truck, closely followed by the couple. Upon reaching the truck, she was elated to discover the keys still in the ignition and the doors wide open. Its previous occupants had vanished. A quick glance at the convenience store revealed that it too was deserted, save for a pool of blood at the front counter. It appeared that chaos had erupted here as well, forcing everyone to flee. After securing the keys, she adhered to her principle of never leaving empty-handed and dashed into the store to gather supplies. It was essential to seize the opportunity now, for in the future, scavenging for equivalent resources would demand tenfold, if not 100-fold, more time and effort. The zombie apocalypse was not confined to the present moment. It would extend indefinitely into the future. Once she escaped, the circumstances would only grow more dire. No one would ever complain about having too much supply. With a decisive kick, she began to gather provisions. By the time the couple, who had been trailing her, entered the convenience store, it was nearly stripped bare. Save for the front counter. Han Qingxia had opted not to raid the shelves, as the store was small. She made several laps, collecting everything in sight. Snacks, candies, daily necessities, and her former favorites from the store: rice balls, sushi, box meals, bread, cake, and ice cream. Additionally, nearly all the beverages had been cleared out. "Is this a new convenience store?" The woman gasped as she rushed in, noticing the near emptiness. Han Qingxia was aware that the couple was closely following her. As she prepared to depart, she pretended to carry 2 bottles of water and exited towards the truck in front of them. "Hey, you didn't pay for that. And you took all the stuff. What are we supposed to eat later?" The woman challenged Han Qingxia loudly. Her words were met with a sharp retort from the man beside her. Are you out of your mind? After scolding her, he attempted to catch up with Han Qingxia. Miss, can you take me with you? Please take me to the Wanjiaguang mansion in the west of the city. I'll pay you 1 million once we get there. As Han Qingxia climbed into the truck and slammed the door shut, she finally turned to him with a hint of amusement. Do you really think money is of any use right now? The man's expression darkened immediately. Money was worthless now, utterly useless. He watched helplessly as Han Qingxia drove the delivery truck away from the scene. Honey, look, she doesn't care about you at all. No matter what you say, she ignores you. We should call the police. Fool, do you truly believe that the police and money still hold any value now? The man bellowed. 40 minutes later, Han Qingxia successfully burst forth from the city, navigating towards the outskirts. As she distanced herself from the urban sprawl, the number of zombies and mutants on the road diminished significantly. The periphery appeared to remain untouched for the moment. With a screech, Han Qingxia halted her vehicle in front of her warehouse. Woof, woof, woof. Xia Tian immediately sensed Han Qingxia's arrival, barking excitedly. She approached and affectionately patted its head, saying, "You've worked hard." After retrieving Xia Tian and gathering a substantial amount of supplies from the warehouse, items she had procured the previous day at the farmer's market and supermarket, she waved her hand, causing all the densely packed provisions to enter her spatial storage. Her space could accommodate the chickens, ducks, and lamb she had collected yesterday. With this thought, she attempted to include Xia Tian within it. However, woof, 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 it was unsuccessful. From this, she deduced that the system could only store low-intelligence living beings possessing food attributes. Dogs were excluded. Consequently, living humans would certainly not qualify either. Han Qingxia felt no profound disappointment. The existence of such a function was a bonus, but its absence was inconsequential. She firmly believed that her own strength was the true essence of power. Relying excessively on a system as a grand external aid was unwise. One must utilize such resources to enhance oneself, transforming that power into one's own. Otherwise, should the system vanish or unforeseen circumstances arise, calamity would inevitably follow. After thoroughly clearing the warehouse of supplies, she secured the door and departed with Xia Tian, heading straight for her air raid shelter. An hour later, Han Qingxia collapsed onto the ultra-soft cloud sofa she had acquired from the mall. Opening a bottle of cola and heating up the exquisite steak and shrimp from the Michelin restaurant she had taken away the day before. Together, she and Xia Tian settled in front of the massive television to watch the latest news. Breaking news! Breaking news! This morning witnessed a surge of violent incidents. We now turn to our correspondent on-site for further details. In a live broadcast, a reporter approached a cordoned-off area, following the camera closely. In his frame, Chapter 12. The nationwide collapse. It was precisely near the hotel from which Han Qingxia had fled earlier that morning. The bar street was cordoned off with large warning tape. Within the barricade, police officers were desperately deploying smoke bombs and other dispersal devices to drive away the surrounding crowd and suppress the riot, but their efforts proved largely futile. Amidst the thick smoke, the heads of the crowd surged, punctuated by sporadic screams. Vehicles lay overturned or smashed, with emergency service vehicles trapped in the epicenter, leaving medical personnel seemingly lost. Evidently, in the aftermath of the incident, a throng had attempted to escape but found themselves trapped. "Leave, quickly leave," shouted the officers at the edges of the cordon, urging those who tried to approach. The scene was indeed gruesome. Reporters observed the chaos with a mixture of concern and urgency. Unsure of the cause, they resolved to interview eyewitnesses. At that moment, a wounded individual emerged from the smoke, prompting a reporter to rush towards him with his camera. "Sir, do you know?" A chilling scream interrupted him, causing the camera to shake violently, as if the cameraman behind him had also come under attack. When the camera fell heavily to the ground, everyone witnessed the reporter being knocked down by the fleeing crowd, blood gushing forth and splattering the lens. The screen went static, and the live interview was abruptly cut off. At home, viewers watching the news broadcast were left in shock by the unfolding scene. Han Qingxia regarded the halted local broadcast with a slight arch of her brow. She had withdrawn just in time. Had she delayed even a moment longer, her escape would have been far less fortunate. She clicked the remote, switching to the next channel, the provincial television station. At that moment, the provincial station was airing a previously prepared news segment. The latest updates were lagging behind. While the local station could broadcast live news, the provincial station had yet to catch up. After reporting an economic update, the host continued with a cheerful tone about flu warnings. Due to the ongoing flu outbreak, we urge everyone to limit outdoor activities to avoid cross-infection. Suddenly, a bloodied staff member burst onto the set, collapsing onto the host's desk. Once down, he lay motionless. The host's face, which had remained calm and composed, now displayed panic and bewilderment. Attempting to catch the director's eye, he seemed to witness something horrifying, fear overtaking his expression. "Director, cut!" He barely managed to utter into his earpiece before the man sprawled across the desk lunged forward. Ah! A piercing scream followed, and the screen went blank, displaying a no-signal message. Such occurrences were happening across numerous television stations. Some erupted sooner than others. Those that had experienced an early outbreak had long lost their signal, replaced only by static snow, while others allowed their viewers to witness the chaos live. On this day, all institutions fell one after another. Beep, beep, beep. Han Qingxia flipped through several channels, discovering that aside from a few stations airing pre-scheduled animations and dramas, all others were met with black screens. Soon, the interrupted signals were redirected to the national channel. A stark black background displayed an urgent message. Emergency notice. A widespread attack has occurred nationwide. All citizens are advised to remain indoors. All universities are suspended, and all businesses are closed. Secure your doors and windows. Await rescue. Await rescue. The national station severed all signals to broadcast this unified announcement, reiterating await rescue 3 times. Han Qingxia was all too familiar with this scene. During the outbreak of the apocalypse in her previous life, television stations had issued similar announcements. Initially, the populace believed the content of these announcements, confident that the crisis would soon be averted. Little did they know, it was a catastrophic blow. The zombie virus was utterly insurmountable. The only course of action was to seal everything off and eliminate all infected individuals, even those with the slightest wounds. By the time the authorities realized the extent of the outbreak, the zombie virus had fully erupted. Ultimately, they abandoned comprehensive rescue efforts, leaving local populations to fend for themselves. As time passed, no further announcements were made, and the national machinery disintegrated. When the citizens finally comprehended the reality of their situation, their food supplies had already been exhausted. No one would proactively deliver resources to them. It was then that they truly grasped the onset of their apocalypse, compelled to scavenge for supplies themselves. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had been remarkably fortunate. Witnessing the mutations at the frontline hospital during the outbreak, she understood the horror of the zombie virus. Upon returning, she immediately urged her family to secure the doors and windows, refusing to open for anyone. This timely action allowed them to evade the initial chaos of the zombie outbreak. The community around them had erupted in screams for 3 consecutive days and nights. Every household that dared to open their doors was annihilated. Gradually, they discovered a pattern. Silence and sealed windows could temporarily stave off the zombies, while others huddled in fear. Han Qingxia decisively ventured out to procure supplies while the zombies were still relatively weak and most residents remained oblivious. Armed and wrapped securely, she cautiously raided the community supermarket for resources, returning safely without incident. However, upon her return, her family hesitated to open the door, fearing she had been infected. It was only after confirming she bore no injuries and had returned laden with supplies that their demeanor shifted, surrounding her with newfound admiration. During this time, Han Qingxia treated them as true kin, sharing supplies and imparting strategies for dealing with zombies. While others hesitated, she led her family on several successful expeditions to gather resources. Many households had already exhausted their provisions, and witnessing Han Qingxia's actions, they gradually began to emulate her, marking the onset of the second phase of the apocalypse, the scramble for supplies. Soon, the local stores were stripped bare. Throughout this process, a considerable number of residents perished. Han Qingxia remained vigilant and cautious, even fiercely repelling several neighborly incursions for resources, ensuring her family's safety until rescue vehicles finally arrived. The third phase of the apocalypse: rescue. Han Qingxia learned from the radio that the rescue vehicles were on their way and resolutely led her family to the designated rescue point. At that time, her family was reluctant to leave, believing that with Han Qingxia present, they were safe enough at home. Chapter 13. Reinforcing the base. The radio broadcast concerning the rescue convoy did not indicate their precise location, nor did it guarantee their immediate arrival to save them. Instead, it merely announced a singular route for assistance. The authorities communicated several relatively safe areas where residents should gather, assuring that the rescue vehicles would transport them once they passed through. Such a situation was fraught with peril, particularly as the Han family realized that the rescue point was quite distant. Their resistance only intensified. What if they encountered trouble along the way? The elderly and the pregnant would be at great risk. Han Qingxia, however, endeavored to persuade them with heartfelt reasoning, urging them not to succumb to the temptation of fleeting comfort. By reaching the rescue point, they would secure their safety. There would undoubtedly be government-provided sustenance, ensuring that Han Ying's wife could give birth safely, and that the elderly matriarch of the Han family would have a secure place to reside. Most importantly, Han Qingxia surmised that this wave of rescue efforts would not persist indefinitely. They needed to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, there would be no one willing to help them later on. After much deliberation, the Han family resolved to heed Han Qingxia's counsel and gather their belongings for departure. In truth, all of Han Qingxia's predictions proved accurate. They managed to catch the final and only wave of rescue. Subsequently, urban rescues were entirely abandoned due to the overwhelming number of zombies. The situation became unmanageable, only allowing for the evacuation of a limited number of individuals before establishing a secure zone as a base. This base would serve as a stronghold for humanity's resistance against the undead, marking the fourth stage of the apocalypse, the era of base civilization. Their early incorporation into the base was indeed a stroke of fortune. Not only did they have access to free supplies in the initial phase, but they were also provided with housing at no cost. Those who joined later would be required to relinquish all their possessions and find their own shelter. The later they entered, the more dire their circumstances would become. It could be said that Han Qingxia had consistently followed the right path. Yet, her sole misstep was treating the Han family as kin, expending her heart and soul in their service, only to be unceremoniously cast aside to fend off the zombies. It was in that moment of betrayal that Han Qingxia finally awakened. One must learn to truly love oneself and mature. She should never have aspired for that which did not belong to her. The notion of family had merely been a figment of her imagination. After a harrowing escape through a sea of corpses and blood, Han Qingxia found herself in another base, her mindset irrevocably transformed. She no longer sought love or the affection of others. She became utterly cold and rebellious at her core. In the fifth stage of this apocalypse, the rise of supernatural abilities, she emerged as the singular captain of the self-defense team without any powers of her own. Standing firm among a throng of endowed individuals, she even led her team to victory time and again. It was widely acknowledged that had Han Qingxia possessed even a modicum of supernatural ability, not only would she have commanded the self-defense team, but she could have governed the entire base. Her strength lay within herself. However, as the situation deteriorated, the conflict between humans and zombies grew increasingly complex, with the fractured bases descending into chaos. The abundance of people fostered treachery and deceit, and ultimately, Han Qingxia met her demise amidst a zombie siege at her base. Resolute, she thought, I will never set foot in another's base again. Rubbing her temples, she sifted through the memories of her past life. The segregated bases were not sanctuaries for humanity. Devoid of rules and regulations in the early stages, they flourished in barbarism. They were far from a paradise for ordinary individuals. They represented the ruthless survival of the fittest. Few bases genuinely fostered a relatively peaceful existence for their inhabitants. Initially, Han Qingxia had gained notoriety for her fierce demeanor within the base, gradually elevating herself to a position where others dared not provoke her. Survival necessitated a certain ruthlessness. "This is my base," she declared, surveying the air raid shelter she had constructed, her eyes gleaming with determination. She was resolute in her endeavor to fortify her base, transforming it into her true iron fortress. After confirming that all other channels were rendered useless and devoid of pertinent information, she rose to further reinforce her stronghold. She recalled that her period of fortification rewards had yet to expire. Having nourished herself, Han Qingxia took Summer to her garden, designating an area where she constructed a makeshift pen for chickens and ducks using branches and dead which she had recently gathered. Once the enclosure was completed, she waved her hand, ushering in the 20 or so chickens and ducks she had previously acquired. She also arranged a separate pen for 2 young goats. Ding! Detected poultry and livestock. Reward: health and reproductive capabilities of livestock and poultry elevated to the maximum. Immune to disease forever. Han Qingxia gasped in astonishment as she observed a hen clucking contentedly and laying a warm egg before her eyes. What a remarkable boon! She pressed on. Han Qingxia then sought an area near her orchard, primarily assessing the proximity to the water source. Finding a low-lying spot near her well, she commenced the excavation of a pond. Digging a pond was labor-intensive, and she toiled alone throughout the day, ultimately shaping a pond of moderate size. Once the excavation was complete, she carved a waterway from her well, and as the channel opened, water surged forth. After filling the pond, she triumphantly released fish and shrimp into the water. To prevent her shrimp from being preyed upon by the fish, she devised a partition to separate the two. Ding! Detected fish pond and shrimp pond. Reward: health and reproductive capabilities of fish and shrimp elevated to the maximum. Immune to disease forever. Initially, Han Qingxia harbored concerns regarding her ability to successfully raise fish and shrimp, fearing her lack of expertise. To her surprise, the system had streamlined everything for her. With such a reliable system, she could charge ahead, confident that the rest was being expertly managed. After arranging her chickens, goats, fish, and shrimp, Han Qingxia seized the opportunity to fortify her base further. Having been a captain of the self-defense team in her previous life, she possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding infrastructure and security. Her fundamental defensive structures were already in place, featuring high-voltage barbed wire, razor blades, heavy iron gates, and basic air raid shelter defenses. Now, it was essential to incorporate some offensive measures. While she could not acquire large-scale offensive installations, digging simple traps was certainly within her capabilities. Instructing Summer to watch over the home, Han Qingxia ventured 500 meters into the forest beyond the barbed wire to set up traps. Should intruders approach, they would inevitably fall into the traps, signaling their need to retreat. Han Qingxia dedicated an entire day to excavating 10 trap pits, considering nearly all the accessible paths that could lead intruders to her domain. Once the traps were completed, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding! Detected traps 10. Reward: trap attack power increased 100-fold. Before she could revel in her success, another sound followed swiftly. Ding! Base's fundamental defenses completed. Commencing evaluation. Chapter 14. Raising dogs. The foundation of security has been completed. The foundation of storage has been completed. The foundation of energy has been completed. The foundation for sustainable agricultural and livestock productivity has been achieved. The configuration of combat power. Base War Dog 1. Completion rate 50%. Reward: Grade A gift pack. Congratulations on a 100% increase in overall base security. Precision Bow Crossbow Tower 1. Short arrows, 100 barrels. The most advanced high-function armored vehicle 1. Fuel 1,000 tons. As the system rewards descended, Han Qingxia's base underwent a remarkable transformation once more. The electrified barbed wire and gate had doubled in height and thickness, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Above her air raid shelter, a tower-like arrow tower had emerged. She now possessed an additional 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a splendid, luxurious armored vehicle. Han Qingxia promptly brought her armored vehicle out. The camouflaged, oversized armored vehicle gleamed with a steely ferocity in the sunlight. She eagerly climbed inside to test it out. Having driven military vehicles in her previous life, She was well acquainted with armored vehicles, yet she had never operated one of such exceptional quality, with extraordinary off-road capabilities and defensive features. The armored vehicle was equipped with a small-caliber flame cannon, using fuel for both the engine and cannon. The system-enhanced tires were sturdier than steel tracks. It also possessed agility and speed, with a body strength 100 times that of ordinary armored vehicles. The vehicle was adorned with concealed panels, which, upon one-touch activation from the driver's seat, would envelop the entire armored vehicle in protective armor. Han Qingxia could charge through hordes of zombies with this vehicle without concern. Indeed, it was the most advanced and powerful armored vehicle, unmatched in the market. What a treasure! After taking a tour and familiarizing herself with the vehicle's capabilities, Han Qingxia reluctantly exited her formidable war machine. Upon disembarking, she hurried to her newly constructed aero tower. Inside her air raid shelter, a two-story staircase had been added. Ascending the staircase, she entered the newly rewarded precision bow crossbow tower. 8 elongated windows presented perfect sniper vantage points, encompassing a radius of 1,000 meters around her air raid shelter. A 360-degree rotating precision bow crossbow occupied the center of the tower, with 10 barrels of short arrows neatly arranged beside it, each containing 100 steel-tipped, barbed wooden arrows. Han Qingxia picked up an arrow, loading it onto the crossbow and aiming at a bird within her territory. Whoosh! The short arrow sliced through the air. Thud! A bird perched at the edge of her air raid shelter fell lifelessly to the ground, pierced through by the arrow. The sound was nearly inaudible, yet its penetrating power was formidable, an ideal weapon for the apocalypse. Han Qingxia exerted some effort to retrieve the barbed arrow, recognizing its sustainable value. Every resource must be conserved. Content. She walked back with Xia Tian. Observing her increasingly fortified base, she could not help but recall the system announcement of rewards. She had merely attained a grade A reward. What greater rewards might await her upon achieving a higher completion rate? Her thoughts drifted to the incomplete aspect of her combat power configuration, which stood at only 50. For she had only one dog, Xia Tian. Did this imply that she needed to acquire more dogs? It seemed she must seek opportunities to adopt several more in the future. Let us go, Xia Tian, back to eat. Woof, woof, woof. Han Qingxia returned to her fully upgraded air raid shelter with Xia Tian. After a hearty meal, she began browsing the internet. It was now the third day since the onset of the apocalypse. The internet still functioned. Following the zombie outbreak, the city's water supply was swiftly compromised, with countless corpses floating atop the water treatment plant's reservoir, contaminating the water source almost immediately. Electricity, however, persisted somewhat longer. In smaller cities, where the power supply system was inadequate, electricity vanished almost instantaneously after the outbreak, while more developed systems could last from 1 to 6 months. Han Qingxia recalled that in her previous life, City A had maintained power for 3 months. Only after the power was lost did the internet follow suit. Of course, as time progressed, few people remained online. The initial survivors possessed some resources with water and food, and aside from browsing the web, had little else to occupy themselves. A week later, as supplies dwindled, the urgency of survival eclipsed the desire to connect online. Help! I'm trapped in my bedroom, and my parents are desperately banging on my door. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I've finished my last bottle of soda. Who will save me? Does anyone know the owner of apartment 101 in the Prosperous Garden community? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days. I am desperate to know her condition. Wah! I have run out of my last bit of water, and though I still have some snacks, what shall I do without water? Wasn't there supposed to be rescue? I've been waiting for 3 days, but no help has come. On the third day of the apocalypse, the hallways echoed with cries, and the refrigerator was nearly empty. My father insisted I venture out to find food for my younger siblings, threatening to cast me out if I refused. At my age, I must contribute to the family. The elderly and the young all depend on me. Everyone, wish me good luck. Go for it, ching ching. Han Qingxia perused a multitude of posts and noticed one by a girl named Desire for Eternal Sunshine. She opened the girl's record page. Before the apocalypse, the girl had shared her life experiences, and Han Qingxia noted that she too had lost her mother early on, her father remarried, and soon after, her stepmother bore her a younger brother and sister. Consequently, she had become invisible within her own home. Fortuitously, her family managed to evade the initial chaos of the apocalypse by staying indoors, but soon their food supplies dwindled. At such a time, what other outcome could there be? Surely, she would be sent out. It was remarkable that despite being sold, she remained optimistic and foolishly compliant. Han Qingxia observed that the girl's latest post was just 5 minutes old, and she typed a message on the screen. First, arm yourself. Wear the thickest and sturdiest clothes at home. Wrap your hands and feet with tape 3 times, don a helmet, and carry a bag. Designate a route, aiming for the nearest convenience store. Do not stray elsewhere. If there are shovels or baseball bats at home, use those as weapons. Avoid the bedboard and kitchen knives, as knives cannot penetrate zombies, and once embedded, they cannot be retrieved. If you encounter zombies, strike their heads. Their weakness lies in their craniums. Do not fear them. In these early days, overcoming fear is the key to defeating them. Upon completing her final sentence, Han Qingxia pressed the send button. Chapter 15. Strengthening physical fitness in this young girl. Han Qingxia glimpsed a reflection of her former self. Generously, she imparted a wealth of experience to her. However, whether the girl would heed her advice and whether she could truly grasp it lay solely within her fate. After sending this message, Han Qingxia commenced her physical training at the base. Her ambition was to elevate her physical capabilities to the pinnacle she had once achieved in the past. As she began her regimen, a sound echoed in her mind. Ding! Superlord system activated. Limited time, 10 days. Host combat power enhancement will yield rewards. Final rewards will be rated based on completion. Han Qingxia. With renewed vigor, she intensified her training. This time, she was determined to achieve a perfect completion rating. Roar, roar, roar. Inside her air raid shelter, Han Qingxia engaged in an intensely militarized physical training routine. 354, 355, 356, 360. After completing 360 sets of physical exercises, drenched in sweat, she felt as though her body might crumble. She was utterly drained, having pushed herself to the limit. Yet, amidst this exhaustion, she could distinctly sense her boundaries being shattered time and again. She was growing stronger. This rigorous regimen had been taught to her by her most loyal subordinate, Su Xiaoyang, during her time at the base. He was a former soldier who had come to City A for rescue efforts during the apocalypse, only to be abandoned during the operation. His comrades perished, leaving him to wander alone to the Earth base, where Han Qingxia rescued him. He had always been taciturn, preferring action over words, making him Han Qingxia's most invaluable asset. Numerous teams sought to lure him away, but he remained steadfastly loyal, a trait common among soldiers. Once he pledged allegiance to Han Qingxia, betrayal was inconceivable. Tragically, he later sacrificed himself in front of her amidst a zombie siege. As Han Qingxia finished her physical training, memories of her past life flooded her mind. However, her trajectory had shifted. The people and events of her previous life were no longer within her reach. One must be content. This life had the summer to offer. Exhausted, she took a shower, during which she steamed a pot of rice using a rice cooker, heated 10 self-heating meals in the microwave, and fried 5 mouth-watering eggs. After a shower, she piled all the dishes atop the rice, opened a bottle of cola, and settled down at her computer to eat. With her substantial consumption, she needed to replenish her energy. She had an abundance of supplies, including sustainably produced eggs, chicken, and fish, allowing her to eat as she pleased. When she opened her computer to find a movie to watch, she noticed several messages had arrived in response to her previous post. I followed your advice and sneaked through the least populated garden in our community. Indeed, I encountered no zombies. I have successfully reached the convenience store, and I just filmed 3 people. I was terrified. Fortunately, there was no one inside. I filled a bag with supplies. Heading back now. Thank you, Brother Qingxia. Seeing the term Brother Qingxia, Han Qingxia chuckled softly. Her online name was Qingxia, and it seemed she was perceived as male. She pondered briefly, then located her private messaging section to send a reply. Don't go home. Block the convenience store door and stay in the employee storage room. There are provisions and water, and convenience stores are usually well located. The zombie virus outbreak occurred in the morning, And while it may appear that there are many zombies on the streets, they are not as numerous as they seem. In the apocalypse, it is the crowds of people that one must avoid, not the zombies. By barricading the convenience store entrance and hiding in the narrow storage area. With food and water on hand, she would be among the first to evacuate when rescue vehicles arrive. The residential areas filled with people are the real danger. Numerous lurking zombies are hidden in every corner of the residential districts, and when someone emerges in search of supplies, it will trigger a massive zombie crisis in the neighborhood. The key to safety is to escape the crowds. However, Han Qingxia received no further replies to her warning. Perhaps the girl returned home, fortunate enough to reach her house, or tragically perished on the way. She chose not to dwell on it and instead found a light-hearted movie to enjoy while eating, downloading all available films, TV series, and novels for future entertainment. After finishing her meal, Han Qingxia took a leisurely stroll outside with her pet, Summer, to inspect the surroundings of her base and tend to her chickens, ducks, vegetables, and sheep. Upon returning, she resumed her training. The workout continued into the deep of night, and utterly fatigued, she retired to rest. The following morning, she awoke and began her physical training, distinctly feeling her strength and endurance had increased. Though her muscles ached, she gritted her teeth and completed her routine before showering and preparing her meal. Once again, she prepared a large pot of rice. But today's feast featured roasted chicken and military hot pot, delicacies procured from a recent raid on a large supermarket. Stored in her space, none had spoiled. With a splash of water and a flick of the switch, the military hot pot simmered with an array of ingredients: beef slices, shrimp, various meatballs, and a medley of mushrooms and vegetables. This was a 4-person serving, yet Han Qingxia devoured it all, complemented by several delectable fried eggs from her coop, which now yielded about 20 eggs daily. Having feasted heartily, she leisurely enjoyed a cup of charcoal-brewed yogurt to aid digestion. With further training ahead, she savored her meal. At this moment, who could match Han Qingxia's contentment? While others struggled to fill their bellies, she was indulging and preparing for her next workout. After turning off a half-watched movie that no longer captivated her, she browsed the forums and discovered her previous comments had garnered significant attention. Within a day, her post received over 10,000 likes, with numerous users praising her as a master and requesting more insights. Some even speculated whether she was affiliated with the authorities due to her detailed knowledge. Han Qingxia paid no heed to the chatter, but she did notice a response from the original poster, a girl named Qingxing. "Brother Qingxia, I made it home safely. Thank you." Upon reading this, Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. This girl had indeed returned home. Choosing not to respond, she observed that the girl had just posted an entirely new update. Today marks the 4th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 16. The family's demise this morning at 6:55. I express my gratitude to Brother Qingxia for his guidance yesterday. I successfully ventured outside to procure provisions. I managed to gather 20 packs of instant noodles, a 4.5L jug of water, 10 bags of bread, 5 packs of ham, and 7 bars of chocolate. My father and stepmother commended my efforts, while my younger brother claimed that had he ventured out, he would have certainly amassed more, albeit less expensive items. At 7:30 this morning, alas, my brother is resolutely insisting on going out, and my father insists I accompany him. I find myself at a loss for words. The outside world is perilous, and I dread the thought of returning. Today at 7:42, once more, I must set forth. My father urged me to seize the opportunity while the crowds are sparse and to procure additional supplies, instructing me to take my brother along to gather more resources. I am about to embark on my journey. May fortune favor me. Han Qingxia perused her 3 recent posts, which had garnered an overwhelming amount of comments. A multitude praised her, while others criticized her brother, and yet another group sought her advice. After a cursory glance, she noticed a young girl had sent her numerous messages in private. However, she refrained from responding and simply saved the post, treating it as if she were witnessing a live broadcast. After enjoying the performance, she resumed her physical training. With a 10-day enhancement period, every minute must be utilized to its fullest. She began her routine with a long run around the perimeter of the base, warming up while surveying her territory for anomalies, ensuring that her traps remained undisturbed. Once satisfied that all was in order, she returned to the base to continue her physical training. Each movement was executed with the intention of pushing her limits. Within 3 minutes, beads of sweat began to form all over her body. After 5 minutes, she was drenched, each muscle aching as she teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Han Qingxia strived to maintain each training set for just 1 second longer. Fortunately, her regimen was scientifically sound and effective, with carefully timed rest intervals incorporated between sets to prevent overexertion. During this almost monastic and intense training process, her physical endurance improved drastically. After 5 hours of rigorous exercise, she concluded her session, took a hot shower, and savored a meal consisting of 10 bags of prepared food. With energy expended, she replenished herself, converting the intake into a part of her robust physique. Upon opening her computer, Han Qingxia noticed a new update on the post she had saved, posted merely a minute ago. "I'm going insane. After enduring countless challenges with my brother to return, nearly facing death multiple times due to his antics, we were fortunate that the zombies on that route were few. However, upon our return, I discovered he had sustained an injury. He refused to admit it until I noticed his finger was blackened, at which point he confessed to being scratched by a zombie. What should I do now?" Attached was an image displaying her brother's finger, the skin broken and turning a purplish hue. Commoners quickly advised her to expel him as he might mutate. Han Qingxia responded with a single comment: "Kill him, quickly." After sending her message, she received a swift reply. "Brother Qingxia, you have finally responded. I just conveyed the suggestions from the commoners to my father and stepmother. They have amputated his finger, asserting that the injury is small and will not be problematic." Han Qingxia felt an overwhelming urge to curse at their foolishness, urging them to leave immediately. After sending her message, she received no further replies. Holding her spoon, she stared at the screen for a full 15 minutes, allowing her rice to grow cold without receiving any updates. The mutation period for zombies ranges from 1 to 10 minutes. Those with weaker constitutions may succumb to transformation in roughly a minute, while the stronger, more resilient individuals might endure for up to 10 minutes. The notion of merely amputating the bitten area is ludicrous. The zombie virus integrates into the bloodstream instantaneously, rapidly contaminating the entire body, leaving no chance for survival. Han Qingxia could almost foresee the girl's grim fate. Her brother would likely begin with labored breathing, followed by a rapid onset of coldness, pallor, and rigidity within mere seconds. If he were to be killed at that moment, they might still have a chance to survive. However, her biased father and doting stepmother would undoubtedly prevent her from taking action. Their hesitation for those critical seconds would seal their doom together with him. Shaking her head, Han Qingxia closed the forum entirely and sought out a light-hearted family drama to watch while she ate. She had extended help to that girl before. Had she merely listened, taking refuge in the convenience store and severing ties with others, or decisively eliminated her brother, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Yet in this world, 99% of people are trapped in webs of oppression, unable to break free, and even when faced with intense reluctance, they leap into their own pits of despair without hesitation. Foolishness reminiscent of her previous life. Fortunately, in this lifetime, she would not repeat past mistakes. Anyone who dares to oppress her will meet their demise. Living with abandon, doing as she pleases, she aims to embody her true self in this apocalyptic world. Han Qingxia ceased her forum browsing. After finishing her meal, she resumed her training. She began with some digestive exercises, and once her stomach settled, she elevated her training intensity. 7 days passed in a flash. Han Qingxia's recent days consisted of training, bathing, eating, and training again. Out of the 24 hours in a day, she dedicated 18 hours to training. Her regimen was scientifically structured, and under professional guidance, she found herself invigorated by her exertions. Her physical condition visibly improved. Previously, running 10 kilometers left her breathless, yet now she could accomplish it without breaking a sweat. Her strength had doubled. Once capable of lifting 100 pounds of rice, she now managed it with one hand. In terms of combat skills, she had reached her previous peak. Unarmed, she could dispatch 5 burly men simultaneously. With weapons, she could deliver a fatal blow in a single strike. After concluding her training for the day, Han Qingxia savored some braised beef. Utilizing the 500 pounds of fresh beef she had stockpiled before the apocalypse, she flavored it with an array of spices, cooking it in a pressure cooker. After it absorbed the flavors, she sliced it and enjoyed it with dipping sauce. The braised beef was simply delectable. Of late, her appetite had grown increasingly discerning. She had no desire for the prepared meals or instant noodles she had once purchased. Who would choose those makeshift options when fresh and delightful food was available? Thankfully, Han Qingxia had ample supplies to indulge herself without concern. She relished the braised beef while preparing a large pot of bone broth, simmering it with just a pinch of salt, exclusively for Summer. Whatever she consumed, Summer would enjoy as well. Together, they feasted heartily within the confines of the base. Meanwhile, the outside world had already undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 17. The Urban Cataclysm. It is now the 10th day since the onset of the apocalypse. A stark contrast to the initial days of chaos. The radio's rescue announcements have ceased, and national communications have come to a standstill. The public's anxiety, compounded by nearly depleted food supplies, has reached its zenith. In recent days, residents have ventured out in search of sustenance, only to meet grim fates, either succumbing to starvation or falling prey to the undead. With desperation gnawing at their resolve, the once dreaded zombies have become a less formidable threat. However, this new wave of scavenging has led to a dramatic increase in the zombie population. Very few manage to return unscathed from their foraging endeavors. Of every 10 who venture out, 9 meet their demise. This is noyist. Initially paralyzed by fear and inexperience, people were reluctant to confront the zombies directly. The undead now roam freely, often ambushing the unwary in their quest for food. Should one encounter a horde, it is tantamount to a death sentence. As hunger grips both the living and the zombies, the latter have begun a frenzied invasion of human dwellings. For instance, oh no, my door can hardly withstand this onslaught. The cacophony of moans outside has grown increasingly deafening, with relentless pounding on his door. He has fortified his entrance with every available object, yet he remains trapped within the innermost room. Why can they still find me? He laments. I still have food. Is there anyone who can help? I am willing to trade my supplies. Han Qingxia, witnessing a rather appealing young man conducting a live rescue broadcast, notes his profession as a food vlogger. No wonder he has an abundance of provisions, courtesy of numerous sponsors and his own culinary evaluations. His stockpile is indeed substantial, and his reclusive lifestyle has rendered him exceptionally fortunate amidst the zombie crisis. Alas, the misfortune lies in his residence, a youth apartment where nearly every tenant has transformed into a ghoul. Zombies lurk outside his door, and after several days of panic, he has finally heeded the advice of online viewers to reinforce his front entrance, retreating into the innermost suite to mask his scent. Yet now, the sounds of increasingly frantic banging on the door reverberate ominously. It seems the entire building's undead have congregated outside. After sending out a distress signal, he soon receives a response from a fitness instructor residing in the same building. I can rescue you, but you must share your food with me. Absolutely. The vlogger replies hastily. How will you reach me? I'm directly above you. I'll lower a rope from my window. You can grab it and I'll pull you up. Great. The vlogger promptly begins to gather his belongings, strapping a camera to his head to stream the unfolding events. Instant noodles, jerky, self-heating meals, and water are all laid out before him. The instructor instructs him to send the food up first to facilitate his own ascent. Come on. I'm not foolish. If I hoist all the food up without myself, how will I survive? The vlogger secures all his supplies onto his person. Just then, he hears the sound of his door being battered down. Quickly, I'm coming, he exclaims, glancing back to see the door splintering as an army of zombies crashes through. The undead, cloaked in shades of ashen gray, exhibit grotesque wounds, their entrails spilling forth like grotesque ribbons. Their skin clings tightly to their skeletal frames, some devoid of recognizable features, reduced to gory remnants. These zombies, starved for days, lunge toward him with ravenous intent. Who would not feel weak-kneed at such a sight? He slams the flimsy door to his bedroom shut and leaps onto the balcony. You must save me, grasping the rope that dangles above. He suddenly realizes he might be carrying too much weight. You're too heavy. The The instructor exclaims, nearly losing his grip. Quickly, let the food down separately. Absolutely not. We go together. The vlogger insists vehemently. In this perilous moment, relinquishing the food would certainly mean sacrificing his own survival. Then toss some food down. The vlogger, without hesitation, discards his water supply. Not enough. I haven't eaten in days. I lack strength. Throw more. The vlogger scoffs at the irony of a fitness instructor demanding food, while he himself risks starvation. After tossing more provisions overboard, he finally feels the instructor's grip stabilize him just as the door to his room bursts open. Pull me up. Quickly. He finds himself suspended in midair, his food dangling beside him. Separate me from the supplies. Pull me up first, then the food. No, the food must come with me. He understands the grim reality. Once the supplies are secured, he may very well be abandoned. In this era, sustenance equates to survival. You must trust me. Or you one team make it up. The vlogger hesitates, but before he can decide, a skeletal hand seizes his ankle. In a frenzy of panic, he struggles violently, the pain and fear propelling him to climb upward. I'll give you the food. I promise. In a moment of desperation, he resolves to part with his supplies. But it is too late. Sensing the scent of flesh, the zombies claw at the windowsill, desperately reaching for him. Some tumble down, while others manage to grasp the ledge, their numbers swelling as they trample over one another in a grotesque frenzy, all attempting to snatch the vlogger from above. With sharp claws piercing his skin, one agile zombie seizes his leg, and despite his desperate kicks, it wrenches him brutally, tearing his limb free. His other leg is quickly ensnared, ripped away until he is left with nothing but bloody stumps. The cacophony of his screams and the sight of his dismemberment incite the throngs of zombies below, who converge ravenously, attempting to scale the walls. Feed, feed, feed. The fitness instructor, witnessing this horror, abandons all thoughts of food. He loosens his grip, allowing the vlogger to plummet into the fray. As the vlogger descends, he finds himself engulfed by the ravenous horde below, swiftly consumed and torn apart amidst the chaos. Chapter 18. The warehouse was breached after watching the live broadcast. Han Qingxia's computer screen emitted a single beep before losing signal. This was not due to any gruesome content being banned, but rather the website server had crashed. The city still had power, and the internet remained functional. However, the servers scattered across the nation did not cease operations simultaneously. Some smaller servers located in the homes or offices of their administrators had already succumbed days before the apocalypse. Larger companies lacking management could hold out for a while longer. Yet, it was evident that this major video platform had succumbed to failure. This signified the gradual conclusion of the internet's revelry. In the time to come, there would be no more online outlets for emotional outbursts. They would have to confront the reality of the apocalyptic era. After closing the website, Han Qingxia opened her downloaded film library. Fortunately, she had managed to download all the resources available to her. Living alone from now on, she would have no issue passing the time with her stockpile of films. As she finished her meal and intended to pause the movie midway, her monitoring system emitted a series of alarming beeps. Han Qingxia promptly rushed to her monitoring console, where all her surveillance equipment was connected to her large computer. On the multitude of screens, a small, inconspicuous one in the corner lit up. Han Qingxia was momentarily taken aback by the footage displayed. It was the surveillance of her previously rented warehouse. On the day the apocalypse struck, Han Qingxia had taken away all the supplies from the warehouse, but had forgotten to dismantle the monitoring equipment. At that moment, the footage revealed the entrance to her warehouse being breached. The high-quality surveillance cameras she had purchased also captured the conversations outside. This woman rented the warehouse from me over half a month ago. I've seen delivery trucks coming in and out frequently. She must have supplies. One voice exclaimed, "But you rented it to her. Isn't it illegal to go in?" Another retorted, "What does legality matter now? Hurry and loot it." Exactly. If she has supplies, she should share them with us. With a loud crash, the warehouse door was forcefully opened. The former landlord, accompanied by a raucous crowd, stormed inside. But upon entering, they were met with a stark reality that rendered them speechless. "What the hell? It's so empty," one exclaimed. "Is this what you meant by a warehouse brimming with supplies?" The landlord, staring at the desolate space devoid of even a single cardboard box, repeated in disbelief, "This can't be. I distinctly saw trucks arriving daily. How could she have moved everything out? You must have misjudged. Just because trucks came doesn't mean everything was for her. A few packages and boxes. And she cleared all out? This is infuriating. We risked our safety coming here for nothing." Grumbling, the crowd departed, leaving behind their frustrations. Before leaving, the landlord, in a fit of rage, noticed the surveillance camera Han Qingxia had left behind and smashed it with a single blow. With a beep, one of Han Qingxia's cameras was gone. Witnessing this scene, she leaned back at her chair with satisfaction. She had anticipated that such an influx of people would set their sights on her, and she had adequately prepared by renting the warehouse. Otherwise, in the wake of the apocalypse, with humanity's darker instincts awakened, if many were to discover her stronghold, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted visitors. Better safe than sorry. Caution was paramount. Watching these intruders retreat in defeat brought her a sense of relief and amusement. However, being naturally meticulous, she felt a twinge of resentment towards the old landlord who had smashed her camera. She made a mental note of him. Chapter 19. The tide of escape. The following day, Han Qingxia supported herself on the ground with her elbows, her legs together, toes touching the floor, abdomen tightened, and every muscle in her body taut. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, cascaded down her forehead. She had maintained this plank position for nearly an hour. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, as if immersed in water. In just 10 short days, despite consuming 3 vats of rice daily, Han Qingxia had visibly slimmed down. However, this transformation was not merely in weight, but in posture. She had become significantly leaner, with defined muscle lines and a drastically reduced body fat percentage. Her abdomen now boasted visible abs, replacing the once soft and loose muscles with an explosive sense of power at her disposal. Simultaneously, her mental state underwent a profound transformation. Regular exercise invigorated her spirit. Han Qingxia, inherently a rebellious spirit, possessed a pair of bright, piercing eyes that starkly contrasted with the fearful and listless expressions of the ordinary people outside. Her gaze alone could dominate a crowd, embodying the distinction between a predator and a flock of sheep. Gritting her teeth, she persevered on the mat, her muscles feeling as heavy as lead. The intense soreness made the sweat on her brow fall like rain. It hurt. The pain was so intense that her muscles began to tremble. Yet, she could not relent. She must endure. Every additional second of perseverance represented a breakthrough in her physical capabilities, and more importantly, the reward time was drawing to a close. Just as her jaw began to ache and she felt herself approaching her limits, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Physical enhancement time has concluded. With a thud, Han Qingxia collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping for breath. It was over. She could finally rest. At that moment, not a single finger of hers could move. The agonizing exertion had yielded its rewards. Begin evaluation. Host physical enhancement, 100 complete. Speed enhancement, 100 complete. Endurance enhancement, 100 complete. Strength enhancement, 100 complete. Congratulations on receiving an S-level reward. Congratulations on doubling your physical capabilities. Doubling your speed, doubling your endurance, doubling your healing speed post-injury. Reward. Super Era Combat Technique 1. Live a long life without serious injury. Han Qingxia. Upon receiving her rewards, she immediately felt a dramatic change in her body. The fatigue that had drained her was instantly replenished. She was filled with an inexhaustible energy. Han Qingxia sprang to her feet, noticing a significant increase in her agility. Approaching her beloved armored vehicle outside the base, an overwhelming impulse surged within her to lift it. In fact, she did just that, grasping one side of the vehicle as frame. She planted her feet firmly and exerted her strength. Han Qingxia astonishingly lifted one corner of the state-of-the-art 8-8 armored vehicle by an inch. Do not underestimate that inch. This armored vehicle weighed over 20 tons. Testing her speed next, she sprinted at full throttle, easily achieving a level comparable to world champions. The limits of physical capability were typically marked by daunting barriers, yet the system's rewards had doubled her potential. Her strength and speed had reached the zenith of human physicality. Han Qingxia even felt that with the advent of supernatural abilities, her current state could rival those of ordinary speed and strength manipulators. This reward was genuinely commendable. After testing her newfound physical prowess, Han Qingxia entered her personal space. Inside, she discovered a volume on combat techniques. She eagerly opened it. As she perused several moves, her eyes lit up. Each technique was precise and lethal, targeting both human and zombie anatomy with a plethora of surprising tactics. It was no wonder this was touted as combat technology far beyond the current era. Each move encapsulated decades of wisdom from seasoned martial artists. Han Qingxia felt as if she had struck gold and immediately began her studies. 5 days passed in a flash. During this time, Han Qingxia remained steadfastly at the base, training relentlessly. Every morning, she adhered to her routine of mountain jogging, warming up before practicing her combat techniques. Meanwhile, the rice cooker prepared meals, and after dining with Xia Tian, she tended to the chickens, ducks, and sheep, ensuring they were well fed, while also checking on her vegetables and fruits. Her hens were remarkably productive, yielding around 20 eggs daily. Han Qingxia only took a few for her own consumption, leaving the rest for the hens to incubate. The vegetables in her garden thrived, and she anticipated that in another 10 days, the quick-maturing crops like leeks and bok choy would be ready for harvest. The base was flourishing, progressing splendidly. However, outside, the city was undergoing tumultuous changes once more. The previous evening, Han Qingxia stood atop her tower, surveying her surroundings and gazing towards City A. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the sparse lights in the city flickered, and, with a sudden pop, many extinguished, plunging into darkness. Power had been cut prematurely. In her past life, electricity had lasted much longer. This time, it had barely sustained for half a month. After all, the zombie virus had erupted earlier, and all unpredictable variables were shifting. Power plants were undoubtedly in ruins. Nevertheless, it seemed that this life posed far greater challenges than the last. Power was a fundamental resource. In her previous life, when natural gas was cut off, she had relied on electricity for cooking and daily sustenance. Moreover, she had relied on the motion sensor lights and surveillance outside to monitor the zombie situation at night. Now, with the loss of electricity, survival in the city had become exponentially more difficult. Standing on her tower, Han Qingxia could almost hear the piercing screams and the blaring of car horns from the city below. Boom, boom, boom. Through the infrared cameras, she spotted numerous vehicles speeding down the road at the far end of her shelter. They dashed frantically towards the city, pursued by a long line of zombies. In the darkness, many of the escaping vehicles collided, the sounds of crashes echoing sharply through the night. Half a month had sufficed for everyone to confront the grim reality, especially the fact that rescue would not arrive. Today, a citywide blackout would be the final straw for many, prompting a desperate escape from the city. Han Qingxia understood that a new wave of escape was imminent. The next morning, she returned to her tower to observe the scene outside. The road beyond her small path was littered with numerous accident sites, and the number of zombies roaming the main thoroughfares was on the rise. Some were gathered around the wreckage, feasting on corpses, while others aimlessly wandered nearby. A number had even strayed into her territory. Han Qingxia grasped her crossbow, ready to dispatch a particularly reckless zombie, but then paused. Chapter 20. Disposable audience, why bother killing zombies? They pose no genuine threat. Moreover, the presence of zombies wandering around her territory serves as a natural deterrent. Who would dare approach? With this thought in mind, Han Qingxia immediately abandoned her intention to shoot the zombies. Peering through her binoculars, she felt a twinge of regret at the sight of fewer zombies at the entrance of her base. If only there were more to completely block the road. Inspired by this notion, Han Qingxia devised a plan. Half an hour later, she drove her armored vehicle to the outskirts of her territory. Parking amidst the trees, she disembarked with Xia Tian and made their way on foot toward the road. As they ventured further, the scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Standing atop a ridge, she gazed down at the road below. Observing the scene up close was far more exhilarating than through the lens of her binoculars, particularly the stretch of road just outside the city. A multitude of vehicles fled from the city, each followed by a surging horde of zombies. These creatures seemed utterly oblivious to fatigue, sprinting with wild abandon toward the moving cars. Those unfortunate enough to encounter mishaps or slow down were quickly engulfed by the ravenous throng. The zombies swarmed over the vehicles like leeches, furiously battering the windows. Drivers found their vision obscured, and with a deafening crash, they collided with other cars. Once a vehicle toppled, the zombies became even more frenzied, clawing and devouring the occupants. Some fortunate vehicles, possessing enough durability, navigated the treacherous landscape, dodging wreckage as they screamed away from the city. The stretch of road beneath Han Qingxia's feet was relatively free of both accidents and zombies. A quick glance revealed only a few scattered wrecks and a handful of wandering zombies, which trailed any passing vehicles. As the situation settled, 3 cars sped by, drawing the majority of zombies away. Seizing the moment, she descended from the ridge, climbing down with agility. Xia Tian was significantly steadier than her. She landed near an accident site, where a middle-aged female zombie was trapped inside an overturned vehicle. Upon seeing Han Qingxia, the creature struggled fiercely to escape. Disheveled and filthy, her hair unkempt and her face gaunt, she bore a semblance of humanity. A skeletal hand adorned with a diamond ring reached out through the car's gap, attempting to grasp Han Qingxia. Yet, hindered by her seatbelt, the zombie was powerless. Han Qingxia glanced inside the vehicle, noting it was empty. Clearly, when disaster struck, her husband had abandoned her without unfastening his seatbelt, leaving this unfortunate soul to meet her fate, to maintain a semblance of dignity in her undead existence. Han Qingxia decided it was time for the creature to join her husband in the afterlife. With a swift motion, she dispatched the threat. After neutralizing the danger, she moved to the rear of the vehicle and grasped the tow bar. With a forceful yank, she dragged the abandoned car to the entrance of her road. A few zombies approached her, but Xia Tian sprang into action, swiftly dispatching them with ease. The silver lining of this zombie crisis was that it only infected humans, sparing animals. With the formidable strength of a German shepherd and enhanced abilities, Xia Tian made short work of the zombies, effortlessly dispatching them with a single swipe. "Don't kill them, Tian Ge, just maim them," Han Qingxia instructed. Obeying her command, Xia Tian spared one zombie from a fatal blow, merely tearing off its upper half. Han Qingxia observed the dismembered creature crawling forward, voicing its pitiful moans. Impressed, she acknowledged Xia Tian's remarkable execution of her orders. Together, they worked in harmony, Xia Tian handling the zombies while she towed the remaining wrecks to block the road thoroughly. Surveying the chaotic scene, she noted that any passerby would be deterred from entering. Furthermore, she directed Xia Tian to herd the remaining zombies toward her, transforming them into her guardians. As she engaged in this endeavor, several vehicles passed by, yet none paused to inquire. After all, this was the apocalypse. Everyone was focused solely on their escape, too preoccupied to concern themselves with others. Han Qingxia paid little mind to the fleeting vehicles. They were merely transient spectators in this dire play. To 99 of those who ventured onto this road, it was a one-way street, never to return. Having secured her path and organized the remaining zombies, Han Qingxia departed. Upon returning to the base with Xia Tian and sharing a shower, they heard alarms blaring from the surveillance system. She hurried to the tower, where her monitoring equipment had been set up for efficient observation. In the grid of screens, one camera, positioned to capture the furthest view of the road, was sounding an alert. Enlarging the image, Han Qingxia spotted a pickup truck laden with goods racing toward her recently barricaded road. The occupants seemed bewildered upon encountering the blockade, lingering for several seconds as the half-zombies were drawn to them. As they reversed slightly to evade the approaching creatures, they pressed the gas pedal once more, determined to break through. A chill ran through Han Qingxia. They were clearly intent on reaching her. Grabbing her crossbow, she aimed at the truck's tires, locking onto the target. With a swift release, the bolt flew, and the tire exploded. The occupants of the vehicle, startled by the explosion, lurched forward before halting. Shortly after, 4 or 5 burly men disembarked. Among them, Han Qingxia recognized a familiar face, the very agent who had rented her the shelter. "Are you sure it's safe in there?" one of the men asked. "Absolutely. It's a bomb shelter, and there's no one for miles." Hardly anyone knows this place. A month ago, I rented it to a girl from mushroom cultivation. Who knows? We might even find some mushrooms. Let us clear out the zombies, change the tire, and charge in. Chapter 21. The invasion in Han Qingxia's perspective, a group of burly men swiftly divided into two teams. One to eliminate the surrounding zombies, and the other to lift the vehicle, intending to change a tire. Brother Who, why does it feel like the zombies around here have already been dealt with? Indeed, why are they all only half done? Furthermore, were these vehicles dragged here? At that moment, one of the men preparing to change the tire shouted, Brother Who, wait, our tire has been shot to shreds. As his words fell, a sharp sound pierced the air. Boom! Another tire exploded. In that instant, anyone with a modicum of sense understood that something was amiss. They had entered someone else's territory. Brother Who, there's a big shot nearby. This is their domain. What should we do now? The tattooed giant, known as Brother Who, seized the intermediary, exclaiming, Damn it! What have you done? Wasn't it said that there was no one here? I truly recall only one woman had rented. Stop your nonsense. Could a single woman have orchestrated all this? I don't know. Perhaps it's already been taken over by others. The intermediary stammered, fear evident in his eyes. Get lost. Brother Who hurled him forward. With a swift motion, a short arrow flew through the air. The intermediary, already in a panic, stumbled and quickly tried to retreat. He had barely moved an inch when another arrow shot towards him. He rolled and crawled back toward Brother Who for cover. Brother Who, leading his group, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the precision of the arrows. They were swift, accurate, and silent. He had no idea from where they were being shot. If the intent was to kill them, evasion would be futile. Yet, simultaneously, they quickly deduced an important fact. I understand now. Her range is limited. Exactly. The farthest she can shoot is to the front tire. The group instantly grasped the situation. Otherwise, their adversary could not have only targeted their two front tires, nor would she have struck only when the intermediary was pushed forward. This was because that was her maximum range. Brother Who, what now? Leave? Wang Hu's fierce eyes glimmered with bloodlust. Leave? How could that be possible? Not only was their vehicle damaged and immobile, but even if they could flee, where could they go? They had to seize this place and eliminate its occupants to secure their own survival. He flung open the rear door and dragged out two disheveled women with unkempt hair. You two, march forward. Go. In Han Qingxia's crosshairs appeared two young women, both battered and bruised. They were herded forward like frightened lambs, bewildered and unsure of what to do. Having navigated the apocalypse herself, Han Qingxia was all too familiar with such scenes. Women, owing to their physical and psychological vulnerabilities, quickly became subservient to men in the wake of the apocalypse. The depths of human depravity flourished under dire circumstances. There were no limits to how low one could stoop. They were only constrained by imagination. Yet, Han Qingxia did not expect that merely half a month into the apocalypse, some could so swiftly challenge the boundaries of morality, treating women as less than human. TSK, TSK, TSK. The so-called righteous Han Qingxia could not bear to witness this. She prided herself on being the very floor of humanity's moral basement. And here are those even worse than herself. They were nothing but monsters. For those devoid of humanity, Han Qingxia withdrew her fingers from the crossbow. She removed a short arrow and affixed something to it. She had gifts to deliver. If you don't leave, I will abandon you here. Hey, zombies, move forward. Wang Hu urged the two girls onward, and upon seeing them enter the shooting range yet remain unscathed, his eyes brightened. Stop. Remain in place. Now he was certain that the occupants inside still held some semblance of morality, unwilling to harm innocent women. This meant they could exploit her. Brother Who, what is the plan now? Drag the vehicle out, change the tire, and let them pave the way. He ordered his men to swiftly tow the vehicle to safety, retrieve two spare tires from the supplies, and then bind the two women to the front of his vehicle. This was a clear message to their opponent. Should she dare to act, these two women would perish first. If she truly disregarded the women's lives, they could still escape immediately, but should they succeed, they would ensure her demise. In this apocalyptic era, the concept of morality was obsolete. Once they repaired the tires and secured their hostages atop the vehicle, they quickly climbed in. As they beheld Han Qingxia blocking the path, They charged forward with a roar. This time, they surged forth without impediment. To their astonishment, their adversary did not fire. As they reveled in their luck, whoosh, a short arrow, infused with fresh chicken blood, struck their pickup truck door with a resounding sound. The arrow pierced in at an angle, half lodged within their vehicle, the other half locking the door shut. Inside the vehicle, the occupants gasped in shock. Simultaneously, arrows struck both the inner and outer doors. Bang! Their tires were once again punctured, the vehicle spinning and screeching to a halt. Crimson blood splattered across the entire vehicle, the pungent scent of blood instantly turning them into the focal point for all nearby zombies. Every surviving zombie along the roadside converged upon them. They were trapped inside the vehicle like sardines in a can. Damn it, Wang Hu exclaimed. That inside is a treacherous schemer. She deceived us on purpose. Is there any way out now? The doors wouldn't budge, watching the approaching horde of zombies outside. Wang Hu decisively rolled down the window and began to climb out of the vehicle. He did not do so foolishly. He grabbed one of the women as a shield, crawling behind her the entire way. But just then, a half-eaten zombie on the ground seized his leg. With quick reflexes, Wang Hu shoved the woman aside and evaded. Whoosh! An arrow immediately shot toward his back. Wang Hu narrowly dodged it by instinct, realizing he could not afford to release the hostage. He needed to stay behind her and push inward. He pulled the woman back in front of him and sprinted toward the hidden bunker. After running about 1,000 meters along a narrow path, he indeed spotted a remarkably concealed shelter amid the trees. Before the bunker stood towering barbed wire, cameras, and an exceedingly sturdy iron door. Leaping over the barbed wire, he caught a glimpse of the vegetables being cultivated and the chickens and ducks being raised inside. He gazed in awe at the formidable defenses and comprehensive facilities within. This place had indeed been seized by a powerful figure. Someone must have anticipated the zombie disaster and secured this location in advance. This was inconceivable, but just as his mind raced with confusion, the woman clutched in his grasp suddenly bit down on his chest. Chapter 22. She is the boss they speak of through the crosshairs. Han Qingxia almost chuckled at the scene unfolding before her. She had long anticipated the woman's fate after being bitten. Thus, she had allowed Wang Hu to charge recklessly to her base's entrance. As she watched the woman transform before him, she relished the irony of the situation, a perfect example of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Indeed, the universe has a way of balancing the scales. No one escapes the consequences of their actions. With delight, she observed through the crosshairs, ready to assist anyone attempting to flee with a well-placed arrow. But they she referred to were the zombies. Han Qingxia was no benevolent savior. She harbored a vengeful spirit, a harbinger of chaos in this apocalyptic world. Those who dared to cross her would pay dearly. From her vantage point in the tower, she maintained control over the chaotic scene, her gaze settling on an individual still hiding within a vehicle. Remarkably, the agent remained steadfast, opting to cower in the car while others fled. Han Qingxia, unfazed, ready to short arrow, aiming it at the car window. Whoosh! Bang! The windshield of the pickup truck shattered under the force of her shot. The nearby zombies, having just finished feasting on others, turned their attention towards the sound, including Wang Hu and his fellow transformed companions. They surged towards the pickup, clawing desperately at the shattered glass to reach the lone survivor inside. At that moment, the occupant truly experienced suffocation, both physically and emotionally. Why had he brought them here? Perhaps he was the weakest link in this group, compelled to provide the most valuable resources or risk being cast aside. His mind raced back to the air raid shelter he had rented out a month prior. He recalled the girl who rented it, a young, naive entrepreneur with the absurd idea of cultivating mushrooms within its confines. He imagined that when their group stormed in, they would find an abundance of mushrooms and that captivating girl. If fortune favored him, perhaps she had not transformed into a zombie, thus adding a woman to their ranks, someone he could take advantage of. The girl, though foolish, was undeniably beautiful. He never anticipated that their ill-fated venture would lead to such a demise. He hadn't even laid eyes on her yet. Suddenly, amidst the throng of zombies, he caught sight of a figure in the woods, a girl standing defiantly, arms crossed, her expression icy as she regarded him. In that instant, Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He was the fool. That enchanting girl was the very boss they spoke of. She had been here all along. This territory belonged to her. Alas, it was too late for regrets, as the encroaching horde of zombies tore into him, ripping open his chest. Han Qingxia had driven the zombies outward, and she proceeded to retrieve her previously shot arrows, making her way to the rear of the pickup. With a wave of her hand, she gathered the supplies and returned triumphantly, considering it a fitting recompense for the foolishness of those who had crossed her. She even dragged the vehicle to the side, fortifying it as a barrier. This time, no one would breach her defenses. Upon returning to her base, she meticulously examined the spoil she had gathered. Chapter 23. New members in the back of that Group S pickup truck. There were a total of 20 large cardboard boxes. Inside, there were 10 boxes filled with instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box containing various meats and vegetables, and 1 box filled with gold. They hadn't even removed the price tags. It was evident that they had deliberately robbed a gold shop while passing by. Han Qingxia gazed at the substantial amount of gold, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds, and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. The human affinity for gold was truly ingrained in their very essence. However, their decision to bring gold was indeed wise, even in the apocalypse. The only currency of value was gold. She categorized these supplies and stored them in her warehouse, and in addition, she had seized a handgun, one of police caliber. It was clear that this group of thugs had plundered places they should not have. Han Qingxia considered herself a good person ridding the world of scum. After all, individuals with a strong sense of justice like her were becoming increasingly rare. Who wouldn't flee from such a mob? The normal reaction was to escape as swiftly as possible. Yet, she not only bravely fought back, repelling the enemy, but also thoughtfully provided them with a zombie meal package to prevent them from harming others. Otherwise, she could have simply scared them off, driving them out of her territory. There was no need for her to lure them deeper into her domain to ensure their demise. A person as bad, or rather, as just, as she was indeed a rarity. This bounty could be considered a reward for her courageous deeds. Otherwise, she could hardly bear to witness such injustice. Han Qingxia gladly accepted her spoils. Just then, a notification chime echoed in her mind. Ding! Base defense battle 1. Successfully defeated enemies 6 individuals. Seized 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations, you have earned 26 points. The system mall is now open. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled at the mention of the points mall. She was astonished to see a shopping interface emerge in her mind, filled with an array of supplies. There were food items, medicines, firearms, and resources for base construction. Each item came with its attributes. For instance, within the food section, there was an energy bar 1, which quickly replenished stamina to its full capacity. It could stave off hunger for 10 hours. Priced at 5 points. Bread 1, which rapidly restored stamina and could stave off hunger for 20 hours. Priced at 8 points. Yunnan Baiyao 1, effective for stopping bleeding and alleviating pain. Instant relief upon application. Priced at 20 points. She navigated to the weapons section, where an extensive assortment of guns and firearms was available. Each weapon offered additional damage and accuracy bonuses. Each item was a treasure. However, the prices were exorbitant. She currently possessed only 26 points. Han Qingxia gazed longingly at the offerings, feeling a growing anticipation for more intruders to invade her territory. At that moment, her surveillance monitor emitted another alarm. Han Qingxia approached her computer and observed the dimming sky outside. Several large vehicles had parked just beyond her view. The infrared camera captured a group of individuals disembarking from the vehicles. They surveyed their surroundings and proceeded to eliminate the nearby zombies. Han Qingxia felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that they were delivering themselves to her door so soon? She carefully monitored their actions through the camera, ready to strike should they invade her territory. But to her surprise, they only targeted zombies. On the roadside, they attracted all the nearby zombies and dispatched them before opening the rear doors to release a pack of dogs. In that moment, Han Qingxia couldn't discern their appearance or clothing, relying solely on the infrared sensor's heat signatures. One thing was certain. They had indeed unleashed a pack of dogs. After releasing the dogs, A dispute seemed to erupt among the individuals, but soon everyone returned to their vehicles, leaving the dogs behind. The pack, observing the departing vehicles, sprinted after them at full speed. In the infrared camera's view, the vehicle and the running dogs headed toward the city, leaving Han Qingxia puzzled. What would they be up to? The following morning, Han Qingxia rose early, as usual, to warm up. Even without system rewards, her warm-up routine must continue. As she prepared to jog along the perimeter of her territory, her surveillance camera triggered yet another alarm. This time, Han Qingxia connected her phone to the computer, allowing her to view all footage on her phone. As she glanced at her device, she saw a pack of dogs on the road outside the bunker. There were about 14 or 15 of them, each clad in uniforms. The dogs ran to the location where Han Qingxia had witnessed the peculiar scene the previous day. Coming to a halt, they circled anxiously, seemingly awaiting their owner's return. At that moment, a public announcement chimed at her phone. Ding! Rescue operation in City A has commenced. Rescue vehicles are entering City A. Survivors are advised to gather at the following assembly points. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia understood. The rescue team had passed by her door the previous day, along with her dogs. She drove her vehicle to the perimeter of her base. At this moment, the main road outside was clear of zombies, leaving a rare safe zone. A group of dogs stood at the entrance of Han Qingxia's territory, gazing longingly toward the city. The dogs' spirits appeared low. Each bore wounds. Some had been clawed, others bitten. Injuries on their abdomens were common, and all had missing pieces from their ears and tails. One dog, severely injured, had its hind legs torn, exposing a gruesome bone. It limped painfully, relying solely on its front legs as it dragged its injured hind legs, yearning toward the city. Han Qingxia exited her vehicle and, upon witnessing the condition of these 15 dogs, realized they must have pursued their owners into the city the night before, only to encounter hordes of zombies. Clearly, they had been unable to find their owners. They had faced peril and, after a fierce struggle, returned here, still hoping for their owner's return. In this world of chaos, everyone was helpless. Upon encountering her, they could follow her from now on. After bandaging all the dogs, particularly the one in the most critical condition, Han Qingxia resolutely exchanged Yunnan Baiyao from her system mall for it. Remember your new master's kindness, my dear. I spent 20 points to procure this medicine for you. From now on, be loyal to me, understand? I will never abandon you. As she murmured to the nearly lifeless dog, it seemed to comprehend her words, gazing back at her with eyes filled with a human-like understanding. Chapter 24. Abandoned again after Han Qingxia had bandaged the dogs, she presented them with fresh raw beef. Such delicacies. Upon sighting the food, the dogs excitedly pawed at the ground, but hesitated to approach. Go ahead, it's all for you, she encouraged. And only then did they rush forward, devouring the meat with fervor, revealing their prolonged hunger. However, they left a small portion untouched, each picking up a piece of meat before turning to sprint towards the exit. Han Qingxia was taken aback. Woof! Summer, witnessing the dog's intent to flee after their meal, dashed forward to reprimand them. Enhanced by the system, Summer's physique was twice that of these ordinary dogs, and his claws were tenfold sharper, exuding an aura as fierce as that of a king of beasts. The military dogs, intimidated by Summer's presence, huddled together, standing their ground. Observing this scene, Han Qingxia shook her head and approached Summer, urging him to let them go. Woof, woof, woof. Summer protested loudly, as if to say, these ungrateful dogs have devoured your food. No good dog should be spared. Han Qingxia affectionately patted Summer's head, opened the door, and released the dogs. As the door swung open, the pack cast a grateful glance at Han Qingxia before dashing out. Even the dog she had saved with her points clutched a piece of intact beef and joined its companions. Before departing, it circled around Han Qingxia, limping slightly as it followed. Han Qingxia retrieved an electric scooter from her space and followed Summer. The dogs returned to the place where they had been abandoned. Upon arrival, they placed the meat on the ground and emitted mournful howls towards the city, circling restlessly. They were still searching for their owners, and even after receiving food, their thoughts were with their previous masters. They even left a portion of the meal for them, despite their own hunger. Witnessing this poignant scene, Han Qingxia's typically indifferent heart was tugged. Indeed, Dogs were often more loyal than humans, especially military dogs. Once they recognized their owner, betrayal was unfathomable. At that moment, Han Qingxia embraced Summer's head, whispering, "Brother Tian, I am sorry for the past." "Woof," Summer responded, nuzzling against her, exuding warmth and affection towards his master. Despite not fully understanding her sorrow, Han Qingxia watched the dogs for a while before returning to her base with Summer. Later that night, she brought a bounty of food for the dogs and rebandaged their wounds. Summer, noticing this, grew increasingly displeased with the dogs. Woof, woof, woof. Each time he encountered them, he would bark fiercely, as if scolding ungrateful dogs, feasting on my master's generosity. The military dogs whimpered in response, not daring to retaliate. Yet they were especially affectionate towards Han Qingxia. Whenever she appeared, they would gather around her, lingering for a moment. 2 days passed in this manner. The military dogs stood vigil outside Han Qingxia's path, eagerly awaiting her return. Each time a vehicle approached, they would chase after it, only to return dejectedly upon realizing it was not their owner. In addition, they diligently cleared the nearby area of zombies, ensuring that none encroached upon Han Qingxia's territory. Observing the dogs' steadfastness, Han Qingxia continued to provide them with food and check their injuries daily before returning to her base. On the evening of the third day, after completing her tasks at the base, Han Qingxia came to check on the dogs and saw them racing ahead with excitement. She had never witnessed such enthusiasm before. Accompanied by Summer, she reached her usual lookout point and gazed ahead, spotting a row of green military vehicles emerging from the city. Realization washed over her. They had finally awaited their owners. The military dogs joyously sprinted towards the approaching vehicles, their presence surprising the occupants. One vehicle, trailing behind, came to a halt. A young man emerged from the driver's seat and embraced one of the dogs. The other dogs excitedly surrounded them, barking joyously. One dog dashed back to their former base, returning with a piece of meat. The young man was astonished by the fresh beef, but soon released the dogs, turning back towards his vehicle, as they had received orders from the base to prioritize space for survivors, abandoning the dogs as a consequence. This was a command, and they had no choice but to comply. The military dogs, witnessing this, lunged towards the green vehicles. From a distance, Han Qingxia could still hear the panicked shouts. "Ah, why are there dogs? Get away! Get away! There's a virus! The terrifying dogs! Ah, hurry!" The soldiers hastily reboarded their vehicles and sped off. The dog that had been embraced earlier lunged towards a young man, but instead of a warm welcome, it was met with the coldness of a vehicle door. The vehicle roared to life, quickly catching up with the others ahead. The pack of military dogs, seeing the cars depart, frantically chased after them, but alas, the distance only grew. By the time they returned, each one adorned with wounds, they no longer bore the glimmer of hope from earlier. They wandered aimlessly, lost without their owners. Such is the cruelty of the apocalypse. No one has a choice. If there was even a slight possibility, no one wished to abandon them. When it came to ensuring the greatest benefit, the base opted for humans over dogs. "Now, you should follow me." Han Qingxia appeared before them. "I promise, I will never abandon any of you. Trust me just this once." Han Qingxia was no savior, seeking not humans but dogs. The defeated pack gazed at the human that had appeared before them, a brief silence enveloping the group. Soon, the dog that Han Qingxia had spent considerable effort bandaging emerged from the pack. It circled around her and, with a soft whine, lay at her feet. Its action prompted the other dogs to rush towards Han Qingxia, surrounding her. As Han Qingxia escorted the military dogs back to her base, a familiar system notification resonated in her mind. Ding! 15 military dogs detected at the base. Loyalty at 100%. Reward: base dog health fully restored. Base defense doubled. 150 points. Upon hearing this notification, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. As she returned with the dogs, she noticed that the gates of her base had been reinforced. The barbed wire doubled in height, and the surfaces lined with sharp spikes. Her shelter's defenses had been upgraded, transforming it into a veritable fortress. Chapter 25. Expanding Territory. Additionally, Han Qingxia was pleasantly surprised to receive a batch of military dogs, along with a reward of 150 points. This was undoubtedly a profitable venture. She immediately opened the marketplace panel, scrutinizing the offerings available for exchange. The food section now displayed 10 items, ranging from energy bars to a super energy drink priced at 100 points, all designed to swiftly replenish stamina and provide satiety for hours to days. Han Qingxia had no particular need for food, but the medicine section had 2 new additions. In addition to the 20-point quick hemostatic Yunnan Bai Yao, there was a 50-point super bandage and a 100-point emergency pill. Intrigued, Han Qingxia clicked on these 2 medicinal items for further details. Super bandage adheres to all wounds, rapidly repairing them, including arteries. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "Wow. So if I were to cut my neck, this would still be effective." The emergency pill brought her even more joy. Emergency pill. As long as there is breath, it can bring one back to life. Han Qingxia remarked, "Amazing. Both of these items are incredibly powerful." As she continued to scroll down, her eyes fell upon an even more astonishing item, zombie virus suppressant. 100,000,000 points. A suppressant for the zombie virus? Could it be cured? After the initial excitement, she was met with the staggering price. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100 million. Forget it. With her meager 156 points, she wasn't even worthy of contemplating it. However, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with hope. The system marketplace held such extraordinary treasures. If she could acquire such an item, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. She rubbed her hands together, determined to amass the 100 million points needed for just one. She must prepare herself with a supply. After perusing the medicinal items, she turned her attention to the weapons section. The weapons available made her salivate. A standard pistol was priced at 500 points, while a better quality Glock was 1,000. Submachine guns and shotguns were even more expensive, starting at 5,000, and she had her eye on an AK priced at 8,000. The attributes of the system's firearms surpassed those found in the outside world by a significant margin, boasting unparalleled power and lethality. Although the prices were steep, they captured Han Qingxia's heart. Silently, she added the AK to her shopping cart, knowing she needed to save more points to acquire a quality weapon. There's also a locked section in the marketplace, indicating that a minimum of 5,000 points was required to unlock it. Han Qingxia was curious about what other treasures might lie beyond. This system marketplace was perfectly tailored to her preferences. She desired everything, yet lacked the points. It was maddening. Han Qingxia attempted to explore the methods of acquiring points. A prompt appeared before her. 1. Complete system tasks to earn points. 2. Expand territorial area to earn points. 3. Increase territory members to earn points. As she contemplated these options, she recalled her previous encounters with intruders, where she had completed the mission of defending her base and received point rewards. Today, by accepting 15 dogs, she had also increased her territory members, which was indeed one method. The second option, expanding her territory, was now clear to her. Starting tomorrow, she would embark on the journey to extend her domain. Early the next morning, Han Qingxia did not run along the confines of her territory as before, but instead headed towards the back mountain. As she ran, she instructed her subordinates to carry ropes to delineate the area. In ancient times, there was the practice of racing horses to claim land. Now, she was racing dogs to establish her territory. Han Qingxia led her newly acquired dogs, naming them auspicious titles such as Congratulations on Wealth, Red Envelope, Good Fortune, Longevity, and 100 Years, directing them to run from the left. Simultaneously, she guided the winds, east, south, west, north, and the Red Dragon from the right. Congratulations on Wealth, Red Envelope, Good Fortune, Longevity, and 100 Years were the names she bestowed upon her new canine companions. Dividing into 2 groups, they raced along the back mountain to enclose the area. By afternoon, Han Qingxia successfully met with her subordinates in the middle of the back mountain. She tied the 2 ends of the ropes together and sequentially secured all the rope ends. As night fell, Han Qingxia and her pack diligently worked to enclose the back mountain. The ends of the ropes were fastened to her barbed wire fence. Thus, she had managed to claim the entire mountain with an approximate perimeter of 3,000 meters. Ding! Territory area expansion detected, doubling in size. Reward: 1,000 points. Initial territory expansion reward. Territory connection. Han Qingxia was elated. It truly worked. By proactively claiming land and occupying uninhabited zones, the system acknowledged it as her territory. Merely by surrounding her mountain, she had earned 1,000 points. If she could claim several nearby mountains, how many points would she accrue? If she were to conquer a city, 100 million points would no longer seem unattainable. At that moment, she sensed another reward from the system. Territory connection. Closing her eyes, she visualized the land she had claimed today and the previously secured air raid shelter, as if a topographical map was being drawn in her mind. Whenever foreign entities entered, she would instinctively perceive their presence. Summer. 500 meters to the west. Woof. Summer responded to the command, dashing forth. Moments later, she heard the sounds of a struggle. Upon reaching the scene, she found Summer had dispatched a zombie that had infiltrated Han Qingxia's territory. Witnessing this, Han Qingxia understood the utility of her newfound ability. As more gray dots appeared within her sensory range, she led her pack to eliminate them. Congratulations on wealth. You and longevity head south. Good fortune and red envelope. Head west. East, south, west. North winds go east. The rest, follow me. With swift precision, Han Qingxia and her dogs neutralized the zombies within her territory. Throughout this process, she became increasingly adept at utilizing the territory connection. Indeed, the appearance of gray dots indicated zombies, and even in the most remote areas, Han Qingxia could locate them with ease. This allowed her to monitor her territory without the need for surveillance alarms, promptly detecting any disturbances. This was incredibly useful, especially as she began expanding her territory. Han Qingxia toiled late into the night, satisfied with her achievements, and returned with her dogs. Tomorrow, she would continue to expand her new domain. Chapter 26. A promising future. The following morning, Han Qingxia began to clear an area in front of the barbed wire of the air raid shelter. This time, she decided to adopt a different approach. She meticulously eradicated all the zombies along the stretch leading to the road and erected a sign that proclaimed private property. Beware of the dog. This sign served as a boundary marker. At this juncture, the number of those who could still walk out alive was scarce, and those who might contest her claim to the land were virtually non-existent. She planted her sign firmly in the ground, declaring this territory as her own. Who would dare to object? Ding! Detected an increase in territorial area by 5 acres. Reward, 500 points. Upon hearing the system notification, Han Qingxia's spirit soared. Indeed, her intuition had proven correct. She could expand into these uninhabited zones, even areas that once had owners, provided that they had been cleared and measured by her or her dogs. Today, she journeyed with her canine companions from the base to the designated site of the sign, covering approximately 5 acres. She marked the areas they had explored together, reminiscent of a quest in a video game where the protagonist must traverse specific locations to illuminate the map. Thankfully, her dogs served as her team, significantly broadening her exploration range. As she inserted her sign into the ground and clapped her hands, the territorial map in her mind expanded to encompass this new area. Han Qingxia stood still, contemplating her next expansion direction. Up to this point, she had successfully conquered an entire hill surrounding her air raid shelter. On her left was the road, and to her right lay a sparsely populated mountainous region, which contained an abandoned quarry and a few scattered villas. The road to the north led to City A, characterized by flat terrain that was relatively easy to conquer, while the mountainous area to the right posed a greater challenge. After a brief deliberation, she resolved to start from the right. Of course, the right side was the prudent choice. She preferred to proceed steadily rather than hastily. Although the terrain was complex, it was manageable, and she aimed to secure every accessible area before venturing onto the left road. Given the intermittent appearances of both humans and zombies, she needed to maintain a thorough cleansing of her territory. Indeed, her territory had specific safety requirements. All zombies had to be eliminated. If left unattended for an extended period, the system would automatically remove that section from her domain. This was quite understandable. A territory infested with zombies or other aberrant creatures could hardly be considered one's own. However, this also extinguished her desire to keep a few zombies as guardians. Fortunately, With a capable team of 15 military dogs, endowed with intelligence and agility, they proved invaluable for dispatching any trespassing zombies. It was imperative to raise more dogs, especially as her territory continued to expand. Clearly, her current number was far from sufficient. Han Qingxia cast aside her other thoughts and earnestly set off towards the mountainous region. By the time she returned in the evening, she had successfully expanded her domain to include another hill. Her points had increased by 1,000, bringing her total to an impressive 2,656. Everyone has worked hard. Time to eat, Han Qingxia announced, liberating fresh beef from her storage for her dogs. She was never stingy with her companions. If she enjoyed a meal, her loyal aides would certainly partake as well. Han Qingxia treated herself to a steaming Korean fried chicken set, a stockpile from her previous excursions to the market. With an abundance of supplies, she indulged in a variety of flavors at every meal. Today it was Korean fried chicken. Tomorrow, she would savor military hot pot, followed by crispy roasted meats. During her explorations, she often snacked on ready-made delicacies such as handheld pancakes, cold noodles, and grilled cold noodles, all retaining their freshness and warmth. At this moment, clad in gloves, Han Qingxia tore into the fried chicken, relishing the crispy, fish scale-like exterior that was still hot from the fryer. With a single tear, the succulent chicken leg oozed with juices, the aroma of garlic and soy sauce enveloping her senses. Accompanied by a refreshing cola, it was sheer bliss, especially in this post-apocalyptic era. To savor the culinary delights reminiscent of a bygone era was a luxury to be thoroughly enjoyed. All the weariness of the day dissipated at that moment. She devoured the fried chicken with gusto, consuming enough for 3 people. Summer, enticed by the delightful scent, yearned to join in, and Han Qingxia tossed the remaining half to her. The dogs gathered around her, relishing their meal joyfully. Once they had finished, feeling pleasantly full, Han Qingxia rose to stretch and check on her chickens, ducks, fish, vegetable garden, and fruit trees. The eggs she had stored in the chicken coop had accumulated significantly, and in recent days, several chicks had hatched. The poultry, enhanced by the system, were thriving and reproducing at an astonishing rate. The incubation period for ducks was longer than for chicks, approximately 40 days compared to 20, and while no ducklings had yet hatched, she had observed several mother ducks nesting. Her 2 little goats brought her great delight. They were growing rapidly and developing well. Han Qingxia recalled the owner mentioning that these goats were bred for milk production. It seemed she would soon have goat milk to enjoy. As for her vegetable garden, the fast-growing and high-yielding crops, such as amaranth and leeks, had begun to yield abundantly. Each day, she made it a point to harvest, ensuring that nothing went to waste. No matter how busy she was, she always found time to gather her vegetables. She had designated one room in her air-raid shelter as storage for fresh produce. Additionally, her radishes, spinach, lettuce, and asparagus were nearing harvest time, with tomatoes and potatoes also on the verge of bountiful yields. Over at the fish pond, the fish population had doubled, with numerous fry emerging. Han Qingxia had not managed the pond much, as she lacked the know-how, but with the system's support, there was no need for concern. The fry swam energetically, growing plumper by the day. Everything at her base was progressing positively, and her territory was expanding. The future was indeed promising. The next day unfolded similarly, as Han Qingxia set out to expand her territory once more. Today, she ventured forth in her armored vehicle, leaving Summer and the 7 dogs to guard the base, patrolling the mountains and eliminating any zombies that appeared. She took the remaining 8 dogs to seize the next hilltop, aiming to conquer the villa area today. The mountain villas were once a prestigious development intended for the affluent, comprising only 10 villas, yet rumors suggested that not even half had been sold, with few residents ever moving in. Chapter 27, Encountering the Living, as Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle into the villa area nestled among the mountains. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the tiered, well-structured villas perched on the hillside. The considerable distance between these villas ensured a high level of privacy, offering a panoramic view of the entire city of A. Only the elite, those either immensely wealthy or of noble blood, could reside here. She dispatched her dogs to ascertain whether any living beings were present in the vicinity. East and south winds, you search the left side. west and north winds. You investigate the southern area. Red and white, you head upwards. Two-tailed wealth. Remain here and alert me if anyone appears. Woof, woof. The pack of 8 dogs promptly dispersed to follow Han Qingxia's instructions. Meanwhile, she calmly produced a sign and hammered it into the ground, inscribing a warning. Private territory. Trespassers will be killed. She opted against marking it with vicious dogs, as this area served as her radiation territory, which she seldom visited due to a shortage of dogs to allocate. After securing the sign, the dogs returned, yet no notification echoed in their minds. Han Qingxia surveyed the 10 villas and realized she must thoroughly scour each one. She left 4 dogs outside and began her search with the directional dogs at her side. The first villa appeared unsold, its entrance still locked with the original mechanism. Han Qingxia retrieved a wire from her storage and deftly manipulated the lock, opening the door. Having endured the apocalypse for quite some time, she had acquired a variety of skills. Upon entering, she found the interior to be in a raw, unfinished state. After inspecting the premises, she left a single character, Xia, on the mailbox by the entrance, and a map materialized in her mind. Notification: territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward: 100 points. Han Qingxia smiled faintly. This was as it should be. She proceeded to the next villas, sweeping through to the 9th, where only 2 of the previous villas had been furnished, while the rest remained bare. Moreover, she had yet to encounter any inhabitants. Having successfully expanded her territory to encompass 8 villas, she noted a vehicle parked in the small garden of the 9th villa. Dust coated the windows, but was not substantial, indicating the occupants had not been there long. Observing the windows of the villa, she noticed all the curtains were tightly drawn. She knocked on the door and rang the bell, but the sound echoed in the desolate area without a response. Han Qingxia's brow furrowed slightly. She resumed her efforts with the wire on the lock. This time, she sensed the door was bolted from within. Han Qingxia was certain. There were indeed people inside. They were either alive or had succumbed to becoming zombies. At that moment, she felt a vibration from the wire. Someone was turning the lock inside. Han Qingxia realized there were living beings within. She hesitated for a moment. In places devoid of owners or where the owners were absent, she felt no moral qualms about claiming them. However, since there were living individuals inside, she felt compelled to reconsider. Lowering her hand from the door, she reflected on the collapse of all laws during the apocalypse, where humanity's basest instincts could run rampant. Strength dictated dominance, and the strong could seize what they willed without consequence. Yet, Han Qingxia could not bring herself to do so. She prided herself on being the moral baseline of humanity. While she could kill without guilt, she was not a sadistic tyrant. Her malice and ruthlessness were reserved solely for those who infringed upon her interests. For instance, if someone dared to encroach upon the territory she had claimed, she would undoubtedly eliminate them. But now, she was poised to invade another's domain, force them from their home, or kill them and seize their property. She could not proceed in such a manner. Deciding to let the survivor inside be, she suddenly noticed a slight crack in the door behind her. A middle-aged man, unkempt and gaunt, with a stubbled face and bespectacled eyes, peered cautiously at her. Behind him stood a similarly haggard woman. At their feet, a little girl of 5 or 6 curiously emerged, only for her parents to swiftly usher her back behind them. Woof, woof, woof. The directional dogs barked loudly at the figures behind the door. Be quiet. Han Qingxia commanded the dogs, scrutinizing the middle-aged man. She left him with a warning. Aside from this place, all else is my territory. Do not venture forth, otherwise I shall kill you. After delivering her message, she turned to stride toward the 10th villa. At that moment, the man called out to her, "There's zombies that eat people inside. Don't go." Han Qingxia halted, turning to face him. You know, I have seen them. The man nodded gravely. That villa was the source of the outbreak. We were terrified, keeping the door tightly locked and hiding in our rooms. Only later did we realize they were zombies. Han Qingxia's gaze shifted from the man's face to the door, then to the interior of the home, and finally to the blood-stained ground outside, evidence of a struggle. The family had managed to stockpile supplies to last until now. Yet the man silently pressed his lips together, wary of her. At this moment, neither would dare to casually discuss resources. Han Qingxia remained cautious of him, just as he was wary of her. Noticing the silence between them, she continued towards the 10th villa with her dogs in tow. As she departed, the man contemplated warning her further, but ultimately remained silent. "Who is that person?" his wife inquired, anxiety evident in her voice. "Uncertain, but she likely possesses supplies," the man concluded, recalling Han Qingxia's vibrant and healthy appearance, which suggested she had ample resources. Even her dogs were sleek and well-groomed. "Can we ask her for food later?" his wife asked nervously. "Daddy, I'm hungry," their daughter chimed in, clinging to his leg. The man's expression darkened. He extended his hand, and a green glow emanated from his palm, causing the nearby potted plant's branches to seemingly come to life as they reached for him. "We should observe her first." "No need to rush," he cautioned gravely. Han Qingxia approached the 10th villa, only to find it in disarray. The door was tightly shut, and blood was smeared across the ground, the door, and the garden. Han Qingxia circled the villa, assessing the terrain and the general state of the interior. Chapter 28. Slaying the mutated zombies. Han Qingxia possessed an extraordinary strength that was far from ordinary. The iron security door before her yielded effortlessly to a single kick, producing a resounding crash as it swung open. The instant the door opened, she and her 4 loyal dogs swiftly scattered to either side. With a ferocious roar, 3 famished zombies surged forth from within. Among them was a female zombie, once a stunning beauty in life, now retaining a semblance of her former allure despite her undead state. Her face remained mostly intact, though one leg had been gnawed upon, revealing a ghastly expanse of exposed bone. The second female zombie, however, fared far worse. Much of her visage had been devoured, leaving her prosthetic nose grotesquely dangling and one eye bulging, teeming with writhing yellow maggots amidst the torn flesh. The male zombie, clad in a once elegant suit, bore a gaping wound in his chest, his hands clawing at the air, driven mad by the scent of fresh prey. As the 3 zombies burst forth, Han Qingxia swiftly dispatched one with a well-aimed shovel strike. The remaining 2 were quickly subdued by her 4 dogs, who overwhelmed them with their superior training. These canines, exemplary military dogs, alleviated many of Han Qingxia's troubles. A trio of thuds echoed as the zombies met their demise, their swift execution a mere trifle for her. Standing at the doorframe, Han Qingxia rapped the edge, enticing any remaining zombies within. Yet, silence reigned inside, suggesting that these 3 were all that lurked within. Cautiously, she ventured further inside, her movements meticulous and deliberate, even in the absence of further threats. This villa boasted 3 stories, 1 below ground and 2 above, exuding opulence through its lavish decor, yet the interior lay in disarray. Bottles and plates cluttered the floors, while a heap of beautifully packaged gifts awaited at the entrance. Han Qingxia picked one up, discovering it bore the inscription wishing Lu Mengyue a happy 20th birthday. It appeared to be a birthday celebration, albeit a tragically timed one, coinciding with the outbreak of a zombie crisis. With deft hands, she quickly unwrapped the gift, revealing a brand-name diamond bracelet within. Adhering to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, she collected all the gifts, intending to savor their contents later. Having gathered the treasures, she turned her attention to the kitchen, hoping to salvage any food. To her dismay, she found little sustenance, indicating the inhabitant was a pampered heiress unaccustomed to manual labor. However, the refrigerator yielded an abundance of snacks. Without hesitation, she pilfered an assortment of imported delicacies, including bird's nest, beverages, and packaged treats, as well as premium Japanese beef and Australian lobster from the freezer. She also collected fresh silk and down comforters from the bedrooms, swiftly clearing the 2 upper floors of the villa. Leaving 2 dogs to guard the entrance, Han Qingxia descended into the basement. Upon entering, she sensed something amiss. The dogs, red and white, emitted low whines, signaling both warning and fear, as if they had encountered an unspeakable horror. Yet, all Han Qingxia felt was a chilling silence. She tapped the handrail, attempting to lure any lurking zombies with sound, but the stillness persisted. Cautiously, she descended the stairs, and, as she reached the final step, a foul wind assaulted her senses. In a flash, a zombie lunged at her with unprecedented speed, a velocity unmatched by the previous undead. However, it missed its target. Then, with a resounding crash, a shovel descended from above, propelling the creature several meters away. Having survived a decade of combat in the apocalypse, Han Qingxia's battle experience had taught her well. The zombie, now airborne, contorted into an eerie, unnatural position, its forelimbs twisted at an impossible angle. As it struggled against the ground, rising like an enormous centipede, its long hair obscured much of its face. Yet a pale eye fixated on Han Qingxia through the strands. The dim lights of the basement flickered ominously while the grotesque creature charged at her with alarming speed, leaving behind a phantom trail. Han Qingxia's expression turned grave, a single thought crystallizing in her mind. This was a speed-type mutated zombie. In an instant, the four-legged monstrosity reached her, its gaping maw devoid of a tongue, its lips having been devoured. With a horrifying grimace, it lunged forward, revealing a jagged set of teeth. With a resounding thud, it clamped down on a shovel instead of flesh, impaling its head against the wall. The zombie writhed in a futile struggle, its limbs flailing wildly. Han Qingxia tightened her grip on the shovel, delivering a decisive blow that rendered it utterly silent. Though the zombie's speed was remarkable, Han Qingxia's swiftness surpassed it. Coupled with her extraordinary strength, the shovel embedded itself a full inch into the reinforced concrete wall, a feat most could not replicate. With a swift motion, she withdrew the shovel and stirred it within the zombie's skull. As she extracted it, a translucent crystal, tinged with yellow and white, emerged before her eyes. Han Qingxia retrieved a bottle of water from her spatial storage, cleansing the crystal's surface, which soon radiated a dazzling light. This was a zombie core, a coveted prize among higher-tier undead. In the later stages of the apocalypse, many bases utilized these cores as currency, with larger settlements continuously seeking to procure them at premium rates. In her past life, Han Qingxia had only ascended to the rank of squad leader, often sidelined due to her lack of supernatural abilities. Yet, she recognized the value of this familiar object. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in her mind. Beep! Zombie core detected 1. Unlocking new points exchange. A standard level 1 zombie core is worth 100 points. Would you like to redeem? Han Qingxia's eyes widened in astonishment. The cores could be exchanged for points. A redemption panel appeared in her mind, accompanied by a message. First-time redemption rewards a gift pack. Subsequent rewards of 1 gift pack for every 100 cores. Resolutely, Han Qingxia opted to redeem. The core vanished from her hand, and in its place, notifications flooded her consciousness. Beep! Reward! A portion of Yunnan Baiyao. Beep! Reward! 1 emergency pill. Beep! Reward! A complete combat suit. Beep! Reward! A pair of combat gloves. Beep! Reward! A set of combat boots. Beep! Reward! A revolver. Han Qingxia was elated. This was a windfall. Chapter 29. The replication of abilities. The mere possession of Yunnan Baiyao and emergency pills was valued at 120 points. Although Han Qingxia did not see the prize for the combat suit, she had previously observed that revolver on the weapons page, which seemed to be worth over 5,000 points. What tremendous gain! Han Qingxia secured the revolver at her waist, placing the combat suit in her space for later consideration. She then scoured the basement once more, discovering a plethora of treasures, a cabinet filled with exquisite wines, gold bars, and jewels tucked away in a safe, along with a motorcycle and 2 sports cars, all with their keys still present. Han Qingxia returned triumphantly. As she departed, she inscribed a large character for summer at the entrance. The domain map in her mind expanded to include the area of this villa. Simultaneously, the entire villa complex, except for Villa Number 9, was conquered and integrated into her domain map, leaving only the dark, unilluminated cavity of Villa Number 9. Upon exiting the villa, the residents of Villa Number 9 immediately averted their gaze. They stared incredulously at Han Qingxia, who returned in scathe, her eyes deep in contemplation. Darling, that woman has emerged from Villa Number 10. Did you not say it was exceedingly perilous? She is more formidable than we anticipated, the man affirmed. A wave of both fear and relief washed over him, grateful that they had initially approached her with goodwill. Otherwise, with his abilities, he might not have been able to contend with her. He realized he must adjust his strategy. As Han Qingxia stepped onto the main road after leaving Villa Number 10, she encountered a family of 3 from Villa Number 9. "Miss, could we propose a transaction?" The man adjusted his black-framed glasses. "I'm a botanist capable of cultivating new crops, and we wish to exchange some food with you." He gestured for his daughter to present a large box filled with vegetables and bean sprouts. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at the offerings. "Are you not concerned that I might seize all of this?" The man shook his head. "Cultivating these is not complicated for me." He raised his hand, and a pot of bean sprouts began to grow rapidly. Han Qingxia's eyes gleamed at this display. A wood-type ability user. No wonder he could protect his family during the zombie crisis for over a month. Simultaneously, Han Qingxia understood the implications of his actions. Firstly, he was indicating that he was a valuable asset, capable of providing her with resources. Secondly, he was subtly warning her not to act recklessly, as he had the means to protect his family. However, both of these messages were futile against Han Qingxia, for she had no need for them. "Keep it for yourselves." Han Qingxia dismissed them, not even pausing to glance at the pot of vegetables. Her own supply was abundant. There was no need for trade. She strode away with her dog in tow. The man was taken aback, confusion evident in his eyes. No way. He was an intelligent individual, having deduced early on that the situation was complex from various news reports. When the zombie outbreak occurred next door, he had promptly secured his home, keeping his family sheltered and silent. Later, he fortuitously awakened his wood-type powers, ensuring his family's basic food needs. Yet, surviving solely on vegetables was insufficient. The adults could manage, but their child was already malnourished. Nonetheless, he was convinced that his fresh produce would be highly sought after outside. Who among the survivors could access fresh vegetables? This was undoubtedly a valuable commodity. However, to his astonishment, Han Qingxia seemed entirely uninterested. As she prepared to leave, the man called out to her, "Miss, what do you need? Money? We have it. Whatever you desire, we can trade." Hearing this, Han Qingxia paused, a flicker of interest crossing her face as she regarded their Villa Number 9. "I want your house." The family was stunned. "What? In this apocalypse? What use do you have for a house?" "I can offer you 500 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 boxes of milk if you sell me the house." The price was enticing, although it wouldn't have fetched 5,000 before the apocalypse. Now it was a significant offer. However, the couple hesitated. "We can give you the house, but where would we live?" "Miss, if we sell you the house, can we still reside here?" The man adjusted his glasses and, with newfound determination, proposed, "Our family can work for you, delivering half of our vegetable yield daily." Essentially, they were offering to become her laborers. His mind raced. While this arrangement resembled servitude in ancient times, it was the best option. They would not have to relocate, could still live there, and gain Han Qingxia's protection. This girl was clearly no ordinary person. Aligning themselves with her was undoubtedly the wisest choice. And it would also benefit Han Qingxia. She had initially intended to acquire their house, to incorporate it into her territory without the need for actual residence. With her manpower insufficient and the expanded area largely unguarded, this family could oversee her domain and provide a daily food supply, especially since the man possessed wood-type abilities. This transaction appeared quite advantageous. At that moment, a notification echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding, detecting territory residents pledging allegiance. Accepting territory residents will yield 300 points and grant them special attributes. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "Special attributes?" "I agree." As her words fell, an unseen force intertwined her with the 3 individuals before her. Wang Yumin and his wife gazed at Han Qingxia with a reverence akin to that of worshipping a deity. Compelled to submit, concurrently, Han Qingxia felt an extraordinary energy coursing within her. Reaching for the pot of vegetables, she instantly accelerated their growth beyond Wang Yumin's control. The couple realized then why Han Qingxia had disregarded their vegetables. She was also a wood-type ability user, far more powerful than themselves. Gratitude and trepidation surged within them. She was willing to accept them. Her generosity was astounding. Chapter 30. The Lord Han Qingxia had acquired the home of Wang Yumin. A grand character Xia was engraved on the mailbox at the entrance. With this acquisition, her map was finally complete. From this day forward, I shall be your lord. Han Qingxia instructed Wang Yumin and his wife to oversee the area, forbidding anyone from entering her territory. They were to cultivate the land diligently, and in return, she would ensure their safety and reward them based on their contributions. Upon hearing this, the Wang couple was overwhelmed with excitement. This was precisely what they desired. Whether before or after the apocalypse, ordinary people simply sought a secure place where someone could protect them. Previously, they had relied on the state for protection. But with the disintegration of that system, Han Qingxia now provided them with genuine safeguarding. She requested Wang Yumin's daughter, Wang Yunduo, to accompany her to gather supplies. Considering the girl's youth and the impracticality of carrying much from Wang Yumin's home, she only allowed her to take a modest amount: a bag of rice, a box of milk, a tray of fresh eggs, and 10 pounds of pork. The items were loaded onto a vehicle, with Hongzhong and Baiban escorting her back. Moving forward, the family's daily produce would be delivered to her. Han Qingxia's assimilation of residents resembled the establishment of a base in this post-apocalyptic world. However, her approach diverged significantly. She would not permit the incoming residents to enter her bomb shelter, as it was her private domain. Those under her protection could only reside within the boundaries of her territory, which they regarded with reverence. The following day, Wang Yunduo returned to present Han Qingxia with the daily yield: a box of vegetables, half of which were bean sprouts and the other half cabbage. Ding! A notification signaled the receipt of produce from a household within the territory, granting her 3 points. As she accepted the box of vegetables, she realized that receiving produce from a residence would also earn her points. In addition to the initial acceptance reward, their subsequent contributions would further benefit her. The reward quantity seemed to correlate with population size. With 3 members in Wang Yumin's family, they contributed 3 points daily. Han Qingxia was elated. On her return trip, when she bestowed upon Wang Yunduo the rice, milk, eggs, and pork, she also rewarded her with a bag of seeds and a lollipop. Go home and have your parents plant something else. Yes, my lord, Wang Yunduo replied sweetly. Under the protection of Hongzhong and Baiban, she returned with her bounty. After she departed, Han Qingxia took out her map to plan her next conquest. Advancing towards the villa district seemed appropriate. Beyond the villa district lay another city, characterized by complex terrain and a substantial population, making management rather cumbersome. If zombies were present, traversing that area would consume considerable time. To the right was a highway. She lifted her binoculars to observe the highway outside. Since the rescue team had evacuated a group of civilians, the highway had witnessed a surge in activity. Survivors, guided by rescue vehicles, were driving out towards the base of their saviors. If Han Qingxia recalled correctly, that base was where Han Ying's family had initially found refuge. Situated behind City B, on the border of City A, in a vast plain. There, the K1 base, one of the 3 major bases in the east, was established. Its military strength was formidable. Yet she remembered from her previous life that the K1 base consistently faced food shortages, necessitating the deployment of many personnel to scavenge for supplies. Pondering the prospect of encountering K1 base personnel to the north, Han Qingxia ultimately decided to expand her territory southward towards City A. Resolute in her decision, she spent the day clearing approximately 20 acres of uninhabited land along the highway, eliminating the wandering zombies and seizing a modest amount of supplies. Most of the goods were salvaged from vehicles involved in accidents on the road. She collected 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles, while discarding expired meat, vegetables, and bread. Although the overall haul was meager, the point rewards were substantial: 2,000 points. The exchange rate was roughly 1,000 points for every 10 acres. If the area were a residential building, the points would increase. For instance, she had earned over 3,000 points for clearing the entire villa district, which was smaller than the uninhabited area she had occupied that day. In just a few days, Han Qingxia had expanded her territory 4 to 5-fold, accumulating nearly 7,000 points. She was not far from acquiring her AK. Just as she prepared to redeem her weapon, a cluster of red dots suddenly appeared in her mind's eye. Red dots? Zombies were represented by gray dots. Han Qingxia momentarily stunned, quickly realized that these were living intruders. They were encroaching upon the area surrounding her bomb shelter. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia rallied her dogs and drove back. "Captain, hang in there. According to the map, there should be a bomb shelter ahead. Something feels amiss here." A group of 7 or 8 men clad in base combat uniforms traversed the mountain forest outside the bomb shelter, growing increasingly wary of their surroundings. "Look, there are fresh tire tracks from vehicles entering and exiting. It appears someone is inside." This was promising news for the nearly injured men as they pressed forward, only to halt abruptly at the sight of a large warning sign. "Private territory, beware of guard dogs." One sharp-eyed individual noticed a glimmer of silver and dashed ahead, pushing through the underbrush and past dense trees to uncover a well-concealed base. Upon seeing the fortified structure, he and his companions were astounded. A towering 3-meter-high barbed wire fence crowned with razor-sharp blades glimmered ominously in the light, while within they could make out flourishing vegetables, chickens, ducks, sheep, and extensive orchards along with a fish pond. Was this a paradise? A breathtaking defense fortification brimming with abundant resources. An idyllic utopia from the pages of a book. There must be people inside. I'm going to seek their assistance. The man who had just spoken sprinted forward. Just then, their captain's voice echoed behind him. "Be careful." Alas, it was too late. Thud! The Special Forces soldier fell into a trap pit before anyone could react. Chapter 31. The Arrival of Su Xiaoyang Daping. Pingzi. The other Special Forces members immediately rushed to the edge of the trap. They beheld a meticulously concealed pit filled with pure steel spikes and large animal traps. Upon sighting these menacing devices, a chill ran down their spines. This was no ordinary civilian trap. It was undoubtedly a professional-grade military construction. For an untrained individual, a mere misstep could spell death. Fortunately, their comrade was a well-trained Special Forces operative who, upon sensing the danger, instinctively took defensive measures. At that moment, he was merely ensnared by the trap around his leg, though both hands were pierced. Cautiously, they managed to rescue him from the jaws of the beast. As they hoisted him up, a pack of fierce dogs erupted from a small access door at the base, led by a particularly aggressive German shepherd. 8 or 9 ferocious dogs encircled them, baring their teeth and sharp claws. In that instant, they finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, "a den of vicious dogs." Before them, a voice emanated from the base's loudspeaker, a woman's voice. "You have one warning. Leave within 1 minute, or I shall not be responsible for the consequences." The entire scene was met with disbelief. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's warning, everyone furrowed their brows, their gazes converging on the gravely injured man at the center. He grimaced, his face camouflaged and unrecognizable, yet his deep-set eyes shone with a fierce light as he looked toward the base. In a low, melodious voice, he implored, "We are the guards of K1 base. We find ourselves in a predicament. Could you extend us some assistance?" 59 seconds. All that responded was Han Qingxia's icy countdown. "Please, we truly are in trouble." 58 seconds. "How can you be so heartless? We are in peril solely because we came to your aid." A younger Special Forces member exclaimed in anger. 30 seconds. Han Qingxia mercilessly cut the time in half. The young operative nearly burst into tears at that moment. "Captain." "She enough," their captain replied in a softened tone. "Assistance is a matter of goodwill. Refusal is a matter of principle. We cannot impose moral obligations upon her. Let's withdraw." "But you're so severely injured, and we have no idea when help will arrive. We have nowhere to retreat." "Leave." At that moment, the base's Special Forces members, still carrying their captain, knelt before the gate. "To those inside, I, Su Xiaoyang, beseech you, we will not enter your base. We only ask for your help in saving our captain. Whatever you desire, I shall procure it for you." Driving at that moment, Han Qingxia's eyes widened as she recognized a man she knew all too well, Su Xiaoyang. As the scene unfolded, others joined in their pleas to Han Qingxia. The young man on Su Xiaoyang's back felt his heart clench at the sight of his comrades begging. The feeling was more painful than the wounds he had sustained. He longed to tell them to rise. However, before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to blood loss. At that instant, A screech echoed through the air. A state-of-the-art armored vehicle screeched to a halt before them, sending leaves swirling in its wake. The door swung open, and a girl clad in combat attire leaped from the vehicle. Her long, jet-black hair was pulled back into a high, stylish ponytail, accentuating her strikingly beautiful, fair face. Clad in her sharp combat gear, her tall, athletic figure was nothing short of stunning, an embodiment of beauty and strength. Without hesitation, she strode to the center of the group, knelt down, and grasped the chin of the man before her. Su Xiaoyang, stunned into silence, found himself scrutinized by her intense gaze. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she held his chin firmly, exclaiming, "Su Xiaoyang." "Yes, it is I," he replied, suddenly hesitant to meet her gaze, perhaps due to the intensity of her radiant smile and the warmth of her touch. The other comrades were left awestruck, jaws agape at the unfolding scene. This is happening," they murmured in disbelief. "All right, come in." Han Qingxia waved her hand grandly, opening the door behind her and ushering them inside. In that moment, they felt as though they were floating in a dream, all eyes fixed on Su Xiaoyang, their expressions laden with intrigue. Having a comrade of such caliber in a critical moment truly made a difference. Su Xiaoyang's stoic demeanor faltered under their scrutinizing gazes. He tightened his grip on the captain's body and urged, "Hurry inside." Finally, they snapped back to reality and entered first. Supporting one another, they lifted Zheng Ping, who had fallen into the trap, and followed Han Qingxia into her base. Once inside, they were even more astounded by the sights before them. Outside, chaos reigned, with bodies strewn about and resources scarce. Yet within her domain, chickens and ducks flourished, and the nests overflowed with eggs. The crops in the fields thrived beyond imagination, seemingly ready to burst from neglect, not to mention the fish and shrimp frolicking in the nearby pond. Congratulations and prosperity. Red envelopes, please. Wishing you great fortune, longevity, and a feast. All present were left speechless. They watched in astonishment as Han Qingxia emerged from a bunker with a large basin of fresh, bone-in beef, serving her dogs a hearty meal. Wow, is this extravagance even real? They thought, having barely scraped by outside, while this woman's dogs feasted like royalty. "Su Xiaoyang, have you eaten yet?" Han Qingxia asked, glancing at him after feeding the dogs. Su Xiaoyang's face turned crimson as he stammered, We still have some food left. Then I shall cook," he concluded. Han Qingxia turned to head back into the bunker when Su Xiaoyang called after her. "Miss, do you have any medical supplies? Our captain is in critical condition." "Yes. Could you please save our captain first?" Only then did Han Qingxia lazily cast her gaze toward the wounded man on Su Xiaoyang's back. A smile crept across her lips as she asked, "What isn't it for me if I help him?" Chapter 32. With the emergency potion, how delightful. "Miss, as long as you can save our captain, whatever you desire, I shall grant it." Su Xiaoyang's earnest expression bore an unwavering promise. Han Qingxia's lips curled into a sly smile. "Well then, it's quite simple. I want you." Su Xiaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. His icy demeanor suddenly flushed crimson from neck to ears. The gazes of his comrades fell upon him, filled with a blend of sympathy and envy. Was this truly the case? Had the alluring woman set her sights on the handsome Su Xiaoyang, intending to keep him as her captive husband? "Miss, I am but a mere mortal." Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath, looking at Han Qingxia. "What must I do?" "I want you to stay, to be my subordinate, and serve only me from now on." "That is unacceptable. I must return to my unit with my comrades." Han Qingxia lazily stood up, then ponder it well. "If you wish to save him, you must stay." As she ambled away, Su Xiaoyang clenched his fists tightly. "Miss, can you truly save my captain?" "Of course. I assure you he will not perish," Han Qingxia replied confidently. The existence of the emergency potion bolstered her assurance. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoyang solemnly declared, "Very well. If you can save my captain, my life will belong to you from this day forth." Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang. His teammates, witnessing Su Xiaoyang's agreement, grew anxious. "You want me? I, Qi Mingtang, will do anything. Spare Su Xiaoyang. I, Wang Heng, am willing to. Use me to trade for our captain. I, Tang Jian, will submit to you." Step aside. My family is gone, and my life is worthless. I will go. Miss, you must take He Zhangping. My life is expendable. I offer it to you. The unfortunate soul who had fallen into Han Qingxia's trap cried out desperately. Han Qingxia surveyed the eager men before her, bemused. Why did they seem so ready to sacrifice themselves for Su Xiaoyang? Some even dared to call her a female demon. Despite her best efforts to appear amiable, they seemed oblivious to her intentions. You think you are worthy? Han Qingxia retorted, turning to Su Xiaoyang. Carry him inside with me. With purposeful strides, she entered her shelter. Su Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, ensuring the man on his back was secure, and hurried to follow her. Xiaoyang, Su Xiaoyang. His teammates watched helplessly as he entered, their concern mounting. They longed to rush in alongside him. But ultimately, reason prevailed. This was the domain of the female demon. They had been granted refuge by her. In light of the apocalyptic world and the formidable defenses surrounding her base, they dared not act recklessly. They could only stand by and watch. Inside the shelter, Su Xiaoyang marveled at the bright interior upon entering through the heavy iron door. A generator hummed in the depths of the bunker, and the sound was surprisingly muted, an impressive feat for a diesel generator, especially in such a confined space. The interior was orderly, adorned with sofas, woolen rugs, a large bed, and a bathroom. The back rooms were securely sealed, with doors resembling those of a high-security bank vault. The second floor appeared to be a tower, showcasing an array of computers and a crossbow. Coupled with the crops outside, electrified fences, traps, and a pack of hunting dogs, this place resembled a well-equipped fortress, capable of withstanding any threat. Unless a professional army decided to attack, it was unlikely anyone would target such a secluded personal base. Su Xiaoyang realized the strategic advantage of this hidden location. Who would suspect a robust, defensive structure existed in such remote wilderness? This girl had thought of everything. After processing the information about Han Qingxia's base, Su Xiaoyang felt a profound sense of admiration. Who was she? How had she constructed such a formidable sanctuary in isolation? And where had she procured all these resources? The traps at the entrance and her vehicle were of a craftsmanship that surpassed modern standards. Had she fashioned them herself? Hey, what are you pondering? Han Qingxia interrupted. Su Xiaoyang snapped back to reality, glancing at the stunning girl before him. He quickly laid the injured man on her bed. Wait, on the floor? Su Xiaoyang hesitated. Was she dismissing his captain? It was hard to believe, considering their captain, Lu Qiyan, was the epitome of charisma, recognized as the most handsome man in the Eastern Military District before the apocalypse, with an impressive lineage. Han Qingxia directed him to place the man near the door. My captain has been shot in the abdomen. The bullet did not remain, but he has multiple lacerations. Can you truly help him? With swift precision, Han Qingxia used scissors to cut away Lu Qiyan's clothing. Years of survival in the apocalypse had equipped her with essential surgical skills. Now, she skillfully produced a small vial from her space, disguised as if retrieving it from her pocket. The emergency potion was in her grasp. With it, even the Grim Reaper could not claim a life. Han Qingxia recalled the last transaction, where each emergency potion cost 100 points. Had it not been for her intent to win over Su Xiaoyang, she would have hesitated to use it. Su Xiaoyang's gaze fixed on the vial. Words caught in his throat. He could only trust her now. There was no other option. Chapter 33. The marvelous Yunnan Baiyao. Su Xiaoyang stood nervously to the side, watching Han Qingxia. He observed her administer a bottle of white pills to their leader, before meticulously cleaning his wounds. She skillfully removed the dirt and necrotic tissue from the injuries, swiftly applying a powdered medicine that seemed to be a hemostatic agent. Afterward, she wrapped the wounds with bandages. Once Han Qingxia had attended to most of the injuries, he noticed their captain's eyelashes flutter, followed by cough, and to his astonishment he awakened. "Captain," Su Xiaoyang exclaimed. "Let him rest for a while." Han Qingxia gestured for him to keep his distance. Su Xiaoyang instantly halted, nodding earnestly. Once he regained consciousness, he should be all right. Han Qingxia rose to her feet, and Su Xiaoyang, captivated by the girl before him, knelt down. "Miss, from now on, my life belongs to you." "Very well," Han Qingxia replied with satisfaction, gazing at the man before her. Su Xiaoyang had been her most loyal subordinate in her previous life. Although she understood that fate had shifted and he could not be exactly as he was before, the inherent nature of a person remains unchanged. She comprehended his character deeply. His declaration was a lifelong commitment. "My name is Han Qingxia. You may call me boss from now on." After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaoyang replied firmly, "Yes, boss." As soon as he uttered those words, a notification resonated in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding! Detected an increase in base defense by 1. Reward: 1,000 points. A set of combat gear. Overall enhancement of base security by 10%. Special attribute replication of base defense. Han Qingxia was elated. She could feel the imperceptible fortification of her base once more, as well as the fluctuations of water within her body. She recalled that Su Xiaoyang was a water-based ability user. She had acquired a new power. Han Qingxia was absolutely thrilled. She was now certain that by accepting ability users into her domain, she would gain their powers. As she gazed at Su Xiaoyang, her appreciation for him deepened. He was indeed a treasure. With fervent eyes, she commanded, "Take off your clothes." Su Xiaoyang, taken aback, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Warmth creeping up to his neck. He felt like a helpless puppet. Must have happened so soon. He slowly began to unbutton his shirt, feeling bashful. "Faster," Han Qingxia urged. Turning to retrieve a fresh set of bandages, alcohol, and the combat gear she had just acquired, only to find Su Xiaoyang still struggling with the second button. "Boss, you mean I'm going to apply the medicine. Hurry up." It dawned on Su Xiaoyang that he had misinterpreted her intentions. His ears turned an even deeper shade of red, and he hastened to remove his shirt, shedding it with a few swift motions. He intended to tend to his wounds himself, sparing Han Qingxia the effort, but she had already taken charge, tending to his external injuries. All of them had faced a perilous attack, narrowly escaping from a horde of zombies, each bearing wounds. Su Xiaoyang remained silent throughout, even as she peeled away the fabric that clung to his bloodied flesh and removed the necrotic tissue. The pain was unbearable. Tearing flesh and fascia elicited a paralyzing agony, but he uttered not a sound. Tough men do not cry out in pain. He endured the hurt, but when Han Qingxia finished cleaning his wounds and sprinkled a layer of white powder onto them, an unprecedented coolness surged through his numb nerves. He looked at the powdered medicine in disbelief. With just a touch, his wounds ceased to ache, replaced by a comforting warmth enveloping him. Once Han Qingxia had bandaged all his injuries, he felt as if he were healing rapidly. Astonished, he stared at her. "Enough staring. Go wash yourself in the bathroom with a damp towel, but avoid the wounds, then change your clothes." Han Qingxia tossed him a clean set of combat gear. Su Xiaoyang accepted the towel and clothing, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. He held the items in silence for a moment before solemnly expressing, "Thank you, boss. Go on." Han Qingxia waved him off towards the bathroom. When Su Xiaoyang emerged in his new attire, he found Han Qingxia in the kitchen preparing a meal. He noticed a half-empty bottle of Yunnan Baiyao on the table. Hesitating for a moment, he approached her. "Boss, may I have the remainder of that medicine?" Han Qingxia glanced over her shoulder while cooking and casually nodded. "Take it." Grateful, Su Xiaoyang checked on his former captain in the room, confirming he was recovering well, before heading outside to collect the Yunnan Baiyao. Meanwhile, outside, He Zhangping was pale, leaning against the wall of the shelter, while a few of his comrades tended to his leg injury. He had been severely wounded by Han Qingxia's trap, worsening his already battered body. He understood that without rescue, relying solely on their scant medical supplies would be futile. "Save your supplies for yourselves. This medicine won't save me," he insisted. "Stop talking nonsense. We will not allow you to die. Even if we cannot save you, we will still try." At that moment, someone behind them interjected. "Use this medicine." Su Xiaoyang, now donned in his new attire and holding the Yunnan Baiyao he had requested from Han Qingxia, emerged from the shelter. Upon seeing him, everyone exclaimed, "Xiaoyang, how's the captain? He's inside resting. He's out of danger now." A wave of relief washed over the group, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. Su Xiaoyang approached, presenting the Yunnan Baiyao. "This medicine has worked wonders for both the captain and me." He Zhangping glanced at the bottle, scoffing. "That witch's medicine? No way. That's my boss. You shall not defame her," Su Xiaoyang asserted, pressing down on He Zhongping's leg to expose the wound. As He Zhongping witnessed his comrade's fervent defense of Han Qingxia, he felt a surge of indignation but was abruptly overwhelmed by an unprecedented coolness that washed over him. He was instantly astonished. Chapter 34. This is what I eat daily. He Zhongping's wound was deep, recently treated with a hemostatic agent, yet the pain intensified. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang applied medicine to his injury. A sensation of indescribable coolness washed over him, alleviating all discomfort. As the dressing commenced, warmth enveloped the wound, a comforting embrace akin to soaking in a hot spring. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, and his previously pallid complexion began to regain color. What kind of potion did that female demon concoct? It feels so delightful. Still referring to her as a female demon, Su Xiaoyang tightened the bandage with determination. He Zhongping immediately complied, realizing his mistake. I was wrong. I shall call her elder sister. Su Xiaoyang exercised restraint, loosening the bandage just enough to secure the dressing properly. Observing the remaining powder, he addressed his comrades. There's a bit left. You all should use it. Su Xiaoyang distributed the remaining powder to the most severely affected areas of his fellow warriors. After applying the medicine given by Han Qingxia, their eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Qi Mingtang exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, this medicine is truly remarkable." Wang Heng's eyes gleamed. "It doesn't hurt anymore after applying this." Li Lin wholeheartedly agreed. "I have never used such effective medicine." Tang Jian remarked. "It seems that while the female demon may be a bit wicked, she certainly possesses good things." Tang Jian. Su Xiaoyang's face darkened dramatically. "Indeed. We all pleaded with her earlier, yet she turned a blind eye to our plight. Is that not the act of a cold-hearted demon?" Tang Jian, the young soldier nearly brought to tears by Han Qingxia moments ago, retorted, "My captain saved the leader, and yet she feigned ignorance, allowing us to use her medicine. That was a trade-off you made." "No, I willingly follow the captain," Su Xiaoyang stated seriously to everyone. Hearing this, Han Qingxia, standing by the entrance of the air raid shelter, couldn't help but smile slightly. Su Xiaoyang remained the same man she had known in her past life. "Xiaoyang, don't say that. Did you not praise the captain earlier? Once he recovers, we shall escape together." "Yes, we'll sneak away. She surely won't notice. And even if she does, we shan't fear her. We are many. How can we be frightened by a mere girl? Indeed, we are unafraid. You all." Han Qingxia emerged with a large basin of food. "Who are you not afraid of?" The previously animated discussion fell into silence as everyone averted their gaze, obediently closing their mouths, their eyes darting about, but none daring to meet hers. Han Qingxia surveyed the group of loudmouths and called out, "Yangzi, come eat." Su Xiaoyang, upon hearing her command, obediently stepped forward. The other four hastily attempted to stop him, warning him not to approach, yet none dared to voice their concerns in Han Qingxia's presence. After witnessing Su Xiaoyang obediently walk over, they all sighed in resignation. Alas, their good comrade and valiant warrior had ultimately sacrificed too much. "Yangzi, you have worked hard for everyone." At that moment, a mouth-watering aroma of braised ribs wafted through the air. Han Qingxia revealed the contents of her large basin, filled to the brim with succulent red braised ribs. The ribs, fried and then stewed, glimmered with a golden red hue, exuding an irresistible fragrance. The rich, savory juices made each bite fall off the bone. The delightful, salty flavor complemented by substantial meatiness, capable of enticing anyone to devour 10 bowls of rice. Above the ribs, Han Qingxia had also fried 5 eggs and prepared a full dish of stir-fried greens. The fragrant eggs and vibrant vegetables paired perfectly with the ribs, enough to make anyone's mouth water. This was especially true for the seasoned soldiers who hadn't had a hearty meal in days. Wow, such a feast! Su Xiaoyang was taken aback by the sight of the large basin of ribs and 2 steaming pots of fragrant rice nearby. His heart swelled with gratitude. "Captain, you need not prepare such a lavish meal for me. I am content with the usual fare." He understood how scarce resources were. Many struggled to even have a full meal. The lavish spread prepared by Han Qingxia seemed like a welcoming feast just for him. This was truly unnecessary. Even a modest stir-fry would suffice. This felt far too extravagant. Han Qingxia took a rice cooker and settled beneath the grapevine, declaring, "This is what I eat daily." Su Xiaoyang, the comrades behind him, "From now on, whatever I eat, you shall eat as well. Following me, your captain, I shall ensure you commence each day at this standard," Han Qingxia proclaimed loudly. The 5 men nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be this standard of living? In this post-apocalyptic world? They could hardly secure meat even at their base. Han Qingxia intended to have Su Xiaoyang dine at this level. This seemed to starkly contrast with their earlier imaginations of Su Xiaoyang's life as a beleaguered servant. His association with Han Qingxia appeared to be more of a gain than a sacrifice, far better than life at their base. "Let us eat our own," Tang Jian snorted. "We have our own rations." He pulled out some compressed biscuits from his bag, adding a bit of water, and began to eat. The others, seeing this, also refrained from looking any further, pitifully taking out their remaining compressed biscuits. While munching on the tasteless, dry biscuits, they were tantalized by the enticing aroma of the braised ribs wafting from Han Qingxia's direction. These biscuits were becoming increasingly unappetizing. The aroma from the ribs was simply irresistible. They longed to partake. "Eat more. Why are you eating so slowly?" Han Qingxia devoured the ribs, scarcely gnawing on the bones, while Summer sat beside her. Han Qingxia left the bones for Summer to chew on, while Su Xiaoyang savored his meal slowly, cleaning each piece meticulously. The broth infused into the bones was so flavorful that he consumed even the remnants. "Leave the bones for Summer to gnaw on. You should eat more meat. There is no need to waste." Su Xiaoyang shook his head resolutely, continuing to enjoy the bones. Seeing his determination, Han Qingxia understood. She resumed her meal, leaving him to his own devices. After satisfying her hunger, she poured herself a bottle of cola, leaving quite a bit of the ribs uneaten. She wiped her hands and stood up. Su Xiaoyang inquired, "Captain, do you still want the leftovers?" "It's all yours," Han Qingxia replied, nonchalantly. Before departing, she added, "But you must wash the bowls and chopsticks clean, and also be sure to clean up after." Su Xiaoyang immediately expressed his gratitude. Yes. Once Han Qingxia left, He Zhongping and the others, having long since chewed through their tasteless biscuits, set them aside. Yet they dared not waste any food, licking the crumbs clean, when suddenly a bowl of leftover braised ribs was offered to them. Chapter 35. Swiftly at work, eat up, there's plenty left for you. Su Xiaoyang was saving morsels from his own teeth to share with them. "If you give us the food, will that female demon queen consent?" Tang Jian swiftly changed the topic. "I have consulted with the boss, and she said I could give it all to you." "How generous! Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Good brothers, let me express my gratitude. Your presence brings warmth." "Less chatter, eat quickly." Tang Jian, He Zhongping, Wang Heng, and the others immediately began to feast. During the meal, Su Xiaoyang, concerned they might choke, added water to their canteens. This was a newfound ability he had discovered. He could produce water. Each member of their team had undergone some transformation. Tang Jian had become swifter, He Zhongping stronger, Wang Heng could control fire, Qi Mingdang had a reaction to metals, and Li Lin could alter terrain. Though they were still unaware of the reasons behind these changes and were still exploring how to utilize them, they were grateful for these mutations. Otherwise, escaping the zombie tide would have been impossible. Watching his former comrades eat, Su Xiaoyang got up to work, beginning with harvesting vegetables. "Xiaoyang, are you really going to do this?" Tang Jian inquired, gnawing on a bone. Su Xiaoyang, focused on cutting leeks, replied, "I promised, and I shall fulfill that promise. Are you not coming back to the unit with us? I am now under the boss's command. Will the captain allow you to leave?" Su Xiaoyang fell silent, concentrating on his work. After he had cut half the leeks, his brothers finished the pork ribs and joined him. "We share meat. We share work. How can we let you sacrifice alone?" Everyone pitched in. Some harvested vegetables, others weeded, while some washed dishes. Once they completed their tasks, they even tidied the yard inside and out. Han Qingxia, observing from inside, raised her eyebrows slightly at the sight of them working diligently. She understood that Su Xiaoyang had left those ribs for his comrades. She chose not to reveal her awareness. as she deeply understood the bond of brotherhood formed through life and death experiences. Otherwise, she would never have gone to such lengths to take Su Xiaoyang in. The profound camaraderie built over countless life and death situations, spanning years, could not be severed easily. Now that the timeline had shifted in her previous life, when she first encountered Su Xiaoyang, he had been alone, never mentioning his past. Reflecting on it now, it was likely that his comrades, including the captain, had perished, leaving him alone for her to rescue. With no attachments, he devoted himself to her cause. In this life, his companions were still present, and he radiated more warmth than in his previous existence. Han Qingxia made no effort to disrupt his relationships with his comrades, allowing him to maintain connections, even tacitly approving many of his actions, such as taking the Yunnan Baiyao and the ribs. These were acts of kindness extended to him. Otherwise, it would have been counterproductive. Humans are emotional beings. The fact that his teammates were alive would inevitably linger in his mind. Han Qingxia regarded the young men working efficiently, her eyes growing brighter. Retaining these individuals to assist her seemed quite favorable. As dusk fell, Han Qingxia lazily strolled outside the air raid shelter, surveying her domain. Her territory appeared revitalized, with the vegetable patch thoroughly organized. All freshly harvested greens were neatly arranged in a shaded area, categorized meticulously. The weeds were eradicated, and the chicken and duck coops had been cleaned, with minor repairs made. The hygiene inside and out was impeccable. Han Qingxia was thoroughly satisfied. The soldiers worked exceptionally well. "Boss, where should we store these vegetables?" "No rush. Let's wash them first. Tonight, we shall have hot pot." At the mention of hot pot, the eyes of the nearby comrades sparkled with excitement. Before long, Han Qingxia set up a pot in the open space. She first added fragrant beef bones and chicken leg bones for broth, followed by the hot pot seasoning, half spicy, half tomato, an array of meats, fish, fresh vegetables, and frozen tofu was laid out, causing He Zhongping and the others to salivate. "Boss, isn't there too much food?" "What do you mean?" "I said that being with me means eating well. This is just the norm. You must get accustomed to it." The ears of He Zhongping and others perked up, casting envious glances at Su Xiaoyang. The daily rations from the unit had consisted of mere compressed biscuits and a scant amount of canned beef. With food shortages at the base, their meals had dwindled to a meager bowl of rice, a single dish, and a soup that barely contained a hint of egg flour, less appetizing than dishwater, yet many envied even that. In contrast to Han Qingxia's meals, their situation was akin to heaven and hell. Han Qingxia dropped generous portions of beef rolls, pork slices, shrimp paste, and fish into the hot pot. The rich aroma wafted through the air, making everyone crave the feast. "Let us eat." "I can't eat." Tang Jian turned his head away, unable to stomach his compressed biscuits in the face of such a sumptuous spread. "Then have some water, pretend to eat." The group sipped water to suppress their hunger, hoping Su Xiaoyang would bring some leftovers after Han Qingxia finished her meal. However, once she wiped her mouth clean, she addressed Su Xiaoyang before he could speak. "Xiaoyang, pack up the food. I doubt you'll eat much. I'll prepare less next time." Everyone gasped in disbelief. Su Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had only eaten to about 60% fullness and had intended to save some for later. "Boss, I'm still hungry." "Oh, you're not satisfied? Then continue eating. I'll head inside to digest." "All right, boss, I'll clean this up afterward." Su Xiaoyang watched Han Qingxia leave. As soon as she entered the main building, he called the others over. "Kulme, quick eat." Tang Jian, He Zhongping, and the others wasted no time devouring the remnants of Han Qingxia's meal, even the vegetable leaves used as a base. Everyone eagerly rubbed their hands together, awaiting the steaming hot food, their faces lighting up with childlike joy. Just then, a meaningful voice echoed from behind them. "Well now, who gave you permission to pilfer my food?" Chapter 36. The cry of popularity as Han Qingxia's voice echoed through the room. Nearly 1,000 burly men stood frozen in place, petrified. They gazed at Han Qingxia, a seemingly delicate woman, as if they were mice caught in the gaze of a predator. If there were any nook to hide, they would have scrambled into it. "Are you all hungry?" Han Qingxia approached her hot pot, surveying the group of quivering men. "We haven't eaten." Tang Jian was the first to stand. His youthful face turned towards Han Qingxia. At just 20 years old, He was the youngest among them. Having enlisted at 16, he had performed exceptionally well, eventually becoming a special forces member in Lu Qian squad. Despite his commendable abilities, his youth and inexperience left him unprepared for the icy demeanor of Han Qingxia, nearly bringing him to tears. "You haven't eaten, yet what are you doing here?" "We're just sitting here, enjoying the aroma. It's not allowed, is it?" "Of course it's not," Han Qingxia replied languidly. "The scent of these dishes belongs to me. Who granted you permission to savor the fragrance of my food?" Tang Jian was left speechless. "Do you not know that when hot pot boils, it releases a plethora of fragrant oils? These vapors are part of my nourishment. By inhaling the aroma, you're effectively stealing my food. What defense do you have? I can leave, can't I?" "Too late. You must compensate me." Tang Jian stared at her, astonished, feeling akin to Huang Shuren. No, even Huang Shuren wasn't as miserly as this woman, and once again, he felt tears welling up. How could he repay her? "Boss," Su Xiaoyang interjected, rising to his feet, "this is my fault. If there is to be a punishment, let it fall on me." "Shut up and sit down." Han Qingxia shot back, glancing at them. "I am not unreasonable. You are all soldiers, undoubtedly more adept at reasoning than I. Speak amongst yourselves and determine a resolution." Tang Jian and the others exchanged glances. "At worst, we could compensate you with a pot of ingredients." The eldest among them, Qi Mingtang, proposed. "Yes, we'll pay you back." "With what?" "We can go out and find identical ingredients for you." "Huh, is there truly anything in this world that is identical? Furthermore, I require it immediately. Bring it to me now. You are being unreasonable. Indeed, you are bullying us." "Ah, how impressive you all are. You steal from others and yet argue with such audacity. Is this not a blatant display of your bullying?" The group of men was rendered speechless by Han Qingxia's retorts. They exchanged glances and Qi Mingtang suggested, "Sister, how about this? You tell us how you wish for us to compensate you, and we shall comply." Han Qingxia seized the initiative, reclining leisurely before the hot pot. "Very well. Since you have taken from me, you shall repay it yourselves. I will be magnanimous and accept you as subordinates." "Oh, so you intend to claim us all?" Tang Jian was the first to react. "Let me tell you, that is impossible. Indeed, we must return to our unit." "Sister, we truly cannot stay." "Then consider your options. If you do not agree, you will compensate me for my losses. If you refuse, you shall all wait to perish." Han Qingxia ceased further discussions, turning to retreat. Upon her departure, everyone was rendered restless. "Oh my, I have never encountered anyone like her, and now she demands compensation from us. It is the apocalypse. Food is scarce. We are not related to her. Why should she provide us with sustenance?" "But we did consume her hot pot, and we used her medicine," Su Xiaoyang interjected, his gaze lingering on Han Qingxia. He understood that she had observed everything he had done, yet she had never reproached him, indicating her lack of pettiness. Otherwise, she would not have tolerated him so many times. This is all a favor. Han Qingxia conveyed her goodwill through him. However, the others failed to grasp this. "Boss, she's quite a good person. You are misjudging her." Xiaoyang, cease speaking on her behalf. "Xiaoyang, regardless, we cannot align ourselves with her. You may do as you wish, but once the captain awakens, we shall return. My mother is still at K1 base. I must go back." "Same here. We must return." Han Qingxia observed the scene outside from the surveillance cameras within the base. She adjusted her earpiece and addressed the loudspeaker. "I do not care what you think or whether you are willing, but as long as you are here with me for a day, you shall work. Tonight, all of you shall stand watch. Otherwise, get out." At that moment, the crowd outside fell silent. After issuing her commands, Han Qingxia turned and retreated to her quarters to rest. She took her time. There was no rush. However, the important thing was that if they had consumed her food, they must work for her. Descending the stairs back to her sleeping quarters, she noticed Lu Qian still lying on the ground. After administering an emergency medicine and applying Yunnan Baiyao, his life was assured. He was now steadily recovering. Han Qingxia cast a glance at him and then strode over him, slipping into her warm bed. When she awoke the following day, everything outside the air raid shelter was orderly once more. Although those bothersome fellows had not submitted to her, they had completed all the chores. The vegetables in her garden were being harvested, and the chickens, ducks, and sheep were well fed. Today, she discovered that they had even expanded her fish pond. Seeing all this, Han Qingxia mused that it was indeed advantageous to have few helpers. It was about time someone assisted her with these tasks. "Boss, where shall I place these vegetables?" "Follow me." Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang into the air raid shelter, directing him to stack the vegetables at the large iron door, intending to carry them in herself later. Power and responsibility must align, as she had yet to assign Su Xiaoyang an absolutely crucial task. He was not entitled to unrestricted access to her storage. This was beneficial for both Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia. One must exert control gradually, relinquishing authority only when complete mastery is achieved. Han Qingxia recorded Su Xiaoyang's fingerprint for entry and exit at the air raid shelter's door, instructing him to place the vegetables at the warehouse entrance, assuring him she would manage the rest. Su Xiaoyang had no objections. He exhibited only unwavering obedience. After handling her daily vegetable tasks, she heard a voice outside. "I am here to deliver vegetables to the Lord." A soft voice resonated at the door, and Wang Yundu arrived with today as supplies. However, upon seeing many unfamiliar faces, she hesitated shyly at the doorway. "You've arrived, Lord." Chapter 37. The landlord's long-term laborer, Wang Yunduo, felt an innate sense of closeness to Han Qingxia. Anyone who had been received within Han Qingxia's territory would share this sentiment. This included Su Xiaoyang, who, since agreeing to serve under her, had developed an unwavering trust in Han Qingxia. He viewed her through a lens of admiration, unable to comprehend why his comrade spoke ill of her. Han Qingxia was a person of great kindness and virtue. "Lord, I delivered the seeds you asked me to cultivate for my father yesterday. He said they would be ready in a week. Please be patient." "Very well. I trust you have enough supplies at home?" "Not yet. My father mentioned that we can manage without your provisions for now, as we lack space. May we exchange them with you at a later time?" Han Qingxia nodded, then turned to call for her dog, but instead looked at the idling men. "You two escort her home." The group exchanged glances as two stepped forward to accompany Wang Yunduo back to her residence. Once they departed, Han Qingxia regarded the remaining individuals. "You all should not remain idle. Come and assist me." With the enticing aroma of hot pot wafting in the air, they felt compelled to labor for her. Han Qingxia handed Su Xiaoyang a map and a stack of signs. "Take them and expand the territory." "Expand the territory?" Tang Jian was taken aback. "Why would we do that in this apocalyptic age? Aren't there only empty spaces everywhere?" Han Qingxia shot him a glance. "If I instruct you to do it, then do it. By the end of today, I want at least 10 acres expanded. Mark the vacant land with my signs." "Understood," Su Xiaoyang affirmed resolutely. Han Qingxia's expression softened slightly. "Go now. There will be food upon your return. Will we be able to afford that food?" Tang Jian quipped. In an instant, Han Qingxia kicked him. "Eat it or not. You still owe me." With that, they all trudged off to fulfill Han Qingxia's demands, leaving behind the most severely injured among them, Di Zhangping, who was still recuperating from his leg injury. He was advised against moving for the next couple of days. Yet, Han Qingxia could not bear to see him idle. "You come help me," Di Zhangping thought. "Have we become mere laborers in a landlord's estate?" The moment they caught a whiff of the meat aroma, they were completely drained of their will, reduced to her long-term workers. And even I, the wounded, am not spared. Little did he know that if Lu Qian were capable of even a single finger S movement, she would not allow him to rest. Everyone was expected to work. He Zhangping dared not voice his frustrations and obediently got up to prepare food for her. Han Qingxia displayed a humane side, considering his mobility limitations, assigning him lighter tasks like washing vegetables, chopping, and cooking large quantities of rice. For the first time, she found herself liberated from labor, able to jog a few laps outside her shelter as a warm-up while restoring her previously damaged traps. During this time, she heard the system's notification. "Ding! Territory expansion detected. 100 square meters. Reward, 100 points." Upon hearing the system's chime and realizing her territory had indeed grown, she knew her strategy had paid off. Sending her people to expand the land could indeed enhance her domain. She contemplated whether the relocation of her residence would count as an expansion of her territory. However, she was currently cautious about accepting new residents, as her distaste for humanity lingered. After her jog, Han Qingxia returned to her base, feeling a bit unaccustomed to idleness. She refrained from further expanding her territory, as there were outsiders in her shelter. After a moment of reflection and completing her warm-up, she practiced her martial arts in the open space. He Zhangping, who was struggling to cook, caught sight of Han Qingxia's powerful movements and thought, wow, she's incredibly strong. Her combat skills were impressive, even captivating an old soldier like him. Each punch and kick was fierce, and he found himself mesmerized. What are you staring at? Want to learn? Fearful of her authority, He Zhangping quickly averted his gaze and returned to his chores, but he couldn't help stealing glances. She was truly formidable, seemingly stronger than their captain. By afternoon, those sent out returned as promised, greeted by the delightful sense of food prepared by He Zhangping, who had spent the day cooking. The dishes included scrambled eggs with the abundant chives and a hearty stew made from leftover hot pot ingredients. In this apocalyptic era, resources were scarce, and the sight of warm meals brought tears to their eyes. They eagerly scooped generous portions onto their rice, relishing the flavors they had long missed. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia prepared a special dish of fragrant braised pork for herself and Su Xiaoyang. "Isn't this braised pork delicious?" "Absolutely," Su Xiaoyang agreed. "I have plenty of braised pork. I could use a few more to help me eat it." The others, still savoring their hot pot broth, were momentarily tempted to waver in their beliefs. "Please, stop teasing us with food." After their meal, Han Qingxia assigned them more tasks, instructing them to construct simple housing outside the shelter. She had all the necessary tools and materials, having scavenged from furniture stores during a prior raid. Once the frames were erected, she furnished them with beds and luxurious down comforters. "For now, you can stay here, Yangzi. In the coming days, gather wood from the mountains to reinforce this place." "Understood." The interior of the shelter was Han Qingxia's private domain, and even Su Xiaoyang had to sleep outside. Chapter 38. Yield Enhancement. Several structures were to be constructed outside, where Su Xiaoyang would reside beyond the air raid shelter, serving as a lookout to comprehensively oversee the security of the entire base. Once she had assigned the tasks outside, she returned to the base to rest. At that moment, Qi Mingtang inquired, "Sister, how is our captain faring?" "He is still asleep," Han Qingxia replied, having noted that Lu Qiyin was still in a deep slumber before her departure. She found it somewhat peculiar that he had not yet awakened. Nevertheless, she had assessed his injuries and breathing. His external wounds had largely healed, and his respiration was steady, indicating he was merely in a state of sleep. "Could you let our captain be outside? We could take care of him." "Absolutely not." Han Qingxia firmly rejected the notion. Lu Qiyin was her hostage. With these individuals, who were not under her command, within her territory, she could not place complete trust in them. As they had previously mentioned, what if they attempted to escape, taking Su Xiaoyang with them? The bond among these individuals appeared resolute, and their loyalty to Lu Qiyin was unwavering. Despite her attempts to undermine their unity while he was unconscious, there remained a significant risk that he could awaken and abscond with Su Xiaoyang. Vigilance was paramount. Han Qingxia did not perceive this as a test for Su Xiaoyang. A test implies an unexpected revelation in dire circumstances, not an opportunity presented to others due to her own negligence. Human nature requires no trial. Keeping Su Xiaoyang away from such peculiar choices was the mark of wisdom. Thus, allowing Lu Qiyin to be outside under their watch was utterly unacceptable. "Then we remain in the dark about our captain's condition. If you are concerned, just consult Su Xiaoyang," Han Qingxia stated, offering no further explanation as she walked away. The others were accustomed to Han Qingxia's irascible temperament. "I have never encountered a woman like her in my life." Tang Jian vented behind Han Qingxia. "How many women have you actually met?" The group chuckled at him. "Well, none like her, cold-hearted and fierce, devoid of any feminine qualities. When the captain wakes up, just wait and see." "What will you do?" Su Xiaoyang inquired. "I will run without pause. I shall never see her again." "Ha ha!" Laughter erupted around them. "What are you all laughing at? Am I wrong?" Tang Jian pouted, his youthful face brimming with defiance. "When the captain awakens, you all plan to stay, don't you? Let us hurry and leave." "You speak the truth." Once the laughter subsided, everyone turned to Su Xiaoyang. "Yinzi, you must ensure our captain is well cared for." You can trust my leader. The captain's injuries have indeed healed. I witnessed it myself. He merely requires a few more days of rest. Please keep an eye on him. All right. 2 days swiftly passed. Seizing the opportunity of available labor, Han Qingxia commenced renovations to her air raid shelter base. The first priority was the structure for Su Xiaoyang, which had been fully constructed, a simple abode of metal sheeting and wood. This would facilitate the management of the base's poultry and crops while simultaneously safeguarding the air raid shelter. Moreover, Han Qingxia revamped and expanded the chicken and duck enclosures. She enlisted the laborers, who were enjoying free meals at her expense, to venture into the mountains to collect firewood and weave branches and vines, completely overhauling the previously hastily constructed enclosures. Soldiers indeed possess commendable manual skills and can accomplish anything. Additionally, the vegetable and fruit gardens were meticulously reorganized, doubling the cultivated area. Previously, Han Qingxia had merely scattered seeds without any planning, resulting in inefficient land use outside the air raid shelter. This time, a thorough restructuring would elevate the base's yield several-fold. The fish and shrimp ponds were also excavated anew, with a 5-meter-deep pit dug nearby to redirect water from the existing ponds, thereby enlarging their capacity and enhancing the living environment for the aquatic life, thus boosting their production. As they toiled, the pace was swift and the efficiency commendable, which greatly pleased Han Qingxia. During the day, she would send Su Xiaoyang with 3 others to expand their territory, while the remaining individuals stayed back to assist in the base's reconstruction, with provisions for 2 meals. As a competent landlord, Han Qingxia deemed that providing 2 meals for these temporary workers sufficed. There was no need to offer 3. For her permanent workers, she would, in front of everyone, present a lavish breakfast, her favoritism unmistakable and unhidden. Han Qingxia consistently favored her own and maintained a starkly different standard for those who were not. Tang Jian and the others gradually adjusted to this blatant double standard, recognizing that having such a leader was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Undoubtedly, that evening, upon returning from their expedition, Su Xiaoyang and his companions presented Han Qingxia with a fleet of enormous delivery trucks. During their territorial expansion, Su Xiaoyang had come across a stretch of road where several large trucks had collided. They cleared the surrounding zombies, planted Han Qingxia's flag, and claimed the land, discovering that many vehicles were still operable within the wreckage. More importantly, several of these were delivery trucks. They immediately repaired the vehicles and drove back to Han Qingxia's base. "Boss, we have procured supplies." Upon witnessing the substantial haul, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Well done." Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang and began to regard the others favorably. "Tonight, I shall treat you all to an additional meat meal. Wow, I am deeply moved. In my lifetime, I never expected to see the female miser show kindness." "Get lost." Han Qingxia playfully kicked Tang Jian. "You are not allowed to eat. Please, you are not a miser. You are a benevolent goddess, right?" Han Qingxia chuckled. "Call me ancestor." Tang Jian hesitated, weighing his pride against the prospect of meat, ultimately conceding, "Ancestor, at least you have some sense. Unload the goods first. Only then may you eat." Tang Jian muttered, "I greet your ancestor." Han Qingxia waved Su Xiaoyang over, instructing him to follow her to procure meat and vegetables, planning to prepare a hearty potato braised pork for everyone that evening. After gathering the meat, Su Xiaoyang checked on their slumbering captain. At this point, Lu Qian's wounds had fully healed, his complexion rosy, and his breathing strong and regular. Su Xiaoyang attempted to rouse him, but was unsuccessful. His head and spine bore no injuries, so nerve damage seemed unlikely. Han Qingxia remarked, however, "I must caution you that we cannot entirely rule out the possibility of him remaining in eternal slumber." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's expression darkened. "Understood, boss." Chapter 39. The desire to recruit her. Su Xiaoyang understood that Han Qingxia had exerted her utmost efforts. She was not a professional doctor. Her initial promise to save his life did not extend to any further guarantees. Regardless of the outcome, they owed her a debt of gratitude. He first carried out 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of potatoes. Han Qingxia glanced at the individuals on the ground and followed him out. As she turned to leave, The man lying on the ground moved his fingers slightly. Outside, Tang Jian and others were exuberant, as if celebrating a festival. Together, they unloaded the contents of 4 delivery trucks, totaling over 2,000 packages. The items varied in size and were neatly arranged by Han Qingxia in the open space. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyang emerging with the food ingredients, they rushed forward. Some washed vegetables, others scrubbed pots, while a few set up tables. Han Qingxia approached the pile of packages to begin unpacking. She called Su Xiaoyang over to assist her. By the time the meal was prepared on one side, they had almost finished unpacking on the other. They had never unwrapped blind box deliveries with such enthusiasm. A total of over 600 food items were unpacked, predominantly snacks such as puffed foods, biscuits, cakes, beverages, and candies. The variety was so extensive that only Han Qingxia could imagine what was inside. She generously shared a bottle of soda with each person present, having uncovered over a dozen boxes of Coke and Sprite. Naturally, there were many expired and spoiled perishable items, such as cold fresh foods that had gone bad, which Han Qingxia casually discarded aside. Additionally, there were toiletries, daily necessities, bedding items, and some indescribable goods. Han Qingxia was never picky. As long as something held value and wasn't spoiled, she would take it. There was also a considerable amount of pet food. Though Han Qingxia had never fed her pets this dry food, they ate whatever she had. Discovering these supplies was unexpected, but she decided to keep them. Furthermore, there were numerous articles of clothing, shoes, and socks, along with several of the latest models of phones and computers, as well as various pieces of furniture. The joy of unpacking these blind box deliveries was indeed delightful. In high spirits, Han Qingxia joined them for a meal. "What are you looking at? This is my meal, and I shall eat it," she declared. "I thought you would be sharing a private meal with Xiaoyang again." Someone teased. "I will eat as I please. Who are you to dictate?" she retorted, lifting her rice cooker. Everyone had their own rice cooker, a fortunate find from her earlier scavenging in the appliance store, which proved to be quite useful. Meals were served by the rice cooker, and Han Qingxia was the first to dig in, scooping a generous portion of succulent pork and tender, flavorful potatoes atop her rice. The rich gravy melded beautifully with the white rice, making it utterly irresistible. As soon as she began eating, the others rushed in to join her, particularly eager for the meat. They descended upon the large pieces of pork with a ravenous intensity, their eyes gleaming with desire. The fragrant, marbled chunks of meat were a delight to bite into, bursting with flavor, especially when paired with the freshly harvested potatoes, which they found exceptionally sweet and fragrant. Little did they know, these potatoes were grown in Han Qingxia's upgraded soil. They simply believed that everything she provided was delicious. As they savored the meat, potatoes, and gravy-laden rice, a wave of satisfaction washed over them all. "Boss, are you unable to grab any? I can help you," one offered. Han Qingxia, having eaten nearly half a pot of rice, felt disinclined to continue as she watched the frenzy unfold. She thought to herself that it would be better to eat alone in the future, avoiding the drool-inducing chaos. At that moment, a large plate of braised pork and potatoes was pushed toward Han Qingxia, half untouched. "This is the first dish I prepared," Su Xiaoyang stated, meticulous even in hunger, portioning his food carefully and savoring it slowly. Han Qingxia looked at the dish he offered. "No need. You eat it," she replied, feeling satisfied. Upon hearing her declaration, everyone turned to her in surprise. "Sister, are you truly full? Don't be shy. We eat like this. It's a free-for-all. Otherwise, we'd give it all to you," Qi Mingtang insisted, handing her the nearly empty dish of potato and meat stew. "Forget it," Han Qingxia said, losing her appetite at the sight. "Then if you're not eating, may we finish your leftover rice?" Tang Jian asked cautiously, eyeing the half pot of rice. Han Qingxia sighed. "Fine, take it." She handed them her pot, and they eagerly mixed it with the remnants of the meat and gravy, devouring it all. Watching them, Han Qingxia opened a drink and remarked lightly, "Is it really necessary?" "Of course. We haven't had a meal this good in nearly a month," Tang Jian replied. "Aren't you from the military? Isn't the food there sufficient?" Yi Zhuangping interjected. "Not anymore. Our Eastern Military District has established a base, and all resources are prioritized for the base. The rations for us soldiers have significantly declined, and each day grows worse. When we left the base, we could only have one dish, one soup, and rice. Han Qingxia inquired, K1 base? Yes. You know about our base? Qi Mingtong's eyes lit up. I've heard it mentioned on the radio. Han Qingxia replied nonchalantly, as they were unaware of how their base was promoted. Our base is vast, continually rescuing residents from City A and City B. We provide the most assistance in the eastern region. Wang Hung added, our base is formidable too. The Eastern Military District's forces are stationed there, ensuring safety. Li Lin, who had been quiet until now, chimed in. At this moment, Tang Jian turned to Han Qingxia. Sister, why not join us at our base? I'm not joking. Though you may be a bit fierce and demanding, your strength is genuinely impressive, Tang Jian assessed her. Our K1 base desperately needs someone of your caliber. Absolutely, He Zhuangping quickly added. Sister, your skills are remarkable. I believe you are even stronger than our captain. Join us, and we can all stay together, including Xiaoyang. Everyone turned their gaze toward Han Qingxia. She thought to herself, I want to recruit them, yet they wish to recruit me. Chapter 40. In Must Depart, Han Qingxia gazed at the group of individuals before her, waving her hand in a casual gesture, prompting them to gather around. If I join you, will I have meat to eat every day? The group pondered seriously for a moment before shaking their heads. If I join you, can I go wherever I please? Will I enjoy freedom daily? They shook their heads once more. If I join you, can I eliminate anyone who displeases me? Their heads bobbed vigorously, akin to a drum. Han Qingxia smiled at them. Then why should I join you? The group fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. For honor, Tang Jian proclaimed proudly, rising to his feet. Honor my foot, Han Qingxia retorted, sending him sprawling with a swift kick. Honor is you all risking your lives out there like fools, only to receive no aid in return. Honor is you groveling before me like lost dogs, begging for refuge. Honor is you desiring things you cannot have, yet being the first to charge in a battle. Let me tell you, your honor has long since crumbled. Once order disintegrates, there is no returning. The fragmentation of bases will only worsen. Your loyalty now lies with the K1 base, which offers you nothing and no guarantees. Han Qingxia coldly recounted the tumultuous decade she had endured in her previous life. The apocalypse heralded a new era. All order had collapsed, and while some factions sought to restore it, the tide of time was beyond their control. Bases emerged, and the rise of new base civilizations was inevitable. Any attempt to revive the old order was mere regression. Thus, the notion of the apocalypse concluding and order being re-established was a fantasy. The future civilization would be one of base culture, and its glory would belong to the bases. Han Qingxia understood that these individuals would return to being insignificant pawns within the K1 base, so much so that they would not even merit a rescue effort. They were unworthy of any sacrifice from the K1 base. However, if they followed her, she could promise them meat, freedom from oppression, and the ability to eliminate anyone who displeased them. Under her domain, all would be a realm of liberty. With a smile, Han Qingxia rallied them. The eyes of Tang Jian and the others widened in disbelief. Just then, the door to the air raid shelter swung open, and a cool, melodious male voice rang out. Miss Han Qingxia, I appreciate your kindness. Turning around, she saw a young man, his attire tattered and bandaged, emerging from her shelter. The moment he appeared, all the burly men surged forward in excitement, save for Su Xiaoyang, who remained behind, his eyes gleaming with joy as he beheld the recovering Lu Qiyan. Yet he did not move, choosing to stay by Han Qingxia's side. Thank you, Miss Han. After reuniting with his subordinates, Lu Qiyan approached Han Qingxia. During my injury, you took care of my men. I'm deeply grateful. Han Qingxia languidly rose to her feet. Spare me the empty words. Gratitude should be shown through action. You and your men have feasted and rested here for 4 days and nights. Bring me something in return. The crowd gasped. Captain, don't listen to her. We've worked day and night for her. They protested. Everything we consumed was earned through our labor. Cough, cough. Han Qingxia interrupted with a heavy cough, casting a sidelong glance at the group of ingrates. Do you even have the audacity to speak? What time do you think this is? If I hadn't taken you in, you would be toiling without food until death. The group fell silent. recognizing that even the most ruthless capitalists of the past paled in comparison to Han Qingxia's mercilessness. Her words were blunt and unyielding, yet, faced with her overwhelming authority, they could only cower behind their captain. Lu Qian, somewhat taken aback by his subdued team, addressed Han Qingxia. I will compensate you with supplies as a token of gratitude for saving us. When? After we return. Not a chance, Han Qingxia declared, raising her hands. No credit here, but we currently have little in terms of resources. Think wisely. If you wish to depart, you must pay my exit fee. The group was taken aback. In this new era, Han Qingxia is quite the opportunist. Frustration bubbled within them, yet they could do nothing against her. Lu Qian maintained a stoic expression. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Where's my backpack?" "Right here." Tang Jian handed it over. Lu Qian opened the bag and retrieved a sealed, transparent pouch filled with shimmering crystal cores. "Is this acceptable?" "Zombie crystal cores." Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with interest. "Hand it over." She snatched approximately 30 to 40 cores from him. "Fine, this barely meets the requirement. You may leave." Lu Qian noted her swift and forceful manner, realizing her speed and strength were extraordinary. This woman was indeed exceptional. He chose not to speak further, gathering his team. "We should return now. Everyone, grab your belongings." "Yes." Tang Jian and the others promptly shouldered their backpacks. Lu Qian then turned to Su Xiaoyang, who had yet to move. "Xiaoyang, why aren't you coming?" "Captain, he can't go back." Tang Jian interjected, approaching. "He is now under the Queen's command." He Zhanping, now fully healed, chimed in cheerfully. Lu Qian furrowed his brow. "Captain, Xiaoyang sacrificed himself to save you, selling himself to Sister Han," Qi Mingtang explained. "Had he not caught her eye, we might not have been saved," Wang Heng added. "That's right," Li Lin agreed. Lu Qian's astonishment grew with each revelation, his frown deepening. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang produced his badge. "Captain, I cannot return with you." C1 Special Forces Su Xiaoyang. He stood resolutely, saluting sharply. Lu Qian regarded him sternly. "Return to the team." "Hey, who are you commanding?" he retorted, glancing at Han Qingxia. "Miss Han, I will repay your favor, but I must take all my men with me. Not a single one can be left behind. I will not lose a single one of my men." 100 crystal cores, Lu Qian declared coldly. "Not a chance." 1,000 cores. "Not a chance." As both sides reached an impasse, Su Xiaoyang interjected, "Captain Lu, I am here of my own volition." Chapter 41. The goats begin to produce milk. Su Xiaoyang cast a resolute gaze towards Lu Qian, who returned the look with equal determination. The bonds shared among the members of their Special Forces team were exceptionally profound. Before the apocalypse descended upon them, they had consistently been the elite squad in the war zone, undertaking the most arduous special operations, border defense skirmishes, overseas rescue missions, and surprise assaults in the field. Lu Qian, their captain, had led them through countless life-and-death situations, safeguarding their homeland while guiding them towards the pinnacle of glory. Every member regarded Lu Qian as the most trustworthy pillar, offering him unconditional support, allegiance, and camaraderie. In turn, he never abandoned any of his comrades, regardless of the circumstances. Yet now, the gravity of the moment hung heavily in the air. "Are you truly prepared?" Lu Qian inquired after a tense standoff. "Yes, Captain Lu," Su Xiaoyang affirmed. Lu Qian ceased speaking, accepting the badge from Su Xiaoyang's palm. "I shall keep this in safekeeping for you. You may reclaim it whenever you wish." Su Xiaoyang's eyes flickered with emotion, but his resolve remained unshaken. "Take care, Captain Lu." Han Qingxia observed the farewells of her comrades. She pursed her lips and lazily opened the door, allowing them to depart. As they left, each embraced Su Xiaoyang, as if bidding farewell for a lifetime, an outcome that was entirely plausible in the current apocalypse, where the uncertainty of tomorrow loomed large. A parting could indeed become permanent. Tang Jian approached the door, addressing Han Qingxia. "Sister, I'm off. Don't bully Xiaoyang. I'll feast on lavish meals and torment him in your absence." "Can't finish it all." Tang Jian. He would rather not comment or inquire further. He Zhanping approached, saying, "Your Majesty, we may not meet again. Scram. If you're late, you'll be stuck here as a laborer." He Zhanping. Qi Mingtang, Wang Heng, and Li Lin exchanged minimal words, merely nodding at Han Qingxia before bidding farewell to the dogs. They had spent the past few days caring for the dogs, bathing them, feeding them, and cleaning up after them, unwittingly forming a bond. Goodbye, we are leaving. Woof woof. Summer, with a pack of dogs, circled around them, seemingly puzzled about where this group was headed. Were they not the new companions? Where could they possibly go? Summer dashed after the departing figures, tail wagging. Come back. Han Qingxia called out, and the dogs obediently returned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group descended the mountain. Han Qingxia resolutely closed the door and returned to her meal. Everyone had their aspirations. There was no need to impose. The following day, Han Qingxia woke. With the departure of the Special Forces team, her life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. A new member had joined her ranks. Su Xiaoyang had risen 2 hours earlier than her each day to tidy up the vegetable garden outside the air raid shelter. She was finally relieved of the labor. In addition, a delightful development had occurred. The goats she tended had grown, and after observing them over the past few days, she noted that 2 of them had successfully mated, suggesting that goatess milk would soon be available. In the morning, Wang Yinduo would come by to deliver the daily produce from the residence. Han Qingxia's supplies were steadily increasing. In recognition of Su Xiaoyang's loyalty, she granted him access to a storage facility, allowing him to store the daily provisions therein. Currently, Han Qingxia possessed 3 well-stocked warehouses and an expansive system space. Most of her food supplies were stored within her system, while the air raid shelter primarily housed the output goods and a limited inventory. Lord, here are the seeds you gave me last time. My father has cultivated strawberries. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up upon seeing a small box of plump, vibrant strawberries among the food Wang Yinduo brought. She had previously given Wang Yumin a packet of strawberry seeds, never anticipating the successful cultivation. Excellent work, she commended, handing her another packet of wheat seeds and a bonus pack of sugar. Take this back to your father. Let him continue planting. If he grows them well, there will be rewards. Understood. Thank you, Lord. Wang Yinduo's health had visibly improved during this time, as she now had meat and milk to enjoy. The little girl had become quite charming. As she prepared to leave with the items given by Han Qingxia, she suddenly recalled something. Lord, my father asked if you have any edible salt. We would like to exchange for some. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia turned back, retrieving a packet of salt along with a list detailing various common items: oil, salt, soy sauce, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and so forth. Each item was accompanied by a price in points. A 500G packet of salt was worth 1 point. A 5L jug of oil was 10 points. A bottle of shampoo was 10 points, and an egg was 1 point. Points could be earned through food exchanges, encouraging Wang Yumin to cultivate more and produce abundantly. Han Qingxia noted that every pound of grain harvested would earn 1 point. She also remarked that if there were any scarce food items or goods, they could be exchanged at a premium. The incentive-based point system Han Qingxia devised was highly motivating. Wang Yumin, upon seeing this, devoted himself to maximizing output, enlisting his wife to expand their farmland to facilitate exchanges with Han Qingxia. Having arranged for her sole resident, Han Qingxia instructed Summer to remain at the base with a few dogs. Today, she, along with Su Xiaoyang and the dogs, set out once again to expand their territory and gather supplies. Boss, there is still a substantial amount of resources on the road we returned from yesterday. It seems there was a major accident ahead, with all vehicles blocked. Great. Let us head there and expand our reach. Han Qingxia climbed into her armored vehicle, allowing Su Xiaoyang to drive as they sped toward the area they had explored the previous day. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxia spotted a highway where indeed there was an abundance of supplies. Chapter 42. The highway before Han Qingxia lay an elevated 8-lane toll station, utterly immobilized by a catastrophic vehicular collision that had entirely sealed off the expressway, with vehicles jammed tightly in both directions. Particularly striking was the elevated roadway ahead, where a seemingly endless line of vehicles stood abandoned, a remarkable sight to behold. A cursory glance revealed a significant number of delivery trucks ensnared on the overpass, at least 40 or 50 by estimation. Red, green, and white delivery containers were all stuck on the asphalt, alongside refrigerated vehicles, open cargo trucks, and semi-trailers brimming with sports cars. It was evident that these goods were destined for City A, yet they remained stranded on the highway, unable to descend. Su Xiaoyang had managed to salvage 4 delivery trucks with his companions the previous day, a mere fraction of what lay here. There was an abundance of supplies still trapped. Xiaoyang, you begin clearing the wreckage here. I will ascend to assess the situation, she instructed. Understood, he replied. Han Qingxia leaped from the armored vehicle, assigning Su Xiaoyang his task. To retrieve the goods above, they would need to clear a path, while she would first gather some supplies into her space. She released her dogs, allowing 2 to accompany Su Xiaoyang while the rest followed her upward. The area surrounding the accident was devoid of zombies, likely due to Su Xiaoyang's prior efforts in clearing it. Han Qingxia traversed the heart of the crash zone, reaching the toll booth. There, she found a lone zombie trapped within the toll area, clad in the uniform of a toll collector, her hair disheveled beneath a hairnet. Her head emerging from a cracked window. The once flawless visage was now devoid of color, skin clinging to bone, marred by dark, vein-like patterns. Her murky gray eyes fixated greedily on Han Qingxia as she reached through the window with a skeletal hand, attempting to grasp her. Roar bang. With precision, a long shovel slid through the window's crevice, and Han Qingxia deftly struck, withdrawing the shovel to reveal a thumb-sized luminous crystal, causing the toll collector zombie to collapse lifelessly. Satisfied, Han Qingxia donned her gloves, pocketing the crystal in a plastic bag while casting a glance at the dangling skeletal arm at the toll booth. She tossed a 1 yuan game coin in her palm, declaring, "Don't say I didn't pay the toll." Su Xiaoyang, clearing the road behind her, was left in awe of Han Qingxia's prowess. Her agility in dispatching the zombies was astonishing, as though she had taken the lives of thousands, each movement devoid of excess, precise and lethal. Her grace under pressure was striking, akin to a lone wolf, embodying an aesthetic of brutal elegance with each encounter. Remarkably, she was a woman, exuding a captivating fierceness that was simply breathtaking. After Su Xiaoyang was reassured by her prowess, he allowed her to ascend the overpass while he diligently continued his efforts to clear the roadway. Han Qingxia, one hand gripping a shovel, was flanked by a pack of agile dogs. Congratulations and prosperity. Keep your eyes ahead. Bring forth the red envelopes. Watch your flanks. She meticulously searched several vehicles, finally discovering one with the keys still in the ignition, a well-fueled truck in pristine condition, marking it as her intended vehicle. She notified Su Xiaoyang before leaping onto another truck to gather more supplies. Perched on the tailgate of a container truck, she effortlessly tore the lock away. Her body, enhanced by the system's rewards, possessed an extraordinary strength. Upon opening the container doors, she was greeted by an entire truckload of delivery boxes. Without hesitation, she absorbed every single one. The unboxing could wait. Her priority was to seize the resources. After clearing one vehicle, she leapt to the next dedicated delivery truck. With brute force, she breached each lock, and for the open-top trucks, she simply jumped onto the roof, tore off the rain cover, and dove inside to collect. Each truck yielded approximately 10 cubic meters of supplies, and with over 40 trucks, she amassed more than 400 cubic meters, enough to fill a 200-square-foot room to the brim. Regrettably, 3 refrigerated trucks contained spoiled goods, releasing an unbearable stench upon opening. In the wake of the apocalypse lasting over a month, the perishable items had long since decayed. With reluctance, she abandoned those vehicles. As she finished gathering supplies, Su Xiaoyang had cleared path. "Boss, we can proceed now." Standing atop a vehicle, Han Qingxia had just finished with the last truck when Su Xiaoyang's voice crackled in her earpiece, prompting her to prepare for the return journey. At that moment, she noticed 3 fuel tankers trapped among the vehicles about 1,000 meters ahead. Gas station. Fuel. Xiaoyang. First, move the marked vehicle down. Then bring the armored vehicle to clear the roadway. I want a path open for the fuel tankers. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang immediately complied, yes. With her dogs in tow, Han Qingxia raced toward the gas station. As she approached, shadows of zombies began to emerge. The small gas station was teeming with zombies, aimlessly wandering between the open space and the devastated convenience store. It was evident that when vehicles were stranded on the highway, many had attempted to flee here in desperation, only to meet their demise. Now, those unfortunate souls had transformed into zombies, and due to the gas station being the largest congregation point along the route, many had chased after fleeing humans, resulting in a significant number still lurking nearby. As they sensed Han Qingxia's presence, their movements shifted from sluggish to frenzied. Woof woof. Woof. Vacate charged ahead, tackling a zombie to the ground. Woof. With a swift swipe, he sent its head flying. Following suit, Han Qingxia's other dogs joined the fray. Chapter 43. Level 2 Zombie Summer was left behind at the base to guard, while those brought out possessed remarkable combat abilities. These were the finest military dogs from the past. The extermination of zombies required little instruction from Han Qingxia, as they had already learned the task. Han Qingxia prepared armor for each dog, protecting their vulnerable abdomens and significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The dogs quickly subdued the attacking horde of zombies with swift bites. Han Qingxia, too, efficiently dispatched the remaining zombies in her path. The slaughter was rapid and ruthless, leaving dismembered corpses in her wake. Each zombie's forehead bore a gaping wound, with some containing crystal cores while the majority did not. Upon reaching the gas station, Han Qingxia collected a dozen crystal cores, having nearly eradicated the zombies. She couldn't be bothered to enter the small supermarket and prioritized gathering fuel instead. Casting a glance at Su Xiaoyang, she seized the opportunity while he maneuvered the vehicle down, swiftly pulling 2 fully stocked fuel tankers into her space, leaving one that was less full for him to drive later. Han Qingxia then attempted to isolate and partition her space, as she lacked containers to hold the fuel, only managing to find a few empty barrels nearby. To her surprise, as the thought crossed her mind, her mental energy controlled the space, and it indeed began to divide. Han Qingxia rejoiced, recalling that her spatial rewards were cubic. Thus it should be divisible. Her intuition proved correct. The space was segmented into several smaller cubes, allowing her to fervently siphon fuel from the pump. When Su Xiaoyang forcefully pushed the road vehicle aside and rushed to meet Han Qingxia, she had nearly drained the gas station's reserves. Approximately 60 cubic meters of fuel were collected, enough to fill nearly 1,000 vehicles, sufficient for an extended period. "Boss, I'm here to help," Su Xiaoyang exclaimed as he disembarked from the vehicle. Just then, they felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Several barrels near Han Qingxia shook dramatically. The tremors felt as though a giant was walking, each step vibrating the entire surface. Su Xiaoyang sensed this force with confusion. Could it be an earthquake? Run! Han Qingxia commanded gravely. Everyone, get in the vehicle. She lifted 2 barrels of fuel and dashed toward the armored car, her dogs following suit. Just as they burst from the gas station, a deafening crash sounded. The spot where Han Qingxia had stood moments before was obliterated. A humanoid monster weighing nearly 400 pounds erupted from the gas station, lunging at the spot where Han Qingxia had just been. With a miss, it raised a disproportionately small head from its corpulent body. Unlike other zombies, its face was layered with flesh that sagged heavily. One eye, the size of a mung bean, was hidden beneath the skin, while the other, due to mutation, was sunken, resembling an oversized chocolate ball embedded in a mass of fat. Its triple-layered chin fused seamlessly with its neck, its body resembling a pyramid of flesh, grotesquely layered with excess fat, teeming with maggots and grotesque growths. Upon missing its target, the mutated zombie emitted a furious, high-pitched scream that pierced the minds of all who heard it, akin to countless needles stabbing into their brains. A formidable pressure radiated from it, instilling fear in all perceiving it. "Damn it, a level 2 mutated zombie. Retreat!" Han Qingxia shouted to Su Xiaoyang. He snapped back to reality upon hearing her call, rushing toward the fuel tanker. "Forget the tanker. We're retreating," Han Qingxia insisted. She had no confidence in confronting such a formidable creature. Even in her previous life, level 2 mutated zombies were formidable foes, typically requiring superpowered individuals to combat effectively. Although she had recently acquired abilities, she was merely a novice, lacking the control necessary for a confrontation. "Run. We need to fall back." Su Xiaoyang heard her words but did not relent. "Boss, you drive. I'll hitch the trailer. I can keep up." He was unwilling to return empty-handed. The fuel was crucial for Han Qingxia, and he was determined to bring back something for her. Han Qingxia, on the verge of chastising him, held her tongue. This fool had no idea she had already siphoned most of the fuel. She pressed the clutch down, deftly maneuvering the controls to start the armored vehicle. Boom! Dust erupted as the Level 2 mutated zombie lunged at Su Xiaoyang. He executed a swift roll, drawing his gun from his back, firing several shots in rapid succession. Each round struck the mutated zombie, including one that hit its forehead, yet remained unfazed, unlike ordinary zombies. This one could not be taken down without a direct hit to the brain. Fool! You must destroy its brain to defeat a Level 2 zombie. Hurry! Get in the vehicle! Su Xiaoyang, now understanding the urgency, dashed toward the armored car that was ready to move. Simultaneously, the mutated zombie seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, predicting his movements and charging at him with ferocity. Roll left, Han Qingxia instructed. Upon hearing her command, Su Xiaoyang immediately dove to the left. At that moment, the right side of the armored vehicle buckled, a row of spikes shooting out and impaling the mutated zombie. Taking advantage of the distraction, Su Xiaoyang rolled through the open door of the vehicle. After piercing the zombie, Han Qingxia retracted the spikes, flooring the accelerator as she sped away with Su Xiaoyang and the dogs, towing the fuel tanker down the recently cleared path. Her speed was remarkable, yet the mutated zombie matched her pace, frenziedly pursuing her after being impaled, colliding against the armored vehicle repeatedly, but failing to breach it. This was a reward from the system, sturdy beyond comparison. Seeing that it could not catch Han Qingxia, the mutated zombie leaped onto the tanker, causing it to sway violently and pulling the armored vehicle off course. Chapter 44. The eruption of abilities. Bang, boom. Han Qingxia's armored vehicle tore through the central lane, colliding with several cars and crashing into the opposite guardrail. Numerous sedans were sent plummeting from the elevated highway as her armored vehicle's front tires crossed the guardrail. Half of the vehicle dangled precariously above the abyss. The view for her and Su Xiaoyang transformed into a dizzying panorama of the highway, suspended in midair, with a chasm of dozens of meters yawning beneath them. Fortunately, Han Qingxia's driving skills were exceptional. They narrowly avoided a catastrophic fall. Suddenly, the armored vehicle beneath them trembled violently, as if the earth itself were quaking. A colossal second-tier zombie, its decaying flesh quivering, surged forward in relentless pursuit of Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia, glancing at the display panel inside the vehicle, spotted the monstrous figure. With a steely gaze, she grasped another steering wheel and deftly maneuvered through the complex array of controls. Click! Boom! A serpentine jet of fire erupted, striking the second-tier zombie. A small cannon appeared atop her armored vehicle, delivering a precise blow that sent the creature staggering back several meters. The intense flames pierced through its flesh, scorching a gaping black hole in its chest, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of charred meat. Han Qingxia executed a perfect strike, shifting gears to reverse the vehicle. Yet, the front wheels spun fruitlessly, unable to extricate themselves. Yangzi, can you operate the cannon? Su Xiaoyang, having observed Han Qingxia's adept maneuvers, nodded with a serious expression. Yes. You take the wheel. I'll go lift the vehicle. Han Qingxia unfastened her seatbelt. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing her intent to lift the armored behemoth, protested. Boss, I'm coming down. You can't lift this thing. Su Xiaoyang, if he couldn't move it, what made her think she could? Just then, a fresh wave of tremors echoed from behind, and the display screen flickered back to life, revealing the menacing second-tier zombie once more. Su Xiaoyang immediately seized the control panel, mimicking Han Qingxia's previous actions. The sophistication of her vehicle astounded him, its capabilities far surpassing anything he had encountered. However, as a seasoned Special Forces soldier, he was well-versed in weaponry and mechanics, and he quickly memorized her techniques after a single demonstration. Boom! Another torrent of fire spewed forth, engulfing the second-tier zombie and forcing it to retreat. The synergy between him and Han Qingxia was seamless, providing her the cover she needed to descend safely. just as he pondered the absurdity of her intentions. Believing she could not possibly be serious about lifting the vehicle, he witnessed something astonishing. A woman clad in combat gear effortlessly raised one corner of the armored vehicle, exerting a tremendous force that jolted the entire structure. Su Xiaoyang. No way. She actually lifted it. At that moment, a fiery second-tier zombie burst forth from the smoke. Han Qingxia, having managed to lift one side of the vehicle, leaped to the other side. She needed more time. Su Xiaoyang unleashed a torrent of firepower to shield her, flames roaring from the cannon and enveloping the second-tier zombie. However, to his astonishment, the creature seemed unfazed by the flames. The inferno merely slowed its advance. It continued charging toward them at full speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Han Qingxia. Just as she grasped the opposite tire, she stood at the edge, facing the fiery beast head-on, arms outstretched like a matador, welcoming its charge. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing this, was taken aback. He understood her plan. She aimed to entice it off the elevated highway. While this strategy might succeed, it also placed her in grave peril. Su Xiaoyang felt a surge of panic. A moment's miscalculation could send her plummeting alongside the creature. Why was she putting herself in such danger? She could have entrusted this perilous task to him, or simply fled to safety. Don't! Su Xiaoyang shouted, rolling down the window. As he did, a wave of thick smoke engulfed him, accompanied by a surge of heat as a massive fireball surged toward him, raising the temperature to unbearable levels. Roar! Su Xiaoyang's pupils constricted. The inferno swept past him, obliterating everything in its path. His heart sank, realizing the void left behind. Though their time together had been fleeting, he knew she was someone who would risk her life to protect those she cared for. In that moment of despair, a slender figure leaped from below the elevated highway, and Su Xiaoyang caught a glimpse of the woman, her presence illuminating his world. At that instant, he felt his heartbeat return. Roar! Behind Han Qingxia, a massive conflagration erupted anew. Boom! An uncontrollable torrent of flames surged from Su Xiaoyang's palm, striking the second-tier zombie squarely in the head, obliterating its brain. As Han Qingxia landed, the monstrous beast was sent crashing down once more, this time for good. Han Qingxia turned to witness the second-tier zombie tumble into the void, raindrops of dissipating water cascading from the air. She marveled at Su Xiaoyang's newfound ability to manipulate water with such explosive force. Impressed, she had intended to deliver a few more strikes herself, only to find that Su Xiaoyang had already resolved the threat. Well done, she exclaimed, approaching him and delivering a hearty slap on the shoulder. Su Xiaoyang felt the weight of her gratitude, and, glancing at her serene return, a faint smile broke through his normally stoic demeanor. He exited the vehicle, joining Han Qingxia in lifting it back on his solid ground. Though she was doing most of the heavy lifting, he found himself awestruck by her strength. She truly surpassed him. Having survived this battle together, they had forged an unbreakable bond. Trust deepened through shared experiences. While Han Qingxia had always believed in Su Xiaoyang, this encounter demanded a renewed understanding. Boss, I'm not sure how this happened. Su Xiaoyang began. 10 days ago, I discovered I could sense a bit of water, just a small amount, enough to provide the team with drinking water. I'm not sure how it escalated so dramatically just now. He recounted his transformation in detail to Han Qingxia. This is an ability, she replied, steering the vehicle down from the elevated highway. An ability, Su Xiaoyang echoed, furrowing his brow at the unfamiliar term. Chapter 45. Evolution liquid extractor supernatural abilities are primarily categorized into the most common enhanced types, such as speed mutations and strength mutations, as well as elemental abilities, which encompass the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the exceedingly rare variant abilities. The latter includes lightning abilities, ice abilities, healing abilities, psychic abilities, and other obscure powers that are seldom encountered. Han Qingxia enthusiastically shared her knowledge with Su Xiaoyang, leaving no information withheld. After all, he was one of her own, not a stranger. Educating Su Xiaoyang now would also facilitate his future advancements. Initially, supernatural abilities are at a basic level, but with increasing comprehension and practice, they become stratified. Regardless of the classification, there exists a suppression in terms of the abilities. Generally, variant abilities surpass ordinary elemental types, and enhanced abilities in terms of potential. In her previous life, Han Qingxia was an ordinary person, having never awakened any supernatural powers. In the early stages, the effects of these powers were not particularly pronounced, and her fierce determination allowed her to carve out a niche for herself even without abilities. However, as time progressed, the disparity between supernatural beings and ordinary individuals widened. Consequently, Han Qingxia found herself limited to the role of a mere squad leader within a small base. Had she possessed even a single ability, she could have at least ascended to higher echelons within the base. Regrettably, she was unaware of many aspects concerning supernatural powers. Although these abilities can be enhanced, she lacked the knowledge of how to do so, leaving her without a means to pursue this. The only inkling she had was that it might be linked to the crystal cores. In her previous life at the base, crystal cores served as the universal currency. Constantly sought after, Han Qingxia had attempted to study them herself, sensing energy within, but alas, as an ordinary person, her capacity for extensive research was limited. With a soft hum, Han Qingxia drove her vehicle beneath an overpass. She located the corpse of a second-level zombie, descended, and rummaged through its skull, discovering a crystal the size of an egg. This is a crystal core, she thought. I recognize this, Su Xiaoyang interjected. During my time with the Special Operations Team, we were tasked with collecting these. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, you specifically came to gather these? Su Xiaoyang nodded. Their mission was not a typical rescue operation, but rather a hunt for zombies, targeting the most central locations to eliminate them while also assisting rescue teams. Even after the rescue teams departed, they continued to engage in battle, as their superiors had yet to permit their withdrawal. Their intentions remained unclear. Subsequently, they encountered peril, narrowly escaping, and sought refuge with Han Qingxia. Contemplating Su Xiaoyang's words, Han Qingxia furrowed her brow. Had the military discovered crystal cores so early on? In her previous life, the K-1 base was renowned, possessing exceptional capabilities aside from a constant shortage of food. Particularly, their supernatural beings were the strongest among all Eastern bases. Han Qingxia pondered whether this was related to their early research on crystal cores. Let us head back. All right. Su Xiaoyang climbed into a large truck that had been previously delivered, while Han Qingxia drove an armored fuel tanker back to their base. Their excursion had yielded bountiful rewards. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to procure some fresh chicken and fish for their meal, and without hesitation, he set to work. His pace quickened at the prospect of fresh fare. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia returned to the shelter to carefully study her points and crystal cores. She accessed the system's marketplace panel, exchanging all the crystal cores she had collected that day. Aside from the second-level zombie core, she had accumulated a total of 16 crystal cores today, combined with the 44 she had previously acquired from Lu Qian, bringing her total to 60. Just 40 more cores were needed to unlock the next grand reward. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against exchanging her second-level zombie core, knowing it would yield higher points, but not in sufficient quantity to warrant the trade. Now, as she glanced at her points, she noted that her score had soared to 18,045, thanks to her recent territorial expansions and the crystal core exchanges. With a swift motion, she purchased the AK-47 she had long coveted. As the weapon materialized before her, a deep sense of satisfaction washed over Han Qingxia. What a treasure! At last, I've obtained you. At this moment, she recalled a special interface that required 5,000 points to unlock. Upon accessing this exclusive marketplace, she noted that items within were accompanied by a countdown timer. The first item displayed was a golden object, the Evolution Liquid Extractor, priced at 10,000 points with a time limit of 180 seconds. The Evolution Liquid Extractor. She eagerly clicked on the details, revealing an extensive description. Evolution Liquid Extractor extracts energy from crystal cores in a completely harmless manner. The Evolution Liquid can be used to enhance supernatural abilities. This was precisely the pathway to evolution for supernatural beings she had been contemplating all day. With 170 seconds remaining, Han Qingxia resolutely closed her eyes and made the purchase, even if it left her with only 45 points. As a machine appeared before her, the previous purchase interface transformed into a cooling window, indicating that items were not available for unlimited purchase and were refreshed randomly. Apart from the evolution liquid extractor, no other golden items remained. Only various materials such as steel plates, reinforced boards, floor tiles, rebar, cement, and gates for base construction. These materials were quite affordable, generally costing only 1 point each. And while time-limited, there were no purchase restrictions. Han Qingxia recalled that the materials at Su Xiaoyang's residence were subpar, so she decided to buy a batch of steel plates, tiles, and a gate. Upon purchasing, she discovered that each item possessed attributes, contributing a base fortification of 1 to 10 for her base's durability. Seeing this, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. If she reinforced her entire base with these materials, it could become a veritable fortress. Suddenly, she was struck with a fresh direction. She swiftly spent her remaining 45 points, gazing longingly at other desirable items she wished to acquire, but her points had run dry. Patience, dear sister. I shall return to purchase more soon. With resolve, Han Qingxia exited the system and turned her attention to her newly acquired evolution liquid extractor. A flash of golden light revealed the compact device, designed to fit on a tabletop, featuring an opening for crystal cores on top and a liquid outlet below. Han Qingxia retrieved her preserved second-level zombie crystal core, placed it within, and positioned a clean cup beneath the liquid outlet. After connecting the power, a blue light illuminated the device, and within seconds, a cup of colorless liquid flowed forth. Chapter 46. Evolution of Abilities. Han Qingxia grasped the glass of transparent liquid. Tentatively, she inhaled its scent before dividing it into 2 halves, consuming the first portion. The evolution liquid possessed no discernible flavor, with a hint of an indescribable sweetness. Upon finishing, she attempted to unleash her abilities. With a swift motion, a pot of roses within the air-raid shelter rapidly sprouted, the thorny branches visibly thickening, and the tips of the thorns becoming exceedingly sharp. Vibrant rosebuds blossomed atop the branches. In mere seconds, the once fading pod of roses transformed into a half-meter tall, exquisite bonsai. Han Qingxia's eyes gleamed with excitement. Previously, her abilities allowed her to stimulate the growth of a single twig, and after exerting her powers, she would experience an extended period of emptiness. She had diligently researched methods to enhance her abilities, but found that merely practicing could not elevate her limits. Rather, consuming meat or experiencing sudden bursts of energy led to breakthroughs, as exemplified by Su Xiaoyang today. However, after consuming the evolution liquid, Han Qingxia found she could effortlessly accelerate the growth of the pot of roses, with all the vines exhibiting a fierce aggressiveness, responding to her thoughts without any noticeable strain on her body. She demonstrated her water manipulation in the bathroom. Now, she wielded both water and wood abilities. Boom! Crash! A torrential deluge of water cascaded in the bathroom, the volume surpassing Su Xiaoyang's earlier efforts by more than double. The powerful impact even created a significant hole in the wall. Had the air raid shelter not been constructed within the mountains, an ordinary building would have likely collapsed. The explosive force astonished Han Qingxia. She gazed at her hands in amazement. In her recollection, her current strength was comparable to that of abilities users after 5 or 6 years in the apocalypse. And this was merely the result of consuming half of the third-tier zombie evolution liquid. She realized with certainty that crystal cores were essential for the advancement of abilities users. In her previous life, the early evolution of abilities users had been sluggish, only accelerating once major bases matured and a plethora of crystal cores began circulating, enabling rapid progress. This was due to the bases gradually uncovering the secrets of crystal cores, formulating evolution liquids, and selling them to abilities users to facilitate their rapid advancement. However, Han Qingxia recalled that many of the abilities users she knew suffered significant aftereffects. In the later stages, the faster their abilities improved, the more pronounced their aftereffects became, whether it was irritability, mental instability, or even an uncontrollable frenzy that led to the slaughter of those around them. akin to a zombie's insatiable hunger. Han Qingxia speculated that it was highly probable the evolution liquids formulated by the major bases were not pure enough, promoting the enhancement of abilities while simultaneously accumulating toxins in the user's bodies, leading to backlash once a certain threshold was reached. Gradually, Han Qingxia began to grasp the rules governing abilities. Emerging from the bathroom, she contentedly eyed her purification machine, stowing it away in her spatial storage. Truly a remarkable treasure. It could extract and transform crystal core energy with no side effects. If the major bases outside were to discover this, the world would undoubtedly be astonished. She consumed the remaining half of the evolution liquid, saving a small portion to take with her. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had just finished preparing dinner, bringing out a large pot of sauerkraut fish. The fresh fish emanated an irresistible aroma, wafting through the air for miles. "Yangzi, have some water." Han Qingxia offered Su Xiaoyang a glass of water. Without even glancing at it, he drank. However, upon tasting, his eyes lit up. This water was sweeter than usual. "This water is delightful. You should pay attention to who serves it," Han Qingxia replied casually, turning to sit at the dining table, eager for the meal. Su Xiaoyang chuckled, using a spatula to serve the fish onto the table. The square table was adorned with a large platter of roasted chicken, complemented by a fragrant bowl of boiled fish, nutritious and delectable. They each had their rice cooker, while the 16 dogs each had their own bowls, all happily devouring their meals. In that moment, Su Xiaoyang genuinely felt that it would have been wonderful if his brothers had stayed behind. Han Qingxia was a worthy companion, and following her felt right. After their meal, with not a crumb left, Su Xiaoyang proceeded to wash the dishes while Han Qingxia played with the dogs, simultaneously tallying the supplies they had brought back. Aside from her spatial items, there was a large delivery truck and an oil tanker that Su Xiaoyang insisted on retrieving for her. She parked the oil tanker on the side of the base as a reserve, unloading the delivery truck to open the blind boxes. The truck contained over 500 packages. A next-day delivery from a certain online retailer with surprisingly high-quality contents. Han Qingxia opened several packages and noticed patterns. Larger, bulkier deliveries often contained a multitude of trivial items. But the ratio of food was high, primarily consisting of relatively inexpensive goods. Conversely, more expensive packages yielded pricier items, such as brand-name computers, phones, cosmetics, and superior food. Among the contents, Han Qingxia discovered imported chocolates, instant canned bird's nest, premium smoked hams worth thousands before the apocalypse, numerous assorted nut gift packs, and a variety of instant noodles and snacks from well-known brands. Of course, there were also a fifth of expired perishable goods, which she discarded. Additionally, there were clothing and personal items, mostly from renowned brands. She passed the men's clothing to Su Xiaoyang and directed him to store the rest in her warehouse. To her delight, within the blind boxes, she uncovered an unsharpened tang knife, intended for sale as a decorative item. As she unsheathed the knife, its cold gleam caught her eye. Han Qingxia wielded the tang knife in the air, the chilling blade wind dancing around her. Swish, swish, swish. The tang knife exhibited formidable power, effortlessly slicing through the air with precision. What a splendid blade! Su Xiaoyang emerged from the air raid shelter just in time to behold the menacing weapon. Han Qingxia, noticing him, inquired, "Can it be sharpened? Let's give it a try." Su Xiaoyang approached her, speaking earnestly. "All right, I leave it in your capable hands." Han Qingxia entrusted the tang knife to Su Xiaoyang for sharpening. Having nearly finished unpacking the deliveries and seeing that time was still on their side, Han Qingxia urged Su Xiaoyang to reinforce his house. Utilizing the steel plates and construction materials she had exchanged from the system, she fortified his modest abode. With the surplus materials, she expanded one room. Consequently, the overall defensive capabilities of her base began to enhance significantly. Han Qingxia felt immense satisfaction, knowing that her immediate focus would be on procuring materials to fortify her base further. Chapter 47. The Integrated Reconnaissance and Strike Drone System the following day. Han Qingxia awoke early, pushing open the door of the air raid shelter to find Su Xiaoyang sharpening a knife outside. The sound of schwa 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 resonated as he diligently honed a tang knife on a large whetstone. With each stroke, water cascaded over the blade, rendering it sharper with every pass. This water was a manifestation of Su Xiaoyang's unique ability, requiring no special preparation. As he completed the final stroke, a glimmer of water enveloped the blade, and an aura of chilling lethality emanated from it. Gripping the knife's handle, Su Xiaoyang made a powerful swing in the air. Swish! A piece of scrap wood was effortlessly cleaved into several neat sections, each cut precise. Should this blade encounter a zombie, it would surely slice through them as one would a watermelon. That was quick. Su Xiaoyang sheathed the knife and handed it to Han Qingxia. Boss, this knife is exceptional. Its material is remarkably sturdy and quite practical. Well done. Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang. Next time I come across a fine blade, I shall reserve it for you. No need. I have my own weapons, Su Xiaoyang declined. He still possessed his previous gear, though his firearms were devoid of ammunition, leaving him with only a triangular military knife. However, he also had his water-based ability. Swish, he casually released a high-pressure water jet. Its power significantly enhanced compared to the previous day. Boss, I'm not sure why, but upon waking today, I sense that my ability seems to have strengthened again. Su Xiaoyang reported his changes to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction. After all, she had given him evolution liquid. It appeared that moving forward, they would need to retain a portion of the zombie cores not only for recycling, but also for concocting evolution liquid to enhance their abilities. With daily supplementation, their powers would escalate rapidly. Let us go. Time to eliminate some zombies. Han Qingxia, brimming with enthusiasm, led Su Xiaoyang outside. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Han Qingxia took Su Xiaoyang out each day to expand their territory, returning at night to reinforce their base with the territorial points earned. Each day, the zombie cores they collected were divided into two halves. One portion was submitted to the system for recycling, while the other was reserved to create evolution liquid for enhancing their abilities. Over these days, they had not encountered any advanced zombies. Moreover, the number of zombies in the outskirts was scant, with very few capable of yielding cores. Han Qingxia had efficiently cleared all the zombies from the outskirts and moved into the suburban city, exterminating everyone in her path and collecting over 30 cores. Though few, the cores transformed into evolution liquid visibly increased their powers. Furthermore, her air raid shelter had been fortified inside and out with system materials, resulting in a monumental transformation of their base. The overall defense had improved tenfold. Now, even a tank's bombardment would not breach her stronghold. Han Qingxia also discovered a plethora of base equipment in the system's special shop. To her delight, she found protective gear for war dogs. Without hesitation, she ordered a set for each of her 16 dogs, each costing 100 points. In addition, there were defensive systems for the base, a radar system, and an integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system. The radar system was self-explanatory. The drone system was an entire suite of reconnaissance and strike drones capable of patrolling their territory. Upon detecting intruders, it would automatically alert Han Qingxia, who could then decide whether to engage. With 8-hour patrols and multiple drones rotating shifts, it ensured continuous monitoring of their domain, a vital asset for any base. However, this system was exorbitantly priced, costing a staggering 100,000 points. In the past 10 days, Han Qingxia had only accumulated about 30,000 points, so she could only covet the system for now. Her next small goal was to acquire this integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system. Observing the limited time for purchasing this system, Han Qingxia contemplated her strategy. Currently, she could earn approximately 3,000 points daily by expanding her territory and slaying zombies, but the latter proved more lucrative. Unfortunately, the nearby zombies had all been eliminated, prompting her to seek out locations with higher concentrations of zombies. She opened an electronic map, meticulously examining areas nearby with larger populations. Her gaze gradually settled on a large grain processing factory in the suburban city. This was the largest grain factory in the city, employing tens of thousands of workers. With each zombie core yielding 100 points, if even 1,000 cores could be harvested from the workforce, she would meet her goal. Yangzi, today we shall venture to the factory, Han Qingxia announced as she emerged from the air raid shelter. All right, Su Xiaoyang replied, immediately setting aside his tasks to accompany her. He exhibited unwavering obedience to Han Qingxia, a paragon of diligence. As before, Han Qingxia left Xiatian and a few dogs at the base, taking 8 dogs with her in an armored vehicle toward the grain factory. The journey was lengthy, but since the entire route was within her territory, they encountered no obstacles and arrived at the factory's vicinity in an hour and a half. Situated in the suburban city, the factory was surrounded by farmland, with sparse human presence. The workers lived in a fully enclosed environment, working and residing within the factory. During holidays, they would typically ride bicycles or take buses to the city for leisure. At that moment, the factory surroundings were eerily quiet, with numerous abandoned vehicles lining the straight roads. A bus had crashed into the farmland, its doors ajar, revealing dried, dark bloodstains within, yet no sign of life remained. One could surmise that this vehicle had met a grim fate. Someone must have transformed, causing the driver to plunge into chaos, hastily pressing the door button as people fled in all directions. However, the factory's gates stood firmly shut. As Han Qingxia's vehicle approached, the silence within was palpable, with even the security booth unmanned. Could it be that they are on holiday? She pondered. That's unlikely. Even if the factory were closed, there should still be many workers inside. Moreover, the living quarters are all enclosed, so there would be a substantial number of people present. This place was undoubtedly a zombie hotspot. Han Qingxia ordered Su Xiaoyang to press the accelerator, and the armored vehicle smashed through the gates, entering the expansive factory area. Before them loomed an enormous row of interconnected buildings, comprising dormitories, dining areas, manufacturing zones, and administrative offices. Han Qingxia parked the vehicle in front of the dormitory. Let us go. Time to eliminate zombies. All right. The vehicle doors swung open, and Han Qingxia, Su Xiaoyang, and the 8 dogs stood ready before the factory dormitory. Let us clear out the easy targets first. Chapter 48. The Zombie Factory. Congratulations and prosperity. Stand guard at the entrance. Notify immediately in case of any anomalies. The 2 red and white boards followed me, while the others trailed behind Yangzi. Woof, woof. The dogs swiftly divided into 3 teams. 2 gathered outside the dormitory building, while the remaining Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang each took 3 dogs. Before Han Qingxia stood the wide-open dormitory door, flanked by a row of turnstiles, where entry required card access. The turnstiles were long devoid of power, and even if they had electricity, Han Qingxia lacked a card. They would have to leap over. She and Su Xiaoyang cautiously observed their surroundings before vaulting into the turnstile. The corridor beyond was eerily silent, with all the room doors tightly shut. Han Qingxia tossed a heavy object forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated through the quiet dormitory. Instantly, commotion erupted behind every closed door, yet the hallway remained still. Ah. Han Qingxia waited cautiously for 3 minutes. Excellent. They were all confined within their rooms. No wandering zombies lurked outside. After confirming the situation, she and Su Xiaoyang forced open the first room, officially commencing their slaughter. This way, they would not be caught off guard by any sudden appearances of zombies from outside. Boom! The door was kicked open by Han Qingxia. A wave of putrid stench assaulted her senses. 4 or 5 female zombies howled as they rushed toward the open door, drawn by the scent of fresh prey. They had not seen food in far too long. Their bloodthirsty, frenzied eyes glinted with a terrifying light, their grayish-white orbs ghastly, while their rotting, maggot-ridden mouths emitted chilling hisses, eager to tear apart and devour any living being outside. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! A sharp tang knife gleamed in the air, meeting them with a cold flash. 3 zombies had their heads cleanly severed, while the remaining 2 were pierced by 2 high-pressure streams of water. Once all 5 zombies collapsed, the dogs surged forward, their massive claws delving into the zombie heads, presenting Han Qingxia with 2 small crystal cores the size of rice grains. Well done. Han Qingxia encouragingly patted the dogs, while surveying the interior of the dormitory. The room contained a separate restroom and 4 sets of bunk beds, all outfitted with bed linens. She quickly deduced the following. This dormitory for ordinary employees likely accommodated 8 individuals, complete with a restroom. with 5 zombies present. It implied that about half the occupants were on the night shift. Moreover, this building was a female dormitory. After clearing another room with Su Xiaoyang, confirming her suspicions and familiarizing herself with the dormitory layout, she and Su Xiaoyang split up, one to the left and the other to the right, to continue their extermination. Boom! Roar! As Han Qingxia broke through the door, the cold gleam of the Tang knife flashed within. Su Xiaoyang's sharpened blade sliced through zombies as if chopping watermelons, while Han Qingxia's strength and speed were enhanced to human limits by the system. With a sharp and effective Tang knife in hand, she struck swiftly and brutally. The zombies could not even brush against her hem before being cleaved in two. The 3 dogs provided support, landing a claw strike to finish off the zombies, afterward extracting the crystal cores. 3 minutes passed to clear 1 dormitory. In half an hour, she and Su Xiaoyang emptied the first floor. They repeated this process, clearing all 5 floors above. By midday, they had successfully purged an entire dormitory building. Not a single living soul remained. It was all zombies. Together, they had slain over 1,000 zombies that morning, collecting more than 300 crystal cores. 2 more dormitory buildings awaited. Han Qingxia continued her methodical approach, clearing alongside Su Xiaoyang. After each building, they took brief rests, pausing for a short meal of heated rice balls in the armored vehicle to replenish their energy. By evening, they had successfully cleared all 3 dormitory buildings within the factory, having eradicated over 3,500 zombies and acquired 1,000 crystal cores. As Han Qingxia observed the dimming sky, she understood that in this apocalypse, night was 1,000 times more perilous than day. During the day, zombies face oppression, their movements sluggish, but at night, their abilities surged 100-fold. Even someone as seasoned as Han Qingxia would never dare to act at night. Furthermore, she had gathered enough crystal cores to return in exchange for an integrated combat system. Let us head back. We will return tomorrow. All right. Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang and the dogs back to the vehicle. Just then, a loud horn drew her attention. On the rooftop of the main factory building, a group of 20 or 30 people desperately signaled for help, a large banner pieced together from clothing unfurling before Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang, spotting the survivors, immediately turned to Han Qingxia. Boss, there are survivors. Should we rescue them? Chapter 49. Revenge on the spot. Han Qingxia surveyed the crowd on the rooftop. There were around 20 to 30 young laborers, both men and women, aged roughly between 20 and 40, devoid of the elderly or children. The demographic composition was excellent, a ready supply of robust labor. After embarking on the development of her territory, Han Qingxia approached the issue of population from the perspective of an authority figure. To her, there was no distinction between good and evil among people, only a hierarchy of labor. Each individual represented the fundamental workforce essential for production and development. Every person could contribute to the base. Before her stood a group of the finest young laborers. However, at this moment, she resolutely declared, "We shall not rescue them." The day was waning, and even if she wished to absorb this batch of young laborers, it would have to be postponed until tomorrow. A retreat was in order, and they would return the following day. As her words fell, Su Xiaoyang pressed the accelerator and drove away. He functioned as a merciless executioner, unwaveringly implementing all of Han Qingxia's commands. At that moment, those on the rooftop, witnessing the departure of Han Qingxia's vehicle, became frantic. They cried out in desperation, "You cannot abandon us." Their screams attracted the attention of the zombies lurking in the factory below. The heavy iron gate behind them reverberated with thunderous, pounding sounds. These individuals had been trapped on the rooftop for an extended period, but fortunately, as it was a grain factory, they had ample provisions, having brought a significant amount of supplies when they fled to the rooftop, allowing them to survive thus far. However, behind the massive iron gate lay hundreds of ravenous zombies. Their hunger intensified after being restrained for over a month, creating a cacophony of roars and assaults against the gate, which was already on the brink of collapse. Previously, these individuals had refrained from making any noise, huddling in the corners of the rooftop to minimize their presence. Yet upon discovering that there were newcomers in the factory, their eyes lit up, and upon seeing Han Qingxia's intent to depart, they immediately cried for help. To their dismay, they found that she was unwilling to rescue them. "Captain Ding, what shall we do?" A woman who had just called for help turned to a stout man beside her. The stout man, Dingy, had originally been a minor security captain at the factory. When the apocalypse struck, he and a group of survivors retreated to the rooftop. Leveraging his physical prowess and security experience, he quickly became the little leader among them. With the subsequent awakening of his supernatural abilities, he grew increasingly unruly among the group. Everyone was compelled to submit to him and heed his commands. Ding, he had initially hesitated to leave. Had it not been for their dwindling food supplies, he would not have sought Han Qingxia's assistance. Yet now that they had called for help, the audacity of these two individuals to refuse assistance enraged him. He pulled out a button the size of a mung bean, its tiny eyes glowing green, and pressed the activation key with his large hand. "Captain Ding, you cannot press that. Releasing the zombies will seal our fate." A scrawny man attempted to intervene. With a resounding slap, Ding, he sent him flying, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. "If I am to perish, let none of you survive. Do you all agree?" The others immediately echoed, "Yes. They deserve to die for abandoning us. Kill them," they cried, their eyes glinting with malice. Satisfied, Ding, he discarded the man he had just thrown aside and pressed the button, causing all the doors of the factory to swing open. In an instant, a cacophony of groans erupted. The man who had been discarded landed at the factory's entrance, only to be surrounded by the zombies pouring out in waves. Starved for far too long, the zombies perceived him merely as food, and before he could transform into one of their kind, he was devoured, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Hungry, starving, must eat. Ah, his scream was swiftly silenced. The others on the rooftop watched in wide-eyed horror. Yet internally they felt exhilaration, thinking, well done. Just like that. After releasing the zombies, Ding, he crouched down, gripping the rooftop floor with both hands. His tiny eyes fixated on the direction of Han Qingxia's vehicle. With a sudden surge of effort, he declared, "Attempt to flee? Not on my watch." Suddenly, the armored vehicle beneath Han Qingxia lurched violently, lifting her vehicle from the center. An alarm blared as the system alerted her that it had been obstructed by a small mound of earth. Although the earth manipulation ability was of low rank, it was fortuitously positioned to trap their vehicle. Before long, Han Qingxia's vision was filled with an overwhelming horde of zombies surging from all directions within the expansive factory. They emerged from the cafeteria, from various workshops, and even from the office building. Most of these zombies wore factory uniforms, still resembling their former selves, as they rushed forth in a chaotic yet bustling manner reminiscent of the factory's pre-apocalyptic vibrancy. Of course, this was overshadowed by their grotesque, decaying faces swarming with flies. The factory had utterly transformed into a den of zombies. "Ha ha! You country bumpkins have no idea that I am an ability user." Ding, he cackled as he watched the armored vehicle engulfed by the horde. "This is what you get for refusing to save them and attempting to escape alone. All of you." The glint of malice shone in the eyes of the others. With no hope left for themselves, they wished death upon others. They eagerly anticipated the moment when the zombies would devour the two individuals, reducing their vehicle to rubble, when suddenly there was a tremendous explosion. A cannon emerged from the top of the besieged armored vehicle. Boom! Flames erupted from the cannon, incinerating the zombies atop the vehicle. Many zombies attempted to climb higher, only to be met with a barrage of sharp spikes that shot forth from the exterior. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle roared back to life, its advanced system elevating the bottom, rendering the small mound insignificant. Han Qingxia pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forth from the horde. This time, her direction was not toward escape, but rather towards the very factory building itself. In the eyes of those in power, there exists no distinction of good or evil among people. Likewise, individuals are perceived as mere pawns. Han Qingxia's act of saving them would evoke no sense of moral superiority, nor would her decision to eliminate them stir any guilt. If they awaited her rescue, accepting their fate as compliant residents of her base, she would welcome them. However, those who dared to scheme against her, those who played such treacherous games, deserved nothing but death. With a resounding roar, Han Qingxia propelled the armored vehicle to the base of the factory building. She retracted the cannon, allowing the zombies to ascend her armored vehicle while simultaneously extending a staircase from the top. The onlookers on the rooftop, witnessing the vehicle still engulfed by zombies, could no longer muster any laughter. Just moments ago, they had reveled in the chaos, but now only dread filled their hearts. Who could have imagined that these two individuals would refuse to rescue them? Let them perish. Let them die swiftly before their very eyes. Yet now, the zombies they had unleashed are crawling atop Han Qingxia's vehicle, advancing towards them. A palpable dread, akin to having provoked a demon, envelopes everyone present. Han Qingxia, known for her penchant for vengeance, feels compelled to retaliate on the spot. Today, she must repay them in kind. Before long, the zombies ascend the makeshift ladder Han Qingxia had constructed, with the first one lunging at them immediately. They attempt to push the initial zombie back, but a horde looms behind. Panic-stricken, they scramble to escape, yet there is no refuge to be found. Behind them lies a massive iron gate filled with zombies. And beyond that, an abyss. There is no retreat. The rooftop is swiftly overwhelmed, and Ding Yi, witnessing the overwhelming tide of zombies, hastily gathers a few individuals to serve as his support. He rushes to the edge of the rooftop, channeling his abilities to elevate the ground beneath him. Although his powers are minimal, dire circumstances can unleash a surge. A small mound of earth rises from the surface, and Ding Yi believes he can leap to safety. At that moment, Han Qingxia observes his actions through the monitor, her cold gaze fixed upon him. As he leaps, she languidly remarks, "Yangzi." Yes, a powerful water column, magnitudes stronger than his abilities, instantly collapses the makeshift slope he had created. Ding Yi, already airborne, Han Qingxia revved her armored vehicle, retreating from the encroaching horde of zombies. As the sun dipped lower, the aggression of the zombies intensified. She withdrew from the factory of the undead and caught sight of a group of survivors atop an adjacent building. Chapter 50. Exchange for the reconnaissance drone. The group of survivors had been observing them for quite some time, huddled together on the rooftop like trembling lambs. Witnessing the recent events unfold, Han Qingxia averted her gaze and waved Su Xiaoyang away from the factory. Once they departed, the group on the rooftop surged towards the edge. "They're gone," declared a middle-aged man, snapping out of his earlier shock. They possessed abilities far surpassing Ding Yi's by 100-fold. They were truly formidable. The others felt a pang of concern upon hearing his words. They were not a mere rescue team obligated to save them at all costs, nor were they entities to be provoked or trampled upon. They were immensely powerful, equipped with professional gear and even stronger abilities. They could dominate in a factory overrun by zombies, an existence they could only look up to with awe. Fortunately, they had not resorted to desperate cries for help, nor had they resorted to destruction like Ding Yi's group, who ultimately met their demise here. However, now they gazed at the horde of zombies that Ding Yi had unleashed to hinder Han Qingxia. As the sun descended, the factory was filled with wandering zombies. With the night deepening, the movements of these zombies quickened. They sensed the presence of living beings in their building and surged towards them with guttural howls. They clawed at the walls, striving to climb upwards. Soon, the building beneath them was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies, sealing off any escape. Li Gang noticed that several zombies were notably faster than the rest, their agility significantly heightened. They trampled over their comrades, scrambling to the highest point, desperately trying to scale the rooftop where the survivors were. Thankfully, their building stood over 10 meters high, its exterior smooth, unlike Ding Yi's reckless entanglement with powerful foes that attracted the zombies. For the moment, they appeared relatively safe on the rooftop. These zombies struggled to ascend. At that moment, his wife, Wang Fong, nudged him, her voice trembling. "Dear, look over there." Following her gaze, Li Gang saw a zombie with its abdomen hollowed out and half its face gnawed away, staggering up from the spot where Ding Yi had fallen to his death. After plummeting from the rooftop, Ding Yi did not die immediately. He was quickly surrounded and devoured by the famished zombies. Thanks to his robust physique, he transformed into a zombie before they could completely dismember him. Roar! The newly transformed Ding Yi let out a piercing howl. surveying his surroundings before rushing towards the survivors on the adjacent rooftop. In mere moments, he crashed into the mass of corpses below, parting the crowd of zombies with a mighty roar. Instantly, a mound of earth over 3 meters high surged beneath him. The other zombies, seeing this, frantically climbed onto the mound he had created. With a solid foothold, they finally had a chance to ascend. The survivors on the rooftop were paralyzed with fear. What should we do? Meanwhile, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang returned to their base with the dogs in tow. As they exited the factory, a number of zombies pursued their vehicle but were soon left far behind after a few hundred meters. Han Qingxia maintained her speed, disregarding the zombies crushed beneath the wheels, unwilling to check for crystal cores. The hour was late. The factory was an hour-and-a-half's drive from the base, and by the time they returned, night had fully enveloped the land. She would not allow herself to relax even for a moment, at least not until they had re-entered their territory. At 7:30 p.m., they successfully arrived at the base. As per routine, the two first took showers, after which Su Xiaoyang prepared dinner while Han Qingxia began tallying the spoils in her shelter. Today, they had acquired a total of 148 zombie crystal cores. All these cores were of the first level. Zombie cores are categorized by level, with the first level being the most common. Approximately 1 in 3 zombies will possess a core in its brain. The combat prowess of a first-level zombie is not high, merely stronger than the most ordinary zombies, akin to the mutated first-level zombie Han Qingxia had defeated earlier in the villa. Their agility and speed are notably superior to that of regular zombies, but they can still be killed. Any ordinary person with some combat skills can defeat them. However, the disparity becomes substantial with second-level zombies. Their strength and speed far exceed that of a robust adult, often requiring multiple ordinary individuals to collaborate in order to bring one down. The size of the crystal cores is comparable to that of a quail egg. As for third-level zombies, they're typically beyond the reach of ordinary people, becoming adversaries for those with abilities. The cores can reach the size of a goose egg. The formation of second and third-level zombies relies on 2 factors. One is the consumption of their kind. The second, as Han Qingxia had witnessed when defeating a second-level zombie on the highway, is the evolution of abilities. Zombies can also evolve to gain powers. Once abilities emerge, their level rises sharply. Han Qingxia had heard tales of the strongest zombie king in the eastern region, a multi-ability 8th-level zombie rumored to possess 3 or more powers, residing at the junction of cities A, B, and C. Of course, she had only heard of it. She had never seen it. She was not worthy. In her previous life, as an ordinary person, Han Qingxia was not suited for such high-stakes battles. She prudently confined herself to missions she could execute with absolute certainty. She avoided tasks that bore even a hint of risk. This was why, despite their formidable powers, other ability users ultimately could not surpass her. Han Qingxia remained as steady as a rock, never trifling with her own life. Returning to the matter at hand, the zombies at this time were predominantly first level, with few high-level ones. The third-level zombie she had slain earlier was already exceedingly rare. Observing her collection of over 1,000 zombie crystal cores, she exchanged 1,000 of them for points, retaining 100 to extract evolution fluid. Each first-level crystal core yielded 100 points, with additional calculations for the core bundle. Beep! Congratulations, you have obtained 140 points. Adding this to the previous 30,000 points, she was nearing a total of 140,000. Han Qingxia rubbed her excited hands together. She had enough funds. She promptly approached the limited-time window, reconnaissance drone system. Exchange. Beep. Congratulations, you have acquired the reconnaissance drone system. Before Han Qingxia, an incredibly advanced military-grade piece of equipment materialized. Subsequently, changes began to manifest within her base. Chapter 51. The indomitable leader of the household at this moment. Han Qingxia's tower on the second floor expanded once more, pushing the area towards the mountainside, creating a space half the size of a bomb shelter. Above it was a large skylight that could be opened and closed at will. In the center of the second-floor tower, behind Han Qingxia's crossbow, sat an enormous control device. 24 small military drones were neatly stationed in the open space. These drones were remarkably compact, appearing slightly larger than consumer-grade models. However, their capabilities were far from those of mere toys. They were standard military reconnaissance and strike drones, possessing astounding control over ground operations, capable of obliterating main battle tanks. In an invasion scenario, deploying waves of drone strikes would undoubtedly inflict immense turmoil upon enemy air defenses. Given their diminutive size, monitoring them posed significant challenges and exorbitant costs. To bring them down, one would need to utilize pricey anti-air missiles. Even employing relatively affordable shoulder-fired anti-air missiles would be impractical. The cost of a single missile could reach tens of thousands of dollars, and targeting a drone with such resources would be akin to setting money ablaze. Furthermore, one would need to ensure a direct hit on the first attempt, utilizing large-caliber anti-aircraft guns if the drones were even slightly clustered. Ground-based air defense systems would struggle to intercept them all. It would be a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, with no guarantee of success. The most effective countermeasure would be electronic interference, forcing the drones to land or veer off their predetermined paths. However, these were reconnaissance and strike drones awarded by the system. The current levels of electronic interference had no effect on Han Qingxia's drones. By deploying her reconnaissance and strike drone system within her territory, she would establish an impenetrable and formidable protective net. With 24 drones boasting an 8-hour endurance, they would operate in 3 shifts, covering the 4 cardinal directions with 2 drones assigned to each. This arrangement ensured round-the-clock surveillance, 24 hours a day. Han Qingxia gazed with immense satisfaction at her astounding defense system, feeling that today's endeavor of exterminating zombies was truly worthwhile. At that moment, she noticed a flashing notification in the system indicating a reward to be claimed. Having slain over 1,000 zombies today, she had earned more than 1,000 crystal cores. Additionally, there was a large gift pack available for exchange with crystal cores. Previously, she had been reminded that the second pack could be obtained for just 100 crystal cores. Han Qingxia summoned her loyal companion, Vacate, and playfully ruffled the fur on his head, eliciting a befuddled response from him and a fit of jealous barking from Xia Tian. Embracing both dogs, she opened the crystal core gift pack. Ding, congratulations. You have received Yunnan Baiyao 1. Ding, you have received a first aid pill 1. Ding, congratulations. You have received 1,000 pounds of fresh beef. Ding, congratulations. You have received 100 solar panels. Han Qingxia. Not bad at all. A well-rounded and practical gift pack. It included medicine, supplies, and energy panels. The consumption of fresh meat here was indeed significant. And while the system's marketplace offered fresh meat for sale, she found the prices exorbitant. 10 points per pound was simply not worth it. Receiving 1,000 pounds of fresh beef seemed to cover the cost of the exchanged crystal cores. After claiming this gift pack, there was still more to come. The crystal core exchange section indicated that every subsequent 1,000 crystal cores would unlock another gift pack. Having exchanged over 1,000 cores in one go today, she directly triggered the next large gift pack. With unbridled enthusiasm, Han Qingxia claimed it. Ding, you have received a psychic ability. Han Qingxia. Upon hearing this reward, she was utterly astounded. The third gift pack from the Crystal Core Exchange contained a single reward, an ability. Yet this ability was psychic. Even the composed and seasoned Han Qingxia was taken aback by the system's extraordinary reward. Psychic abilities. In her previous life, she had only heard tales of psychic individuals, who were the absolute elite among practitioners. Among 10,000 practitioners, there might be only one psychic. Psychics could perceive the abilities of other practitioners, and their attacks were executed through mental prowess. A powerful psychic could kill an ordinary person with a mere glance. They were the pinnacle among practitioners. Ding! Psychic ability detected. Will the host use it? Use. Of course, she would use it herself. Why would she give it to anyone else? Han Qingxia's mind felt as if it had been struck by a tremendous force. Unlike the relatively painless acquisition of wood and water abilities, the psychic ability was intensely painful. Her head felt utterly blank, but as she gradually regained her senses, she noticed a new shift in her mental landscape. Observing her dogs, she saw a faint red hue enveloping them, with Xia Tian exhibiting the most intense shade. The deeper the color, the greater the danger. She sensed that this represented her dog's battle prowess. Turning her gaze inward, she perceived blue and green lights swirling around her own being. Blue and green. These were the colors of abilities. At last, Han Qingxia possessed her very first ability of her own. She then looked at the myriad rewards she had amassed today. Reconnaissance and strike drones, Yunnan Bai Yao, first aid pills, 1,000 pounds of beef, and 100 solar panels. With unwavering determination to build her base, the future appeared promising. Onward, Han Qingxia exited the bomb shelter, where Su Xiaoyang had prepared meal. Boss, today's dish is Beijing-style shredded pork with a fried egg. Han Qingxia nodded, waving him over. Yangzi, come here for a moment. What is up? It was time to share some crucial information. Su Xiaoyang. With that, Han Qingxia pulled out her phone and pressed a button, revealing a massive skylight opening atop the bomb shelter tower. A swarm of drones soared into the sky, much to Su Xiaoyang's astonishment. Our base's drones, I rigged them up. Su Xiaoyang. He gazed in disbelief at the military drones flying overhead. Could it be? Were these reconnaissance and strike drones? How could it be that Han Qingxia had created such a marvel? After the initial shock, he found it hard to refute the truth. Such high-caliber drones were simply unattainable on the market. Moreover, this design was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was inconceivable that anyone other than Han Qingxia could have constructed them. His thoughts drifted to the other military-grade defenses at her disposal. Each one was beyond anything available outside. Take her armored vehicle, for instance. It was undoubtedly the most formidable armored vehicle Su Xiaoyang had ever encountered. Without exception, as he pondered this, he was left utterly awestruck by Han Qingxia. Just who was this remarkable leader of his household? She was truly capable of anything. His admiration for Han Qingxia had reached unfathomable heights. Chapter 52. Are they gods? The following day, a crimson sun ascended the horizon, casting its bright and warm light upon the world of human civilization that had once birthed countless miracles. Yet now, the human realm lay in utter disarray. There were no longer the breakfast shops that opened at dawn, nor the throngs of morning joggers, the street cleaners diligently clearing the roads, or the early risers bustling for their livelihoods. The city was overrun with innumerable zombies, their piercing shrieks echoing through the streets. In a vast factory complex on the outskirts of the city, a cacophony of piercing screams erupted from the rooftop of a 4-story building. With a resounding crash, a stainless steel pipe came crashing down upon a zombie, sending it tumbling backward. However, the defenses were already crumbling. Waves of zombies surged up a nearby mound, their numbers swelling as they trampled over one another, finally reaching the rooftop. The first zombie to breach the rooftop was swiftly knocked down, but behind it loomed countless others, their gnarled claws grasping desperately at the ledge. Starved for far too long, their ashen eyes were now bloodshot with hunger, yearning for flesh. Roar! 2 zombies leaped onto the rooftop simultaneously. 8 or 9 men stood resolutely at the front lines, wielding steel pipes with all their might, determined to fend off the encroaching horde. Behind them, a dozen women armed themselves, attempting to knock away the hands of the zombies clawing at the edge. There was no retreat. They stood on the rooftop, the fire escape behind them completely blocked, teeming with zombies. Time slipped away, and the defenders began to tire, while the zombies continued to multiply, climbing higher and higher. Although the defenders were malnourished and had not eaten their fill in ages, the zombies were relentless, like perpetual motion machines. Roar! A piercing female scream shattered the air as a male zombie surged through their defenses. 1 foot clad in the latest AJ sneakers, the other foot bare and bloodied, he limped forward with alarming speed. He leaped onto the platform, diving toward the nearest woman. Just as he was about to sink his teeth into her, a steel pipe struck him with tremendous force, shattering his skull. Wife! Li Gang shouted, pulling the woman back into his embrace. Husband! Wang Feng trembled, quaking in his arms. More zombies continued to ascend, and it became evident that the rooftop had been irrevocably compromised. Stop fighting. Climb to the top of the generator, Li Gang urged, lifting his wife as they scrambled toward the highest point on the rooftop, the massive generator. Seeing this, everyone else quickly abandoned the fight and followed suit. By the time they reached the generator, the rooftop had completely fallen to the zombies, who swarmed from every direction, relentlessly encircling their last refuge. The generator, a mere 2 meters high and narrow in size, left them huddled together like helpless sheep, surrounded by the relentless tide of zombies with no escape in sight. The generator trembled beneath their feet as the zombies pushed against it. It was the end. Truly, it was the end. Just as despair enveloped them, a thunderous roar shattered the silence of the factory. An imposing armored vehicle reappeared before their eyes. In that instant, all gazes fixed upon it. The furious armored vehicle barreled through the scattered zombies, heading straight for their building. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed through the horde, sending zombies and mounds of earth flying. Those still climbing in midair fell like rain. Following this, a powerful jet of water erupted from a turret atop the armored vehicle. A man stood poised at the aperture, channeling an immense high-pressure stream toward the remaining zombies. Wherever the water struck, the zombies were swept away in droves. The creatures clinging to their companions were eradicated, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Boom! 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 Flames erupted from the vehicle's top, unleashing a fiery assault coupled with the water barrage, while the armored vehicle continued its relentless advance. Within minutes, thousands of zombies were reduced to mere remnants. Behind the wheel, Han Qingxia reveled in the exhilaration of exterminating zombies with such efficiency. Once the main horde was vanquished, the armored vehicle parked alongside the factory, its doors flung open, releasing a pack of specially trained dogs ready to finish off any remaining zombies. Clad in protective combat gear, the dogs charged into the fray, dispatching zombies with savage ferocity. Meanwhile, the sunroof of the armored vehicle opened wide, and a high lift extended from within. To the astonishment of Li Gang and Wang Fong, 2 figures, a man and a woman, leapt down onto the rooftop. They had come to rescue them. The man wielded a continuous stream of water, while the woman brandished a tang dao. With lethal precision, they dispatched the zombies in their path, chaos following in their wake. The duo moved seamlessly, their coordination impeccable as they advanced toward the generator. In a mere 10 minutes, the zombies surrounding Li Gang and his companions were obliterated. They gazed at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang as if they were deities, the very gods they had longed for in their time of dire need. "Do you wish to follow me?" Han Qingxia asked, surveying the group. Upon hearing this, they all gasped in unison. "I have established a base. Those who choose to follow me will become residents of my sanctuary. From this day forth, I will ensure your safety. Within the boundaries of my territory, you shall be the safest of all." Han Qingxia spoke each word deliberately, locking eyes with those before him. Chapter 53. Welcoming new residents among this group. Li Gang was the first to react, asking, "What do you want us to do?" "Submit to me," Han Qingxia declared, standing resolutely before them all. "I cannot restore your lives to what they were before the apocalypse, but if you submit to me, I will ensure that you become the happiest residents of this base." Su Xiaoyang stood behind her like an unwavering backdrop, emanating an aura of absolute strength from Han Qingxia. The powerful naturally possess an irresistible allure and an inherent authority that drew everyone present closer to her. "You saved us. My wife and I are willing." Li Gang was the first to acquiesce, taking Wang Fong's hand as they descended from the generator. They had no reason to refuse Han Qingxia. With zombies lurking everywhere, they had nowhere to go, no home to return to. They faced hunger, unemployment, and the constant threat of zombies appearing from nowhere. Naturally, they sought a safe place to settle. Moreover, had it not been for Han Qingxia's intervention, they would not have survived. Her formidable strength inspired their willingness to follow her. Without her, how could they continue to live? After Li Gang and Wang Fong descended, the remaining dozen or so people eagerly followed suit. "We are willing too. I am willing. I will follow you, as long as you ensure our safety and provide us with food." Almost everyone present expressed their willingness, save for a pair of young girls. We want to go home," one of them said to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia lazily glanced at her. "Outside, there are zombies. Is your home free of them?" Upon hearing this, the 2 girls hesitated. "No, we still want to go home," one girl insisted. Having heard enough, Han Qingxia coldly replied, "If you wish to leave, then go." The 2 girls felt as if released from a great burden, glanced at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, and quickly made their way to the ladder by the wall. Others around them contemplated intervening, but ultimately chose to remain silent, watching them depart. Thus, from this group of 18, 16 chose to stay. After confirming their loyalty to Han Qingxia, a notification resonated in her mind. Ding! 16 residents detected. Reward: 1,600 points. Ding! 2 power-type ability users detected. Reward: special attributes. Ding! 1 speed-type ability user detected. Reward: special attributes. Among the 16 new residents she accepted, 3 possessed supernatural abilities. Upon their acceptance, their special attributes would be replicated onto Han Qingxia. She immediately felt a transformation within her body, sensing an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through her. To her delight, the system confirmed that overlapping abilities would also stack, effectively doubling her existing powers. This was an extraordinary boon. Han Qingxia had acquired a new batch of residents, earning herself 1,600 points along with 3 supernatural abilities. She gazed contentedly at her new residents, simultaneously as the system confirmed their status. Admiration and affection filled their eyes as they looked at Han Qingxia. From now on, you may call me Lord. Yes, my lord. They all affectionately addressed her. Han Qingxia surveyed the surrounding zombies, commanding, "Everyone, clear the zombies' brains and retrieve their cores." With a casual flick of her knife, she sliced open a zombie's skull, extracting a grain-sized crystal core from within. The sight ignited excitement among the crowd. Those who collect more will be rewarded. Han Qingxia rallied them further. Instantly, everyone began scrambling to clear the zombies. After delegating the task of collecting crystal cores, Han Qingxia turned to Su Xiaoyang. "Clear all the zombies in the factory." Understood. She led Su Xiaoyang to the rooftop passage. The massive iron door was secured with thick chains, yet could not contain the zombies packed inside like sardines. They howled in excitement as Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang approached. With a swift swing of her Tang Dao, the chains fell apart with a resounding clang, and the zombies surged forth in a frenzy. Yet, what awaited them was a powerful jet of water. Upon contact, the water rapidly dispersed, transforming into water bullets, each possessing the force of a bullet. Thud! A series of water bullets struck true, taking down every zombie that emerged. If other ability users witnessed this, they would be rendered speechless. This was utterly extraordinary. Currently, most ability users could only conjure small water spheres, fireballs, or dirt mounds. The level of Ding Yi, who had previously confronted Han Qingxia, was already considered formidable. Yet here was Su Xiaoyang, effortlessly wielding a high-pressure water jet, demonstrating mastery over the water's form. Indicative of a Tier 3 ability user. This prowess stemmed from the evolution liquid Han Qingxia had been providing him daily, completely free of side effects. By the time other bases began promoting the evolution liquid, their combat power would have already been far surpassed by Han Qingxia and her group. More importantly, their evolution liquids came with numerous side effects, making comparisons of strength futile. As Su Xiaoyang pressed forward, dispatching each zombie that emerged, Han Qingxia idly stood by, stepping in to finish off any that slipped through. Soon, the safety passage was cleared. She reminded Li Gang and the others not to forget the crystal cores, and, along with Su Xiaoyang, headed deeper into the passage. She intended to cleanse the factory of all zombies, ensuring that it bore her mark, expanding it into her territory. This expansive factory housed a wealth of machinery, which would facilitate her food processing in the future. This factory was now hers. As they descended to the 3rd floor, Han Qingxia's mental acuity sharpened. Within her mental domain, she sensed an energy tenfold stronger than that of ordinary zombies. "Stop!" Han Qingxia commanded, and Su Xiaoyang halted immediately. With a resounding crash, the heavy security door ahead was breached, revealing a zombie with a gaping wound in its abdomen. This one was distinct, its grayish-white eyes glimmering with a trace of intelligence. Another Tier 3 zombie. Chapter 54. Another day of admiration for Han Qingxia, the grotesque zombie, after missing its target, lifted its menacing head and let out a ferocious roar directed at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. "Roar!" This was a freshly turned zombie. Vivid crimson pus oozed from the corners of its mouth, and half of its face had been gnawed away. Aside from the bite marks, its entire visage was severely distorted, as if it had been mercilessly smashed downwards, leaving it a ghastly wreck. White brain matter and dark reddish secretions mingled on its face, dripping down in large globs. It opened its abyss-like mouth, its entire head appearing as though it could disintegrate at any moment, a gruesome sight reminiscent of a horror film. Not to mention, its abdomen had been completely hollowed out. Having witnessed many horrors, Han Qingxia found this particular zombie utterly revolting. What a brutal fate! What kind of inhumane treatment had it endured in life to become such a wretched creature? Upon closer inspection, she gasped. Wasn't this the Earth-based ability user from yesterday who had caused them trouble, only to end up being overpowered? Boss, it's the Earth ability user from yesterday, now a zombie. Su Xiaoyang remarked. Roar, the zombie, Ding Yi, glared fiercely at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, a flicker of hatred appearing in its gray-white, unseeing eyes. It seemed to possess a fragment of memory from its past life, directing its animosity toward its adversaries. It lunged at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Boom! A high-pressure water column shot towards its head immediately. Rumble! To Su Xiaoyang's surprise, the wall beside him collapsed with a resounding crash, blocking Ding Yi's path. The high-pressure water column unleashed by Su Xiaoyang splashed against the wall. Just then, a dark shadow rapidly lunged towards him. Su Xiaoyang dodged backward, and with a decisive kick, sent the shadow flying down the staircase. His elite soldier reflexes allowed him to respond to unexpected attacks with instinctive speed, keeping even the zombified Ding Yi at bay. However, at that moment, the staircase beneath Su Xiaoyang began to crumble. Soil disintegrated, steel reinforcements fell apart, and Su Xiaoyang found himself suspended in mid-air, plummeting downward. Fortunately, Han Qingxia seized his shoulder, pulling him back up with great strength. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. The staircase continued to collapse, and Han Qingxia couldn't afford to set Su Xiaoyang down. She hoisted him and sprinted upward. With each step they took, the staircase behind them crumbled further. Enormous chunks of concrete fell, layer by layer, as the staircase deteriorated in Su Xiaoyang's view. Through the crevices of the rubble, he spotted a figure at the very bottom. Boss, the Earth ability user has retained its powers even in zombification, and enhanced them. I know, Han Qingxia replied, charging toward the rooftop with Su Xiaoyang in tow. Just then, the last layer of steps collapsed beneath them, and Han Qingxia stepped into thin air. Almost simultaneously, she pressed against the wall, propelling herself upward with Su Xiaoyang still on her shoulder. Su Xiaoyang grasped the door to the third-floor passage, and now it was his turn to cling tightly to Han Qingxia. With one hand gripping the closed door of the safe passage on the third floor and his legs wrapped around Han Qingxia's waist, they managed to escape as the staircase crumbled beneath them, leaving Han Qingxia precariously balanced on the narrow edge of the doorway. He followed suit, skillfully hopping onto the narrow ledge. Boom! The entire safe passage collapsed, leaving only exposed steel reinforcements and pockmarked walls behind. At that moment, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stood at the threshold of the safe passage, precariously balanced on a narrow ledge, barely wide enough for a single foot. Below them lay a deep pit of over 10 meters. A slight movement could plunge them into the abyss. Moreover, the secure passage behind them was sealed tight. With zombies crashing against the door, their bloody, disfigured faces mere inches away from Han Qingxia, separated only by a glass window. The sensation was thrilling beyond measure. Boss, that ability zombie has hidden itself. Su Xiaoyang sensed the presence of a zombie, but Ding Yi, being an Earth ability user, was adept at concealing itself within the wreckage, instantly eluding detection. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless with his water abilities rendered useless in this enemy's domain. They were in dire straits. An abyss lay before them, while the zombies lurked behind. It seemed there was no way out. Just then, Han Qingxia closed her eyes. Upon shutting her eyes, images of the surrounding terrain rapidly formed in her mind. Her formidable mental prowess spread like radar, reaching out to explore her surroundings. Within her psychic domain, those around her appeared in deep blue, while behind her were 17 or 18 grayish-white entities. The blue represented Su Xiaoyang, while the grayish-white figures were zombies. She continued to extend her mental energy downward, and in an instant, an even larger picture emerged. Beneath them, there were still 15 or 16 grayish-white zombies, and at the very bottom, a few scattered ones. A distinct, earthy yellow zombie appeared before her. Yangzi, at 12 o'clock, prepare, Han Qingxia instructed. Su Xiaoyang suddenly heard her words. Boom! Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful jet of water toward the indicated spot. In an instant, boom! The forceful water column pierced through the pillar, causing a cascade of debris as the ceiling collapsed, striking the mutated earth-based zombie with tremendous force. Straight to the center, Han Qingxia commanded coldly. Su Xiaoyang directed another surge of high-pressure water toward the center, clearing rubble and striking the zombie's head. Within Han Qingxia's psychic domain, the earthy yellow figure vanished, replaced by a small, radiant earthy yellow crystal. A third-level crystal core had emerged. All set, Han Qingxia opened her eyes. She gazed at the thoroughly defeated zombie, Ding Yi, and began to descend from the third floor, skillfully scaling the walls of steel and concrete. She moved with agility akin to a nimble gecko. After reaching Ding Yi's position, she pried the crystal core from him. Su Xiaoyang followed her lead, descending through the staircase-less corridor. Upon witnessing her finesse, he felt an overwhelming admiration for his leader. How did she manage to pinpoint the zombie's location so swiftly? And she was undeniably impressive, executing her moves with precision and speed, never faltering. How could such a remarkable woman exist? Working alongside her was an absolute pleasure. Once again, it was a day filled with admiration for Han Qingxia. His leader was truly extraordinary. Chapter 55, A Bountiful Harvest After Vanquishing the Level 3 Mutant Zombie. Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang swiftly eradicated the remaining scattered zombies within the factory. Li Gang and the others diligently collected the zombie cores throughout the facility. Han Qingxia was unfazed by the possibility of them hoarding the cores. Firstly, they were unaware of their significance, and thus lacked any inclination to conceal them. And secondly, and most importantly, she possessed psychic abilities. She could perceive the colors of the cores. A mere glance was sufficient for her to discern if anyone was hiding them. My lord, here are the items you requested. Li Gang presented all the gathered zombie cores to Han Qingxia. She surveyed the 16 individuals present, confirming that none were hoarding cores. Satisfied, she nodded. In total, they had acquired 1,208 cores, along with an additional level 3 core. Please tally the cores collected by each individual. I shall reward them with corresponding points. Points? Indeed. Accompany me to my base, where I will explain how the points can be utilized. Upon hearing this, Li Gang and the others were overjoyed and eagerly agreed. Han Qingxia discovered a multitude of operational vehicles within the factory. The factory was replete with functioning cars, albeit lacking keys. However, this posed no challenge for Han Qingxia. After a brief endeavor, successfully started several vehicles for their transport. Before departing, she scoured the factory once more. Under the guidance of Li Gang and his team, she swiftly located all of the factory's production workshops. This facility was the largest grain factory in City A, producing a vast array of food-related items. Varieties included Wuchang rice, rice oil, flour, noodles, white sugar, and wide noodles, among others, amounting to over 100,000 tons in total. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to repair the factory's gates, erect a sign bearing her name, and hoist a flag representing her dominion. This factory would henceforth be her territory. Meanwhile, she promptly gathered the food stored in the factory's warehouse. All the pre-packaged food was collected and stored. By the time she had exhausted the factory supplies, her spatial storage was filled to 3/4 capacity, akin to a 10-story building, every corner brimming with provisions, nearly overflowing. These provisions could sustain not only herself, but also 7,000 to 8,000 individuals for a lifetime. Han Qingxia was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. Other machinery and production lines were left untouched for the moment. Once her base's productivity was developed further, she would return with her team to process food. These resources would prove invaluable. It had been a day of remarkable returns, yielding an enormous food factory, over 10 tons of grain, a population of 16, and more than 1,000 cores. Emerging from the grand warehouse, Han Qingxia found the entrance had been restored. With a commanding voice, she instructed everyone to board the vehicles, leading them toward her base. Along the way, a long-lost sense of safety enveloped them, as if they were under protection. However, as their convoy transitioned from the factory road onto the main thoroughfare, they were suddenly met with chilling screams. On the roadside, a cluster of 3 to 5 scattered zombies pounced upon a woman, voraciously devouring her. Another woman, in a frantic sprint, spotted their convoy and raced towards them for help. Yet before she could cover much ground, she was overwhelmed by zombies on either side, one sinking its teeth in her artery. Wang Feng immediately recognized the victim as Lu Ling and Su Wenwen. Everyone in the vehicle peered anxiously out the windows at the 2 women surrounded by zombies. Unable to look away, yet terrified to witness the scene. They were the very individuals who had hesitated when Han Qingxia had invited them to join her, opting instead to leave. Their homes lay not far from the factory, and despite Han Qingxia's warnings of the lurking zombies, they had chosen to ignore her counsel and venture home. Clearly, they had rushed back upon discovering the zombies, only to be ensnared by the very creatures they had hoped to evade. Before the eyes of all, the 2 women were consumed by the zombies, and shortly thereafter, their bodies began to convulse and transform. The horrified onlookers were rendered speechless by the gruesome spectacle. Boom! The lead armored vehicle accelerated, violently crushing through 2 clusters of zombies, clearing a path for their escape. All vehicles followed the route preordained by Han Qingxia. Once they had safely distanced themselves from the gruesome scene, an overwhelming sense of relief and heightened security washed over them. They felt fortunate for their resolute decision to follow Han Qingxia. Unlike those 2 foolish women who had attempted to return home, zombies were indeed everywhere, and there was no sanctuary to be found. There could be no room for complacency. Han Qingxia assured them that within her territory they would be safe. The convoy sped towards the outskirts, finally halting amidst a cluster of villas. As soon as Han Qingxia arrived, the residents of Villa 9 rushed out to greet her. "My lord, you have arrived." Han Qingxia nodded upon seeing Wang Yumin and his family. She gestured for the occupants of the 5 or 6 vehicles trailing behind her to disembark. "From now on, you shall all reside here," she instructed. Turning to Wang Yumin, she added, "You will oversee the cultivation of grain and production. Production is the foundation of everything, and stable grain output is the cornerstone upon which all other production endeavors can be built. We must progress step by step." Wang Yumin nodded eagerly. "Understood." Everyone gather around. I shall clarify the rules of the base. Chapter 56. The summer base. All residents who join my base will operate under a point system. Points can be exchanged for food, water, daily necessities, and various tools. Han Qingxia produced the list she had previously provided to Wang Yumin, instructing him to post it on the bulletin board in the villa area. The list detailed the exchange rates for food items: 1 pound of rice for 1 point, 1 pack of salt for 1 point, 1 egg for 1 point, 1 pound of pork for 10 points, and 1 live chicken for 50 points. There are also ways to earn points, with the same exchange rate applying. All crops you produce can be exchanged for points. Additionally, defeating zombies and obtaining crystal cores will yield rewards. Han Qingxia showcased the crystal core in her hand to the crowd. "Li Gang, you just recorded the crystal cores they unearthed at 1 point each, which will count toward your basic points. From now on, any crystal cores you hunt will be worth 10 points each." Li Gang and the others instantly comprehended the implications. In Han Qingxia's base, points would be the currency, and each person had collected between 50 to 80 crystal cores. This meant their basic points range from 50 to 80. If exchanged for food, that could translate to at least 500 to 600 pounds for each person. Furthermore, each resident must pay 10 points daily as a resident tax. Han Qingxia established the framework of regulations for the base. This tax serves as a fee for using all land and housing within my territory. Delaying payment by a day will incur a 10% late fee, and after 10 days of delinquency, residents will lose their rights, with all property confiscated and eviction from a base. Residents can supervise one another, and anyone discovering a tax evader will be rewarded. Half of the evader's property will be given to the informer. A sense of tension enveloped the crowd. However, correspondingly, as long as residents reside within my territory, they shall be under my protection. I will provide the safest environment for you. Within my domain, you may produce freely, enjoying security akin to the world before the apocalypse. Furthermore, periodic benefits will be distributed to you. Throughout history, the governance of the populace has relied on 5 methods: fooling the people, weakening them, exhausting them, humiliating them, and impoverishing them. Fooling the people involves unifying their thoughts to recognize a singular center. Han Qingxia aims to unify their beliefs, ensuring that all residents living under her leadership share her vision, fostering the development of the base. This is the essence of fooling the populace. Weakening the populace means cultivating a powerful base while diminishing the individual strength of residents, preventing the emergence of organizations that could challenge the authority of the base. For instance, the group led by Ding Yi that Han Qingxia encountered yesterday, united yet rebellious, would never be accepted into her ranks. Allowing such a group into the base would only invite chaos. Weakening the populace entails fracturing their unity, encouraging individual independence while collectively forming a part of her territory. The individuals Han Qingxia has gathered are all loosely bound, lacking a true leader. Even Li Gang, who holds significant influence, lacks the ability to rally them effectively. Once Han Qingxia assumed control, the residents were more inclined to trust her. Such a community can be nurtured. Exhausting the populace requires providing them with tasks, creating a shared goal that keeps them occupied. For instance, Han Qingxia's point system mandates that each individual contribute 10 points daily as living expenses for the base. Failure to meet this requirement will incur interest, and continued non-compliance will lead to expulsion. This system compels the entire community to engage in production, with points guiding their efforts. This is the essence of exhausting the populace. Humiliating the populace relates to the reporting and supervision system Han Qingxia described, promoting mutual oversight among residents. This ensures the efficient execution of her penalties, motivating everyone to adhere to labor and rules diligently. Finally, impoverishing the populace involves stripping them of any surplus beyond basic livelihood. Reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic society where many lived paycheck to paycheck, struggling to save. This is the essence of impoverishing the populace, which keeps them perpetually occupied with survival. For a nascent base like Han Qingxia's, all residents are already impoverished, rendering further impoverishment unnecessary. What is required now is development, vigorous growth, and the construction of the base. The 10 points she has designated daily will ensure that everyone has ample work. Moreover, with diligence, accumulating personal wealth is not a daunting task. As the lord of the base, she must ensure the safety of all residents and provide comprehensive support and some benefits under any circumstances. As long as these residents are industrious, she can offer them the finest treatment among all bases. Initially, I will provide you with seeds, tools, and everything you need free of charge. I will have Wang Yumin and his family assist you in starting cultivation and animal husbandry, and for the first month, the tax will be waived. After 1 month, all residents must pay me in points. Han Qingxia addressed everyone present. Upon hearing her words, the crowd looked at Han Qingxia with a mixture of apprehension and gratitude. She was offering them safety and a territory, guiding them back to a stable and orderly life, and granting them a month of grace. In this month, they could harvest early maturing vegetables, allowing them to transition back to normal production and living. Moreover, with their current base of several points, they could live comfortably during this period. Thanks to Han Qingxia's incentive system, everyone felt invigorated. One must remember that if a great dragon only brings favorable weather to humanity, they would not express gratitude, but would merely enslave it as a beast of burden. However, if the dragon possesses the power to unleash thunder and destruction, humans would revere it as a god. The art of governance lies in the balance of reward and punishment. To these people, Han Qingxia is a divine figure. By the way, my lord, we should name our base. What shall we call it? Wang Yumin inquired. Han Qingxia pondered briefly before addressing the crowd. Let be called the summer base. From now on, all of you are residents of the summer base. Upon hearing this name, Everyone felt a surge of spirit, their gazes towards Han Qingxia transforming into expressions of profound reverence. At that moment, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding! Super Lord's system activated. The naming of the Lord's territory was successful. Ding! Prosperity level initiated. Current prosperity level, 60. Reward. Resident loyalty increased by 10%. Chapter 57. The best leadership. The yield of the base has increased by 10%. Han Qingxia. 2 consecutive rewards have been issued, both practical and powerful. The system is impressive. Han Qingxia gazed at the newly unlocked attribute values, with the prosperity of the base displayed after her points and crystal cores. Opening the prosperity interface, she could see the detailed attributes above. Current base residents, 19 people. Base guards, 1 person. Base ward dogs, 16. Area coverage, approximately 41 square kilometers. Cultivation area, 30 acres. Current prosperity value, 60. Rural village. Han Qingxia. The title of rural village feels rather hurtful. Prosperity is composed of various values. Leveling up the title will unlock a grand package. Han Qingxia glanced at her next level. Prosperity 500, urban-rural fringe. Excellent. There's no reason not to strive for an urban-rural fringe. Yes, everything is for the glory of the summer base. Onward to the urban-rural fringe. Han Qingxia departed from the residential area. She instructed all residents to find their own houses to live in, as long as they were within her territory. Due to current technological limitations, Han Qingxia temporarily registered everyone's points in duplicate. If anyone wished to exchange for supplies, they could let Wang Yumin know. And the next day, she would have Wang Yunduo come to collect them. Given the constraints, many things were still in the exploratory phase, and Han Qingxia lacked sufficient manpower. So this was the best solution for now. To this end, she granted the Wang family 100 points as a subsidy, and in the future, their rent would be deducted by 10 points, eliminating the need for daily deliveries of produce. After settling everyone, she distributed a batch of seeds for Wang Yumin to plant. And then Han Qingxia took her leave. On the way, Su Xiaoyang kept glancing at her. "What are you looking at?" "Driving," Su Xiaoyang earnestly replied. "I believe the boss is an exceptional leader." Han Qingxia. A sudden flattery. Could it be that he wants a raise? She stared at Su Xiaoyang, pondering for 3 seconds, then gritted her teeth. "Fine, you work the most with me. You deserve some compensation. I will give you 100 points every month, and you can exchange for whatever you want." Su Xiaoyang. He let out a light laugh. Is he still dissatisfied? 100 points is quite generous. Converted into food, that is 100 pounds. Han Qingxia quickly calculated. "Don't forget, you are in my service. I provide your food and lodging, and I take care of you, so be content." "All right, let us leave it at that for now. Once the base develops further, I'll give you some bonuses. I'm tired. I'll take a nap." Han Qingxia yawned, pretending to sleep. Dreaming of a raise? Not a chance. I will remain frugal to the end. Su Xiaoyang noticed her eyes closed in slumber and steadied the steering wheel as he drove. A gentle smile crept onto his otherwise cold face. It was not that he desired a raise. He genuinely believed Han Qingxia was remarkable. The longer he spent with her, the more he felt this way. She appeared fierce and ruthless to outsiders, yet she was extraordinarily kind to her own. Once she recognized someone as her own, she would go to great lengths to protect them, providing them with the best life possible. Han Qingxia's excellence stemmed not from her appearance, but from her intrinsic strength. Following a person like her assured a good life. Their base would undoubtedly grow strong. Su Xiaoyang drove quietly, steadily returning to the base. Once Han Qingxia returned to her shelter, she began counting the spoils of the day. As usual, she exchanged 1,000 for a level 1 crystal core. After the exchange, along with the territory expansion and the acquisition of a factory, her points soared to 150,000, plus a crystal core grand package. She decided to hold off on opening the crystal core grand package for now. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she exchanged for a radar system worth the same 100,000 points. With a whoosh, she expanded an area behind the second-floor tower, and several radar stations emerged atop her shelter. A complete radar system was now installed on her second floor. The system's radar would automatically increase its detection area in accordance with Han Qingxia's territorial expansion. All anomalies within her territory would be comprehensively monitored and reported to Han Qingxia, far surpassing her previous territory connections in precision. Moreover, it collaborated with her reconnaissance drone system. Upon detecting anomalies, she could directly relay the coordinates to the drone for investigation, eliminating the need for her to run around personally. The security strength of Han Qingxia's territory had been significantly bolstered. Additionally, while browsing the available products, she was pleasantly surprised to discover an electronic statistics system, akin to cafeteria meal cards and water card systems. This essential product was priced at only 100 points. However, each member card required 1 point. Han Qingxia decisively placed an order, purchasing 100 member cards for an additional 100 points. This was precisely what she needed. From now on, each member of her base would have an identity points card, making it incredibly convenient to deduct and earn points. No longer would she need to manage registrations herself. The system would automatically record it. The Lord system was indeed designed to cultivate excellent lords, knowing precisely what Han Qingxia required. In no time, the entire set appeared before Han Qingxia. Each card bore the words "Summer" elegantly printed on it. In truth, creating such a device was not particularly challenging before the apocalypse. Many programmers could write the necessary code, combine it with sensors and chip cards, and produce a complete system. However, now that they were in an apocalyptic world, where could she find programmers to develop software for her, let alone the equipment chips? Moreover, what the system provided was simply perfect. The identity cards were beautiful, the system swift and devoid of bugs, truly marvelous. After acquiring the point system, Han Qingxia promptly entered the information of the existing 19 members, along with their respective points, planning to have Wang Yunduo distribute them the next day. With this, the embryonic framework of her summer base was genuinely established. Once the residents' points were organized, Han Qingxia processed the level 3 crystal cores into evolution liquid using the evolution liquid machine. She consumed the evolution liquid from the level 3 crystal core and prepared a dose of level 1 zombie crystal core evolution liquid for Su Xiaoyang. Looking at this evolution liquid, she thought, "There's no other boss in the world quite like me. Still thinking of a raise? Not a chance. Here, take this." Having prepared a meal, Su Xiaoyang noticed Han Qingxia handing him a cup of water and a card. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted and drank it. The taste was as sweet as ever. The water given by his boss was simply different. "What is this?" Su Xiaoyang asked after finishing the drink, looking at the card. "Your identity card. From now on, you are an official resident of the summer base, and it contains 100 points. Chapter 58. Even the donkeys of the production team cannot match his capability. Su Xiaoyang took the identity card in his hand. His number was 002, the second citizen number of the summer base. Holding the card, he gazed at the number, and a warmth surged within him. 002. This reflected his standing in Han Qingxia's heart, second only to 001, which belonged to Han Qingxia herself. This feeling was intricate. Han Qingxia regarded him as her closest companion. Thus, amid this apocalyptic world, the two truly relied on each other, able to lean upon one another. With such a high regard for his position, it followed that she too was his most cherished person. At that moment, Han Qingxia whistled for the dog, Xia Tian, who was gnawing on a bone. "Tiangu, come here. Issue the identity tag. Bark, bark, bark." Xia Tian dropped the bone and dashed over. Han Qingxia produced a pre-strung identity card and placed it into the slot of Xia Tian's combat uniform, securing it with a knot. The card boldly displayed 001. Su Xiaoyang. Xia Tian was 001? What else could it be? "Then what about you, boss?" "I'm 000. Su Xiaoyang." There was even a 000. He had underestimated the situation. Furthermore, Han Qingxia had arranged identity documents for her dogs as well, numbering from 003 to 017. Each had a custom dog tag emblazoned with the emblem of the summer base, placed in the slots of their combat uniforms. To Han Qingxia, her dogs were indistinguishable from her human companions. They were her comrades in arms and even more trustworthy allies. It was imperative for them to possess the identity cards of the summer base. 2 days swiftly passed. Han Qingxia had been preoccupied with the construction of the base. Establishing and managing the base was an exceedingly complex and troublesome endeavor, particularly in the initial stages. She needed to resolve issues surrounding water supply, electricity, and basic necessities for the residents. Initially, there was only the Wang family, whose needs were modest. They could endure any shortages. Now, with an increasing population forming a village, the fundamental livelihood issues had to be addressed. Han Qingxia installed the 100 solar panels obtained from previous rewards within the villa area, providing a stable power supply to the residents. The power output for this area was now secured. Moreover, any future issues could be communicated through a call to the air raid shelter, eliminating the need for Wang Yunduo to run back and forth daily. As for water, this area was still connected to the water company. Previously, the Wang family relied on rainwater collection, but now, with more people, rainwater would undoubtedly be insufficient. Han Qingxia organized the community to dig wells, utilizing the water system connected to her air raid shelter. Her water system was reinforced by the system, ensuring its safety. The water supply issue was swiftly resolved. With the enhancement of the two fundamental aspects of livelihood, water and electricity, Han Qingxia's residents experienced a significant increase in loyalty and a heightened sense of belonging. Their lives under Han Qingxia flourished. Next came resource exchange. Han Qingxia's manpower was sorely lacking. The daily back-and-forth exchanges of goods squandered labor. Thus, she established a marketplace within the base. On the 1st and 15th of each month, she would organize a unified market where everyone could trade essential supplies, allowing them to buy as much as they desired on those days. For scarce resources, they could contact Wang Yunduo to exchange at her air raid shelter. Her territory still prohibited entry to anyone else. To facilitate this, Han Qingxia arranged a small bicycle for the young girl. In these extraordinary times, all individuals needed to engage in productive work, and children represented vital human resources. Furthermore, Han Qingxia exempted Wang Yunduo from taxes, treating it as a salary. This was no form of bullying toward a child. In a time of resource scarcity, everyone had to be useful. In her previous life, in the small base where Han Qingxia resided, children were treated as adults, while adults were reduced to servitude, with no semblance of protection for children or the elderly. If one lacked the ability to work, they were simply cast aside. The base had no need for burdensome waste. Children were expected to contribute as well. However, if people from outside the base observed the level of labor within the summer base, they would undoubtedly be clamoring to join. Other bases were rife with chaos. A multitude of refugees flooded into the bases. Food was scarce, resources were tight, and many merely sought a means to survive without any avenues available. Here, the children had tasks to perform and could earn points, making it a veritable paradise, a haven on earth. Under her stewardship, the land surrounding the villa area was cultivated, and high-yield, fast-growing crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were planted. Everyone had genuinely commenced productive labor, and the base had entered a phase of genuine operation. The prosperity of Han Qingxia's base surged by 30 points. The rural village was increasingly taking shape. Once the harvest came and resources were in hand, the base's prosperity would continue to ascend. After 2 days of management and construction, Han Qingxia finally had a moment to breathe. Yet simultaneously, she recognized a crucial element was missing: manpower. She was dreadfully short-handed. One Su Xiaoyang was insufficient. Su Xiaoyang was already overwhelmed managing the air raid shelter. Each day, he had to rise an hour earlier to tidy up both inside and outside the shelter. With more vegetables nearing harvest and many fruit trees beginning to bear fruit, Su Xiaoyang also had to prepare meals, clean, attend to the shelter, and occasionally respond to Han Qingxia summons in the residential area. Even the donkeys of the production team could not match his industriousness. And this was with Han Qingxia benefiting from the assistance of radar and drone systems. Any wandering zombie incursions were dealt with by the drones. Without this support, the two of them would indeed be overwhelmed. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep! Superlord system activated. Capture the Western Pharmaceutical Research Factory in a city. Reward: electronic butler for the host. Han Qingxia. What a timely windfall. The strongest support was indeed the system. The system rarely issued tasks, but whenever it did, it provided powerful assistance. Yangzi, let us go. Yes. Su Xiaoyang, who was washing dishes, swiftly rinsed the bowl, stood up without a moment's hesitation, equipped himself, and exited. Han Qingxia's words were commands. All that remained was to execute. Han Qingxia imported the map into her armored vehicle, as usual, bringing along her 8 dogs, leaving Xia Tian and the other 7 to guard the air raid shelter. Their destination was the Western Pharmaceutical Research Factory in a city, located at the junction of B City and C City. The vehicle traveled for 2.5 hours, arriving at the pharmaceutical factory by noon. The factory was exceedingly secluded, with only this solitary 6-story building surrounded by several kilometers. The exterior was pure white, and the security facilities at the entrance were remarkably advanced. However, the place was devoid of any personnel. Upon arriving, Han Qingxia felt an uncanny familiarity with the location. The Joint Pharmaceutical Factory's research department. She felt as though she had heard of it somewhere before. Chapter 59. United Pharmaceutical Company Boss, is this the place? Su Xiaoyang halted before the entrance of the pharmaceutical research facility. Strangely, the door was ajar, suggesting someone had ventured inside. Han Qingxia furrowed her delicate brows, struggling to recall where she had heard of this place. One thing was certain. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never set foot here. United Pharmaceutical Research Facility. Let us go in, Su Xiaoyang replied as his vehicle gradually passed through the entrance. Han Qingxia remained alert, instructing him to drive around the exterior of the building first. She aimed to familiarize herself with the layout, identifying all entrances and exits, and mapping potential escape routes in case of danger. She would not recklessly charge in. Despite her formidable abilities, caution was paramount. After circling the building, she gleaned the following information. There was only one entrance, the main door. From the outside, the structure appeared to be 6 stories high, but she noticed a sign indicating access to an underground parking garage. Given her experience as a seasoned survivor, Han Qingxia opted against entering the parking area. The confined, dimly lit environment posed significant risks, and she believed in exploring the less perilous areas first before confronting dangers. Having completed her reconnaissance, she parked the armored vehicle at the main entrance, confirming that there were no zombies outside. They would check the ground floor for any threats before descending below. Thoroughly surveying the premises would allow her to plant her flag, claiming this research facility. Let's go, she commanded. Understood. With utmost caution, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stepped inside, leaving 2 of their companions to guard the vehicle while the remaining 6 followed closely. As they ventured deeper, Han Qingxia was astonished to find that all the doors within the pharmaceutical facility were wide open. The numerous security doors here required specific identity cards for access, akin to bank-level security. Normally, encountering such a place would be daunting, yet they seemed to glide through effortlessly, truly the chosen ones. Not only did they face no obstacles, but there was also not a single zombie within the entire 6-story building. Could it be that fortune smiled upon her? Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang traversed the safe corridors, thoroughly inspecting every room from the 1st to the 6th floor. To their relief, there were indeed no signs of life or undead. Every door stood open, and the equipment lay untouched, coated in a layer of dust. Boss, there are no signs of anyone or any zombies. It appears this place was evacuated in haste. Su Xiaoyang, with his special forces background, quickly relayed his findings. Han Qingxia nodded thoughtfully. Was it truly this simple? She entered an office on the top floor, which seemed to serve administrative purposes. The lower floors were primarily laboratories filled with professional equipment. Here, she discovered an electric kettle still plugged in, heating water. This particular kettle operated on a temperature sensor, automatically reheating when the water cooled down, continuously boiling until it reached a minimum safe level to avoid dry boiling. As she touched the kettle, she felt the glass surface was still warm. Next to it lay an open packet of instant noodles, seasoned and accompanied by a marinated egg and sausage. It appeared that the last occupant had been waiting for the water to boil to prepare their meal. Alas, the noodles had spoiled, the heavily preserved egg and sausage now moldy, rendering the entire meal inedible. The person who had longed for their noodles had never taken a single bite. Han Qingxia found this scenario strangely poignant. as if the individuals here had vanished without a trace. She glanced around the office, spotting a computer and attempting to extract some information. However, unlike the open doors, the computers were secured with high-level passwords. Unable to find anything useful, she scanned the surroundings and discovered a stash of supplies: instant noodles, ham, and eggs. One must never go empty-handed. Embracing her resourceful nature, Han Qingxia gathered all the edible items into her bag. Of course, she discreetly stored them in her spatial compartment, merely pretending to share with Su Xiaoyang. When he offered to assist her, she directed him to search the adjacent room instead. Before long, she had collected all the consumables from the administrative floor. Su Xiaoyang, with his arms laden with supplies, even carried 2 boxes of soda, diligently securing their provisions. Observing the obedient giant, Han Qingxia decided it was time to descend and store their haul. Let's head down. This time, she chose not to take the stairs. The building boasted its own power system, and the elevator was operational. Han Qingxia pressed the button for the downward journey, and shortly, the elevator arrived. Exchanging a glance with Su Xiaoyang, they took their positions on either side. Having already inspected the ground floor, they now needed to check the elevator as well. Ding! The elevator halted at their floor. As the doors opened, they were greeted by emptiness. At that moment, Han Qingxia was utterly convinced that this pharmaceutical facility truly housed neither humans nor zombies. After confirming their safety, she and her companions boarded the elevator. The elevator featured 7 buttons, aligning precisely with Han Qingxia's expectations: 6 floors above and a basement parking level below. She intended to stop at the first floor to deposit their supplies before descending to the basement. Once she thoroughly examined the underground level, they would have effectively claimed the research facility. Reaching for the button for the first floor, her hand suddenly paused. Wait a moment. A realization struck her. This United Pharmaceutical Research Facility was located in the western part of City A. While the name of the pharmaceutical company was unremarkable, its geographical positioning at the junction of cities A, B, and C was significant. Was this not the rumored lair of the zombie king from a previous life? Just then, before they had even pressed any buttons for the lower floors, the elevator began its swift descent. The display before Han Qingxia illuminated the negative first floor. A chilling sensation coursed through her as she realized they had not called for this descent. Rather, someone below had summoned the elevator to ascend. Chapter 60. Reunion with Lu Qian's team. The elevator plunged rapidly towards the underground level -1. Inside, Han Qingxia pressed every button, yet the elevator showed no signs of stopping. As if prioritizing the ascending requests from below, all the beings within it were hurtling downwards. Han Qingxia's mind raced as she fixated on the eerily malfunctioning elevator, calculating countless possibilities. First and foremost, it could not possibly be a ghost. Even if the world faced its demise, overrun by zombies, supernatural beings could not manifest. Furthermore, if we were to entertain the remote possibility of ghosts, how lowly would a ghost be to resort to scaring people with an elevator? With such power, why not orchestrate an elevator malfunction to annihilate everyone, inflicting psychological terror instead? To put it bluntly, as long as it did not directly cause her physical harm, it was all trivial. The notion of ghosts was never part of Han Qingxia's considerations. As someone inherently malevolent, she feared fire, firearms, and artillery. Yet she did not fear ghosts. They could not rival her frightfulness. Thus, ruling out the possibility of an elevator malfunction, the entity controlling it must be a tangible being. The first candidate was a human, the second, a zombie. Would zombies even press elevator buttons? In cases of non-accidental contact, they certainly would not. Yet, Han Qingxia harbored uncertainty about whether this location was indeed the lair of the zombie king she had heard whispers of in her past life. If it were the fabled top-tier zombie king, it might be conceivable. However, she could not ascertain this, as she had never ventured into such places nor encountered a zombie king. Moreover, given that this was the early stage of the apocalypse, even if this location could spawn super zombies, this should not be overly formidable at this juncture. Thus, the likelihood of humans remained greater. She turned to Su Xiaoyang. Their exchanged glances instantly clarified their shared thoughts. Regardless of whether it was human or zombie, anyone outside today would meet their demise. Ding! The elevator descended floor by floor. Upon reaching the final level, the doors finally opened. The sole light from within the elevator pierced through the surrounding darkness, illuminating a singular source of light. The moment the elevator doors swung open, those waiting outside were clearly startled. Bark, bark, bark. To their astonishment, 6 dogs bounded from the elevator. The dogs lunged at the awaiting crowd outside. There were only 2 individuals present. 3 dogs pounced on one person with remarkable speed and precision, catching them entirely off guard. The suddenness of the event left everyone astonished that such a desolate building could harbor dogs. However, it was evident that the 2 individuals were not ordinary either. After being knocked down, they quickly reacted, some engaged in combat, while others drew their firearms to retaliate. At that moment, 2 swift figures sprang from the elevator, one to the left and the other to the right. Their movements were so rapid that they dazzled the onlookers, taking the initiative with their extraordinary skills, akin to top-tier special forces, complemented by the dogs. In less than 3 seconds, they had disarmed the 2 individuals who had been tackled by the dogs. Click! Han Qingxia pointed the muzzle of her dark firearm at one of the individuals' foreheads. Once she had established control over the situation outside, she finally took a moment to assess who they were. Lowering her gaze, she was met with the youthful, somewhat naive face of a young soldier. The young soldier appeared visibly shocked upon seeing Han Qingxia. After a moment of bewilderment, he immediately exclaimed, "Sister!" Han Qingxia. To her surprise, it was Tang Jian, the very person she had often made cry in the past. "Xiaoyang, Your Majesty." The other individual, Qi Mingtang, who was pinned down by the dogs, also recognized Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Both were astonished to see them. At that moment, a hurried voice emerged from the shadows ahead. "Has the elevator arrived? We can hardly hold them back any longer. Pingzi, look who is here," Tang Jian quickly added, as he Zhangping, fully armed and with a grave expression, rushed over. He spotted Han Qingxia. "Sister." Upon seeing her, his serious demeanor instantly transformed into delight. "What are you all doing? Has the elevator not arrived yet?" At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out. A woman in military attire sprinted over anxiously. Upon reaching the scene and noticing the group of people and dogs, her expression darkened. "Who are you?" "Captain Wang, they're our friends," He Zhangping quickly replied. "Friends?" A peculiar expression crossed the woman's face, especially as she observed the dogs subduing her men and the firearm pointed at one of her special forces soldiers. This hardly resembled a friendly encounter. However, there was no time to interrogate the newcomers. From the darkness behind them came chilling screams that sent shivers down their spines. They resembled both human and beast, a sound so guttural and primal that it was hard to fathom what creature could produce such a noise. Boom! The deafening roar of heavy artillery shattered the darkness in front of Han Qingxia. She witnessed a scene that left her hair standing on end, as countless zombies surged forth from the corridor's end. Clad in white protective gear or green hospital gowns, they resembled malevolent spirits clawing their way out of hell, menacingly advancing towards the soldiers standing in their way. Despite the relentless barrage of gunfire, the effect was minimal. Bullets inflicted only negligible damage unless they could decapitate the zombies outright. These zombies were far more formidable than their counterparts outside. One lunged at a fully armed soldier, its claw piercing through his specialized protective gear with ease, and with a brutal yank, it could rip out his still beating heart, devouring his flesh voraciously. They could not hold their ground. This group was bound to falter. Run. In an instant, Han Qingxia propelled herself and her dogs into the elevator. Quickly, into the elevator. Retreat. Simultaneously, a familiar male voice echoed from the front. This voice issued the same command as Han Qingxia, prompting Tang Jian and the others to follow suit into the elevator while providing cover fire for their comrades behind. Within seconds, Han Qingxia recognized several familiar faces: Wang Heng, Li Lin, and of course Lu Qiyan. Indeed, it was Lu Qiyan's team. Among them were 4 or 5 soldiers Han Qingxia did not recognize. Upon their entrance into the elevator, the sight of Han Qingxia elicited visible surprise among them. However, there was no time for questions. Everyone was racing against the clock to retreat. Behind them loomed a horde of mutated zombies. Charge! Retreat! As they all stepped into the elevator. Before they could even exhale in relief, the elevator's alarm blared. Beep, beep, beep. Overweight. Chapter 61. Overload. This was a spacious elevator, with a maximum capacity of 20 individuals and a weight limit of 6 tons. On Han Qingxia's side, there were 6 dogs and 2 people. Her dogs were exceptionally well fed, each weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Coupled with the 12 individuals accompanying Lu Qiyin, they were right on the brink of exceeding the weight limit. Overload. Upon hearing the alarm blare, Wang Mingwei immediately commanded Han Qingxia, who was nestled at the back, to hastily remove her dogs. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Han Qingxia's eyes as she retorted, "Overload, is it?" In the cramped confines of the elevator, she delivered a swift kick to Wang Mingwei. "Get the hell out." Wang Mingwei was propelled out of the elevator, but fortunately, a group of soldiers, still engaged in gunfire outside, caught her just in time and pulled her back in. Meanwhile, at the edge of the elevator, Lu Qiyin, armed with a single soldier missile, resolutely declared, "Throw down your weapons." The horde of zombies was now a mere 10 meters away. As his voice echoed, he hurled the missile onto the path of the approaching zombies, temporarily halting their advance. Witnessing this, the other soldiers, though reluctant, followed suit and discarded their weapons. The zombies at the forefront, struck by the flung objects, let out howls but were quickly trampled by the throng behind them. It was akin to tossing a log into a torrent of rats. It merely caused a brief pause before they swarmed over it, continuing their relentless pursuit. And this was a far more formidable crowd of zombies. Fortunately, Lu Qiyin's decision proved astute. By discarding their weapons, the elevator was no longer overloaded. As Wang Mingwei frantically pressed the close button, the doors began to shut inch by inch. Just as they were about to close, a female zombie clad in a white coat lunged at them in an exaggerated manner. In the innermost part of the elevator, Han Qingxia's gaze turned icy as she readied to unleash her abilities, but before she could, a flash of lightning erupted. Zzz. Following the lightning, an array of fireballs, metal knives, wooden vines, and water orbs flew forth. Almost everyone in the elevator sprang into action. Though their powers were of low intensity, nearly everyone possessed some. Instantly, the leading female zombie was bombarded from all sides, leaving her battered and charred. What astonished Han Qingxia was not merely the collective display of abilities, but the fact that the first to unleash their lightning power was Lu Qiyin, who wielded a notably stronger version of it. A rarity indeed. Click! At last, the elevator doors sealed shut. In that moment, the tension within the elevator dissipated slightly, as the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death. Wang Mingwei, regaining her composure, turned to glare at Han Qingxia. "What did you just do to me?" Her voice sent a shiver down the spines of those present, particularly Tang Jian and the others, who felt a sense of dread. "Please, do not provoke Han Qingxia. She is not to be trifled with." It was Wang Mingwei who had initially demanded that the dogs be removed. As Han Qingxia heard the accusation, a glint of mischief danced in her dark, beautiful eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips. The others, witnessing her demeanor, felt a tightening in their chests. This was disastrous. Wang Mingwei had truly crossed her. In that tense atmosphere, a deep, cold male voice interjected, "Captain Wang." Lu Qiyin, sensing the escalating tension in the cramped space, wore an icy expression, his tone markedly more severe than usual. Typically polite, his voice now carried an unmistakable impatience. "Captain Lu." Wang Mingwei, hearing him speak, quickly turned to him, attempting to reason. "You saw what she did. She tried to kick me out. She wants to kill me and endanger us all. Let us ascend. Swipe the card." Lu Qiyin rapped the elevator panel. They were currently stuck on the basement level, and the elevator required a card swipe to operate. Han Qingxia now understood why her earlier attempts to descend had failed. After selecting a floor, a card swipe was necessary. "No, to the second basement," Wang Mingwei insisted loudly. Lu Qiyin's brows knitted together in further irritation. "Captain Wang, we suffered significant losses today with insufficient preparation. We must leave and return another time." Fatigue was etched on his face. They had lost several comrades, and though they weren't from his squad, it weighed heavily on him. Their mission had been reckless, and now, with their weapons discarded, he was unwilling to take further risks, especially with Han Qingxia and her companions still present. He felt it imperative to ensure their safety first. That is not acceptable. Wang Mingwei pressed forward to the control panel, swiping her card to illuminate the buttons. The second basement is where the supplies are. It must be safe. We simply misjudged the floor. And don't forget, you are assisting us in this operation, Wang Mingwei added, stealing a glance at Han Qingxia before returning her serious gaze to Lu Qiyin. We must retrieve the supplies. If we don't take them now, who knows what dangers lie ahead? Captain Lu, hurry and swipe the card. Lu Qiyin pursed his lips, his gaze icy as it locked onto Wang Mingwei. After a tense 2 seconds, he finally produced another card from his pocket. Beep! Both cards were swiped simultaneously. The elevator panel before Han Qingxia lit up, revealing a button for the second basement. Her eyebrows arched in surprise. There was indeed another level. This pharmaceutical research facility harbored secrets. It required 2 administrator cards to access the concealed elevator. Her expression turned contemplative. This place was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even. At that moment, her gaze met Lu Qiyin's, who stood beside the elevator controls. We will escort you up after we complete our mission, he assured her. Han Qingxia met his eyes, a sense of trepidation creeping in. But if you encounter danger, how will we ascend? You will accompany us to our doom, Wang Mingwei quipped, a hint of amusement in her tone. Who told you to enter here? At that moment, Han Qingxia could no longer contain her frustration. She contemplated sending this woman off to meet her fate. Just then, a slender finger reached across the crowd, offering her a card. Here, that's my access card. Chapter 62. The Vanguard cannon fodder. If we do not return, you shall proceed on your own, Lu Qiyin declared. Han Qingxia promptly responded without a hint of hesitation. Wang Mingwei, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. How can you? She began, only to be coldly interrupted by Lu Qiyin. Captain Wang, your sole responsibility is to tend to your own duties. At that moment, the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival at the designated floor. Wang Mingwei, feeling thwarted, turned to glare at Han Qingxia, who was nonchalantly waving the access card handed to her by Lu Qiyin. This audacity was enough to infuriate Wang Mingwei. Her father was currently the head of the K-1 base, and throughout her life, no one had dared to treat her in such a manner. That insufferable woman had just kicked her down the elevator. Once this mission concluded, she would ensure Han Qingxia faced the consequences. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Instantly, everyone inside became vigilant. Lu Qiyin and his companions assumed defensive stances, their supernatural abilities gathering in their palms, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of danger. Ding! The elevator doors fully opened, revealing an eerily quiet space. This floor was well lit, illuminated as brightly as day, revealing a pristine white environment. Gleaming white porcelain tiles stretched from the elevator, leading into a vast area with an enormous glass security door at the end of the corridor, behind which numerous offices lay empty and desolate. This is it, Wang Mingwei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the hall before her. Lu Qiyin exchanged glances with his teammates, cautiously stepping out of the elevator. The professional special forces team executed their duties with utmost precision. Only after thoroughly checking for any threats outside the elevator did they allow the others to exit. Han Qingxia also emerged, instructing her 2 dogs to remain near the elevator, accompanying Su Xiaoyang and another individual as they leisurely followed Lu Qiyin's team. Upon noticing them trailing behind, Lu Qiyin immediately inquired, "What are you doing following us?" "Just taking a stroll." Having a look around, came the casual reply from Han Qingxia. The others were taken aback. Here they were, engaged in a critical mission, while 2 idle individuals tagged along for a leisurely walk. Was this appropriate? It was, in fact, perfectly suitable for Han Qingxia, who intended to seize control of the research facility. Now, she had a group of Vanguard cannon fodder to scout the path for her. With their knowledge of the facility, following them would save her considerable effort. You need not concern yourselves with us. We shall not interfere. You may proceed with your tasks as you see fit, Han Qingxia said politely to Lu Qiyin, knowing that should any complications arise, she would promptly withdraw, abandoning the mission. She had always prided herself on being reasonable and amiable. "Who permitted you to follow us?" Wang Mengwei retorted, her patience waning. "Get your dogs and scram. No one is allowed here." Suddenly, her words halted as a swift figure darted through the crowd, standing before her. In an instant, she found herself lifted by the throat, gasping for air. Under the immense force, she struggled like a fragile chick awaiting slaughter, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed upon Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was a woman of logic. Though she predominantly communicated through her fists, particularly in a post-apocalyptic world where words were often superfluous. Meanwhile, the special forces, reacting a second too late, drew their weapons. Their abilities poised against Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang and the dogs swiftly moved to shield her, creating a tense standoff as both groups faced each other. Tang Jian and the others stood frozen, bewildered by the rapid turn of events, unsure of whom to support. "Lower your weapons," Lu Qian commanded, his gaze shifting from Han Qingxia to the now struggling Wang Mengwei. "Release her. I permit you to accompany us." Han Qingxia paused for a moment, contemplating. Boom! Wang Mengwei was flung to the ground. "Captain Wang!" Wang! Her team rushed to her side. Gasping for air, Wang Mengwei coughed violently, her vision still clouded, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. The sound of her blood coursing through her veins echoed in her ears. Yet, she trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat dripping down her brow, a clear mark of 5 fingers imprinted on her pale neck. After a prolonged moment of recovery, she regained her senses, shivering uncontrollably. She had come perilously close to death. That woman truly intended to kill her. "How are you?" Lu Qian's voice broke through her thoughts. Enraged, she contemplated ordering him to eliminate Han Qingxia, but the sight of the beautiful woman smiling at her sent shivers down her spine. "I'm fine," she stammered, her voice trembling. No one could be unafraid after nearly being choked to death. "Let us move out. We must depart soon," Lu Qian said coldly, his expression devoid of sympathy or intent to seek justice for her. Wang Mengwei took a moment to compose herself before quietly falling in line behind Lu Qian, refraining from issuing any commands. Tang Jian and the others, recognizing the change in Wang Mengwei, exchanged glances, collectively shaking their heads with a sigh. Clearly, another had fallen victim to the formidable Han Qingxia. It was evident that provoking her was ill-advised. She was no mere soft target, but a relentless force of chaos. Observing the compliant Wang Mengwei, Han Qingxia felt satisfied. This was sufficient for now. Should she misbehave again, further action would be taken. Han Qingxia had always maintained a firm grip on the situation, needing this group as cannon fodder without pushing them too far. Killing their captain before their eyes would not be forgotten, and it could jeopardize their subsequent actions, as well as her own. However, one thing was certain. Han Qingxia would not be disrespected. The troublesome woman would face consequences. As she exchanged glances with Lu Qian, he simply stated, "Let us go." Chapter 63. Who can afford to eat eggs these days? Excellent. At this moment, Han Qingxia felt quite pleased. She accompanied her companions and dogs, trailing behind their group. Beep! Wang Mengwei swiped her card at the entrance, and the previously locked door swung open. For the first time, Han Qingxia beheld the interior. To her astonishment, the underground level was far more expansive than she had anticipated. Before her lay a vast hall, flanked by office areas on either side. Each section consisted of rows of glass-walled offices, and she estimated that there were at least 100 of them on this underground floor. Significantly larger than a single floor of the above-ground building. It appeared that this space was indeed the true core of the pharmaceutical research facility. Han Qingxia reaffirmed her judgment. She must stick with Lu Qian and his group. Left or right? Lu Qian inquired, glancing at Wang Mengwei. Her face was still pale from the earlier confrontation with Han Qingxia, and her usual assertiveness had diminished considerably. "I don't know. The information only indicates this area. Let's search through the offices one by one," she replied. Lu Qian felt as though he was accompanied by a somewhat incompetent ally, given the lack of preparation and the audacity to lead them directly into the unknown. He then cast a glance at Han Qingxia, who was observing the surroundings with keen interest. Were she in charge, such reckless folly would never occur. Form pairs, and split up. Let's start searching the left side, he commanded. Understood. The others promptly organized themselves into pairs, adeptly dividing into 6 groups of 2. Wang Mingwei was paired with him. Lu Qian was curious if Han Qingxia would join them, but to his surprise, she walked over to join Tang Jian and He Zhangping's team instead. Captain Lu, let's go, Wang Mingwei said, visibly relieved that Han Qingxia had not chosen to accompany them. Lu Qian redirected his attention and began exploring the first row with Wang Mingwei. Big sister, Yangzi, Tang Jian and He Zhangping exclaimed with excitement upon seeing their companions. How have you been? Su Xiaoyang inquired. Not bad. And you? Su Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxia beside him. Very well. Upon hearing his tone and words, Tang Jian and He Zhangping immediately recognized that being with Han Qingxia was indeed quite favorable. A twinge of envy flickered within them. Being in her company was rather enjoyable. What brings you here? Han Qingxia asked, walking along the last row of offices, flanked by tightly locked doors. Through the glass walls, she could see an array of intricate instruments within. Apologies, but our mission is classified, Tang Jian replied. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see. Quite the professional integrity you have. At that moment, Tang Jian approached her and whispered, but big sister, I must quietly inform you. Make sure to stick close to us when we retreat. Do not linger here. It is perilous, and the destruction protocol may be activated. Han Qingxia blinked in surprise. She turned to see Tang Jian had reverted to his serious, no-nonsense demeanor. Amused, she reached up to touzle his helmeted head, playfully ruffling his hair. All right, I'll remember that. Tang Jian was taken aback. How could she mess with his hair? Did she not realize that boys' hair should not be ruffled? He hesitated for a moment before hastily catching up with Han Qingxia and the others. After approximately an hour of searching, they completed their search of the left section, returning empty-handed. The only positive news was that there were indeed no zombies on the underground level. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. Everyone, take a 30-minute break. Understood. They had set out from the base at 3 in the morning to undertake this mission, and their numbers had significantly dwindled in the underground level. A brief respite was necessary to replenish their energy. Following Lu Qian's command, the group immediately gathered into 2 clusters to rest. Han Qingxia's group, along with Tang Jian, Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Qi Mingtang, congregated together. Big sister, Queen, Your Majesty, the 3 greeted Han Qingxia enthusiastically. How have you fared? Surely, you haven't fared better without me, Han Qingxia teased, a smile gracing her face. Their expressions turned sheepish. Her words rang true. After their harrowing return to the base, they were met not with accolades, but with a significant restructuring of the base. Once proud of their status as national soldiers, they discovered that the K-1 base had undergone a transformation. Military ranks had been disbanded and reformed into base guards, no longer recognized as soldiers of the military district. Were it not for their captain, Lu Qian, they would have been assigned to disparate locations. Han Qingxia had foretold that the future belonged to the civilization of the base, and their once glorious era had come to an end. She was right. Without Lu Qian's leadership, they would have been lost regarding whom they now served. Moreover, the living standards at the base had plummeted. It was incomparable to the sustenance provided at Han Qingxia's home. Come and get your food. They heard Lu Qian's voice calling from nearby. He stood next to Wang Mingwei, who had brought no provisions. With a gesture of her palm, a plethora of supplies appeared instantly. Han Qingxia realized that Wang Mingwei possessed the ability of space manipulation. After producing the supplies, Wang Mingwei provocatively glanced in Han Qingxia's direction. Meeting her gaze, Han Qingxia offered a subtle smile, causing Wang Mingwei to quickly divert her attention, seemingly deflated. Before long, Tang Jian and the others brought their rations over. They presented 5 steaming boxes of food, clearly prepared by the K-1 base before their departure that day. Big sister, we used to eat your food. Today is your turn to dine with us. Indeed, let us share. The 5 of them placed the boxes in the center, unveiling their contents, a fragrant dish of stewed cabbage and 2 coarse buns, with a few meager slices of pork peeking through. Despite this, they offered all to Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Just then, another voice rang out from above. I'm not hungry. This portion is for you. Lu Qian had approached, holding out his share, which included an extra egg. In such moments, this gesture was incredibly heartwarming. There was no way Lu Qian wasn't hungry. He simply did not wish to let his subordinates go without. 5 portions for 7 people was hardly sufficient, and he had even shared his egg. In these times, who would claim to enjoy eggs? All eyes turned towards Han Qingxia, eager to see if she would be dazzled by the egg and eagerly devour it. However, she languidly addressed Su Xiaoyang behind her, Yangzi, bring out our food. Chapter 64. Rising affection for Han Qingxia indeed. Su Xiaoyang set down his backpack and first retrieved a portable military pot equipped with an alcohol heater. Following that, he extracted 1, 2, 3 large iron boxes. The first box brimmed with succulent, marinated cold-cut beef. The second box contained ribs, fried to a golden crisp and enveloped in rich cheese. The third, the largest of all, weighed a staggering 10 pounds. Upon opening it, they were greeted by an abundance of fresh raw meat. Nearby, Wang Mingwei and the others were utterly astonished. Goodness! Meat! All this meat, premium beef and ribs. Not even a single leaf of vegetable in sight, just pure meat. In that moment, a wave of embarrassment washed over them. Just moments ago, they had jested that Han Qingxia and her companions would be so starstruck by an egg that they might swoon. Yet here they were, witnessing a feast of epic proportions. Before they could fully process their embarrassment, their jaws dropped in disbelief. The sight of that third box filled with raw meat was astonishing. Live long and prosper, you all dig in first, and once finished, call them over to take their turn. Wong Wong Wong. Han Qingxia pushed the raw meat towards the dogs, who immediately began devouring it with gusto. Below the mound of meat lay dog food, creating a perfectly balanced meal ample enough for them. Wang Mingwei and her companions were left speechless. Are you kidding me? Feeding dogs? How many people could even afford a meal these days, let alone meat? Han Qingxia had generously offered such high-quality raw meat to the dogs. Everyone on their side was completely flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Tang Jian and the others were in awe of Han Qingxia's extravagant dining standards, feeling compelled to kneel in admiration. Their sister was undeniably formidable. Yangzi, bring down more instant noodles collected from upstairs and share a bowl with them, Han Qingxia generously suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang promptly set to work preparing noodles. Today, they had scavenged a bounty of food upstairs. Instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs, all perfectly paired with a military hot pot. A culinary delight. Su Xiaoyang tore open 10 packages of instant noodles, added 10 marinated eggs, and set the self-heating hot pot to boil. Tang Jian and the others were practically salivating. Captain Lu, you should sit down. I'll share a bowl with you, Han Qingxia invited. Yes, Captain, have a seat. Without hesitation, Tang Jian and the others, free of any psychological burden, eagerly pulled their captain over to partake in the meal. How could they pass up the chance to enjoy a meal from the formidable Han Qingxia? Lu Qian, observing the steamy military pot and his subordinates, decided no. You all enjoy yourselves here. He retrieved his bland box lunch, being mindful of his position as a senior at K1 base, and returned to his side, leaving the others to dine with Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia made no effort to retain him. She was indifferent. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to lift the pot lid, and in an instant, the aroma wafted throughout the space. The melted cheese from the ribs coated the golden strands of instant noodles, while the perfectly marinated cold-cut beef and ham eggs created an irresistible scent. Wow, it smells divine. Each person was served a generous bowl of steaming beef and rib noodles. Delicious, delicious. Tang Jian was moved to tears, realizing once again that following Han Qingxia meant enjoying meat. On the other side, soldiers near Wang Mingwei caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma and the slurping sounds of their companions, contrasting sharply with their meager grain buns and bland cabbage stew. The realization that their meal was becoming increasingly flavorless filled them with envy. How could the others indulge so lavishly? They longed for just a taste. Wang Mingwei, however, wore an exceedingly displeased expression, glaring at Han Qingxia, her teeth clenched in frustration. This is utterly unfair. How is it possible that she is dining so well when I have yet to enjoy such luxuries? What gives her the right? She turned her gaze to Lu Qian and suddenly thought, Captain Lu, since your people refuse to eat our base's food, return it. We cannot waste supplies. Lu Qian cast a cold glance her way. Captain Wang, the rations are distributed per capita. Whether they eat or not is their own decision. If they choose not to consume their portion, they can manage it as they see fit. Wang Mingwei was infuriated further. That insufferable Lu Qian. If it weren't for his grandfather being a former general of the Northern Military District, standing in opposition to my father's influence, I would surely give him a piece of my mind. She bit into her coarse bun, finding it increasingly unpalatable. Even ignoring the meat she had secretly added to her box lunch. After all, in the face of Han Qingxia's lavish feast, could her meal even be considered food? Who is that woman? Han Qingxia, enjoying her meal while observing the unfolding drama, inquired of those around her. Tang Jian and the others, thoroughly engrossed in their meal, gathered around her. Her name is Wang Mingwei. Before the apocalypse, her father was a high-ranking official, and now she manages the K1 base. Tang Jian explained in a hushed tone. Is she an ability user with spatial powers? Han Qingxia continued her inquiry. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was no secret, especially since Wang Mingwei had always regarded herself as the sole spatial ability user at K1 base, a fact well known among the base's inhabitants. Her father's position as the base's administrator was firmly secured due to her abilities. Then why didn't you let her collect items when you were overloaded earlier? Han Qingxia asked. Her spatial capacity is quite limited, He Zhangping replied. She can only store 1 cubic meter of supplies. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia understood. Spatial ability users were rare and difficult to upgrade, yet their powers were invaluable as portable warehouses, making them treasures no matter where they were. So, did you come here to search for something? Han Qingxia said with a smile, directing her gaze at them. How did you know? Tang Jian blurted out, only realizing too late that he had spoken too freely. Han Qingxia, with her keen intellect, had expertly drawn out the information. Smiling widely, she ruffled Tang Jian's hair playfully. Come on, tell your elder sister what you're looking for, and I'll give you some meat. Tang Jian stammered, was this not akin to a wolf coaxing a child? He shook his head vigorously. At that moment, the others remained tight-lipped. As soldiers, they adhered to their code of conduct. Even though they were enjoying Han Qingxia's hospitality, they could not divulge their mission. Well, if you choose not to share, I will discover it in due time, Han Qingxia said, deciding to refrain from further inquiry. She appreciated their reluctance to divulge information. If they were willing to keep their secrets even while partaking in her meal, she deemed them trustworthy. As they savored Han Qingxia's food, Tang Jian and the others felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. They realized they owed her a significant debt of appreciation. Consuming her food while withholding their secrets did not seem to faze her. They vowed to repay Han Qingxia in the future. Her worthiness of their gratitude was undeniable, and their affection for her sword, akin to the loyalty of Guan Yu toward Cao Cao. In less than half an hour, they swiftly devoured Han Qingxia's hot pot, leaving not a trace of broth or residue. At that moment, Lu Qian also issued a command. Chapter 65. All right, I agree. As the break time concluded, everyone gathered together. The group surrounding Han Qingxia quickly tidied up their belongings. They set aside their uneaten lunchboxes, intending to offer them to Han Qingxia, but soon realized that she dined lavishly every day and would likely disregard their humble offerings, so they decided to keep them instead, planning to offer them to their captain later. Given the current scarcity of food at the base, their captain would not scoff at such provisions. They continued to form pairs and commenced their search to the right. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They should be able to conclude their mission and depart before 5 o'clock in the evening. As he spoke, everyone immediately dispersed to commence their tasks. Han Qingxia, as usual, trailed behind Tang Jian and He Zhangping. Han Qingxia surmised the purpose of Lu Qian's expedition. The pharmaceutical research facility likely housed vital supplies they sought, which warranted the presence of Lu Qian and Wang Mingwei, the spatial ability user. But what could be of such significance here? Additionally, could this be the origin of the zombie king from her past life? Suddenly, a thud resonated beside Han Qingxia, the sound of a zombie lunging forward. A creature clad in a green hospital gown crashed into the glass wall of an office to her right, leaving a bloody imprint on the surface. It opened its cavernous maw, its crimson mouth gnashing against the glass as its nose, mouth, and cheekbones distorted against the transparent barrier, driven by an insatiable hunger. The pristine glass quickly became stained with streaks of blood. In an instant, everyone around Han Qingxia assumed a defensive stance. Tang Jian and Yi Zhongping swiftly drew their pistols. They had discarded their heavy weaponry, leaving only light arms. The commotion caught the attention of several nearby teams. "What is happening?" their captain inquired. "There's a zombie here," Tang Jian replied. Immediately, Lu Qiyin and the others rushed over. Wang Mingwei, observing the zombies emerging from the line of offices, confidently declared, "It's here." "Are you certain?" "This is the laboratory. It must be within this row. I cannot ascertain which specific room it is. You all search around here," Wang Mingwei stated. Lu Qiyin found himself exasperated by Wang Mingwei's incompetence. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to commence their search along the row. Han Qingxia followed closely behind them. The office area here starkly contrasted with that on the left. Instead of various sophisticated instruments, it resembled a hospital ward, with each room furnished with beds. As she traversed the corridor, the sounds of zombies crashing against the doors echoed from both sides. Each room contained at least one zombie, with some holding 4 or 5. Sensing the movement of the living, they all lunged forward, howling hungrily against the glass. It was a peculiar sensation. Merely a sheet of glass separated them from the encircled zombies. Should even one pane shatter, the situation would become quite chaotic. While following the lead group, Han Qingxia observed keenly, her mind racing with thoughts. She noted that all the zombies appeared intact, devoid of bite marks, indicating that they had not transformed due to bites, but had undergone self-induced mutation. Yet, why were there so many mutated zombies confined here? Could it be that research had commenced prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus? Han Qingxia did not believe that the virus originated from this modest research facility, as she knew the outbreak occurred globally. If it had stemmed from a small lab, the spread would have been localized beginning in City A and subsequently extending outward. It could not have erupted simultaneously across the globe. However, this did not eliminate the possibility that the government had detected the virus and conducted research before the outbreak, especially since there had been a prolonged period of flu prior to the zombie virus. Even a decade later, the origins of the zombie virus remain elusive. One thing was certain: this pharmaceutical research facility was far from ordinary. Lu Qiyin hailed from the once mighty K1 base, renowned for its evolutionary serum, and they were here searching for something. The two seemed intricately connected. As Han Qingxia pondered these connections, a voice suddenly broke through the air. "Found it! This is the one." Wang Mingwei confidently stepped forward, revealing a fully enclosed room with a metallic door. It resembled a nuclear radiation chamber from her past life. Wang Mingwei produced her card, activating a keypad that displayed a series of numbers. Under the protection of her team, she began to input the code. However, upon completion, the system indicated that a management card was still required. "Please swipe the number 2 management identity card." At this juncture, all eyes turned towards Han Qingxia. "Miss Han, could you kindly pass me my card?" Lu Qiyin requested. Leisurely, Han Qingxia sauntered over. "Is this a request for my assistance?" Wang Mingwei, hearing this, was infuriated. "What do you mean, request? That's our card." Just as she was about to retort, she met Han Qingxia's smile, choosing to hold her tongue instead. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, she glared at Lu Qiyin, shifting the burden onto him. Lu Qiyin was equally at a loss. "Miss Han, please cooperate." "If you want my cooperation, there's a condition," Han Qingxia replied, casually approaching with the card in hand. "I want to go in and take a look too." "No way." "Is that so? Then I shall take my leave. Xiaoyang, let us depart." With that, Han Qingxia turned on her heel and strode away, embodying the very essence of a rogue, entirely unfazed by the notion that it was someone else's card that she intended to return. Lu Qiyin watched her retreating figure, utterly impressed, left with but one thought: "Come back. I agree." Chapter 66. All dead. A soft beep echoed, followed by a click. The transaction concluded. Han Qingxia returned, and after swiping her card, the great door before her slowly creaked open. Steadily, she positioned herself behind Lu Qiyin, her gaze intensely focused on the room that lay ahead. It was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. The corridor's illumination barely reached a small section at the entrance, revealing a compact waiting area constructed entirely of steel. In the center of the waiting room stood a massive glass panel, but the insufficient light rendered its interior a pitch-black void, suggesting a vast area beyond. Silence enveloped the space, yet Han Qingxia felt an inexplicable sense of oppression within this darkened chamber, as if an unknown entity lurked within. As a psychic ability user, she possessed a unique talent. Aside from her acute awareness of the surrounding zombies and other psychics during moments of intense concentration, she also had an uncanny premonition of danger. Even as she descended to the second basement level and traversed hallways previously swarming with zombies, she felt no sense of impending doom. However, upon the doors opening, her heart began to race, overwhelmed by a powerful pressure. She attempted to extend her psychic energy inside, only to discover that it struggled to penetrate the radiation-shielded isolation room. At her current level, her psychic powers were utterly inadequate. The only thing that gnawed at Han Qingxia was the overwhelming sense of danger. She halted at the threshold, unwilling to proceed. Wang Mingwei observed her hesitation and remarked, "Aren't you going in?" "One should not stand in front of a perilous wall," Han Qingxia retorted, her resolve firm. Wang Mingwei scoffed, "Huh? A gentleman indeed, but merely a coward." "Good, then, Captain Liu, let us advance." She strode confidently into the room. However, Lu Qian paused, casting a glance at Han Qingxia. "Do you sense danger inside?" With a knowing smile, she extended her hand, 100 crystal cores for a crucial hint. Lu Qian met her gaze, contemplating for a full 10 seconds before producing a bag of crystal cores from his pocket. "I only have 78. Han Qingxia seized the bag. "Very well. I shall grant you a discount to prevent wastage should you perish in there." Lu Qian, "Thank you. What lies within?" "I do not know, but I sense it is perilous." Lu Qian, had he traded 78 crystal cores for mere uncertainty? Just then, Wang Mingwei called from inside, "Captain Liu, what are you hesitating for? It is impossible for there to be danger. Hurry and assist me." Lu Qian ceased his inquiries, raising his weapon as he entered. As they brushed past each other, Han Qingxia earnestly cautioned him, "Remember, it is exceedingly dangerous inside." He cast her a profound look before advancing alone, as this was the mission's core area, and no others were permitted entry. Once he crossed the threshold, Han Qingxia swiftly produced her access card. "Yangzi, first get the dogs and supplies loaded into the vehicle and park it at the entrance." "Understood." Su Xiaoyang cast a worried glance inside before ushering the dogs upstairs. As he departed, Tang Jian and others swiftly gathered around Han Qingxia. "Sister, is there danger inside? What is in there?" At that moment, the lights in the isolation room blazed to life, revealing the scene behind the observation glass. Instantly, they were all rendered speechless. Behind the glass lay a gruesome tableau of bodies, haphazardly strewn about, all grotesquely dismembered. Some limbs were reduced to mere bones, while others had their abdomens hollowed out, and many skulls bore the marks of ravenous gnawing. The isolation room was drenched in dark blood, the surroundings a chaotic mess reminiscent of a horror film's crime scene. What shocked them most was the sight of a small child within. "Look quickly," Tang Jian exclaimed, pointing to a corner where a child clung to a female corpse. The child appeared no more than 5 or 6 years old, nuzzling against the lifeless figure as if it were her mother, seeking affection. Yet, when the child turned her head, their breaths caught in their throats. This was not the visage of an innocent child. Rather, it bore a ghastly countenance akin to a specter from a horror flick. Her face was darkened and bruised, her once pure eyes now hollow and terrifyingly gray. Her white dress was stained with blood, and she clutched a doll in her grasp. Sensing the presence of the living beyond the glass, the zombie child tilted her head curiously. As she opened her mouth, dark blood oozed forth, and a piece of decayed heart tissue fell from her lips. She had been feasting on flesh. Before Tang Jian and the others could recover from the shock of witnessing a zombified child, a chilling sight unfolded before them. They beheld 1, 2, 3, 12, 13 zombie children emerging from the disarray of bodies, all fixated intently upon them. Han Qingxia's gaze deepened upon seeing the child zombie. She understood, contrary to common knowledge, that zombie children were far more formidable than their adult counterparts. The mutated children retained their physical flexibility and agility. Zombie children were more vicious, possessing substantial attacking power, and their mutation levels surpassed those of ordinary zombies. They were almost guaranteed to exhibit enhanced strength and speed. As the isolation room's small zombies detected the scent of the living, they surged excitedly against the glass wall, each impact leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the already reinforced barrier. At that moment, piercing screams erupted from within the isolation room. It was Wang Mengwei's voice, shrill with terror. The small zombies, drawn to the sound, charged toward the isolation room, and soon after, gunfire rang out. Tang Jian and the others, witnessing this, disregarded their safety and rushed inside. Han Qingxia suddenly felt a string snap in her mind. Something clicked into place. In her previous life, she had encountered Su Xiaoyang at the edge of a city during this very time. He had been a wretched sight, collapsed by the roadside, devoid of life. Had she not intervened, he would not have survived the night. After rescuing him, he had remained reticent until a life-or-death moment during a mission compelled him to speak and save her. Subsequently, Su Xiaoyang revealed he was a soldier from the military district but shared little else about himself. Han Qingxia had occasionally overheard him mention former teammates, yet he had never sought them out. Could it be this was his last mission in his previous life, and that all these individuals perished during this very task? Chapter 67. The zombies unleashed. At that moment, Han Qingxia suddenly witnessed everyone rushing forward, simultaneously retreating. These individuals brandished their small supernatural orbs and the scant remaining ammunition of their firearms while escorting Lu Qiyin and Wang Mengwei, who had emerged from their midst. Across the crowd, Lu Qiyin, having escaped, looked at Han Qingxia with a radiant expression, as if to convey his gratitude for her timely warning. They had all managed to flee. Lu Qiyin was genuinely thankful to Han Qingxia. Had it not been for her, he might not have survived this day. His mission was to execute the highest-level SSS operation at the K1 base, seeking data reports and instruments from the pharmaceutical research facility that predated the outbreak of the zombie virus. Among these materials lay the potential to unravel the secret of energy extraction from the zombie core. Prior to the outbreak, the government had identified this novel latent virus in various locations. Initially dismissed as merely influenza, researchers soon discovered through experiments on rodents that it was an unprecedented virus in human history. They were astonished to find that this virus harbored the capacity to disrupt the normal ecological state of cells, transforming them into a form of immortality. If decoded, this could mark a pivotal moment in human history. Unfortunately, before any significant research could be conducted, catastrophe struck. This life-extending virus transformed humanity into zombies. Even with prior preparations, the country could not withstand the catastrophic onslaught of the zombie virus, an uncontrollable force that plunged the world into chaos in an instant. Fortunately, a solid foundation had been established. This research institute had been designated as the focal point for viral studies by Wang Mengwei's father, amassing a wealth of data. With this information, Lu Qiyin was able to ascend to a managerial position within the military-controlled K1 base. His task was to personally escort Wang Mengwei to retrieve the necessary materials and equipment. However, little did he know that Wang Mengwei was a complete liability. The information she possessed was entirely erroneous. She claimed that all personnel and zombies within the research facility had been eliminated, yet the first basement was teeming with infected staff. Even upon reaching the second basement, she remained adamant that it was devoid of zombies and perfectly safe, leading everyone into a life-threatening situation. Even Lu Qiyin struggled to manage such an incompetent ally. Thankfully, he encountered Han Qingxia today. Had she not provided her invaluable insights before their entry, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences in the quarantine chamber. He had exercised utmost caution, meticulously guiding Wang Mengwei to locate their objective, only to discover that this foolish teammate had turned on the lights and screamed upon encountering zombies, nearly forgetting to utilize her spatial abilities. Fortunately, Lu Qiyin's expertise and Han Qingxia's timely warning enabled him to maintain exceptional special forces capabilities. swiftly eliminating a few zombies and securing the time needed for Wang Mengwei to retrieve the items and escape. The moment he stepped out of the quarantine chamber, he realized that this was entirely thanks to Han Qingxia. He was baffled by how she had foreseen the multitude of zombies within. Yet without her, he might have perished that day. His gaze toward Han Qingxia transformed completely. "Retreat quickly," Lu Qian urged. Han Qingxia, observing the fleeing individuals, exhaled the breath she had been holding. Thank goodness they had escaped. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. All those behind them engaged in a fierce confrontation with the child zombies, while Wang Mengwei directed her attention to the quarantine chamber's door. "Close it. Initiate the destruction protocol." She dashed to the control panel at the door, frantically pressing the button to seal it before the others could exit. At that moment, Han Qingxia could no longer tolerate the foolishness of this imbecile. She delivered a kick that sent Wang Mengwei flying. "Fool!" 3 seconds. She positioned herself by the door, controlling its closure speed, addressing everyone inside. 3. A swarm of small zombies surged forth from the doorway, with many violently battering against the glass. 2. Clang. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the glass as the zombies relentlessly slammed their heads against it, each impact flattening their skulls further. Their faces contorted into grotesque expressions. 1. Crash. The glass shattered, scattering shards across the floor. Just then, the last special operations soldier dashed out. Boom. The quarantine chamber door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Thank you," Lu Qian panted, gazing at the woman who had sealed the door for them. A hint of warmth softened his previously cold demeanor. Others looked at Han Qingxia with excitement. "Sister, we owe you our lives. What was that destruction protocol you mentioned?" Han Qingxia inquired. "The pharmaceutical research facility has a self-destruction mechanism. After we leave, it will be activated," Lu Qian explained, when suddenly, the sound of the glass door unlocking echoed before them. Almost immediately, the lights on the second basement flickered, plunging everyone into darkness, save for the glow of the elevator shaft ahead. A woman, clutching her abdomen, looked at Han Qingxia and her companions with a sinister glee. "My father said, if possible, let all of you die. Perfect. You, Valwench, are trapped inside with them. Ha ha. Perhaps some people's incompetence was intentional. Otherwise, how could she repeatedly allow Han Qingxia to follow?" With a forceful swipe of her card at the door, alarms blared throughout the underground level. "Warning, self-destruction mechanism will initiate in 30 seconds. At that moment, all doors on the second basement swung open. The previously sealed rooms containing zombies burst open. Wang Mengwei grinned malevolently at everyone, shutting the main door of the second basement as she raced toward the elevator. In her final glance, she shot Han Qingxia a defiant gesture, daring her to challenge her. "May you die." With immense pride, she reveled in watching the group encircled by zombies as she rushed toward the elevator. But suddenly, a figure appeared before her in the elevator. "Yangzi, eliminate her." Han Qingxia's voice was icy. Roar. Inside the second basement, a countdown alarm flashed ominously above everyone's heads. Beneath the red glow, the freed zombies from the locked office doors clawed and writhed, resembling a chaotic dance as they lunged toward the last group of living prey. The zombies were unleashed. Chapter 68. Life and Death at Full Speed. Countdown, 29 seconds. Beneath the ominous red alert light, a zombie clad in a tattered blue hospital gown lunged forward, its gaping maw ready to devour. Bang! In the fleeting moment before the creature could reach them, a bullet pierced its forehead, leaving a charred hole the size of a peanut. The back of its head erupted with a gruesome explosion, blood and brain matter gushing forth like a broken bowl of tofu, disintegrating under the force of the shot. In an instant, a gaping, bloody cavity appeared at the back of the zombie's skull, its brain, blood vessels, and scalp all a chaotic mess. "A perfect headshot," Lu Qian shouted triumphantly. "Charge out." His command resonated through the air, and all the Special Forces soldiers surged forward with fervor. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of gunfire erupted. A cacophony of bullets that carved a path through the throng of encroaching zombies, creating a temporary sanctuary amidst the chaos. Han Qingxia found herself at the center of this protective circle, shielded by her comrades, Tang Jian and He Zhangping, who flanked her on either side. The others, grateful for the meal she had provided, instinctively surrounded her, fending off the zombies and clearing a route for her escape. In that moment, they overlooked Han Qingxia's formidable abilities, viewing her solely as a civilian in need of protection, especially since she bore no weapon and had not yet showcased any powers in their presence. The duty of a soldier is to protect the innocent, and even as times changed, the essence of a soldier's spirit remained unyielding. Moreover, she was the one who had once fed them. Without a second thought, they formed a shield around her, determined to help her break free. However, this left Han Qingxia feeling helpless as she was unable to charge forward. Yet, her Desert Eagle could still serve her purpose. Bang! 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 Tang Jian and He Zhangping cleared the zombies on either side with fierce determination. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies was overwhelming. And Han Qingxia maintained her composure amidst the melee. With her companions acting as a formidable wall, she systematically eliminated any zombies that dared to breach their defenses. Together, they pressed onward, propelled by a potent combination of fear and firepower toward the exit. But then, the countdown reached 21 seconds. 20 seconds. In mere moments, their ammunition would be depleted. They had already exhausted a significant portion of their firepower in the struggle on the lower floor. It was far from sufficient. Before them lay a daunting distance of over 100 meters. With only 20 seconds remaining, the zombies swarmed in abundance. In a moment of desperation. A soldier in front, originally stationed near Wang Meng Wei, was overwhelmed by two zombies. Struck by a plank, he struggled to rise. One of the zombies lunged at him, biting down on his helmet. At that critical moment, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene. A bolt of lightning struck the zombies in front of him, and Lu Qiyin, with unwavering resolve, rescued his comrade, whose helmet now bore a distinct bite mark. Carrying him on his back, he pressed forward. "Captain Lu, I'm not your soldier. Let me go, you all must escape." The soldier protested. Lu Qiyin coldly replied, "Those who follow me are my own." At that moment, Han Qingxia understood why Tang Jian and the others were reluctant to leave Lu Qiyin's side. This man, though icy, possessed a profound sense of humanity. Zzz. The air crackled with electricity as other team members discarded their weapons and began to harness their abilities. Bang! 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 Egg-sized water orbs, fireballs, and metallic blades soared through the air. Though their powers were limited, they utilized every ounce they had. Those without elemental abilities resorted to their enhanced physical strength, wielding military-grade weapons in close combat. With bloodshed and valor, they charged forth. Countdown, 15 seconds. Distance, 70 meters. Countdown, 12 seconds. Distance, 50 meters. Countdown, 10 seconds. Distance, 40 meters. As they neared the throng of zombies, the frontline soldiers faltered, their energies waning. The powers they wielded diminished, and as they attempted to unleash their abilities, they found themselves unable to muster any more strength. Their abilities, already feeble, could not withstand such intense consumption. Their pace slowed, shifting from offense to defense, leaning on one another for support. They were weak, and the zombies were relentless. While humans tire, zombies do not. Roar! Over at Han Qingxia's side, Tang Jian's fireball dissipated midair, and a zombie seized the opportunity, lunging toward them. There was no way to evade. Bang! Han Qingxia pulled Tang Jian aside and kicked the zombie away. However, before the pale-faced Tang Jian could express his gratitude, He Zhangping was also ensnared by multiple zombies. Wang Heng attempted to pull him back, but he too was overwhelmed. The groups surrounding Han Qingxia began to exhaust their strength, one by one succumbing to the relentless onslaught. "Sister, run," Tang Jian urged, pushing Han Qingxia away as he turned back to rescue his comrades. "We can only escort you this far. Hurry." This was as far as they could go. Those who could escape would. Tang Jian remained behind to cover her retreat. At that moment, several bolts of lightning descended with ferocity, striking down the zombies around Tang Jian and his group. A man stood resolutely amid the chaos, his eyes gleaming silver. Lu Qiyin gazed deeply at Han Qingxia, electricity crackling around him, Han Qingxia, assist me in saving as many as you can. I shall serve as your shield. In her astonishment, she witnessed a powerful radiance erupt from Lu Qiyin, revealing not only his lightning abilities, but also manifestations of ice and light powers. In that instant, realization struck Han Qingxia like a thunderclap. Could it be everyone run? Lu Qiyin shouted, drawing the horde of zombies towards him. As the tide of undead surged towards him, a wall of water, far more potent than anything they had wielded, materialized before them. Chapter 69. Their leader is also an esper. Why not hurry and flee? A languid female voice resonated in everyone's ears, akin to a clap of thunder. All present were left dumbfounded, gazing at Han Qingxia, who wielded an extraordinarily potent water-based ability. Han Qingxia was also an esper, and so formidable. Even Su Xiaoyang, locked outside and anxiously waiting, was taken aback. Could it be that their leader was an esper as well? How many disguises did she possess? Bang! Crash! In an instant, the water wall burst apart, and in a heartbeat, all the surrounding zombies were dispersed by the high-pressure water blasts. Countdown, 7 seconds. Why not hurry and flee? Tang Jian and the others snapped back to reality. They had no time for astonishment. They hurriedly supported one another, racing against the clock in the final moments. Countdown, 5 seconds. Countdown, 4 seconds. Countdown, 3 seconds. Han Qingxia, already faster than them, unleashed her powers, blocking the zombies while dashing toward the entrance. Swipe the card. This door required 2 cards to enter, but only 1 to exit. Countdown, 2 seconds. Beep. Countdown, 1 second. The door before Han Qingxia opened at the last possible moment, and everyone exhaustedly dashed through just in time. Beep. Countdown complete. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The door behind Han Qingxia abruptly slammed shut once more. This time, even with a card, it would not open. The pursuing zombies lunged against the glass door. Many had just been struck by the water wall and were now drenched, pounding violently on the glass, appearing terrifyingly grotesque. At that moment, a hissing sound erupted as thick white mist sprayed from above them. We must retreat immediately. Lu Qiyin gasped. The entire underground level 1 and 2 are about to self-destruct. Upon hearing his words, everyone summoned their last reserves of energy, their limbs trembling as they forced themselves to leave. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to a woman lying in the corner. Her neck was grotesquely bent at a 180-degree angle, lifelessly sprawled there. Surrounding her were numerous supplies. Lu Qiyin, upon seeing Wang Mengwei's corpse, felt a deep intensity in his gaze. Truly dead? Captain Lu, I was the one who killed her, Su Xiaoyang declared. Han Qingxia's eyes turned frosty. You wouldn't be settling scores with us now, would you? Lu Qiyin turned to meet Han Qingxia's gaze, his lips curling in a cold smirk. Thank you. At that moment, Han Qingxia noticed a change in his demeanor. Lu Qiyin's attention shifted to the supplies surrounding Wang Mengwei. Besides 2 machines, there was a substantial amount of food and a pile of gold bars. The gold bars weighed 500 grams each, numbering at least 1 or 200. The most conspicuous were bags of rice and flour. Just the rice in 100-pound bags exceeded 100, along with a heap of assorted but evidently valuable items. In terms of volume, these supplies would amount to at least 2 to 3 cubic meters. Wang Mengwei had claimed to possess only 1 cubic meter. She had certainly deceived them, hiding her family's most valuable belongings and food, leaving just enough space to lie. The more Lu Qiyin examined the scene, the more evident his murderous intent became. The Wang family truly deserved 1,000 cuts. Everyone, load these up. We must retreat, he commanded coldly. Yes. Lu Qiyin did not even glance at the rice, instructing others to lift the machines instead. They promptly obeyed, hoisting the machines into the elevator before gradually entering themselves. At that juncture, Han Qingxia displayed an unusual humility, allowing them to enter first. Observing the elevator filled to capacity, she decided, I'll wait for the next elevator to avoid exceeding the weight limit. Yangzi, please assist them with the supplies. Understood. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qiyin regarded her with steady eyes as Han Qingxia cheerfully swiped her card, waving goodbye as they departed. Her demeanor was exceedingly amiable, embodying the essence of a kind-hearted ally. As Han Qingxia watched the elevator doors close and ascend, a radiant smile graced her face. It was destined to be a fruitful day. Time to gather supplies. While others lacked storage, she had ample space. Han Qingxia glanced at the gold bars and food erupting from Wang Mengwei's spatial pocket and with a wave of her hand, claimed everything. Some individuals proved useless while alive, yet contributed significantly in death. She looked at Wang Mengwei's lifeless body and fired 2 more shots from her AK, ensuring the woman was irreversibly dead. At last, she felt a sense of retribution. Never offend Han Qingxia. Otherwise, even in death, one might face desecration. Han Qingxia was never one to embrace a broad-minded perspective. She repaid grievances in kind 100-fold. After finishing her task, she leisurely proceeded to the elevator, pressing the button for descent. The elevator doors opened promptly. To her surprise, Lu Qian was also inside, descending alongside her. "Why are you still here? I'm concerned for your safety. The underground levels are about to be destroyed, and we must leave urgently." "Oh." Han Qingxia swiped her card and closed the elevator doors. "What do you mean by destruction? Can it eliminate all the zombies?" Lu Qian nodded, explaining that once the destruction mechanism was activated, both underground levels would collapse and seal off. Han Qingxia fell into contemplation, particularly as she gazed at Lu Qian before her. Did she perceive a hint of 3 powers within you? Indeed, Lu Qian admitted candidly. At that moment, Han Qingxia scrutinized the man before her. Could it be that she had inadvertently rescued the zombie king from her past life? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Initially, she had encountered Su Xiaoyang during this time frame, his companions all having perished. If Lu Qian had survived, he would undoubtedly seek them out, as he was aware of their origins. Moreover, Lu Qian was indeed a tri-element esper, akin to the zombie king from her previous life, who also possessed 3 powers. "Thank you. I owe you 2 favors," she replied cheerfully upon hearing Lu Qian's words. "Remember to repay me in the future, especially with crystal cores. You still owe me 22. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to collect on this debt. Crystal cores were essential. "All right." Lu Qian, observing her radiant smile, felt his cold eyes flicker slightly. He averted his gaze just as the elevator doors were about to close. At the last moment, he caught sight of Wang Mengwei's corpse and the empty space surrounding it. Where did Wang Mengwei's supplies go? Beep! The elevator ascended to the first floor. As they reached the top, a resounding collapse echoed from outside. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep! Congratulations on completing the mission to seize the Joint Pharmaceutical Research Facility. Reward: Lord Super Electronic Butler. Han Qingxia. Some individuals may appear to sail smoothly on the surface, yet behind the scenes, they are blessed with misfortunes that turn into fortunes. Chapter 70. The Electronic Butler, Xia Sister. Sister. Queen. As Han Qingxia emerged, Tang Jian and the others immediately surrounded her, their eyes gleaming with the fervor of devoted fans. Today, Han Qingxia had showcased her prowess by revealing her water-based supernatural abilities, leaving everyone utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom that she, too, was an ability wielder, and even more so, how formidable her powers were. While the rest were merely conjuring small fireballs or water spheres, she effortlessly summoned an entire wall of water with a mere flick of her wrist. How could she be so powerful? Exceedingly so. Following today's events, they were left with a profound realization. Sister is indeed sister, and Han is truly Han. They were all but her juniors. "Are you all right?" Han Qingxia inquired lazily. All is well. Despite their disheveled appearances and tattered combat uniforms, miraculously, none had been bitten by the zombies. It was worth noting that they had lost several comrades on the first underground level, yet in the perilous second level, not a single life was claimed. The sheer relief they felt was overwhelming. Reflecting on this, their gazes toward Han Qingxia grew even more fervent. Even Wang Mengwei and her group regarded her with newfound reverence. They comprehended why the special forces were so familiar with her and held her in such high esteem. She was undeniably extraordinary, beyond the ordinary realm. "By the way, sister, what brings you here?" Tang Jian asked. "Right? Do you need our assistance? No need, Han Qingxia replied, scanning the crowd for Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, we can set up our sign now. Understood. Su Xiaoyang retrieved a sign from the vehicle, removing the existing one at the entrance and replacing it. The onlookers watched with astonishment as Su Xiaoyang performed the familiar task. Wait, what? Traversing mountains and rivers, braving dangers, and arriving here solely to expand territory. They were taken aback as they observed Han Qingxia claiming yet another piece of land, their minds filled with incredulity. She truly had come to seize territory. Was this a joke? They simply could not fathom the world of the elite. It seemed Han Qingxia possessed an inexplicable obsession with territorial expansion. They could not comprehend the utility of claiming so much uninhabited and seemingly useless land. Moreover, with zombies rampant everywhere, all areas had turned into no man's lands. She would face no opposition in her endeavors to seize them. At least, they had no such aspirations themselves, nor did others from different factions. However, they remained oblivious to the immense economic potential and the powerful kingdom that would stem from these territories in the future. Regardless of the time, land remained the cornerstone of all development, particularly in the later stages of base development, when internal resources dwindled and the need for external expansion arose. They would realize that the available territories had all been claimed by Han Qingxia. Goodbye, sister. Farewell, sister. Bye, queen. After seizing this research facility, as the sun began to set, Han Qingxia and her team, including Lu Qian, parted ways, each returning to their respective bases. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Qian paused the vehicle and asked Han Qingxia, "Do you have a satellite phone?" "No." "What about a radio?" "I do." With the entire city experiencing a blackout, the terrestrial signal stations were rendered useless. The only remaining means of communication were the signals from satellites above. However, satellite signals could not be sustained for long without personnel to maintain them. Over the years, some would fall and others would become damaged. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had never used a satellite phone, but she had utilized a more rudimentary form of radio communication, namely, a radio. Devices like radios and fax machines that could transmit and receive low-frequency signals were the simplest forms of communication. In the later stages of base civilization, every base had its own radio station. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Han Qingxia understood his intent. Of course, she had a radio. Her home was filled with electronic devices capable of functioning as radios. It was merely that she had no one to contact. "Give me your radio frequency. Let's meet at 6:30 in the evening." As dusk fell, Han Qingxia returned successfully. Upon arriving at her base, she headed straight for the bomb shelter, delegating the chores of cooking and feeding the dogs and chickens back to Su Xiaoyang. She had a significant task at hand. Rubbing her excited hands together, Han Qingxia approached to claim her extraordinary reward from the day. "Ding, detected base headquarters. Would you like to unlock the electronic butler?" "Yes, it must be unlocked." As her voice faded, a holographic supercomputer materialized in the bomb shelter's second floor. She stepped forward and pressed the power button, causing a surge of light to illuminate the space as a miniature electronic version of herself emerged. The image of the electronic butler grew clearer, and 3 seconds later, it opened its eyes and looked at her. "Greetings, my dear master. Please grant me a name." Han Qingxia gazed with satisfaction at the electronic robot before her. "You shall be called Xia." "Yes, I am at your service, dear master." As Xia's cold mechanical voice echoed, all devices on the second floor of the bomb shelter emitted a series of beeping sounds, as if they had all connected to a network. "Master, I have successfully linked with all electronic facilities within the base. I shall oversee and manage all operations at your command." Han Qingxia was immensely pleased. Although Xia appeared to be merely an incorporeal electronic manager, in reality, it would become the strongest and most fundamental overseer of her base. All surveillance cameras would serve as its eyes. The comprehensive radar would be its sensory appendage across the entire base. And the reconnaissance drones patrolling outside would act as its executing arms. Every device within the base would become an extension of its will. In the future, Han Qingxia would no longer need to attend to every trivial matter herself. For instance, if the radar system detected intruders, Xiao would promptly dispatch reconnaissance drones to the scene without the need for repeated reports to Han Qingxia. It would automatically drive away the intruders, and if that failed, it would initiate an attack. Furthermore, in the event of danger, the drones would adeptly retreat, avoiding destruction due to lack of instructions from Han Qingxia. In simpler terms, the entire defensive and offensive operations within Han Qingxia's base would be governed by a singular intellect. This alleviated her concerns about leaving the base unattended. Xiao would act as her vigilant guardian. Moreover, the daily affairs of the residents could also be entrusted to it. Tasks that had previously occupied Han Qingxia's time, such as point statistics, item exchanges, and production management, could be efficiently handled by Xia, requiring only the installation of a computer in the residential area. Xia could manage everything without needing Wang Yunduo to run around relaying messages and transporting items. Additionally, while humans require rest, machines do not. Even when Han Qingxia was resting, Xiao would continue to manage the base 24/7. This meant she had acquired the most comprehensive and proficient base steward, one that would never betray her. Excellent, Xia. From now on, oversee all matters of the base. Keep a vigilant watch over the summer base. Yes, my dear master. Xia twirled before disappearing into the holographic screen. Han Qingxia began contemplating the expansion of Xia's domain. The following day, Han Qingxia, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang, transported a truckload of supplies to the residential area. The industrious residents greeted Han Qingxia with enthusiastic salutes. My lord, you've arrived. Chapter 71. Establishing a directly operated supermarket. Han Qingxia greeted her 19 residents and parked in an unoccupied villa. At that moment, Wang Yunduo bounded over. My lord, you have arrived. I was just about to seek you out. What do you need from me? Han Qingxia inquired. I wish to exchange supplies with you. Look at how much I have. Wang Yunduo cheerfully presented a densely written list of items. By the way, my lord, when will you host another market? The last one was so much fun. I can't wait to visit your market again and buy delicious treats. Han Qingxia smiled, playfully tugging at the girl's braid. From now on, whenever you wish to buy something, you can do so at any time. With a wave of her hand, Su Xiaoyang descended from a truck, one that Han Qingxia had previously commandeered from the highway. Upon his arrival, he began unloading supplies. The surrounding residents immediately rushed to assist. My lord, what is this? What is it? This is our directly operated store at the summer base. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Half an hour later, a supermarket reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era materialized before their eyes. They gazed at the array of goods, feeling as though they had stepped into another world. They could once again shop as they did before the apocalypse. At the center of the store was a large electronic screen displaying the prices of all items, alongside a virtual representation of Han Qingxia. This is our directly operated supermarket at the summer base. She is our steward, Xiaoxia. In the future, whenever you wish to purchase items, simply enter here. There is no need for card swipes. Xiaoxia will recognize your faces and deduct the amount automatically from your accounts. If you have items to exchange, place them on the right shelf. There is an electronic scale, and after weighing, Xiaoxia will also tally your remaining balance. If you have any concerns, there is a card reader at the entrance where you can check your balance. Wow, I want to try. Wang Yunduo exclaimed excitedly. Go ahead. Han Qingxia gestured. Wang Yunduo dashed to the snack aisle, grabbed a lollipop, and eagerly unwrapped it right there in the store. Wang Yumin and his wife watched, taking out Wang Yunduo's card to check the balance. With a beep, the display revealed a string of numbers. 99. 5 points. Wang Yunduo had previously had 100 points. A subsidy for her family for working together and hiring her. The lollipop automatically deducted 0. 5 points, leaving her with 99. 5 points. Wang Yumin and his wife felt a mix of joy and concern. They were delighted to see their daughter enjoying a once commonplace snack from the pre-apocalypse. Yet, they felt a pang of worry. Points were hard-earned. 1 point could be exchanged for a pound of rice. Their daughter had spent half a point on a single lollipop. It was quite expensive. They realized they would need to keep a closer eye on her spending to ensure she didn't deplete her account entirely. My lord, I wish to exchange some supplies. Li Gang interjected. I have bean sprouts ready for trade. Of course, Han Qingxia nodded. Li Gang hurried back to retrieve 5 pounds of bean sprouts. After weighing them, the store announced, beep, 5 pounds of bean sprouts detected, redeemable for 2. 5 points. Would you like to proceed? Redeem. The price for vegetables was half that of grains. Upon completing the transaction, Li Gang checked his account and found an additional 2. 5 points. The crowd erupted in excitement, streaming into the store, some purchasing goods, others exchanging points, and some simply wandering about. The shelves were stocked with essential supplies: rice, flour, oil, salt, sugar, and daily necessities, as well as a few nostalgic snacks like lollipops, cola, and small breads. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over everyone, evoking memories of a time before the apocalypse. They felt an overwhelming sense of pride in their summer base, witnessing its continuous improvement and strength. Han Qingxia's promise of a better life was indeed coming to fruition. Their sense of belonging to the summer base grew immensely. At that moment, Han Qingxia heard a notification in her mind. Beep, detected an increase in base prosperity by 100. Current base prosperity, 180. She was surprised that establishing such a modest store could elevate the base's prosperity so significantly. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The exchange of supplies was an essential need for the residents. Even in her previous life, where resources were scarce, bustling markets thrived with constant exchanges. A directly operated store within the base was indeed necessary. Observing the lively trading market, Han Qingxia contemplated future developments. Once land productivity stabilized, they could establish agriculture, animal husbandry, aquaculture, and various processing factories. Her base was steadily advancing. With the establishment of the directly operated store complete, Han Qingxia returned to her bomb shelter. The restocking and delivery of supplies would be fully automated by Xiaoxia, alleviating Han Qingxia the burden, as Xiaoxia would dispatch drones based on real-time inventory. The drones would autonomously fly to Han Qingxia's warehouse to retrieve items, achieving complete automation. When supplies reach a certain threshold, Xiaoxia would notify Han Qingxia, allowing her to adjust the inventory list as necessary. Xiaoxia was an impeccable assistant, resolving many of Han Qingxia's staffing issues. With base management no longer a concern, she could finally unleash her full potential. Yangzi, come with me to a certain place. Chapter 72. The early bird catches the worm. A global outbreak of a zombie virus has led to a catastrophic decline in the world's population, reducing it by an astounding 99.9% and wreaking havoc upon human society. Areas with unfavorable geographical locations and dense populations have faced complete annihilation. The undead have transformed the world into isolated islands, with a handful of survivors banding together to establish various bases. However, even in their unity, they are beset by numerous challenges: food shortages, scarcity of resources, an unending onslaught of zombies, and sporadic incursions from other humans. In her previous life, Han Qingxia languished in a small base, struggling for a decade, during which she encountered 8 waves of zombie hordes. Several times, her group narrowly escaped total destruction, but the final wave of super zombies obliterated her base. The most despairing aspect was not death itself, but the absolute lack of escape routes. With her base annihilated and others meeting the same fate, the entire eastern region was left with only the precarious K-1 base, which could not withstand the inevitable for long. The relentless zombies left humanity with only one question: how long could they survive? It was not a matter of enduring long enough to see a dawn of hope. This was a genocide, a cataclysm that obliterated civilization, a despair with no escape. Following the events of the previous day, Han Qingxia suddenly realized that destiny could indeed be altered. By saving Lu Qian's team, she had also eliminated a significant future threat of a zombie king. Thus, she could achieve much more in the early days of the apocalypse, especially now that the threats were minimal and her own strength formidable. Now, Han Qingxia focused on proactively eliminating potential dangers while discreetly and swiftly developing her base. A virtuous cycle of steadily increasing food production, a robust offensive and defensive system, and a stable population structure would ensure that when faced with future dangers, she possessed adequate strength to confront any calamity. At the very least, her midsummer base must endure the impending devastation a decade hence. Seizing the relatively tranquil early days of the apocalypse, she resolved to enhance her strength and develop the base. Each improvement made to the base would bolster her capacity to withstand disasters. With a clear goal in mind, Han Qingxia set out with Su Xiaoyang to eliminate zombies, aiming first to eradicate all threatening areas surrounding her territory. Driving to a livestock farm in the western outskirts, Han Qingxia recalled that this location had experienced an outbreak of animal plague 6 months into the apocalypse. While the zombie virus did not infect animals, the absence of humans to tend to them led to starvation and disease among the livestock. After the corpses began to decay, a multitude of animal plagues ensued. In her previous life, she had come here with her base to gather supplies, only to witness a scene of devastation. Carcasses strewn everywhere, a stench pervading the air, and flies forming a cloud over the decomposing remains of pigs, cattle, and sheep. The sight was enough to induce a visceral reaction. She could almost feel the chill of terror coursing through her. More alarming was the fact that these decaying bodies harbored a plethora of bacteria and viruses. Following their return from the farm, her base was ravaged by an outbreak of animal plague, further destabilizing an already precarious situation and leading to the downfall of several smaller bases. Determined to leverage her past experiences, Han Qingxia's first step was to secure this area before anyone else could. As she approached, however, she was taken aback by the sound of gunfire. Bang! A volley of bullets was fired towards the livestock farm ahead of her, where a group of 7 or 8 individuals was mounting an assault. Clearly, they had arrived here first. Yet, their inexperience was evident. Armed with only 2 handguns and exhibiting poor aim, they had failed to hit their target despite multiple attempts. Concentrating, Han Qingxia used her mental faculties to assess the situation. The group comprised 5 men and 2 women, with only one possessing fire-based abilities and 2 others exhibiting enhanced strength. The handguns were in the hands of the strength-based abilities, while the rest were mere civilians clutching makeshift weapons, visibly anxious. Notably, the last man in the group, wearing a baseball cap, emitted no discernible energy typical of either ordinary humans or ability users. There was something distinctly different about him. After a few unsuccessful shots, the group noticed Han Qingxia's armored vehicle approaching. "Brother Feng, look over there. A vehicle is coming. It's an armored car. It must be people." The leader of the group, Zhang Feng, fixated on Han Qingxia's vehicle and instructed his team to hold their positions while he approached her. Striding towards the armored car, he raised his hand in a gesture of goodwill, removing the magazine from his gun within a 10-meter distance from her. Han Qingxia signaled Su Xiaoyang to blink the headlights twice, and the man confidently approached them. In this post-apocalyptic world, rules had shifted, proximity bred suspicion, and the approach of any stranger posed a potential threat. Zhang Feng initiated a cordial exchange with Han Qingxia. "Knock, knock." He tapped on her window. Han Qingxia opened her armored car's window a quarter of the way. The height of the vehicle provided her a defensive advantage over him, making any hostile action cumbersome while allowing her to hear his speech. "Friend, you're here to gather supplies as well, aren't you?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Yes. How fortunate. Why don't we join forces? We've been scouting this area for 3 days and know it well. Once we secure it, we can split the spoils." He produced a cigarette from his pocket, clearly cherishing the rarity of such a commodity in these times. "Please, go ahead without me. I'll follow after you." Han Qingxia replied curtly. Zhang Feng's smile faltered. "Why won't you accept my cigarette?" "Friend, danger lurks everywhere. Having an extra pair of hands is always beneficial. Wouldn't you agree? May our spirits be united, and may God bless you." Chapter 73. Half-zombie since the apocalypse, Zhang Feng has encountered various individuals and in amicable situations. He refrains from accepting items if he does not wish to collaborate. However, when it comes to Han Qingxia, she effortlessly accepts items while firmly declining any cooperation. Today is indeed an enlightening experience for him. Zhang Feng gazes at the imposing armored vehicle before him, and despite its formidable power, he steels himself and proposes. "If you assist us in gaining entry, we will take only 30% of the supplies, and you may have 70. What say you?" A soft chuckle emanates from within the armored vehicle, leaving Zhang Feng feeling utterly uncertain. "Friends, we will take 20%. You can have 80. He is met with silence in return. Surely, you can concede 1% to us. We will assist you. Just take us inside. You cannot possibly carry away everything. A plume of smoke wafts from a vehicle's roof as Han Qingxia looks down at him from her elevated position, declaring, I have stated that you may enter first. We shall wait until you have finished raiding before we proceed. Han Qingxia has no need to share spoils with anyone. Not even 1% is negotiable. Zhang Feng, upon hearing her domineering words, realizes he is utterly powerless. He possesses no leverage to negotiate, and their lack of strength is evident. He stares at the armored vehicle for a long moment before returning to his team in frustration. As he approaches, his team members quickly surround him. Brother Feng, how'd it go? Who are they? Did you invite them to collaborate with us? Zhang Feng glances back at the massive armored vehicle and waves his hand. They refuse to cooperate with us. Then what shall we do now? Zhang Feng looks at the vast breeding farm ahead and decides to make one final attempt. 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia observes the group abandoning the breeding farm, their retreat marked by resignation, and she gestures dismissively, drive. With a thunderous roar, her armored vehicle charges into the breeding farm like a bolt from the blue. In the face of overwhelming power, brute force suffices. The onlookers, now 200 meters away, witness the audacious assault on the breeding farm they had long sought to conquer, their eyes filled with awe. The strong are always revered by the weak. Zhang Feng's heart sinks further as he realizes they truly do not need to collaborate. Their strength is unmatched, and they are simply unworthy. At that moment, the breached gate spills forth a scattering of surviving zombies, drawn by the scent of the living and lunging towards them. Run! Zhang Feng shouts. Retreat! They lack Han Qingxia's formidable strength, and facing more than 3 zombies necessitates evasion. They hastily withdraw. Once inside the breeding farm, Han Qingxia's vehicle begins to clear the remaining zombies with her dogs. Upon disembarking, she steps onto a book titled Postpartum Care of Sows. Squatting down, she picks it up, deeming it a valuable read. This establishment is a small-scale black pig breeding farm, a franchise of a larger hog farming operation. Years ago, the hog farming industry in her city underwent reform, prohibiting farmers from raising pigs freely. All pigs must be raised in certified farms where they are standardized and subsequently sent to slaughterhouses for processing. This specific farm does not even require breeding. They merely need to raise the pigs to maturity. They have a contract with the parent company, which supplies piglets and technical guidance, recording the weight upon entry and stipulating the price of the meat at the time of sale. Their profit derives solely from the weight of the pigs at the time of sale. Moreover, they are forbidden from selling pigs privately. Every piglet is registered upon entry, and verification is required at the designated sale date. Even in the unfortunate event of a piglet's death, the parent company retrieves it, ensuring that pork does not circulate clandestinely. This system significantly guarantees the safety of meat sources, providing a comprehensive traceability process. Han Qingxia contemplates whether this farm intended to discreetly breed pigs. She stows the book away and, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang, heads towards the pig pen. The workforce at the breeding farm is minimal, clustered at the entrance. Several pigs were crushed upon their forceful entry, while others escaped, only to be dispatched by Han Qingxia's dogs. Now, the once bustling farm is largely devoid of zombies. As Han Qingxia strides into the pig pen area, an overwhelming stench assaults her senses. Fortunately, her timing is fortuitous, as the pigs within are emaciated, yet 70% remain alive. Yangzi, keep watch outside. Understood. Su Xiaoyang promptly exits. Han Qingxia approaches the expansive pig pen, methodically capturing the surviving pigs into her space. The smell is unbearable. Breeding is indeed not a task for the faint-hearted. Just as she secures the 3rd pig, she feels a penetrating gaze from behind. Her formidable mental energy instinctively locks onto the source. In tandem, a high-pressure water blast soars past her. Thud! In the far corner of the pig pen, a man wearing a baseball cap nimbly rolls away, escaping the attack. Once outside, he grins at Han Qingxia. Ah, so you're a spatial ability user. Han Qingxia narrows her eyes at the man in the cap, recognizing him from Zhang Feng's group. His presence is strikingly peculiar. Neither an ordinary person nor a typical ability user. Who are you? The man raises his hands in surrender. I mean no harm. I merely wish to ally with you. Ally with me? She queries, skepticism evident in her tone. Precisely. I find your group formidable, and I wish to join you. Only you are worthy of my alliance. And what can you offer me? Han Qingxia inquires. The man removes his cap, revealing an eye covered by a patch. Upon seeing this, Han Qingxia's interest peaks. He then removes the patch, exposing a grayish-white zombie eye. Qin Ke, how do you know my name? Qin Ke raises an eyebrow, intrigued. At that moment, a torrent of emotions swells within Han Qingxia. Having survived in the apocalypse for a decade, she is well aware of the notable figures that have emerged during this time. Over the past 10 years, 10 prominent figures have emerged in the eastern region, each a powerhouse in their respective bases. Among them is the half-zombie, Qin Ke. He is the only human who has been infected with the zombie virus, yet has not succumbed to becoming a zombie. This individual has thrived amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, utilizing his unique immunity to the zombies to navigate the world. Chapter 74. A master of deceit. What is most remarkable about Qin Ke is not his unique abilities, but rather the absurd antics he engages in. This cunning and greedy individual is capricious in nature, relishing the act of betrayal and deceit. Utilizing his distinctive talents, he traverses various bases, never lingering for long. Once he has gleaned sufficient information, he swiftly moves on to the next location. If the previous base is relatively weak, he sells the intelligence to stronger factions, leading them back for a counterattack. Conversely, if the subsequent base is feeble, he returns to inform the prior base to launch an assault. As previously mentioned, in a post-apocalyptic world, the threat of zombies is not the only peril. Human invasions pose a significant danger as well. This troublemaker, Qin Ke, has single-handedly dismantled several small settlements and a medium-sized base. After his exploits, he claims half of the resources from the defeated bases for himself, indulging in his spoils before moving on. One might wonder why he doesn't roam through cities teeming with zombies, freely enjoying their resources. This is simply because he is an individual utterly detached from sophisticated pleasures, while others reject the vices of gambling and vice. He immerses himself in them, using his ill-gotten gains to gamble and pursue women. Greedy and lustful, he cannot endure solitude, making it impossible for him to live a solitary life. The base where Han Qingxia resided had once caught his attention. However, due to its remote location, far from neighboring settlements, he was unable to exploit it. When he first entered their small base, Han Qingxia had little impression of him. It was only long after his departure that she learned of his notoriety through the base's broadcast station. At that time, everyone realized the true nature of this individual. Subsequently, in her base's tavern, Han Qingxia occasionally heard tales of his reckless escapades. Yet, his fate was not particularly favorable. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, while wandering into a large base known as Hope, he attempted to instigate a conflict with Base K1, but was captured by the inhabitants of Hope. It is said he was taken to their laboratory for dissection in hopes of unraveling the secrets of a serum. After that, Han Qingxia heard no further news of him. She never imagined that in her lifetime, she would encounter such a legendary figure of misfortune. Beautiful lady, let me tell you something. I've been infected with the zombie virus. However, I did not mutate and can roam freely among zombies without being attacked. So what do you think? Could someone like me join your ranks? Qin Ke, with his eyes, half human, half zombie, gazed at Han Qingxia with a disarming smile, his sincerity almost overwhelming. Were it not for her 10 years of experience from a previous life, she might have been swayed by his apparent honesty and abilities. Such a talent could not simply be overlooked. However, Han Qingxia was now fully aware of who he truly was. As she regarded the seemingly surrendered Qin Ke, she wrestled with the decision of whether to slay him or spare him. This individual was undoubtedly untrustworthy and a potential ticking time bomb. Such a person was undesirable. Nonetheless, his unique abilities were tempting. Han Qingxia had a method of assimilating the extraordinary attributes of those she accepted into her fold, and his half-zombie physique was essential. Very well, I agree to you joining us. Wait, Qin Ke exclaimed. Beautiful lady, I haven't finished speaking. If I join you, what kind of treatment will I receive? Han Qingxia replied with a forced smile. Rest assured, you will receive the best treatment. You will have meat with every meal. Does your base have women? Oh, no. How many people are in your base? Han Qingxia. This fellow truly lived up to his reputation. There are just me, Su Xiaoyang, and that person outside. Just the two of you? Qin Ke pondered, rubbing his chin. A glimmer of mischief flashed in his singular black eye before he grinned. He not your boyfriend. Is he? Han Qingxia, no. Well then, I'll join you, Qin Ke responded. Immediately, a voice echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding, base guard pseudo, 1 detected. Reward points 100. New guard's loyalty insufficient at 60. Special attributes cannot be unlocked. Han Qingxia. She stared in shock at the first appearance of the pseudo notification. Opening his attribute panel in her mind, a line of white numbers appeared. Loyalty, 59. Initial loyalty 19. System added 40 loyalty. Han Qingxia. Goodness. His initial loyalty was only 19. Even with the system's addition of 40 loyalty points, he still did not meet the 60-point threshold. How infuriating. Su Xiaoyang, who was next to her, had a loyalty rating of 100. When he initially joined Han Qingxia, his loyalty was 70, and after the system's addition, it soared past 100. Beyond 100, loyalty is categorized into 3 color grades: red, purple, and gold. Red represents fervent loyalty, purple signifies unwavering allegiance, and gold denotes eternal singularity. Yet, here stood this man with a mere 59. He was not even close to unlocking his special attributes. Han Qingxia was at a loss, contemplating whether to eliminate this rebellious individual who seemed intent on betraying her. Who would dare accept such a person? However, the tantalizing prospect of his unique half-zombie physique was compelling. Qin Ke, what do you like? If you join us, as the captain, I must bestow upon you a gift. Nothing in particular, Qin Ke replied with a grin. But if you truly wish to give me something, why not your heart? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was struck by love at first sight. Bang! Han Qingxia could no longer contain herself and kicked him away. Get to work. Bring out the live pigs. If you delay, I'll have your heart fed to them. Qin Ke, as he lay on the ground, watching Han Qingxia enter the next pig pen to gather live pigs, a flicker of intrigue crossed his half-zombie, half-human eyes, and a smile slowly crept onto his lips. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia had successfully collected all the live pigs into her space. The remaining dead pigs were to be dragged into a pit. With his half-zombie physique, Qin Ke exhibited enhanced strength and speed, making the task swift. The dead pigs were buried together, gasoline poured over them, and they were set ablaze. These corpses had been dead for some time, their flesh rotting and no longer suitable for consumption, posing a risk for bacteria and viruses. To prevent future plagues, they were incinerated in advance. Throughout the process, Qin Ke remained silent, his singular eye glinting with amusement as he observed Han Qingxia. Chapter 75. As cunning as a fox, sensing a fire within, Su Xiaoyang and the dogs outside voiced their concerns. Boss, are you all right in there? It's fine, Han Qingxia replied, clearing the pigsty before pushing the door open. Su Xiaoyang looked at her, with worry etched across his face. What happened? Nothing. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the man trailing behind Han Qingxia, who wore a baseball cap and an eye mask. Who are you? Xiaoyang, this is my new subordinate, Qin Ke. Han Qingxia introduced. Hello, brother. I'm Qin Ke. Pleased to meet you. Qin Ke grinned, extending his hand to Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang was immediately put off by the man's demeanor. Though his single visible eye seemed warm, it was laced with cunning that made one uncomfortable. Seeing Han Qingxia associate with such a person made him frown. Ignoring the extended hand, he turned to Han Qingxia. Boss, what about the pigs inside? Do you need me to handle them? Before she could respond, Qin Ke interjected, No need. I'm a space ability user. I've already taken care of the pigs. Su Xiaoyang looked at Qin Ke, astonished. You have space abilities? With arms crossed, Qin Ke replied, Indeed. With me and the team, we need not worry about supplies. He then glanced at Han Qingxia, grinning widely. Taking advantage of Su Xiaoyang's distraction, he leaned closer to Han Qingxia and said with a smile, Captain, this is our little secret. Han Qingxia regarded the astute man with a sly smile. All right, had she not known the man's true nature, she might have been charmed by his cleverness. Just from observing a small detail, It was evident she had sent Su Xiaoyang away to conceal her space abilities, and Qingku had seamlessly stepped in to cover for her. Such a crafty individual was no surprise. He had caused unrest across various small bases in his previous life. Truly, he was a fox of the highest cunning. Let's go. Certainly, my beautiful captain, Qingku replied, arms crossed, following Han Qingxia while his eyes sparkled with excitement. After Han Qingxia finished collecting the pig farm, she noted that the nearby chicken farm was unsalvageable. All the chicks had perished. Fortunately, she had stockpiled chickens and ducks in a bomb shelter, so there was no need for more. She instructed Qingku and Su Xiaoyang to set fire to the chicken farm and burn everything down. Thus, the potential hazards of this large breeding area were entirely eradicated, preemptively quelling the animal plague that would sweep through the major bases in the future. On the return journey, Qingku sat inside the armored vehicle, his excitement palpable as he admired the vehicle and its interior. Captain, where did you acquire this treasure? Ask what you must, but do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, Han Qingxia retorted coldly. The colder she became, the more enthusiastic Qingku grew. Captain, are there really only the three of us in our base? At that moment, Su Xiaoyang turned to Han Qingxia. She replied firmly, indeed. Then where is our base? At the grain factory. Su Xiaoyang was taken aback. Xiaoyang, drive back to the base. Understood. Su Xiaoyang dare not question or utter a word. They arrived at the enormous zombie factory they had previously conquered. Qingku's eyes lit up at the sight of the vast facility. To take down such a large factory requires great strength. The last time they left, they had ensured that all the zombie cores were extracted and the remains were disposed of, everything burned. This area remained relatively clean. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to park the vehicle by the dormitory building. You may choose any room you like. Feel free to stay on whatever floor you prefer. If you encounter zombies, you need not fear them. Qingku chuckled. All right, Captain. I'll pick one myself. After Qingku departed, Su Xiaoyang scrutinized the man, whose demeanor exuded an unsettling charm. Boss, that man has ulterior motives. As a former soldier, Su Xiaoyang could sense the ambiguous aura surrounding Qingku. He was certainly not a good person. I am aware, Han Qingxia replied, following him down. That's why I brought him here. Qingku was no saint, and neither was Han Qingxia. She could not possibly bring such a dangerous individual to her base. Instead, she intended to keep him outside, raising his loyalty. Anyone daring enough to pledge loyalty while concealing treachery was not someone she could trust. Su Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully, finding her reasoning sound. What if we do not return? What will happen to the base? With Xia, it will be sufficient. She can manage the base efficiently, even feeding the dogs with drones. She planned to stay outside for a few days and return later without any issues. Su Xiaoyang no longer questioned her and followed her into the dormitory, where they each chose a clean room, as if claiming territory. The 6 dogs accompanied Su Xiaoyang to his room. As they settled in, they heard Qingku calling from outside. Captain, what is it? Is dinner ready? Yes. We can have dinner now, Han Qingxia replied to Su Xiaoyang, instructing him to retrieve some supplies from the vehicle. Upon seeing the modest amount of provisions, Qingku asked, Is this all we have? What do you think? Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. As long as it's enough to eat, Qingku replied cheerfully. But I know of a place nearby with plenty of supplies. Where? 5 miles east is a 3-story supermarket in the development zone. Han Qingxia nodded. Good. We will go there tomorrow. Gathering supplies was an ongoing task. With everyone present, they would clear the local map. Qingku watched Han Qingxia respond affirmatively, his smile widening. He began to chat with Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, attempting to bond with them and glean more information. By the way, brother, where are you from? You seem like a former soldier. How did you meet the beautiful captain? Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyang was a tight-lipped individual. He only answered Han Qingxia's queries, remaining cold and distant otherwise. After a meal, Qingku realized he had gleaned no information from either of them, with only the dogs responding to him occasionally. He was unfazed, continuing to engage in light-hearted banter with Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. As dinner concluded, he suddenly turned to Han Qingxia and said, Captain, didn't you say you would give me something today? Chapter 76. Not a normal person, what do you want? Han Qingxia finally responded, and after meeting his gleaming single eye, she turned away and delivered punch. Don't look at me and speak. Qingxia covered his eye, speechless. Captain, could you treat me a bit better? I grew up without parents, raised by my gambling grandmother who would beat and scold me at the slightest displeasure. I've had no friends throughout my life, and now, facing the apocalypse, I genuinely wish to join you, to stand together as comrades in life and death. Can you accept someone like me? Speak plainly. I want some supplies. Without them, I lack a sense of security. Su Xiaoyang looked at him in shock, unable to believe such shamelessness. Han Qingxia had long anticipated his antics. With a faint smile, she said, "All right, take what supplies we have in the vehicle now, and I will give you 1/3 of the supplies we collect tomorrow." Captain, you are truly an angel from above. Beautiful and kind-hearted, I will definitely work hard alongside you from now on. If it weren't for his unwavering loyalty, Han Qingxia would have been deceived by his remarkable acting skills. This fellow was indeed quite difficult to handle. Without substantial benefits, he could not be enticed. Satisfied with her response, Qingxia cheerfully went to load the supplies. After he left, Su Xiaoyang immediately said, "Boss, give him whatever he wants." Han Qingxia's gaze darkened. The next day, at dawn, Han Qingxia and her companions had already made arrangements. They had given all the supplies from the vehicle to Qingxia the previous day and had no food for breakfast. Han Qingxia secretly provided Su Xiaoyang with a bit of food, instructing him and the dogs to eat first. No one in her group should go hungry. When Qingxia came down, she feigned ignorance of having not eaten and said, "Qingxia, I've given you everything. I didn't even have breakfast. We need to find supplies." Qingxia immediately opened his backpack and pulled out a bag of bread. It was Han Qingxia's bread, which he had stored in her armored vehicle as emergency rations. How could the beautiful captain go hungry? "Please eat mine first." Qingxia offered the bread to her. Han Qingxia accepted it without hesitation, as it was originally hers. "Let us go. If we don't find something soon, we'll be hungry later." She lingered for a moment on a not-so-full backpack of Qingxia before casually placing the bread into her own bag and turning to board the vehicle. Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang followed suit. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the supermarket in the Eastern Development Zone. This area was already on the outskirts of City A. In recent years, City A had developed well. The outskirts, which previously only had a few small villa areas, had now seen several new residential complexes emerge, though most of these buildings remained largely uninhabited. With the population limited and occupancy rates low, some buildings had even been abandoned, causing quite a stir. With the apocalypse, the area was filled with despair, and within the empty complexes, the occasional ghostly zombie would appear. Sensing the presence of the living, the zombies would howl and chase after them, creating a scene of chaos. Han Qingxia's vehicle did not stop. Bang, 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 bang. They crushed through the scattered, wandering zombies, reaching their destination, the Development Zone supermarket. Numerous zombies surrounded the entrance of the large supermarket, most dressed in civilian clothing, with many appearing heavily armed. They were clearly residents from the area who had once occupied this place when the apocalypse began, with tragic outcomes. For every 10, only one might return safely. As Han Qingxia's vehicle approached, the wandering zombies immediately surrounded them. Han Qingxia gestured to Su Xiaoyang, who pressed a button to activate the vehicle's defenses. A turret rose from the top of the armored vehicle, unleashing a brutal and effective barrage on the horde below. Inside the vehicle, Qingxia watched as the zombies outside were quickly incinerated. "Wow, Captain, your vehicle is so cool. Where did you get it? Don't ask. Just go scout ahead." With most of the zombies cleared away, Han Qingxia instructed. Qingxia raised an eyebrow. "All right." He exited the vehicle unarmed to survey the surroundings. The few remaining zombies ignored his presence as he walked up to the supermarket entrance and waved back at Han Qingxia, signaling that it was safe inside. Su Xiaoyang observed this scene and asked, "Boss, who exactly is he? He has a unique physique. Zombies don't bite him." Su Xiaoyang's eyes brightened at this revelation, casting a new glance at Qingxia. No wonder their boss wanted to recruit him. He truly was a talent. However, there was something off about him. He appeared to have ulterior motives. "We're leaving," Han Qingxia said. Su Xiaoyang picked up his weapon and, along with the dogs, exited the vehicle. The dogs quickly dispatched the remaining scattered zombies, while Su Xiaoyang dealt with the rest. Han Qingxia walked into the cleared area, step by step, as if in an uninhabited land, reaching the entrance of the supermarket. She stood at the door, peering inside. It was pitch black. "How is it, Captain?" "The door is locked." "But," Qingke grinned, pulling out a blank white card. "I have a way to open it." He crouched down, fiddling with the locking mechanism. Moments later, the tightly shut door before Han Qingxia audibly clicked open. "Am I not quite useful?" Qingke beamed to Han Qingxia, seeking praise. "Well done. Now go inside and scout." Han Qingxia kicked him inside. She realized this fellow had a peculiar trait. His loyalty was difficult to increase, but equally impossible to decrease. No matter how harshly she treated him, his already meager loyalty would not diminish. In fact, Qingke seemed to relish Han Qingxia's fiery temperament. Whenever she spoke kindly to him, he would take advantage. However, when she resorted to physical reprimand, he would regard her with reverence. Han Qingxia could not fathom the workings of his mind. He was anything but normal. Yet, upon reflection, if he were even slightly normal, he would not have committed such inhumane acts in his past life. "I'll head in now." Qingke swiftly ventured deeper into the supermarket. Han Qingxia remained at the entrance with 2 dogs, while the rest of the dogs and Su Xiaoyang leisurely observed the first floor of the supermarket. This area comprised 3 levels, featuring not only the supermarket, but also outsourced clothing and snack shops. Han Qingxia stood before an open space that was a clothing sales area. Chapter 77. The model citizen Han Qingxia. At this moment, the supermarket was shrouded in darkness, despite the bright morning sun outside. The only illumination came from the green emergency lights along the exit. Before Han Qingxia lay rows of shelves, displaying winter coats on an off-season sale. Enormous promotional signs stood beside the clothing racks, emblazoned with bold lettering, 99 yuan. Yet, even with such discounts, customers were nowhere to be found. A thick layer of dust coated the floor, and a few racks leaned precariously, scattered with mannequin limbs and heads. Su Xiaoyang approached with his dogs, and soon realized they were merely mannequins. "Boss, they're models, no corpses or blood." Indeed, they did not linger long, as Qingke soon returned. "Captain, I've checked the first floor. There are no zombies, it's quite safe. The supermarket entrance is just ahead, and supplies are abundant inside." Han Qingxia fixed her gaze on him and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. Su, I will go inside with the captain to gather supplies. You should collect everything outside and consolidate it. Once we've finished inside, we'll return for the rest." Qingke commanded, having publicly claimed that Han Qingxia's spatial ability was his own. Su Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxia, who nodded and whispered, "Yangzi, gather the supplies and send a batch to the car." Her vehicle had the capacity to store approximately a ton of supplies. "Understood." At her instruction, Su Xiaoyang immediately set to work. Qingke turned to Han Qingxia. "Captain, shall we proceed? There are many items within the supermarket." "All right." Feeling uneasy about Qingke, she decided to take only 2 dogs with her, leaving the rest with Su Xiaoyang. In dealings with such individuals, the greatest peril lay not in their presence, but in their absence. If he intended to betray her, it would surely be from behind. "Captain, it seems you harbor a lack of trust in me," Qingke remarked as they walked through the center of the shopping mall. "If you think so, perhaps it is you who should reflect on your own trustworthiness," Han Qingxia retorted coldly. Qingke chuckled, and by then they had reached the supermarket area. Before them, the supermarket's rolling shutter was lowered. Without needing Han Qingxia's prompting, Qingke produced a tool and expertly fiddled with the lock, causing the door to swing open with a clatter. At that moment, Han Qingxia was certain of one thing. This fellow was adept at lockpicking. "Impressive. Have you done this before?" she inquired. "Of course not. I'm a law-abiding citizen," he boasted, concealing his tool. "But you, Captain, seem quite extraordinary, decisive in your actions. You weren't involved in the underworld, were you?" "Ha! I am the epitome of a model citizen." As they entered the supermarket, the interior was even darker than outside. Devoid of lights, Han Qingxia produced 2 powerful flashlights, and the pair cautiously ventured further inside. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and dust blanketed the checkout counters. Immediately, Han Qingxia expanded her mental perception, which now extended roughly 20 meters, covering a quarter of the vast supermarket. Indeed, there were no signs of life or the undead. As they, along with the 2 dogs delved deeper, they began clearing the items from several checkout counters. By the way, Captain, I see you only brought one subordinate. What about your family? They're all gone. Han Qingxia replied casually. Her family had long ceased to be her family, and even if they had miraculously escaped the hospital, they would not last long without her. They would never encounter another Han Qingxia, capable of offering them protection. And your family? She queried. They're gone as well. Qin Ku smiled faintly, a hint of malice in his laughter. In that moment, while collecting gum and candy from the front counters, Han Qingxia noticed something alarming. The boxes of chocolates and high-calorie candies were all empty. Just then, Air Tiao barked towards the depths of the darkness. Wong! Wong! Han Qingxia, flashlight in hand, swiftly turned towards the source of the sound and caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Despite her mental perception not reaching that far, she could ascertain it was a person, not a zombie. A zombie would have lunged at them without hesitation. There is someone here, Qin Ku stated. Han Qingxia retrieved an AK from her spatial storage. Aware of her ability, Qin Ku did not question her as she raised the rifle, leading him and Air Tiao towards the sound. Along the way, she noted that nearly all the food shelves had been raided. Indeed, someone had been living here. As Han Qingxia reached the rear of the supermarket, her expanded mental perception clearly registered the situation in the employee area ahead. 7 individuals. There were men and women, young and old, but none possessed abilities. As her words faded, a group of people surged from the employee area. Are you here to rescue us? 7 individuals stood before her. 2 13 or 14-year-old twin boys, 3 elderly individuals with gray hair, a young pregnant woman with a noticeable belly, and the only middle-aged man who appeared to be the laborer among them. The man seemed not to hold authority among them, standing silently behind the elderly and vulnerable. Han Qingxia found the combination peculiar. In this apocalyptic world, it was rare to see such a mix survive, old and young alike. Why did it take you so long to come? Hurry, take us out of here. The oldest woman regarded Han Qingxia, gun in hand, and commanded her in a tone that was quite grating, as if expecting her to serve them. Before Han Qingxia could express her annoyance, a voice rang out. Grandma, look who s with her. That little bastard. A 13 or 14-year-old boy shouted. That's him. How is he still alive? What is he doing here? Another child's voice chimed in. Grandma, hurry and get rid of him. Just seeing that bastard offends my eyes. In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin Ku, who stood in the shadows. Wearing a cap, he seemed to recognize the familiarity of the situation and smiled sheepishly. Captain, perhaps you should head to the 2nd floor to gather supplies. I have acquaintances here, and I wish to handle this matter. Chapter 78. The past of Qin Ku. Han Qingxia, meeting the gaze of Qin Ku's solitary eye, graciously acquiesced. Just as she prepared to depart, the elderly woman who had just spoken immediately obstructed her path. Where do you think you're going? She demanded. You cannot leave. Is this person your teammate? What kind of incompetent individual have you chosen as an ally? Hurry and expel him. Let me tell you, the largest real estate in Province A belongs to the Qin family, and my youngest son is the deputy governor of City B. If you assist us in locating them, you shall reap considerable rewards. Grandma, I want to go out. I wish to eat fried chicken. I refuse to remain in such a place. Me too. I want to play games. I haven't logged in for ages. Make her charge my phone first. Enough, enough. The elderly matriarch soothed her 2 cherished grandchildren and turned to Han Qingxia. Did you hear that? Quickly make arrangements for us. Do not let my grandchildren suffer. And of course, first, get rid of this detestable person. The Qin family does not associate with such loathsome vermin. As Qin Ku listened to the discourse around him, his head, adorned with a cap, lowered further, while a malevolent grin spread across his lips. At that moment, he heard the unmistakable sound of a gun being chambered. In the dim light, he stared in disbelief as the woman before him raised the barrel of her weapon, pressing it against the old woman's mouth. A cold, languid female voice echoed. Whom do you dare to call a detestable pest? Huh? My people are beyond your reproach. Han Qingxia, akin to a bandit. Indeed. She was such a person, defied the law, acted rebelliously, and exhibited a selfish ferocity. Yet, within her circle, she was fiercely protective. Though she deemed worthy, she defended to the end. Even though she remained wary of Qin Ku and did not truly consider him her subordinate, she would not allow anyone to defame him. She pointed the icy muzzle of her firearm directly at the old woman's mouth. Behind her, Qin Ku observed the scene, the only visible human eye gleaming with a flicker of excitement. The onlookers were rendered speechless. A pregnant woman sought refuge in the embrace of the only male present, while two young boys continued to shout defiantly. What we said was absolutely correct. That scoundrel climbed into my father's bed. They live like beggars, leeching off us daily. And he has been imprisoned before. He entered juvenile detention at 13, committing every crime imaginable. We do not harbor such detestable individuals. If you dare to harm us today, I will have my uncle kill you. You are a vile person. Bang! One of the raucous boys was sent flying by a kick from Qin Ku. After dispatching the boy, Qin Ku turned to Han Qingxia with a smirk. Captain, leave this to me. You need not concern yourself. Without a word, Han Qingxia retracted her weapon with a click and turned to depart. As she ascended to the second floor to gather supplies, she heard piercing shrieks erupt from below. Ah, Grandma, he is a zombie. That bastard is a zombie. Quick, kill him. Ah, no, don't bite me. Bite someone else. Ah, Grandma, you've been bitten. Grandma, don't come near me. My grandma is turning into a zombie. We must kill her quickly. Upon hearing the cacophony filtering through the floors, Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. Qin Ku bore no zombie virus. He was a half-zombie, possessing antibodies that rendered him non-infectious. Thus, he was deliberately instilling fear in them. What was more terrifying than murder was the destruction of the spirit. Qin Ku, like a madman, reveled in watching the once-loving family turn on one another, laughing heartily. This world deserved annihilation. Let it all perish. Han Qingxia surmised that this man, in his previous life, must have delighted in causing chaos in various strongholds. Relishing the havoc he wrought, he was truly anti-human. Having collected supplies from the second and third floors, consisting of daily necessities and clothing, she noted that these items held little value for those on the first floor, who seemed fearful of ascending and remained clustered in the food area. Now was the perfect time for her to replenish her stock of hygiene products. As her base was beginning to yield an abundance of food, and the demand for items such as shampoo, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, clothing, footwear, and even children's books would only increase. With a decisive gesture, she gathered the items that were deemed unwanted by others, which she found most necessary. No one dared to contest her. Han Qingxia swiftly cleared out the supplies from the two floors and, having completed her task, did not rush to descend. Instead, she quietly awaited on the second floor by the window. From her vantage point, she observed a heavily pregnant woman and a lone male laborer hurriedly fleeing through a side door. They were the housekeeper and driver of her grandmother's home. A voice sounded from behind her. Han Qingxia turned to see a bloodied man wearing a cap approaching, step by step, illuminated by light. He stood beside her, gazing at the only two individuals who had managed to escape, a sinister smile playing on his lips. My mother knows them. Han Qingxia regarded the man beside her, whose face was smeared with fresh blood, silently standing in his company. A wash of cold, white sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a sliver of light upon their figures, while the rest of the world remained shrouded in darkness. With a soft click, a small flame flickered to life from a lighter. Qin Ku leaned against the glass wall, seated on the supermarket floor, as he cupped the flame to light a cigarette for Han Qingxia. Though Han Qingxia smoked, she lacked an addiction. In the high-pressure environment of the apocalypse, a single cigarette could ease the tension. My mother was a mistress, and a ruthless one at that, willing to employ any means necessary to elevate her status. Once a gold digger, she sought the company of wealthy men. Upon fortuitously encountering my father and realizing his affluence, she clung to him like a leech. She was astute enough to ensnare him a few times, resulting in my birth. With my arrival, her audacity grew. She believed she could ascend to the position of Mrs. Qin. Little did she know, it was utterly impossible. My father was not foolish, merely indulging in fleeting pleasures, and the astute individuals of the Qin family would never allow her entry. Had it not been for me, they would have cast her aside long ago. When she discovered her dreams of becoming Mrs. Qin shattered, she fixated on amassing wealth. A gambling addict, she squandered every penny she earned, often bringing men back to the apartment my father rented for her. I was merely 3 years old, fending for myself, preparing instant noodles when hunger struck, and occasionally even serving the men my mother brought home. Ha ha! Have you ever done something like that? Qingxia chuckled as he recounted his tale. Chapter 79. Still not guarding against me, Han Qingxia remained silent, calmly gazing at him, offering a faint commendation. You are worse off. Ha ha ha! Qingxia chuckled, only to be interrupted by a cough. What was this misery? At least there was still food. Let me tell you a secret. I used to cry a lot as a child, and it was quite effective. Whenever I cried, my father would give me money. Unfortunately, I stopped crying after a few years, as my father passed away in a car accident, dying on the spot. Since then, no one provided for my mother. She would take me to cry outside the Qin family, but they offered no assistance and left me there. At that time, the original Mrs. Qin had undergone IVF and was expecting twins, 2 sons. My foolish mother thought I might still be of use. When she realized I was of no value, she abandoned me. I was just 10 years old then. Qingxia took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and addressed the woman running outside. I stood alone at the gate of the Qin family, starving, having not eaten for days. When I cried from hunger, they gave me a bowl of dog food. The Qin family had a dog, and they fed me the leftovers. Ha ha ha. Han Qingxia said nothing, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged couple with a growing belly as they ran off, disappearing around a corner. She seemed to hear screams and wails, but they were distant and unclear. Han Qingxia looked at Qingxia, who had just recounted his past, lowered her head, and took a deep breath. It was all in the past. Now was a new era. Ha ha ha. Qingxia chuckled softly, gradually lifting his head. I realized the apocalypse was upon us, and I was almost deliriously happy. Wouldn't it be splendid if everyone perished? Han Qingxia finally understood why this guy had always been a troublemaker in his previous life. Damn it, he genuinely wished for everyone to die. After much contemplation, she could only muster a motivational phrase. Young people, after the storm comes the rainbow. Life is still filled with hope. For instance, if you follow me, I shall be your family, your warm family. Qingxia. Han Qingxia felt that her words were quite moving. Surely his loyalty would increase. She gazed earnestly into his eyes, only to see Qingxia bow his head, chuckling softly. Then let me ask you something. Go ahead. If you truly regard me as family, why do you always guard against me? Who said I was guarding against you? Qingxia suddenly leaned towards Han Qingxia, almost instantaneously. With a loud bang, he was sent flying by a kick. Clutching his stomach, he protested. How can you not guard against me? Han Qingxia. How could she not guard against him? It was imperative. Well, that doesn't count. Speak properly. I'm like this with everyone. Han Qingxia could only offer this excuse. Qingxia, holding his stomach, rose, his gaze darkening momentarily before he quickly donned a smile. Sing. The beautiful captain needn't explain. I was deeply moved by your words today. Let us return. All right. Can you wait here for a moment? I need to handle something on the first floor. After all, they are. Han Qingxia. Okay. Qingxia proceeded to the stairs, but upon reaching the second floor, he turned back and said, You must stay. Promise me you'll wait here. All right? Han Qingxia. Okay. As she agreed, Qingxia flashed her a broad smile and hurried down the stairs. Han Qingxia watched him gradually disappear into the darkness, her brow furrowing slightly. Today, she had gleaned the secrets of this past troublemaker. They had shared their hearts. Yet why had his loyalty not increased at all? It remained steadfast at 59. Just then, she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice from downstairs. Yangzi, I'm here. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyang rush in, Han Qingxia's mind snapped back to reality. Oh no! She dashed downstairs like a gust of wind and spotted Su Xiaoyang entering the supermarket lobby, looking anxious. Boss, thank goodness you're all right. Where's Qingxia? Qingxia said you were in danger inside and sent me to assist you. Han Qingxia. Damn it. She immediately sprinted toward the entrance, chasing after Qingxia. As she reached the doorway, she saw a convertible sports car speeding past them. The man inside waved cheerfully at her. Beautiful captain, I'm leaving. Thanks for the supplies. You're so adorable. Next time, I'll definitely sleep with you. Han Qingxia. At that moment, she glanced around the empty lobby and realized something monumental. Damn it. Qingxia was indeed a spatial ability user. He had truly deceived her. Furious, Han Qingxia fumed, "You just wait. The next time I run into you, I will absolutely break your legs. You're finished." Her heart burned with rage. She had always been the one tricking others, and now she had fallen victim for the first time. How foolish of her to believe his pitiful story. Damn it, this scoundrel had been deceiving her all along. He had joined her merely to scrounge for supplies. "Yangzi, remember this. From now on, Qingku is our foremost enemy at the Qingxia base. Do not trust a single word he says. Capture him on sight and break his legs. I want to make him suffer." Su Xiaoyang understood. Fuming, Han Qingxia began to tally the supplies. The only silver lining was that Qingku had only taken the food supplies from the first floor supermarket. He had shown no interest in the daily necessities on the second and third floors. Thus, the collection of clothing that Su Xiaoyang had gathered was still intact. Though she was frustrated, she felt relieved that her caution had paid off. The 2 guard dogs had watched the car, ensuring her vehicle remained untouched. Moreover, she had initially instructed Su Xiaoyang to transfer some supplies in her car, effectively retaining a substantial portion of the first-floor food supplies. Much of the food had been consumed by Qingku's family, and due to spoilage, the effective supplies he took were barely a quarter of the total. Han Qingxia attempted to console herself, reasoning that she had given him only a third of what she had mentioned yesterday. Nevertheless, she was still infuriated. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Upon returning, she drafted a notice for the Qingxia base, instructing Xiaoxia to play it on all electronic screens 24/7. She included a hand-drawn portrait of Qingku, declaring, "Our #1 enemy at the Qingxia base is Qingku. He must be hunted down. A bounty of 100 points for his capture. Until this grievance is avenged, Han Qingxia shall not rest." Chapter 80. The urban-rural fringe. After being deceived by Qingku, Han Qingxia returned to the base, feeling despondent for quite some time. The gloominess kept her from venturing out to expand her territory, and she spent her days managing the various affairs of the base, developing it further while also spending time with her loyal dogs who would never betray her. Indeed, it was the dogs that provided her with warmth. 3 months had swiftly passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and finally, Han Qingxia's base began to yield stable outputs. The residents transitioned from initially cultivating quick harvest crops such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and bok choy to now harvesting midterm, high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes. The fields were adorned with a variety of crops, including corn, wheat, sorghum, and an abundance of vegetables such as tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbages, and spinach, along with a few delicate fruits like strawberries and blueberries. Han Qingxia had nearly exhausted her supply of seeds, having distributed them for planting. Wang Yumin, an ability user with wood powers, was in charge of the initial cultivation of all crops, while several others, endowed with strength and speed abilities, were tasked with expanding the arable land. The rest of the residents collaborated in farming. Moreover, Han Qingxia's territory had been enhanced by the system, resulting in higher yields and quicker maturation of all crops. At last, her territory achieved genuine production. This signified that the Qingxia base had successfully endured the most challenging initial phase. Previously, she had sustained all the residents with resources, but now, they began to reciprocate by contributing to her sustenance. The abundant resources they produced flowed into Han Qingxia's warehouse in exchange for points, which she dispensed as a form of compensation, while also providing a portion of daily necessities for the residents to redeem. Despite the constant exchanges, it was impossible for them to deplete all their points. The points that remained in their accounts accumulated as wealth. In this apocalyptic era, where resources were scarce, the residents could only produce food, and Han Qingxia adeptly utilized the disparity between industrial and agricultural goods to optimize their points. This disparity, often referred to as the industrial-agricultural scissors difference, illustrated the vast price gap between industrial products and agricultural produce. For instance, Han Qingxia purchased their grain at 1 point per pound, while she sold a brand new piece of clothing for 100 points. This essentially meant that the clothing was valued at 100 pounds of grain, despite the inherent imbalance in actual value. This pricing strategy effectively elevated the prices of crafted goods while lowering the base grain prices, facilitating the accumulation of wealth among the residents. Residents could only produce food. All other necessities had to be procured from Han Qingxia. Thus, even if the clothing was expensive, once their points accumulated sufficiently, they would still be inclined to spend. Naturally, for the residents of Qingxia Base, this process provided immense benefits. While other bases faced the dire dilemma of securing sustenance and personal safety, the residents of Qingxia could enjoy full meals and exchange surplus resources for clothing, shampoo, snacks, and beverages. Such prospects were almost unimaginable. As the base continued to thrive, the residents consistently generated wealth, leading to a certain inflation of resources, which Han Qingxia managed meticulously. She continuously adjusted prices based on the resource status of her territory, ensuring that the residents remained in a relatively affluent environment. Furthermore, Han Qingxia initiated pig farming following the harvest of sweet potatoes. Once the crops began to yield, she distributed a batch of pigs for the residents to rear. Considering her current labor shortage, she found it wasteful to construct a pig farm and hire workers, as such direct management would struggle to engage the residents' full commitment. Instead, she allocated pigs for them to adopt based on the number of residents, weighing the pigs at the time of adoption and again at the time of slaughter. They would be compensated 10 points per pound of pork upon weighing, and additionally, they would receive 1/10 of the pork yield. This approach significantly motivated the residents to care for the pigs. With heightened enthusiasm, they increased their output, diligently producing grain to feed the pigs and closely monitoring their health, fearing any mishaps. By distributing certain rights to the residents, the associated risks were shared between them and the base. This fostered a stronger sense of belonging among the residents, for they had their land, their livestock, and a commitment to their home. With stable production in place, Han Qingxia expanded into livestock farming, causing the prosperity of her base to soar. The prosperity index rose steadily, and remarkably, it surpassed the 500 mark, earning the title of urban-rural fringe. The next milestone was 1,000, which would confer the title of small county. Initially, Han Qingxia felt indifferent toward such minor titles, even neglecting the system's accolades. However, on the day she achieved the title of urban-rural fringe, she was astonished to discover that the contribution point from her residents had doubled. Each resident, after their initial contribution of 100 points upon joining, now contributed 1 system point daily according to their numbers. With 19 residents, she received a steady influx of 19 points each day. Even if she refrained from battling zombies or expanding her territory, these points would accumulate reliably. Once her prosperity reached the urban-rural fringe level, every resident began contributing 2 points daily, amounting to 38 points from the 19 residents. This seemingly insignificant increment represented a significant potential for Han Qingxia, especially if her level increased or her resident count grew. Lying in comfort, she could amass substantial points. As her base developed, the contributions from her residents would only increase. The long-cherished goal of creating a zombie virus inhibitor no longer seemed a distant dream. With the realization that daily contributions would transform in tandem with the prosperity of her territory, Han Qingxia felt a renewed sense of determination. She understood that her base was still a tender sapling, vulnerable to even the slightest storm. Thus, she resolved to protect her base with utmost caution, allowing it to flourish in seclusion until it was robust enough to withstand any challenges. After surveying her thriving base, she distributed a pound of meat to each resident as a welfare gesture, uplifting their spirits. Amidst their cheers and support, she returned to her shelter, feeling the warmth of their appreciation. Our Lord is truly benevolent. Joining Qingxia Base has brought us great fortune. Today we feast on meat. Long live our Lord. Let's strive harder. Our Lord promises us more benefits in the future. Chapter 81. Journey to Base K1. Han Qingxia returned contentedly to her air defense shelter. Upon entering, she heard a voice from the second floor. My dear master, you have returned. What is it, Xiaoxia? You have a new message. Would you like to read it? Is someone looking for me? How do they reach out? Han Qingxia approached Xiaoxia's main computer, and a virtual screen flickered to life, displaying a miniature electronic version of Han Qingxia herself. The message was transmitted through radio signals, originating from Base K1. Han Qingxia immediately thought of Lu Qiyan. He had asked her about the radio frequency last time. He truly came looking for her. My dear master, Xiaoxia has automatically answered your call. Would you like to read the message? Read it. With a snap of her fingers, Xiaoxia activated the computer speakers, and soon, Han Qingxia heard a recording of a conversation with an artificial intelligence. Is this Han Qingxia? If so, please respond at this frequency. I am Lu Qiyan, and I have an important matter to discuss with you. You've reached the channel of the magnificent and splendid Han Qingxia. What is it that you need? Han Qingxia. Are you Han Qingxia? No, I am Xiaoxia. Han Qingxia Xia. Who is Xiaoxia? I am my master's little secretary. Feel free to speak without hesitation. Very well, Xiaoxia. Please inform your master that our K1 base has monitored an impending major cold wave expected by the end of the month. I'm uncertain if you have sufficient supplies. If not, I would like to invite your master to join us in a mission to seize the eastern region's grain reserves. Would you be interested? Understood. I will convey your message, dear Mr. Lu Qiyan. Well then, Xiaoxia, goodbye. Say goodbye to dear Xiaoxia. Goodbye. If you do not say it, Xiaoxia will not transfer your calls next time. The last response from the radio lingered for quite a while, almost lazily. Dear Xiaoxia, goodbye. Han Qingxia. My dear master, that is the entirety of the message. Are you satisfied with Xiaoxia's handling? Han Qingxia. Thank you, my dear Xiaoxia. You're welcome, my dear master. The electronic Xiaoxia twirled on the screen, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at Han Qingxia. It is my honor to serve you. Do you require me to respond? Reply to him, asking what supplies they have, how resources are allocated, and what the danger level is there. Understood. Please hold on. Xiaoxia transformed a series of radio waves to respond to base K1. Before long, Lu Qiyan's voice echoed back. Han Qingxia, the Eastern Grain Reserve holds over 10,000 tons of supplies, including rice, corn, and wheat, along with a large oil storage. The danger level is low, and there are very few staff inside the reserve. The area outside is vast and sparsely populated. The only caveat is that this operation is not just for you and me. It aims for a joint action between our base and K1. Other smaller bases are welcome to join, and I would like to take you along. Han Qingxia understood. Lu Qiyan was offering her a pure benefit. He had a significant advantage, but chose to extend a favor to her by involving her in this endeavor. With multiple bases collaborating, the share for Han Qingxia would be minimal. Yet, why refuse such an unadulterated opportunity? After all, Han Qingxia had no idea where the national grain reserves were located. Dear Xiaoxia, please inform the esteemed Lu Qiyan that I shall go. Xiaoxia blinked and replied to the radio. Shortly after, a male voice responded, all right. I will send someone to pick you up shortly. Dear Xiaoxia and Miss Han. Han Qingxia. How did you reply to Lu Qiyan? I did not reply. My function is to translate in real time, and they can hear directly. Xiaoxia's electronic eyes sparkled with pride. Han Qingxia. Before long, Xiaoxia notified her again, stating that a military pickup had arrived in her territory. Han Qingxia recognized the familiar license plate on the drone surveillance video. Lu Qiyan's team was quite prompt. 10 minutes later, the military pickup stopped outside Han Qingxia's air defense shelter. The driver was none other than Tang Jian. Sister, I'm here. Bark, bark, bark. Congratulations on your prosperity, Tian Ge. Long time no see. Tang Jian cheerfully greeted the pack of dogs that rushed to meet him. Su Xiaoyang, who was harvesting supplies in the fields, heard the commotion and came out. Xiaoyang, Tang Jian, what brings you here? I'm here to pick you all up. Tang Jian exclaimed excitedly. We can tackle missions together again. Su Xiaoyang was puzzled, but at that moment, Han Qingxia stepped outside. Yangzi, tidy up and get ready to leave with them. Half an hour later, they had finished their preparations. Han Qingxia decided not to bring her dogs. All of them stayed home to guard the place. This journey would take a considerable distance, and with numerous small teams involved, Han Qingxia might struggle to attend to her dog's needs. Bringing too many supplies would draw unnecessary attention. She asked Xiaoxia to care for the dogs, who would remain home to protect it. Additionally, this trip was still a side venture for Han Qingxia, indicating she wouldn't need to take the lead and could afford to take it easy. She could gather some supplies on the way back without the dogs. Even the vehicle was borrowed from Lu Qiyan's family. Using their vehicle and fuel, she was grateful for her good neighbor, Lu Qiyan. Of course, she still needed to bring some food. Han Qingxia packed a box of cooking kits, a box of instant noodles, and a few ready-to-eat items like marinated eggs and bread into Tang Jian's car trunk before departing with him. Sister, we'll set off tomorrow. The captain wants to bring you all to base K1 early, and you can stay overnight at our base. Sounds good. That way, you can see what our base is like, Tang Jian said with a hint of pride. Although our base may not be as comprehensive as yours, we have many people, and it truly is lively. It must be quite lonely for you too sometimes. Humans are social creatures after all. Han Qingxia smiled, but remained silent. Up to this point, none of them knew that Han Qingxia's base had already grown to 19 people. All right, I would love to see what your K1 base is like and how lively it is. Tang Jian drove them toward base K1. Chapter 82. Entering K1 base. The base serves as a sanctuary for survivors, a coalition formed amidst the overwhelming hordes of zombies that encircle them. In Han Qingxia's recollections from her previous life, there existed around 20 to 30 bases throughout the eastern region. Many of these were mere small outposts, unable to withstand the trials of the apocalypse, gradually succumbing and vanishing over the decade of calamity. Ultimately, during the last great zombie surge, only 3 formidable bases remained in the Eastern Territory: K1 Base, Hope Base, and a more distant Spark Base, located near the central regions. K1 Base was renowned in Han Qingxia's past life, primarily due to its military origins, which endowed it with considerable strength and allowed it to attract a large influx of survivors initially. This, however, proved detrimental, as K1 Base lacked the resources to sustain such a vast population, particularly when compared to its neighboring strongholds. Hope Base selectively accepted only capable survivors, thereby attracting a significant number of scientific talents early on. With a smaller yet high-quality resident population, life in Hope Base fared relatively well amidst the apocalypse. In contrast, Spark Base faced extreme shortages of supplies, yet its leader was notoriously ruthless, ranking first among the 10 most formidable leaders. He dealt with external zombies ruthlessly and maintained strict control internally, resorting to purging the population during times of severe resource scarcity, ensuring that the base's numbers remained at a minimal, manageable level. Such brutality, though harsh, kept Spark Base remarkably resilient, preventing any internal upheaval. In the apocalyptic landscape, humans often posed a greater threat than zombies, particularly when resources were scarce, reverting to their primal instincts. K1 Base experienced numerous internal conflicts, and had it not been for its military foundations, it would have been unable to quell the ensuing riots. Moreover, the leadership at K1 Base had consistently been problematic, choosing to ignore the issue of rioters, seemingly leveraging them to maintain a power balance with the military, ensuring their own stability. What became of your captain? Han Qingxia inquired from her seat in the vehicle, addressing Tang Jian. The mission was successfully accomplished, Tang Jian replied, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. But that Wang fellow is dead. Wasn't her father a manager at the base? Han Qingxia expressed her curiosity. At that moment, their vehicle approached a main thoroughfare, leading to a grand tunnel guarded by numerous barricades. A contingent of guards stood watch at the tunnel's entrance, while countless vehicles lined the mountainside on either side, with those seeking refuge congregated in temporary tents, patiently awaiting their turn. Han Qingxia understood the procedure well. They were screening for any individuals who had been bitten by zombies. Should anyone mutate during the waiting period, they would be shot on sight. All survivors were required to be quarantined for a full 24 hours before being allowed entry into K1 Base, based on their registration numbers. Upon reaching K1 Base, Tang Jian's vehicle honked at the gate. The stern guards immediately withdrew the isolation barrier, greeting Tang Jian courteously. They utilized a handheld infrared scanner to thoroughly inspect all individuals in the vehicle before granting them passage without delay. Amidst the envious gazes of waiting survivors, their vehicle smoothly entered the tunnel. As they drove deeper, Tang Jian turned to Han Qingxia with a proud smile. Our leader is now the deputy manager of the base. Han Qingxia's eyes widened in surprise. Sister, let me share a secret with you. Our captain's grandfather is a high-ranking military commander. After we returned last time, the commander met with our captain and, following a 30-minute meeting, appointed our captain as the deputy manager. Now, he manages the base's production and living conditions, while everything else falls under our captain's jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Incredible, she exclaimed. She had never anticipated that her unintentional intervention would lead to such a significant shift in K1 base's dynamics. In her previous life, it was undoubtedly Lu Qiyin and his team who fell victim to Wang Mengwei's treachery, severing the military's influence and allowing Wang Mengwei's father to maintain control over K1 base's management. The military, unable to intervene, became powerless. In this life, however, Wang Mengwei was dead, and Lu Qiyin had returned with the machines, settling old scores in the process. Wang Mengwei's father no longer possessed the power to oppose them, and was effectively sidelined. It was a devastating loss for him, losing both his daughter and his authority. If this continued, he could not hope to maintain his nominal leadership. Lu Qiyin and his team would emerge as the true rulers of K1 base. Han Qingxia realized she had inadvertently dealt a severe blow to the Wang family's standing, and she stifled a mischievous grin. Just then, their vehicle emerged from the tunnel. Before them lay bright lights and a grand iron gate emblazoned with the words K1 base. Behind the gate, the sounds of a bustling crowd could be heard. "Sister, we must undergo another security check here. Let's step out." "All right." Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang each grabbed a backpack and exited the vehicle. As they did, guards approached to spray disinfectant on their vehicle. They were required to pass through a full-body X-ray scan to ensure their safety and health, while also surrendering half of their supplies. All entrants to K1 base were mandated to declare half of their provisions, which had to be registered upon entry. Failure to do so would result in confiscation during inspections. "Please open your backpacks. You are required to voluntarily submit half of your supplies. Any undisclosed items will be confiscated." "These two are guests of Captain Lu. They are not residents." Tang Jian presented a note to the staff. Upon viewing the note, the personnel immediately saluted Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, allowing them to proceed with their backpacks into the X-ray examination room. After confirming that neither bore any unusual wounds, Han Qingxia officially entered the interior of K1 base. Before her lay rows of hastily constructed shanties, tightly packed together without doors, merely separated by curtains. It was mealtime, and the residents of K1 base sat on the ground, much like the early indigenous people, gathering in small groups to share their meager meals of steamed buns, ever vigilant of their surroundings. In the western open area, a group of robust laborers, either having eaten or not, toiled sweatily to erect new shelters and barriers. The streets were filled with wandering crowds, their voices mingling with the sounds of scuffles and chaos, while fights occasionally broke out in the corners of the shanties. The onlookers remained apathetic, as if deaf to the commotion surrounding them. Chapter 83. Even dogs would shake their heads. "Big sister, let us venture further inside. It is quite chaotic here," Tang Jian suggested. "Indeed," Han Qingxia replied, reboarding the vehicle. Their car navigated along the bustling main thoroughfare of the base, where passers-by instinctively stepped aside, deterred from confrontation, their gazes filled with envy and longing directed at the vehicle and its occupants. Han Qingxia was all too familiar with such looks. Do not mistake their stares for friendliness. Had she been in a humble car belonging to a new resident of the base, their expressions would shift to one of greedy desire, as if they yearned to pounce and devour her whole. Only formidable strength earns respect. The weak are inevitably oppressed. This is an era of extreme survival of the fittest, particularly in such a vast base. "Big sister, these are recently received survivors. The order is rather disarrayed. Venturing further inside will be more pleasant," Tang Jian continued as he drove. Han Qingxia nodded, observing how the shantytown gradually transitioned into residential buildings. Here, security had improved significantly. The earliest group to join the base had been assigned such dwellings, providing a sense of happiness that was not far removed from the outside shantytown. As Tang Jian steered the vehicle onto a side road, the scenery transformed dramatically. Rows of uniform buildings greeted them, immaculately clean, with no idling survivors in sight. and patrolling guards occasionally appeared. The residences glowed warmly, exuding a tranquility reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. The pickup truck wound its way to a two-story villa, complete with a small garden. "Captain, this is our leader's home," Su Xiaoyang explained to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded, stepping out of the vehicle just as a casually dressed man emerged from the house. Without his combat uniform, Captain Lu Qian appeared notably more refined. "Miss Han," he greeted warmly. "Hello, Captain Lu. Thank you for welcoming me to K1 base," Han Qingxia replied graciously. "Your base is impressive, bustling with life. It's quite astonishing to witness. Clearly, you manage it well." Captain Lu Qian, taken aback by her flattery, soon composed himself and said earnestly, "Miss Han, if you admire it here, I encourage you to consider joining K1 base. I would ensure you a commendable position. We are in need of talents like you." Han Qingxia waved her hand dismissively. "I was merely being polite. Please do not take it to heart." "Thank you for your kindness," he replied, realizing that anyone who had seen Han Qingxia's self-sufficient fortress would understand why she would not join another base. Who would think she was unhappy with her current life? "Have you eaten?" Han Qingxia inquired. "Not yet. Has your family started serving meals? We arrived with empty stomachs and would appreciate some delightful hospitality." That was quintessential Han Qingxia, entirely unreserved. "I'll take you to the cafeteria," Captain Lu Qian said, leading the way. As they walked, he provided a brief overview of K1 base. Located in a core area surrounded by hills, their main route was through a tunnel, ensuring high security. However, the base lacked sufficient arable land for crops, leading to a critical food shortage as more people joined. Currently, they operated a unified food management system, where each person could obtain 2 steamed buns and a bowl of vegetable soup daily from the communal cafeteria. Those wishing for alternative food sources were encouraged to scavenge for supplies, with the stipulation that half of what they found would be surrendered to the base, while the remainder was theirs to keep. Moreover, the base offered numerous job opportunities for residents, allowing them to earn extra points for participating in its development, which could be exchanged for food at the cafeteria. A full day's work for an adult man would yield 1 point, enough for 1 bun. In these resource-scarce conditions, K1 base operated under tight constraints. Han Qingxia followed Captain Lu Qian to the second cafeteria, reserved for military personnel and administrators. Captain Lu scanned his identity card 3 times at the cafeteria machine. The first scan was complimentary, while the subsequent 2 deducted points, 3 points each. Soon, 3 servings of buns and hot vegetable soup were prepared. The buns were made from mixed grains, and the soup contained cabbage leaves and hot pot meatballs. It was evident that, despite their simplicity, these meals were superior to those served in the first cafeteria. "Miss Han, our conditions are somewhat modest. I hope you can make do," Captain Lu Qian said. Observing the plain fare, Han Qingxia remarked, "Haven't you received a promotion? Don't you eat this daily like everyone else?" "Indeed," Captain Lu replied, offering her his portion with extra meatballs as a gesture of hospitality. Taking a deep breath, Han Qingxia suggested, "Perhaps you should consider bringing your team to join my base. The conditions here are so dire that even my dog would shake its head in disapproval." Captain Lu Qian was momentarily speechless. Han Qingxia, ever gracious, nibbled on half a bun, treating it as a simple meal at his expense. The bowl of tasteless soup and inferior meatballs went untouched, with her elevated living standards. She found it hard to consume. Instead, she offered it all to Su Xiaoyang, for Han Qingxia prioritized her own people when it came to good provisions. Su Xiaoyang, unfussy about food, simply ate what was provided. After their meal, noticing Han Qingxia had hardly eaten, Captain Lu suggested, "Shall I take you to explore a marketplace afterward?" "That sounds wonderful," Han Qingxia replied, eager to learn more about the much-talked-about K1 base. As they exited the cafeteria, Han Qingxia inquired, "How many teams do you have in total?" "There should be 7 teams, came the response. "Are the tasks truly safe?" The interior and surroundings of the grain storage are vast and sparsely populated, but the main road outside is teeming with zombies, necessitating collective effort. "When the time comes, you will accompany us. The danger should be minimal." Han Qingxia nodded in understanding. They soon arrived at the K1 base marketplace, a bustling street where residents spontaneously set up stalls to trade goods. People sat on the ground, displaying their wares, primarily consisting of clothing, jewelry, precious metals, and even currency. Bundles of cash were laid out for sale, likely remnants from some affluent individual who had fled during the apocalypse. Unaware that money had become the least valuable commodity, Han Qingxia strolled down the expansive street, fascinated by the array of items, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out, "Food! Food! You think you can get something for nothing? Hurry, come here." Chapter 84. The fate of the Han family. A familiar voice of a middle-aged man echoed ahead. Han Qingxia witnessed a burly man emerging from a dilapidated shack, clutching his trousers. Upon his exit, he was swiftly embraced by a middle-aged man in his 40s who limped on one leg and a disheveled old woman. Following closely, a weary woman in her 40s rushed out from the shack, and the trio began to shout in unison. "Someone has taken advantage of us. Quick, come here. They're a freeloader. How dare you say I'm a freeloader? You boasted about your young and beautiful wife, more enchanting than any young girl. And yet you expect me to pay for this old hag. I didn't choose you. You have the audacity to complain? Why don't you take your 78-year-old mother too?" The middle-aged man clung tightly to the other's leg, refusing to let him leave without recompense. "Yes, you must give something. Just because you didn't find me appealing is not my concern. If you come here, you must pay," the old woman shouted, drawing attention from the entire street. The burly man, noticing several soldiers approaching, pulled out a pack of instant noodles with a sense of irritation. What a stroke of bad luck. He tossed the noodles onto the ground, stepped on them, and strode away. The three immediately pounced on the crushed noodles like wild animals. "Get away. This is my hard-earned money. You cannot take it. Wife, you can still earn money. First, give some to me and mother. We haven't eaten all day and are starving. Yes, dear daughter-in-law, you're the best. Mother hasn't eaten in a day. Enough of you." At this moment, a younger male voice emerged from the shack. A scruffy man in his 20s, though haggard, appeared in better shape than the others. He seized the instant noodles as soon as he stepped out. "Inger, stop taking it. Haven't you already eaten today? You even finished off what Dad and Grandma had. Good grandson, give some to Grandma. I'm starving. Get lost, you worthless trash. You don't deserve to eat." The young man kicked them aside. "Mother, you shouldn't be with these two useless beings. They are nothing but a burden. One is an old fool, and the other is a cripple incapable of any tasks. Why do you still associate with them?" "Yes, son, you are right." The middle-aged woman nodded, gazing longingly at the noodles in the young man's hand. "We are a family forever. Mother, from now on, it's just the two of us. We want to associate with these two burdens." "You are absolutely correct. Now that you're doing well, let us cut ties with these two useless ones." The middle-aged woman followed Han Qingxia away. The limping middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, lunged at the young man. "Son, I am your father. How can you abandon me? Have you forgotten that I carried you out and cared for you until you recovered? You cannot just forget about your father." "Yes, Inger, I am your grandmother. I have always loved you the most since you were little. How can you abandon your grandmother? Take me with you. I will continue to love you. Get lost," Han Qingxia shouted, kicking both of them. This chaotic group was indeed the Han family. Han Qingxia had been extraordinarily fortunate. After being tricked by Han Qingxia and hospitalized, he was eventually found by his beloved parents. They located him just as the zombie virus outbreak began. Sensing something amiss, Han Ying's father carried his unconscious son and, along with his wife and hospitalized mother, sought refuge. Their family was exceptionally lucky to find shelter in a locked herbal medicine room within the hospital, surviving the early apocalypse. In a bizarre twist of fate, their daily consumption of herbal medicine actually restored Han Qingxia, who was on the verge of becoming a vegetable. Although they missed the first wave of rescue, they encountered a survivor team searching for supplies. They attached themselves to this group and eventually reached the K1 base. Fortune continued to smile upon them. However, without Han Qingxia's protection and guidance, they endured tremendous hardships, often subsisting on the herbal medicine alone, relying on rainwater collected through an open window for hydration, having not tasted a proper meal since the apocalypse began. During their escape, they had no protector, suffering grievously, with Han Ying's father losing a leg and becoming disabled. Upon reaching the base, devoid of any advantages, they were relegated to a shantytown. Han Ying's father and grandmother possessed no labor capacity, while Han Qingxia lay around doing nothing, demanding food from the two elderly individuals. The only member of the family capable of securing food was Han Ying's mother. Now, as Han Ying's health gradually improved, he resolutely declared his intention to take his mother away, severing all ties with his father and grandmother, whom he deemed worthless. Inger, you cannot treat us this way. Have you not seen how we cared for you? Your father worked tirelessly in the city to provide you a better life. Have you forgotten? We are your family. You cannot abandon us. Family? You are the reason for my suffering. Han Qingxia kicked his grandmother and father. If you had not been so useless, I wouldn't have to endure such hardship. Before the apocalypse, you couldn't even provide a home for me. Your incompetence caused my wife to have an abortion and leave me. I have been living in misery, unable to even have a decent meal. You two worthless beings are my family. Go die. Han Qingxia delivered a ruthless kick to their heads. His grandmother curled up after a few blows, suffering from long-term malnutrition and various ailments, spitting blood. Mother! Mother! Han Ying's father cried out. Ing, you've killed your grandmother. Without a shred of compassion, Han Qingxia exclaimed. If she's dead, then it's her fate. She's worthless. Let her die. At this moment, Han Ying's father felt utterly despondent and declared, You beast! I will fight you. You are the real beast, annoying as ever. Han Qingxia stomped heavily on his father's head, mercilessly trampling him until blood splattered and his teeth shattered. As Han Ying's father was on the verge of losing consciousness, a voice rang out, Commander Liu is here. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia, filled with irritation, delivered one last kick to his father, sending him flying, before pulling away his still valuable mother. Left behind were Han Ying's father and grandmother, bloodied on the ground, unwilling to accept their fate, crying out, Beast, I am your father. I am your father. Chapter 85. Retribution. At this moment, Han Ying's father was engulfed in profound regret. How could he have fathered such a wretched child as Han Qingxia? He had sacrificed everything for Han Qingxia, fleeing the city with him on his back. Yet, that ungrateful wretch abandoned him once his health was restored. Such a despicable creature. Suddenly, he recalled Han Qingxia. If only his daughter were here. If only Han Qingxia were present. Though rebellious, he knew she was a person of deep emotions. He was a phoenix man who had emerged from a remote village, striving to establish roots in the city, partially marrying into Han Qingxia's mother's family. Before marrying Han Qingxia's mother, he had already held a wedding banquet in his hometown and fathered a son. He seldom returned home during Han Qingxia's childhood, and her mother never complained. However, Han Qingxia would often shout at him. Later, he brought his mother back from their hometown, and when she bullied Han Qingxia's mother, 5-year-old Han Qingxia, fierce as a little wolf cub, pounced and bit her grandmother, drawing blood without releasing her grip. Having grown up without a father, Han Qingxia felt compelled to protect her home, to safeguard her mother. Han Ying's father was acutely aware of Han Qingxia's character. Once she had marked someone in her heart, she would not allow anyone to harm them. If his daughter were still here, things would surely not have turned out this way. She would go to any lengths to protect him. At that moment, he was engulfed in unbearable regret. Just then, in the midst of the crowd, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Among a group of base guards, a young girl was being surrounded. She wore a sharp combat uniform and sported a high ponytail. Accompanied by the newly appointed base manager, Liu Qian, standing tall in her combat boots, she appeared to belong to a completely different world. Han Qingxia attempted to look up, only to be lifted and carried back to his quarters. Liu Qian's cold voice cut through the air. He was swiftly turned around, departing in the opposite direction with his mother. He strained to catch a glimpse of the girl beside Liu Qian, but all he saw was her retreating figure, striding confidently, encircled by admirers. She was an unattainable moon. The powerful barrier of her status made him question whether that truly was his daughter. Han Qingxia, the girl they had always treated as a mere blood bag, insignificant and overlooked. Yet, the only response he received was silence. They treated him as if he were air, as if he were an ant, moving forward without a care, indifferent to the spectacle. At that moment, Han Ying's father could no longer contain himself. He cried out loudly, Liu, towards her direction. Liu Qian noticed the commotion and glanced at Han Qingxia, asking, Do you know them? Han Qingxia, unperturbed, replied no. Upon hearing this, Liu Qian gestured dismissively, instructing them to take him away. Han Ying's father, lacking even the right to touch her, was dragged off. Yet, he was utterly certain that it was indeed Han Qingxia. It was she. She had become so formidable. But she did not recognize him. He had brought this upon himself. In his remorse, he wished he could slap himself. Had he treated Han Qingxia even slightly better, had he chosen her over the others, he surely would not have faced such a fate. He had lost a veritable treasure. He was carried away. "Captain Liu, how do you handle such matters in your base?" Han Qingxia inquired. "Internal management does not fall under my purview, but if a life is lost, the perpetrator will face death." Han Qingxia smiled at this, realizing the irony of fate. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, especially with medical resources in short supply, Han Ying's father and grandmother, already afflicted with numerous ailments, would surely not survive such injuries. It was unexpected that their ultimate fate would be to be killed and discarded by the very son they had cherished for a lifetime. Their family was tightly bound together. Truly, the cycle of cause and effect is relentless. Of course, Han Qingxia, this so-called kind-hearted person, could not abide such injustices. She proclaimed, "Captain Liu, you should hurry and apprehend those two from earlier. TSK, how pitiful. They won't last long. You might as well detain them now and keep them together. If something goes awry, at least the victims deserve an explanation. We can't wait until it's too late and then fail to catch them, leaving the victims to suffer in silence." Captain Liu found her reasoning compelling and ordered the assailants to be brought to the victims' quarters. If the victims died, the assailants would immediately face execution. Yes, Han Qingxia, championing justice for the victims, felt she was truly a good person, certainly more compassionate than anyone else. While others might turn a blind eye or even take advantage of the situation, she, on the other hand, was helping to uphold justice. How benevolent of her! Han Qingxia was moved by her own kindness. In the future, if anyone dared to say she was not a good person, she would be the first to object. After touring the marketplace, Han Qingxia had gained a profound understanding of the K1 base. To describe it in one word, dreadful. Had this base not been guarded by the military district, its management would have collapsed long ago. They had indiscriminately absorbed a massive influx of refugees. Yet internal resources were exceedingly scarce, with countless idle wanderers and a severe shortage of job opportunities, without the soldiers tirelessly scouring for supplies. The base would have crumbled long ago. Ultimately, it was the dire lack of resources that plagued them. No wonder he was so eager to venture far and wide to seek supplies. "Miss Han, we shall set out early tomorrow morning. Make sure to rest well," Lu Qian advised. "All right," Han Qingxia replied. Lu Qian settled her in a vacant room in his villa, with Su Xiaoyang staying next door. Just as he was about to close the door, he called out to her, "By the way, I noticed you didn't eat much for dinner. There's some snack food in your room's drawer. Feel free to eat if you're hungry." "Okay," Han Qingxia said, shutting the door. Following Lu Qian's suggestion, she indeed found a box of premium biscuits in the drawer. The hospitality of a landowner was quite commendable. It was better than her own provisions. She resolved to treat them even better next time. The next day, after a night's rest at Lu Qian's place, Han Qingxia awoke early and descended to find a convoy already lined up outside. In addition to a few pickup trucks, there were dozens of large cargo trucks. "Miss Han, you and Xiaoyang can take the vehicle you arrived in. This one will be loaded with supplies for you," Lu Qian instructed. "Got it," Han Qingxia replied, climbing into the vehicle with Su Xiaoyang, following Lu Qian's convoy as they set off toward the distant B city. This journey would be a long trek, taking 3 days for a round trip, provided all went smoothly. They planned to gather outside B city and spend the night together on the highway. Chapter 86. The assembly of the convoy at 7:30 in the morning. The convoy set off, finally arriving at the assembly point around 3 in the afternoon. Along the way, they had to clear the roads, carefully selecting the most passable routes. Highways, for instance, were particularly congested at their entrances and exits, though the central stretches were manageable. Consequently, the convoy made slow progress, taking nearly 7 hours to reach their destination. At this moment, a significant portion of the road ahead had been cleared, with dozens of vehicles converging in the distance. These vehicles lacked the professionalism of those from the K1 base. Most were large trucks and box vans, seemingly gathered haphazardly from the roadside. As the K-1 base vehicles approached in a grand procession, a crowd quickly gathered ahead. The K-1 base has arrived. It's the K-1 base. No wonder they are so formidable. Just look at their vehicles. The K-1 base is integrated with the military. They must be powerful. The foremost figure, Lu Qian, exited his vehicle, and people from the opposite side began to approach him, extending greetings. Hello, I am Li Yuan from the future base, located at the chemical plant in the western suburbs of B City. We have over 300 members here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Greetings. I am Du Fong from the Star River base, situated in the southern development zone of B City. We boast a membership of over 400. Salutations. I am Su Mao from the Baisheng base, located at the peninsula bordering C City, with a membership exceeding 500. Hello, I am Ji Zhe from the Spark base, based in the village of Dang behind B City, and we have 200 members. Greetings. I am Lu Qian from the K-1 base. Lu Qian returned the pleasantries. We have long heard of the K-1 base. It's just unfortunate that the distance is so great. Otherwise, we would have sought your refuge. The leaders of the smaller bases gazed at Lu Qian with smiles. At this moment, Han Qingxia approached, and Lu Qian introduced her. This is Han Qingxia from the Qingxia base. Qingxia base? The crowd exhibited expressions of confusion upon hearing this name. They had not encountered it before. Our base tends to be rather low profile, Lu Qian explained. This remark, however, transformed in the ears of the onlookers. Being low profile implied it was a rather small base. Captain Han, how many members does your Qingxia base have? About a dozen, she replied. Upon hearing this, the spectators were even more intrigued. Merely a dozen members? What a minuscule base. However, since they were with Lu Qian, they refrained from commenting further, pretending not to know about this base, and instead surrounded Lu Qian to inquire about resources. Captain Lu, do you have enough food? Captain Lu, do you have surplus meat? Captain Lu, how are your vegetables? Captain Lu, we wish to trade for some weapons. Do you have any to spare? The true affluent individuals were entirely overlooked by these people, as none paid Han Qingxia any heed. She in turn grew disinterested in the small base leaders. At that moment, a girl with a short crew cut, dressed in a tomboyish manner, approached her. Have you truly established a base? Han Qingxia looked up to meet a sun-kissed face, almost devoid of feminine features. And you are? I am Ji Yuru from the Spark base, with my brother Ji Zhe. Our base is in the village of Dang, north of B City. North of B City, Dang village? Su Xiaoyang interjected. That isn't far from us. Han Qingxia's territory lay directly west behind B City, at the edge of Dang village. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuru expressed surprise. You genuinely have your own base? What is so hard to believe? Even if the membership is small, it is still a base. Ji Yuru furrowed her thick brows. No, it's just that you're the first woman I've encountered who has created a base. She regarded Han Qingxia earnestly, extending her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ji Yuru, a fire-type ability user. Han Qingxia looked at the outstretched hand, replying, Han Qingxia, water-type. She grasped her hand, warm as flames. Just then, the rumble of another convoy approached from behind. It's a Hope Base. Chapter 87. Hope Base. The convoy of Hope Base was entirely clad in white, resembling that of a professional corporate team. This was indeed no mere coincidence. As one of the three major bases, Hope Base initially attracted a considerable number of researchers, the majority of whom hailed from a colossal monopolistic technology research firm, Dawn Group. Dawn Group was a massive, semi-state-owned enterprise, boasting over 20 research institutes across diverse fields, including, but not limited to pharmaceuticals, medical hardware, life engineering, and even segments of military and defense research. Before the apocalypse, Dawn Group stood as the largest corporation in City B, with its headquarters located at the junction of Cities B and C, encompassing a vast area and possessing a well-established ecological system. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, the workforce alone numbered over 100,000, with the lowest educational attainment being a master's degree. It was truly a congregation of elites. As the apocalypse unfolded, Dawn Group, having weathered the initial crisis of the zombie outbreak, chaos, and fear, saw these high-caliber survivors utilize internal resources to eliminate zombies, rebuild their stronghold, and establish a large base. Consequently, Dawn Group officially rebranded itself as Hope Base, with the survivor count soaring to over 1,000. Naturally, the criteria for joining were exceedingly stringent. They sought no ordinary individuals, but only the CR de la CR. In their eyes, accepting common people was deemed a waste of resources. In a world where resources were scarce, an ordinary person consumed the same amount as a superior individual, leading them to ponder why they should accommodate those who could merely become a burden with minimal contribution. In Han Qingxia's recollection, the most prominent impression of Hope Base was its extreme rigor and cold indifference. Particularly, their base administrator, Qi Sang, was notorious, ranking among the top 10 ruthless individuals. Often referred to as a robot with a heartbeat, he was known for his chilling aphorism, "Every life has its price." To him, individuals were akin to commodities. Their worth calculable based on age, health, abilities, consumption, and productivity, factors that determine the wealth they could generate throughout their lives. In the eyes of this utterly unfeeling individual, if a person's value fell below his standards, they were deemed worthless trash. Among these elite individuals, every decision was driven by precise numerical calculations aimed at maximizing benefits. Including the current joint operation, the white convoy halted before them, comprising 5 vehicles, from which 7 individuals clad in white uniforms emerged, 5 men and 2 women. Leading them was a young man in his 20s, with the other 6 closely following in his wake. Hope Base had arrived. Qi Sang, their administrator, must be among them. That should be Qi Sang. The 4 small base leaders who had been surrounding Lu Qian approached Qi Sang with renewed enthusiasm. "My brother's truly dull." Han Qingxia heard Ji Yiru's voice beside her. She looked up at her companion, who disdainfully remarked, "Instead of wasting time ingratiating ourselves with others, we could be out there killing zombies and gathering resources." With a gentle smile, Han Qingxia beckoned her to sit beside her on the highway guardrail. "How many people are in your base?" Han Qingxia inquired, pulling a handful of sunflower seed from her seemingly magical pocket. Ji Yiru hesitated for a moment before declining the offered seeds, saying, "No need. Our base has over 200 people, all from our village and nearby communities." While Han Qingxia cracked open seeds, she asked, "What is the demographic composition?" Ji Yiru furrowed her brow, replying, "Our village has many elderly individuals. As you know, the rural population is predominantly aged, with young people like my brother and me numbering less than 50. Han Qingxia chuckled, spitting out seed shells. "Then your brother should hurry to find someone to rely on. If he delays, he might end up with nothing." Ji Yiru sighed heavily, shaking her head. "No. In my view, we can't rely on anyone. In this apocalypse, we must depend on ourselves." Han Qingxia laughed heartily as she continued to munch on seeds. Extending her hand to offer more, "Let us share. I enjoy listening to you." Ji Yiru, contemplating the caramelized seeds, hesitated briefly before accepting. "All right then. Since the apocalypse began, I haven't spoken to anyone. I like you too. Did you really establish a base?" "Yes." "Why did they choose you, a woman, as the base administrator? Can they truly follow your leadership?" "They are all individuals I rescued, so naturally they listen to me." Upon hearing this, Ji Yiru's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true? If you don't believe me, ask my little brother. He is one of the people I saved." Han Qingxia gestured towards Su Xiaoyang, who stood nearby like a silent sentinel, ever watchful of Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang glanced at Ji Yiru and nodded coolly. "Everyone in our base was rescued by the leader," Han Qingxia asserted. Ji Yiru gasped, feeling an overwhelming admiration for Han Qingxia. It was astonishing that she had saved them all single-handedly. She seemed incredibly formidable. It was essential to note that Han Qingxia was a woman, and since the onset of the apocalypse, Ji Yiru had sensed the profound low status of women. Despite possessing fire-based abilities and combat prowess that rivaled her brother, she found herself voiceless in matters of base management. Everyone naturally overlooked her, with some insisting that women belonged at home, raising children, and that even with abilities they could not compare to men, who were perceived as superior and deserving of unconditional obedience. Ji Yiru would have liked to tear apart those who spoke such words. Yet even in their Starfire base, she had it better than most. Her brother was a base administrator, and she possessed abilities while women devoid of such advantages were relegated to even lower statuses. The revelation that Han Qingxia had saved everyone and established her own base left Ji Yiru profoundly impressed. Regardless of the base's size, Han Qingxia was undoubtedly a leader. This filled her with a sense of envy. However, her amazement turned to shock when she finally witnessed the scale of Han Qingxia's so-called small base. "All right, it suffices that everyone knows each other," a chilling voice interjected from the throng of onlookers. The young man in the white uniform, disregarding everyone else, focused his gaze on the opposite Lu Qiyan. "Captain Lu, wasn't it mentioned that 7 small teams would arrive today?" Chapter 88. A grand undertaking there exists another base. "The summer base, accompanying me." Lu Qiyan cast his gaze towards Han Qingxia, the administrator of the summer base. A group of individuals turned their heads, observing 2 figures sitting cross-legged on the roadside, casually munching on sunflower seeds and chatting with Ji Yiru. The scene elicited a sense of incongruity. While they approached this multi-base meeting with caution and seriousness, the pair seemed to enjoy a leisurely moment. Lu Qiyan was familiar with Han Qingxia. He suggested, "Shall we go greet her?" "No need," Qisong replied, her cold, unyielding gaze swiftly retracting as she turned to address everyone. "Please register your information. Your allocation of supplies will depend on your contributions during the journey. Of course, Captain Lu is exempt, as per our prior agreement." Lu Qiyan nodded in acknowledgement. After Qisong spoke, those accompanying her began distributing stacks of forms, handing them out to each group. Lu Qiyan received a copy as well, not for himself, but intended for the summer base he brought along. Only the people from the Hope base knew the location of the Eastern Grain Reserve. However, they were uncertain of their ability to safely procure supplies, as their group consisted largely of intellectuals with limited military prowess. Thus, they reached out to Lu Qiyan, seeking collaboration in the search for food. Simultaneously, the Hope base harbored reservations about Lu Qiyan. What if these armed individuals reached their destination and eliminated them, all to monopolize the grain reserve? Consequently, the Hope base orchestrated a large-scale alliance among multiple bases to procure supplies. Even a small portion of grain distributed would serve as a safeguard. The more bases involved, the better they could counterbalance base K1. Upon receiving the forms, the smaller bases respectfully retreated to complete their registrations. They were but small fry and needed to be cautious. "Yiru, Ji Yiru," Ji Zhe called out loudly to his sister, who was still enjoying her seeds. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Ji Yiru returned the seeds to Han Qingxia, saying, "I'm heading back." "Let us go. Let us go," Han Qingxia replied, remaining seated. At that moment, a hand appeared before her. Han Qingxia raised her gaze to see Lu Qiyan approaching, locking eyes with him before finally offering him half of her sunflower seeds. Lu Qiyan stated, "You need to fill out the form." He extended his other hand, presenting a blank form. Han Qingxia took the form, glancing over its detailed requests for personal information: name, age, place of origin, and even prior occupations before the apocalypse, along with more sensitive details regarding their abilities, base size, and composition. "Who requested this?" she inquired. "The Hope base," Lu Qiyan replied. Han Qingxia spat out a seed shell. "I'll fill it out." Lu Qiyan remained silent. Han Qingxia languidly dusted off her clothes and stood up. "This time, the Hope base provides the map, while you supply the muscle, correct?" "Indeed," Lu Qiyan confirmed. Han Qingxia waved him closer, and he complied. With their backs turned to the others, she proposed, "How about we undertake a significant venture?" Lu Qiyan pondered for a moment before responding, "Don't be ridiculous." "Then enlighten me. How will the supplies be divided?" 40% for the Hope base, 40% for me, and the remaining 20% distributed among the other bases according to their contributions. To deter Han Qingxia's impulsive tendencies, Lu Qiyan asserted, "I don't want you to lift a finger. All you need to do is accompany me to fairly distribute the supplies. No antics." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia gazed up at the sky, sighing that Lu Qiyan was such an earnest person. Traveling with someone so straightforward, yet without this honest man, she wouldn't have access to such advantageous opportunities. She accepted the arrangement. "Fine, you say I 1T act, and I 1T. "Agreed," Lu Qiyan affirmed. Han Qingxia handed him the blank form and turned to return her vehicle with Su Xiaoyang. The remaining teams gradually submitted their forms. As the submissions concluded, night fell, and all base teams established tents around their vehicle clusters for rest. Naturally, the Hope Base's tent was positioned centrally, safeguarded by all others, allowing the members of the Hope Base to rest while others took turns patrolling. Han Qingxia chose to rest directly in her vehicle, reclining the back seat to sleep alone. Su Xiaoyang set up a tent outside, keeping vigil. Just as Han Qingxia closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, she suddenly heard a rustling sound, something dragging through the grass. As a mental adept, her auditory sensitivity surpassed that of an ordinary person. She discerned varied sounds outside, swiftly sitting up in her vehicle and peering through the window into the pitch-black expanse. The sky bore heavy clouds, obscuring the moon, leaving no light to pierce the darkness. To avoid attracting zombies, they had refrained from illuminating their surroundings. The rustling intensified, prompting Han Qingxia to amplify her senses, extending her mental perception to a 20-meter radius. Yet, in the vastness of the wilderness beside the road, this distance seemed negligible. At that moment, the thick clouds parted, revealing an enormous blood moon that cast a ghastly crimson light upon the landscape. Han Qingxia finally discerned the outskirts beyond the road, a vast expanse of grassland illuminated by numerous pairs of grayish-white eyes. Countless eyes emerged from every direction, fixated on Han Qingxia's convoy, converging towards them with excitement, greed, longing, and hunger. Simultaneously, Han Qingxia's mental perception detected numerous gray energy points encroaching upon the perimeter. A horde of zombies, akin to ants returning to their nest, surrounded them from all sides. It was a scene reminiscent of a night filled with wandering spirits. "Yangzi, wake up!" Han Qingxia exclaimed, flinging open the car door and calling towards the tent. Su Xiaoyang, hearing her voice, emerged in 3 seconds and was swiftly pulled into the vehicle by Han Qingxia. Only after they entered the car did the first scream erupt from outside. "Ah, zombies! The zombies are attacking!" As the screams pierced the night, all those resting awoke, scrambling to arms just as the tide of zombies crashed upon their convoy. Bang! A zombie lunged directly at Su Xiaoyang's tent. Upon realizing it had missed its target, it let out a guttural roar and slammed against Han Qingxia's vehicle. A ghastly, colorless, an emaciated zombie face pressed against the glass, its mouth agape, attempting to bite through. Chapter 89. My sister is stronger than my brother, haha. Before them stood a diminutive elderly zombie, its clothing drenched in blood, barely recognizable as a once respectable linen tang suit typical of an old gentleman in the park. The zombie's scalp was barren, revealing a receding hairline that had retreated to the back of its head. Yet, it was evident that this old man had once held a dignified position in life. The scant strands of hair left were styled in a manner reminiscent of a rounded topiary, and a dazzling golden tooth gleamed from its mouth. With a screech, the golden tooth struck the glass window before Han Qingxia, issuing a spine-chilling sound akin to metal scraping against glass. A torrent of thick, dark blood splattered across the windshield as the elderly zombie, frenzied, clawed, and battered against the glass, thudding violently against their vehicle. On its third impact, a bullet struck the old zombie's right temple, the force of the shot causing its head to jerk violently, its neck contorting an unnatural angle before bursting apart with a resounding thud. Footsteps echoed from outside as a troop of Lu Qian's guards rushed over. They cast a quick glance at the occupants of the car, signaled to one another, and swiftly dispersed to eradicate other zombies. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing this, wasted no time in exiting the vehicle to assist. "Don't go," Han Qingxia cautioned, gently holding him back. She leisurely sought a vantage point from within the car, producing a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on. "They can handle it." Su Xiaoyang remained silent. Outside, waves of zombies surged relentlessly toward them, their convoy clustered closely. Except for Han Qingxia and the individuals from the Hope Base, no one remained inside their vehicles. Everyone else had joined the fray in this nocturnal battle for survival. The scene outside was a chaotic blend of flames and blood. Han Qingxia observed that among the 4 small bases, only 2 possessed firearms, and their numbers were woefully insufficient. Gun control in China is notoriously stringent. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, firearms were in scant supply. The primary support for firepower relied on the K1 base, where Lu Qian's men were outfitted with heavy weaponry, charging into the front line with a cacophony of gunfire. The other 4 small bases lacked such formidable firepower, yet they exerted all their strength in defense. Elemental ability users unleashed their powers, fireballs, water spheres, and metallic orbs soaring through the air, while strength-type abilities wielded melee weapons, axes, baseball bats, anything they could grasp, engaging in brutal close-quarters combat. A few individuals devoid of powers did their utmost to assist, wielding whatever weapons they could find. The battle raged fiercely. Han Qingxia noted the girl named Ji Yuru from earlier. She stood behind her brother, a strength-type mutant wielding a rake with vigor, hurling several zombies away with each swing. After casting aside the undead, 2 fireballs erupted behind them, as Ji Yuru, with her short hair glowing faintly red, concentrated intently, summoning fireballs from her palms in tandem with her brother's offensive. As time progressed, her abilities began to wane. As a first-level mutant, she could conjure at most 2 fireballs at a time, and with each use, her energy dwindled, leaving her pallid face increasingly drained. Yet the horde of zombies seemed inexhaustible. "Brother, why are there so many zombies? We didn't see this many during the day. Perhaps they were hiding during the daylight," he replied. The combat prowess of the zombies at night was exponentially greater than during the day, their senses heightened. This route led to the food storage, a vital thoroughfare in B City. Even if they had cleared the area during the day, countless zombies remained hidden in the surroundings. Their gathering had drawn the attention of all the nearby undead. Lu Qian sensed the oncoming tide of zombies was more formidable than he had anticipated. "Everyone, hold for 5 minutes," he commanded. As his words fell, he led the K1 base troops through a gap in the rear. The personnel from the other 4 small bases tensed at this development. 5 minutes. Would the K1 base not retreat? However, they dared not follow, gritting their teeth to defend their convoy. They had to hold out for at least 5 minutes. The relentless waves of zombies continued to surge forth, and the defenders from the 4 bases struggled to maintain their positions, while the Hope base remained steadfast, with no one daring to exit their vehicles. At the 3-minute mark, the ability users from the 4 bases were nearing exhaustion. Their powers depleted, they resorted to melee weapons, shovels, hammers, wooden clubs, and knives. Every individual poured their strength into combating the undead, yet their defensive perimeter gradually shrank. "Hold on, just a little longer." At 4.5 minutes, the encirclement tightened around their vehicles. There was nowhere left to retreat. To do so meant fleeing. Ji Yuru, shielded by her brother, began to back away toward their vehicle. "Yuru, get in the car." "I won't. You've exhausted your powers. What use is a helpless girl now? Get out of here," Ji Zhe shouted at his sister. In that moment, as Ji Yuru concentrated on conjuring a final fireball, her power suddenly fizzled out. Just then, a long-haired zombie lunged at her from the shadows, jaws agape. The event transpired too swiftly. By the time Ji Yuru comprehended the danger, the grotesque face of a zombie, oozing with pus and decay, loomed before her, its cavernous mouth filled with writhing maggots. In that instant, she forgot to retaliate, surrendering to despair, contemplating closure of her eyes. But just as she succumbed to hopelessness, the zombie, poised to bite, froze mid-attack as if restrained by an invisible force, unable to advance. Bang! A rake pierced through the zombie's skull, sending it sprawling. "Yuru!" Ji Zhe gazed at her in panic, relief flooding his expression. At that moment, Ji Yuru glimpsed a pair of eyes behind her brother. A beautiful girl sat calmly in a car, watching them with a smile. Her eyes radiated an extraordinary brilliance, imbued with an indescribable power. Suddenly, bang! A fireball whizzed past Ji Zhe's head. He watched as his sister summoned another fireball, a surge of heat quickening his heartbeat, while behind him, a zombie met its demise at the hands of the blazing sphere. Thick, dark blood splattered across half his face. Just then, a roaring flame erupted from their perimeter. Da-da-da! Support fire returned. The K1 base troops had come back. They doused the outer zombies with gasoline and successfully created a fiery barrier, reuniting with the convoy and swiftly clearing the remaining undead within. "Brother, We continue. Continue. With renewed hope, Ji Zhe and Ji Yuru rallied, and everyone resumed their efforts to eliminate the zombies threatening their safe zone. 10 minutes later, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them all. Within the safe zone, all the zombies had been eradicated. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, celebrating their narrow escape from death. Ji Yuru looked at her brother. Brother, am I still of any use? Ji Zhe smiled, extending his hand to vigorously ruffle Ji Yuru's short hair, which was so short it could prick one's fingers. Of course. My sister is even stronger than her brother. Chapter 90. A good sleep. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuru raised her pale, chapped lips and let out a series of hollow laughs. As her laughter echoed, her gaze fell upon the car that had remained stationary. The occupants inside were no longer seated at the front. The interior was eerily quiet, as if they had drifted into slumber. Ji Yuru's eyes deepened with contemplation. Was that merely an illusion? Why had the zombies halted? Was it her doing? Inside the vehicle, Han Qingxia yawned, rubbing her exhausted mind, and succumbed once more to a heavy sleep. Of course, the recent defense against the zombie tide had not come without casualties. Among the 4 bases, 5 lives were lost. 1 unfortunate soul fell victim to friendly fire, while 4 others were bitten by zombies. Of these, 3 had leaped into the throng of zombies, valiantly battling the enemies to contribute significantly to their home base. The remaining individual, seeking to conceal his fate, began to mutate upon the return of Lu Qian's team after they quelled the siege. Do not kill me, he pleaded. Please don't kill me. My wife is still at home waiting for me. If I die, others will bully her. Ugh, ugh. Ah, a member of the Baixing base knelt before his comrades, begging for mercy as his body contorted grotesquely, exhibiting signs of reverse mutation. The veins on his face rapidly darkened, and his complexion drained of color, as he curled up in agony on the ground, imploring them for help. All the survivors from the Baixing base fell silent, unable to act. Not a single person could bring themselves to take action against him. He was one of their own. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, having endured countless struggles, they were intimately familiar with one another. He had recently married, and after years of long-distance love, they had finally achieved their union just before the world collapsed. As he set out on this mission, his wife had cried, pleading for him not to go. He had reassured her that if he succeeded, they would have enough supplies to last a long time, allowing him to stay by her side every day. Please, please, Hui, I love you so much, bang. In that moment, a cold gunshot rang out. The Baixing base's mutant collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. All eyes from the Baixing base turned furiously towards the shooter, Qi Sang, the manager from the Hope base, clad in a pristine white uniform. He surveyed the scene with an icy demeanor, a smoking gun in hand. The personnel from the Hope base had finally descended after ensuring the area was secure. Are you even human? He is not a zombie yet. Su Mao, the captain of the Baixing base, charged forward in fury. Before he could reach Qi Sang, several dart gun barrels were aimed at his forehead. The people behind Qi Sang regarded him with cold detachment. Any forward movement from Su Mao could spell the end of the Baixing base. But he is still human. Why must you kill him? Su Mao clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with rage as he stared at Qi Sang. The latter remained unfazed, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Once he transforms into a zombie, we will be in danger. I will not permit any unnecessary risks. Su Mao's fists tightened further. His teeth gritted. At that moment, Qi Sang continued, for the teams that suffered casualties, supplies will be distributed according to the original personnel ratios. With that, he turned and walked away, not uttering another word. The survivors from the Baixing base could only watch as the personnel from the Hope base departed. Later, Lu Qian from the K1 base approached, inquiring, "Do you need our assistance?" "No, Captain Lu," Su Mao replied. "We knew there would be dangers in undertaking this mission, and you have worked hard as well." Each team dug graves for their fallen comrades. Lu Qian arranged for some medical supplies to be sent to them, along with tools for digging, and they expressed their gratitude towards him. After a night of struggle, apart from K1 base, the Hope base had incurred no losses, leaving only the Qingxia base, which had been biding its time. Once Lu Qian had ensured the safety of the other bases, he made his way to Han Qingxia's vehicle. As he approached, Su Xiaoyang emerged from the tent. "Captain Lu." "Xiaoyang." Lu Qian nodded in recognition. After all, he was one of his former soldiers. "Where's your captain?" "She's asleep." Lu Qian replied, "That's good. A sound sleep is essential." He had instructed her not to engage in combat, merely allowing her to gather supplies as a means of repaying past favors. "You should rest as well. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow." Looking at Lu Qian depart, Su Xiaoyang responded, "Yes, Captain Lu." The following day, as the sun rose, the zombies outdoors had dwindled. The massive horde from the previous night had been expelled. Though Lu Qian had toiled throughout the night, they had reaped rewards as well, collecting over 1,000 crystal nuclei. This was the collective bounty of the bases. The teams that had participated in the battle set out to gather the nuclei. Han Qingxia, after a restorative night's sleep, was pleasantly surprised to find that her mental energy had increased after thoroughly exhausting herself. She expanded her mental reach, sweeping across everyone and everything in her vicinity. It seemed her perceptive range had grown by a meter, and she could now discern the abilities of those around her with greater clarity. Previously, she could only sense that Lu Qian was an electric-type ability user due to his overwhelming strength in that domain. However, this time, she detected a hint of ice element energy emanating from him. Multi-type abilities carried weight. Not every ability could be equally potent. Lu Qian's electric power overshadowed the others. Yet this time, Han Qingxia managed to capture a glimpse of his secondary ability. As she scanned the personnel from all bases, she found that most exhibited the same ordinary abilities she had seen the day before, until her gaze fell upon the convoy from the Hope base. There were 7 individuals in total. For wielded space abilities, 1 possessed fire abilities, 1 was a strength type, and another, as she sought to delve deeper into her perception, she suddenly encountered a prickling barrier. That was Chapter 91. Allow me to reiterate the control ability. The control ability is a variant of the psychic ability, endowing its wielder with absolute dominion over individuals or objects within their designated sphere. Unlike Han Qingxia's radar-like psychic ability, which operates on a different premise, the control ability inherently evolves towards complete mastery. Anything within the realm of their mental influence can be manipulated at will, enabling feats such as telekinesis, hypnosis, or the establishment of mental barriers. They reign supreme within their territory. In stark contrast to Han Qingxia's radar-like psychic ability, it is noteworthy that among 1,000 ability users, merely 1 or 2 might possess psychic abilities, and out of 1,000 psychic ability users, only 1 may wield the control ability, making them a genuinely rare and formidable class of powers. However, it is essential to note that the control ability is effective solely within the confines of its control. Once outside this domain, it becomes ineffective, unlike Han Qingxia's limitless psychic reach or capabilities for long-range attacks. The strength of the control ability is restricted to a mere fraction of territory. This domain is challenging to expand and can only be enhanced in terms of control. Despite its power, it carries significant limitations. The sharp, probing sensation of the mental energy detected an intrusion and retaliated, attempting to seize the source of the disturbance. Yet, it was evident that its mental prowess paled in comparison to Han Qingxia's. Upon realizing the presence of the control ability, Han Qingxia promptly retracted her mental energy, ensuring that once the intruder could not grasp her within her domain, they would be unable to sense her elsewhere. In this fleeting clash, Han Qingxia rubbed her temples, having thoroughly stripped the Hope base of its defenses. It turned out they had a wielder of the control ability among them. At that moment, the door of the Hope base swung open, revealing Qisong in a white uniform, his gaze heavy with concern as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon seeing this, Han Qingxia recognized the identity of the control ability user. Qisong was visibly agitated. He had acutely sensed someone probing them with mental energy, yet he couldn't even catch a glimpse of their shadow. That was an exceptionally powerful psychic ability user. The instant she encroached upon his domain, he failed to notice her presence. It was only when she delved deeper that he became aware, and even at the moment he sensed her, she had swiftly retreated, leaving him unable to pursue her in his domain. Who was it? The strength of their mental energy was astounding. They had been thoroughly stripped of their defenses, and he couldn't even trace the source. Damn it! As he scanned the crowd in frustration, a voice broke through. Did your base not venture out to exterminate zombies yesterday? A member from the Baixing base approached Han Qingxia, seething with indignation. His words drew the attention of others nearby, who began to realize that indeed, Han Qingxia and her team had not emerged the previous day. I was asleep. Han Qingxia replied languidly to the gathering crowd, demanding retribution. The mere mention of her slumber infuriated the assembled individuals. They were embroiled in a fierce battle, while she lay peacefully asleep. How could you possibly sleep through that? One of them exclaimed in disbelief. Well, what else could I have done? Han Qingxia tilted her head playfully. The crowd was fuming, their anger boiling over as they pointed at her, demanding an explanation. How can you speak so shamelessly? Don't you feel even a hint of guilt? Han Qingxia chuckled. Is there something else you wish to discuss? At this point, the crowd was trembling with fury. You must stand and give us an explanation. Apologize to all of us. Apologize? Han Qingxia stretched languidly, gazing at her accusers. If I offended you, kindly state it, and I shall repeat it. Their response was met with silence. As they were left speechless, they were not merely angry. They were on the verge of tears. How could such a person exist? Was she a bandit? Tang Jian and others, witnessing this scene, could only lament the similarity of this situation to their own past encounters with Han Qingxia. The gathering of individuals from various bases was increasingly incensed. It was evident that if anyone could ignite the fury of the masses with mere words, it was the chaotic force that was Han Qingxia. Your Qingxia base is truly arrogant, declared a member from the Baixing base. You sent out only 2 people, and neither of them engaged in battle. This is utterly unacceptable, shouted another from the future base. You must provide us with an explanation today, insisted a representative from the Xinghe base. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind them. What is happening here? Lu Qian strode forward with purpose. Upon his arrival, the members of the other bases immediately voiced their grievances. Captain Lu, not a single person from the Qingxia base emerged yesterday. They are unbearably arrogant. They sent out only 2, and neither showed up. While we were fighting for our lives, she was asleep. Lu Qian glanced at Han Qingxia, exasperated, and attempted to defend her. Captain Han may have genuinely been asleep and simply did not hear the commotion. The crowd was incredulous at his blatant attempt to shield her. Was he really so transparent in his favoritism? Yet, despite their grievances against Han Qingxia, they held great respect for Lu Qian. Had he not intervened with the K1 base's efforts, they would have faced dire consequences. Even afterward, he had assisted in managing their wounded and deceased comrades. They respected Lu Qian genuinely. Continuing, he asserted, "Let this matter rest. They're under my command. Consider it as the K1 base aiding the Qingxia base." The crowd felt a growing discontent. They began to recognize that the Qingxia base was merely riding on Lu Qian's coattails, lacking any true strength. They relied solely on their connections. I believe Captain Lu has a valid point. At that moment, Ji Yiru stood up in support of Han Qingxia. As soon as she spoke, her brother tugged at her disapprovingly. Ji Yiru glanced at Han Qingxia, recalling the gaze she had received the previous day, and resolutely stated, "Regardless, I believe Captain Lu is correct in saying they have contributed to the Qingxia base's efforts, and that is worthy of acknowledgement." Upon hearing Ji Yiru's statement, others began to nod in agreement. Let it go then. Since Captain Lu has stepped in to defend her, it would be unwise to oppose him. With Ji Yiru's endorsement, who among us could dissent without appearing unreasonable? Just then, a cold voice echoed from behind, "I believe this matter should not be so easily dismissed." Chapter 92. Arrival at the grain reserves. Qi Sang's words turned everyone's heads. They beheld him striding towards them in his white uniform, exuding an air of absolute indifference and superiority that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. The presence he commanded was so potent that the members from the smaller bases felt as if they were pierced by 1,000 needles, compelling them to lower their gazes in discomfort. The only ones seemingly immune to Qi Sang's imposing aura were Lu Qian and Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia, with an air of nonchalance, observed the approaching figure, as streams of mental energy emanated from within a 2-meter radius around Qi Sang, imbued with a distinctly probing force. Although his control-type abilities were formidable within his domain, he lacked the capacity to discern the nature of others' powers. He could only sense whether or not someone possessed abilities, unlike Han Qingxia, who could identify their specific nature. Moreover, her mental prowess surpassed his by a significant margin. Unless she chose to release her mental energy, he was entirely oblivious to its presence. Qingxia unleashed his abilities in an attempt to locate the powerful mental adept among them. After scanning the area thoroughly with no success, he was met with Lu Qian's discontented gaze. "Captain Qi, what are you up to?" Lu Qian's lack of reaction belied his strength. He was acutely aware of Qingxia's subtle attempts to probe everyone. What was this man doing? Upon hearing Lu Qian's inquiry, Qingxia lingered a moment longer, skepticism flickering across his features. A second later, he withdrew his field, his gaze cold and profound. "I am contemplating what Captain Lu just articulated. I believe it should not be as you suggest. If you act on their behalf, they will be absolved of responsibility." He turned his attention to Han Qingxia, his eyes void of any semblance of human emotion. "Our mission's resources will be allocated based on contributions. Should you have no contributions to speak of, you shall receive no provisions, regardless of who brought you here." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Lu Qian stepped protectively in front of Han Qingxia, stating unequivocally, "Let it be known. The resources from the merging of the Qingxia base into my K1 base shall be distributed among us." He obstructed Qingxia's gaze, and upon hearing this, Qingxia's icy eyes darkened further. "Since Captain Lu has spoken thus, I shall refrain from further comment." He turned and departed, followed by the other small teams who found this resolution agreeable, dispersing in unison. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Lu Qian turned to Han Qingxia. "Do not be upset. Everyone, no need for explanations," Han Qingxia replied, casually patting Lu Qian's shoulder with a playful grin. "After all, you brought me along for a free ride. Why should I be angry?" She was no naive girl who felt indebted to Lu Qian for his generosity in not requiring her assistance throughout their journey. Her irritation with him would indeed be foolish. However, her thoughts drifted to others, particularly Qingxia. Very well, he had successfully offended her. If today's events were not repaid tenfold, she would not bear the surname Han. The morning's matters soon faded, and the group began to reorganize for their advance. The preceding day's battle had been fierce, yet the primary zombie tide along their route had been effectively cleared. Under the leadership of K1 Base, they coordinated to eliminate scattered zombies and clear the main thoroughfare of any obstructing vehicles, successfully paving the way. By the afternoon of the second day, they traversed the most perilous areas and smoothly entered the sparsely populated grain reserve region. The reserves had been strategically located far from human settlements, situated in desolate areas where not a single vehicle could be seen on the solitary road. They proceeded effortlessly along a flat expanse, and as the sun began its descent, casting shadows across the land, they finally beheld towering cylindrical grain silos. The national grain reserves had been reached. A wave of exhilaration swept through the group as they beheld the granaries. "We have arrived. We are at the granary. Food." They were on the verge of obtaining sustenance. A convoy of vehicles, led by K1 Base, crashed through the entrance and came to a halt before the 10 massive silos. The reserves operated under a purely mechanized management system, with only 10 workers, each assigned to oversee a single silo. No one else was present. "We have arrived," they exclaimed. "This is our grain reserve. Just how much food must be stored here?" Each silo contains 5,000 tons. With 10 silos, that amounts to 50,000 tons. Enough to sustain all of us for 100 years. Prosperity awaits. The remnants of human civilization lay rich before them, so bountiful that the discovery of a single treasure could enable survivors to overcome monumental challenges. Although 99 of such treasures had sunk into oblivion following the cataclysm, destined to remain buried forever, even a mere fraction would suffice. Qingxia and Lu Qian ordered everyone to disembark, and they promptly conducted an exterior reconnaissance of the granary to ensure the area was uninhabited before entering the staff building. To their surprise, the building was eerily silent, devoid of any personnel. Uncertain whether the workers had fled or succumbed to the undead, Lu Qian conferred with Qingxia and they proceeded to inspect the grain reserves. Armed with flashlights, they ventured into the first silo, only to be greeted by mountains of food. Delight surged through the group. "We have food. We truly have food." However, their jubilation was short-lived as they soon confronted the second silo, which had succumbed to mold. Months had passed since the apocalypse, and without oversight, substantial quantities of grain had accumulated within the silos, rendering them susceptible to spontaneous combustion or decay. Once spoiled, an entire storage facility became inedible. The third silo also showed signs of decay. By the time they completed their inspection of all 10 colossal silos, they discovered that more than half had spoiled. One had ignited, another was damp, and yet another had transformed into a haven for rodents, teeming with oversized rats. Only 2 silos remained intact, the first and the last, yielding a mere 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons is still a considerable amount, they declared, promptly preparing to commence the grain transfer. Now, regarding the distribution of the grain, my K1 base will take 40%, and we will take our share first. The remaining personnel will receive their portions based on my calculations. Is there an issue with this? The members of the 4 small bases nodded in agreement. Although their share amounted to around 5%, it was still a substantial quantity. Each team had dispatched 10 large trucks, and even after 2 trips, they would have enough to sustain their bases for several years. No objections. The 4 small bases chorused. "I will allocate 200 tons specifically for you." Lu Qian addressed Han Qingxia. Chapter 93. The Grain Warehouse Zombies. Lu Qian's words drew the attention of those around to Han Qingxia. 200 tons. A gift. At this moment, the disdainful gazes of the crowd intensified, filled with contempt for Han Qingxia. Was there any need for further elaboration? The so-called manager of the Qingxia base was undoubtedly Lu Qian's mistress. She had been sheltered by him all along, accomplishing nothing, yet she was to receive 200 tons. This woman, Sai Ji Yurua, did you see that? At the back of the group, a tall and lean member of the Xingho base, with a sharp tongue, lamented, "Indeed, it's only beautiful women who receive such favors. As women, the disparity between you and her is glaring. No one is offering you any provisions." "Luahu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Yurua's expression darkened. It was not that she was upset by Luhu's insults directed at her. Rather, it was his disparagement of Han Qingxia. She firmly believed that Han Qingxia was not that sort of person. "Captain Ji, you ought to manage your sister better. If she could spruce herself up a bit, perhaps she could attract a prominent figure, and then our Xingho base could enjoy an easy victory." "Shut your mouth. My sister is not someone you can speak of." "Well, I've come to realize that whether before or after the apocalypse, it's still better to be a woman." "Luahu, you're courting death." Ji Yurua raised her hand, conjuring a fireball. As the flame illuminated the darkness, she suddenly spotted several humanoid creatures hanging upside down on the grain warehouse roof, resembling bats. With a whoosh, a fireball flew towards Luahu's head. Startled by Ji Yurua's seriousness, Luahu dodged. "What are you doing?" Before he could finish, he suddenly lurched forward as a gaunt zombie. Its skin tightly stretched over its bones and dressed in a manager's uniform, descended from above and dragged him into the grain pile. Instantly, the grain piles were like quicksand. Once trapped, escape was nearly impossible. The more one struggled, the deeper one sank. After being pulled into the grain, Luahu vanished in the blink of an eye. Those in front, including Chi Sang and others, halted abruptly, hastily shining their flashlights back, bewildered by the commotion. "Zombies!" Ji Yurua shouted up there. In that instant, as everyone looked up, whoosh, zombies, resembling cockroaches, scurried away, landing on a mound of rice. They moved with reverse-jointed limbs, akin to a swarm of cockroaches and centipedes crawling along the surface of the grain. The only difference was their size, much larger than cockroaches. Each one was grotesque and terrifying, hissing as they opened their mouths. After dropping from the rice pile, they burrowed toward Luhu's position, who had just been dragged down. Immediately, a deafening scream erupted from the depths of the rice pile. "Attack!" Everyone was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. By the time they regained their composure, gunfire erupted throughout the scene. Lu Qian's team swiftly engaged in a firefight, shooting at the zombies crawling atop the grain mound. However, more individuals were being dragged down. In the darkness, flashlights flickered erratically. In the grain warehouse corridor, numerous people were pulled into the rice pile. Zing! A flashbang was tossed into the open area, illuminating the entire scene. Lucian's squad reacted quickly, lighting up the area. Once visibility improved, they noticed zombies crawling beneath their feet in the corridor. Roar! The zombies opened their gaping mouths, biting down on the wire mesh of the corridor panels. Crack! A large bite tore through the wire, creating a gaping hole. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire reverberated through the corridor once more. To their surprise, the bullets seemed to have minimal effect on this batch of zombies. Their desiccated skin was as tough as steel. Bullets striking them emitted sparks, leaving behind mere pockmarks. Mutated zombies. Hardened flesh. This was something none of Lu Qian and his team had ever encountered before. They had faced some mutated zombies previously, but this was the first time they had encountered ones with such hardened, desiccated skin that even bullets struggled to penetrate. Moreover, their speed was astonishing. Retreat to the entrance. Lu Qian shouted loudly. All present immediately ran towards his direction, simultaneously defending against zombies approaching from all sides. With each inch they ran, zombies clung to the floor, biting at their heels. Clang, clang, clang. The wire mesh corridor broke apart, creating one hole after another. From both sides, zombies occasionally lunged out, attempting to drag them down. As they ran, some were pulled down. Once they fell, it was as if they had plunged into a swamp, quickly swallowed by the rice pile. In the blink of an eye, half of their group of 60 to 70 was lost. Gunfire paved the way, and soon they discovered that their abilities were slightly more effective than bullets. Zombies had a natural aversion to abilities. Everyone in Lu Qian's team ceased using firearms, resorting instead to their powers. Fireballs, water spheres, metal orbs, and lightning spheres mixed together, blasting towards the oncoming zombies. The powerful explosion of abilities bought them a precious moment. Run, run. All abilities were unleashed without restraint, targeting the zombies from all directions. Just as they neared the entrance, clang, at the end of the corridor, a massive shadow suddenly fell with a thud. Crash! The shadow turned, revealing an enormous zombie, grotesquely bloated, its body seeming as if it had been steamed, rotting and decaying. Its tattered manager's uniform had long since fused into its putrid flesh, half its face sagging, looming before them. Roar! It charged towards Han Qingxia and the others. In that instant, the ground trembled. The entire corridor shook. At this moment, they faced a giant zombie ahead, with no escape route behind them. The zombies pursuing them below had reached the feet of the last person. No way to evade. What's worse, they had exhausted their abilities. The last member from the future base was dragged down by a zombie gripping his foot. His teammates reached out to save him, grabbing his hand, but with a snap, a zombie climbed onto his back, delivering a fatal blow to his heart. Simultaneously, a horde of zombies, dark and numerous like centipedes, pounced on their group, eager for the tender flesh. Everyone was crammed together. There was no escape in any direction. Just when they all felt doomed, a wall of water suddenly enveloped them. It was an extraordinarily powerful water wall, so strong that in an instant, they felt as though the moisture within their bodies had evaporated, leaving the air incredibly dry. Bang! Everyone stared in astonishment as countless droplets, akin to high-pressure bullets, penetrated the skin of those zombies that ordinary bullets could not pierce. From this moment on, I shall be the one to distribute the provisions. Chapter 94. How could she be so powerful the mist dispersed in the air, and all the zombies that lunged forward were repelled by a formidable force? A member of the future base, who was in the midst of rescuing someone, witnessed in horror as a zombie clawed towards his heart, its talons halting just an inch from his chest, piercing through his thick tactical jacket, only to be suddenly obstructed by a wall of condensed water. In that instant, the water wall shattered into countless droplets, which, propelled at high speed, sliced through the zombie's arm as if they were blades. Each droplet struck the zombies with the precision of bullets, effortlessly penetrating their hardened bodies. This power was awe-inspiring. The hulking zombie in front of them was also violently pushed back several meters, its swollen form battered by Han Qingxia's water droplets, resembling a soggy bun, with water pooling around it like a honeycomb. After stumbling back a few steps, it halted, drenched in a mixture of blood and moisture, as if soaked in water. Roar! The zombie angrily spat blood at the humans before it. Han Qingxia calmly commanded, "Yangzi, cover me." Understood. Before everyone, Han Qingxia drew the Tang Dao she had been carrying on her back, stepping onto the handrail of the corridor to leap high into the air, aiming at the massive zombie. Despite its size and strength, the zombie was no match for Han Qingxia's swiftness and might. The silver blade of the Tang Dao shimmered under the flickering red light of the magnesium flare, her movements ethereal and swift, leaving behind afterimages as she unleashed her devastating strikes. Each swing of her blade was directed at the most lethal spots, executed with a technique that surpassed the norms of her time. If one strike did not suffice, she would deliver multiple blows with grace and speed. With a final, forceful strike, Han Qingxia's blade embedded itself a quarter of the way into the iron wall, reverberating with a chilling resonance as it pinned the zombie to the wall. Breathing slightly heavier, she grasped the hilt of her sword and, with a swift motion, withdrew it. As she did, the hulking zombie collapsed like over whipped cream, splattering down from the wall. A crystal core, the size of a newly hatched egg, fell from the tip of her blade. At that moment, two emaciated zombies, resembling a grotesque blend of centipede and cockroach, emerged from the shadows, charging directly at Han Qingxia. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could utter a warning, two powerful jets of water erupted forth. It was then that everyone realized the quiet man who had always followed Han Qingxia, a member of the Qingxia base, was also an ability user, and his powers were formidable. While they could only conjure water or fireballs the size of a fist, he effortlessly summoned high-pressure water columns as thick as his arms, especially for Tang Jian and the others. It was their first time witnessing Su Xiaoyang's ability in action. They remembered that when they parted ways with him, his powers were on par with theirs, merely providing drinking water at best. How could he have grown this much in just a few months? His abilities were more than tenfold greater now. The twin jets of water formed a protective barrier around Han Qingxia, dispersing the two charging zombies, while she horizontally brandished her Tang Dao. With Su Xiaoyang's impeccable support, Han Qingxia decapitated both zombies in a single swift motion. However, the zombies that had been shaken off earlier began to crawl back. Once again, Han Qingxia stood before everyone, and this time they all bore witness. A torrent of water coalesced around her, enveloping everyone in a dazzling display. If Su Xiaoyang's earlier demonstration had been shocking, Han Qingxia's power was on an entirely different level. All eyes were glued to Han Qingxia in that moment, speechless. This was no mere burdened mistress of Captain Liu, but a veritable weapon of mass destruction. It was no wonder Captain Liu treated her with such reverence and indulgence. She was indeed an extraordinary powerhouse. The members of the other four small bases stared in disbelief at the devastation Han Qingxia unleashed, their previous disdain replaced by a burning sense of humiliation. They had once viewed her as a useless appendage, yet now, confronted with her prowess, they felt as though they had slapped themselves across the face. In the crowd, Ji Yuru stood frozen, utterly taken aback by Han Qingxia's display of strength. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with acute realization. She had always believed that Han Qingxia was not the type to rely on a man. She must possess great power, but she never imagined it would be this formidable. The combined strength of her and her brother, no, even their entire base, would not suffice to match Han Qingxia's might. The memory of the terrifying encounter with the zombies from the previous night resurfaced in her mind. Could it be that she was the one who had saved her? Ji Yuru was left in complete shock. Meanwhile, in the K1 base, Tang Jian and others who were familiar with Han Qingxia felt an overwhelming urge to cheer for her, their admiration palpable. She was magnificent, truly outstanding. Even Su Xiaoyang, who accompanied her, was swept up in her brilliance. Was she a divine being? They were in awe of her power. Lu Qian, bearing a shoulder-mounted missile, gazed at the scene before him, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Han Qingxia seemed to have grown even stronger. Their K1 base had only just begun to make slight advancements in ability research, and before he could share his findings with her, he discovered she had surpassed their last encounter by more than double. How had she achieved such remarkable growth? The members of the Hope Base gaped in disbelief. Even Qi Sang, who was usually unflappable, found his icy demeanor shattered as he beheld the display of power before him. He could scarcely believe the strength she exhibited. This was undoubtedly the most formidable ability he had ever witnessed, without equal, even though water-based abilities were not highly rated in their studies. Han Qingxia had demonstrated an extraordinary level of strength. Qi Sang stared in awe at her, completely re-evaluating his previous judgments of Han Qingxia. Chapter 95. Fierce Confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. Under the seamless collaboration of Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, their powers unleashed, swiftly eliminating the majority of the zombies on sight. Lu Qiyin and his companions, only regaining their senses upon noticing just a couple of zombies remaining, hurried to assist. Gunfire erupted and powers were employed. In no time, all 10 of the administrator zombies were eradicated. A few individuals who had fallen into the rice pile were promptly rescued by activating the machinery within the granary. By the time night fell around 9 o'clock, the chaos finally came to a close. Out of the dozen who had fallen in, only 4 were saved. The rest had succumbed to the relentless grasp and bites of the zombies, transforming into one of them. The most tragic was Luo, who, the first to fall. When he was retrieved, he was nothing but a mere skeleton, his flesh devoured by the famished zombies. Seeing his teammate in such a state, Jizai's expression turned grave. Luo, who was not only his fellow townsman, but also his classmate. However, Luo, who had dropped out before completing middle school, he was no model student, often embroiled in fights, earning the label of a problem student in the eyes of teachers. He had boldly declared that he would carve out his own path and prove his detractors wrong. Yet, the reality was that he had spent years working odd jobs in the city, eventually returning to his hometown, leading a life of aimlessness, and unable to even secure a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Last year, he had jokingly suggested that if he remained unmarried the following year, Jizai should consider marrying his sister, who was also struggling to find a suitor. Jizai had playfully beaten him up at that time. He was seen as a disappointment by many. Yet Jizai vividly recalled the spirited youth who once proclaimed he would achieve greatness and make all those who looked down on him regret it. At this moment, Jiro approached him. "Brother, I feel responsible. If only I had reacted a little faster, perhaps." Jiro had already been fighting back, but it was too late. "Stop dwelling on it," Jizai reassured, patting his sister's shoulder as they delivered one final blow to Luo, whose remains before burying him. This was the apocalypse. It was no jest. Accidents and the trials of life and death were omnipresent. No one knew when their time would come, nor could anyone consistently safeguard another's life. Even Han Qingxia could only strive to protect her own, realizing that in this world where most lives were as insignificant as blades of grass, she was no savior. At best, she intervened when her own or her family's safety was threatened, saving a few along the way. Beyond that, she had neither the strength nor the inclination to save more. Her priorities lay in self-preservation, safeguarding her people and her stronghold. Her power was limited. She could not bear the weight of grand responsibilities. While Han Qingxia could not shoulder great burdens, she must excel in the smaller tasks. As the scene gradually settled, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to distribute the rations. "Everyone gather around. I am about to redistribute the food. Any objections?" Standing outside the granary, she called for everyone to come forth. The 6 teams and 4 small bases had no further objections and complied, including the K1 base. The group from the Hope base, dressed in white uniforms, resembled a conference in progress. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's words, Qi Sang glanced at them, leading everyone over. When Qi Sang arrived, he assumed a leadership demeanor. "Captain Han, your contributions today have been significant, as everyone can attest. It is only right that you receive a larger share. How about this? We redistribute it, with K1 and you each receiving 30%, and the remaining 4 teams sharing the last 10%. Upon hearing this, the other 4 teams displayed visible dissatisfaction, yet they dared not voice their anger. They had all witnessed Han Qingxia's remarkable efforts today. If she chose not to share the larger portion, they would surely face dire consequences. Are you Qi Sang? Han Qingxia inquired. Yes, Captain Han. Pleased to meet you. I am Qi Sang from the Hope Base. Qi Sang, shedding his previous cold demeanor, extended his hand to Han Qingxia, marking his first formal introduction, an honor not even afforded to Lu Qian. In response to his overture, Han Qingxia seized the moment. Little Qi, there is no need to feign closeness with me. I am known for my lack of fairness. If it were to be known that you came here for a handshake to secure more grain, everyone would be hounding me for favors. Qi Sang. Right. However, I find your proposal acceptable. Did you all hear that? Little Qi has generously offered you 1/10. Can you accept that? Qi Sang. The four small bases exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they finally gritted their teeth fine. 1/10 of the total amounted to 1,000 tons, equating to 250 tons per base. Although this was half of their initial estimate, it was still a substantial amount. With an average population of 200 to 300 per base, that 250 tons would sustain them for nearly a decade. While it was unlikely they could store it all for that long, it would certainly see them through the most trying times ahead. This quantity was sufficient. Moreover, they had little leverage to negotiate. Whether Qi Sang or Han Qingxia, neither was to be crossed. Very well. As little Qi suggested, you four will each receive 1/10. Split evenly. Is that agreeable? Exchanging looks, they acknowledged their shared losses, realizing there was no point in further calculations. They nodded in agreement. Xiaoyang commenced the distribution. Upon receiving the order, Su Xiaoyang promptly began the process. The granary was still powered, and the grain dispensing was entirely mechanized. A simple operation on the system would set the large grain barrels to release their contents through pipes, allowing each base's vehicles to queue in designated areas. They operated massive trucks, each capable of carrying over 20 tons, with a few even reaching the maximum capacity of 55 tons. They filled their vehicles to the brim. And soon enough, the 250 tons were exhausted. As they watched truck after truck filled with grain, a sense of relief washed over them. Their primary food supply dilemma was finally resolved. After distributing to the four bases, Han Qingxia turned to Lu Qian. Captain Lu, Little Qi just proposed you receive 30%. Is that acceptable? Lu Qian's gaze flickered before he replied with a simple, acceptable. A 10% deficit is manageable, especially since it is going to Han Qingxia. All right, Yangzi, continue the distribution. Allocate 30% to Captain Lu. Oh, and reserve 200 tons, as Captain Lu said it is a gift for me. Hearing this, Lu Qian smiled gently, and at that moment, Qi Sang stepped forward. Captain Han, it is now our turn, correct? Han Qingxia regarded him, offering a faint smile. Little Qi, I believe your distribution is rather imbalanced. Did I not mention that I am known for my lack of fairness? What would you suggest? Qi Sang's brow furrowed. The remainder is mine. Chapter 96. Are you joking, Captain Han? Qi Sang's expression was as cold as ice, emanating an aura of frost. Han Qingxia wore a benevolent smile, remarking, dear Qi, you're still young and lack discernment. Are you feeling defiant now? Qi Sang felt a throbbing pain at the back of his head. Captain Han, what do you have to say for yourself? Very well, since you are young, let me enlighten you. According to your rules, let's calculate your contributions. You previously stated that contributions are based on merit. What do you believe the Hope Base has contributed in this operation? Was it the effort in yesterday's zombie siege, or the single zombie slain today? Qi Sang's face darkened. We have the map. Please answer my question. Han Qingxia stood, her gaze piercing. Do you, Hope Base, claim to have killed a single zombie? Just one. Any one at all counts. Qi Sang's thin lips pressed into a tight line, unable to utter a word. They certainly had not killed a single zombie. Such perilous tasks were not theirs to undertake. Han Qingxia chuckled coldly. Let me remind you, Qi, you mentioned yesterday that if others did the work for you, it wouldn't count. No personal contribution means no reward. But I am more lenient than you. I shall grant you another chance. Ask those present if any team is willing to say they fought on your behalf. If someone claims to have done so, I will count it as your contribution. Her words felt like public humiliation for Qi Sang, reflecting back what he had done to Han Qingxia the day before. How generous of her. Nevertheless, he surveyed the Hope Base members, but it was evident that, unlike Han Qingxia, no one was willing to speak up for them. They had successfully alienated everyone. Not to mention, the actions of the Hope Base during this journey had been witnessed by all. The final distribution of supplies was proposed by him, slashing their rations to subsidize Han Qingxia, reducing their share from 5 to 0, 25. That was indeed his doing. Now, who would dare to speak for the Hope Base? Furthermore, speaking for him would only earn their ire from Han Qingxia. They were not the well-liked and accomplished K1 base. Why should anyone assist him? Do you see? Han Qingxia grinned at Qi saying, even if I were willing to count your contributions, no one else is, but we are the ones who brought you here. Qi Sang clenched his fists. Correction, you brought them here? Captain Qi, have you forgotten? I have long been expelled from your operation team, and I am not entitled to any of your rations. It would be absurd to attribute the contributions of the maps you provided to me. In response to Han Qingxia's words, Qi Sang approached her, his fists tightly clenched, as his power expanded around him. As he neared Han Qingxia, a sharp sound echoed as a dagger was thrust against his chest. As Han Qingxia drew her weapon, everyone behind Qi Sang pulled out their guns, aiming at her. Those observing, including Tang Jian, did not wait for Lu Qian to speak. They swiftly readied their firearms. Targeting the Hope Base in the center, Han Qingxia commanded, disarm all members of the Hope Base. A reward of 100 pounds of food. Instantly, members from the 4 major bases seized their weapons, rushing forward to disarm Qi Sang and his few companions. Most among them were space abilities users, with the remainder being researchers of limited combat prowess. They could not possibly match the others in strength. Seeing this, Qi Sang's expression shifted dramatically. Stop, he shouted. Han Qingxia laughed. Oh, dear Qi, you are so young and naive. Do you even understand? You can call for a halt, but the only one who can stop is yourself. Captain Han, you are exceedingly arrogant. Qi Sang gripped his fists tightly, and after a moment of confrontation, he retracted his power. Immediately, he was kicked over by Han Qingxia, who looked down upon him, declaring, You are truly the arrogant one. Let me remind you, Qi Sang, it was I who saved your lives. The food I distribute is mine to allocate, not to share with you. You have never had the standing to negotiate with me. In fact, it is you who owe me for your lives. To claim you cannot grasp the situation is an understatement. If I were you, I would have learned to be humble. Han Qingxia smiled, stepping on his chest. As Qi Sang met her eyes, his usually steady heart raced. He recognized the formidable strength within her, a strength that emanated from her very soul. It transcended gender, age, and all else. It was sheer power. She was qualified, capable, and indeed, she was a true warrior. He had no right to negotiate with her. Just as she had said, he had failed to seize the situation, mistakenly believing he could command respect through the reputation of the Hope Base. In truth, he had offended all 4 smaller bases, and K1 base stood with Han Qingxia. He had never possessed the qualifications to negotiate with her. Han Qingxia's determination to withhold even a grain of food from him was justified. Emotionally, rationally, and in terms of strength, he had no ground to argue. Emotionally, she had saved their lives. Rationally, she was not part of his team. Just yesterday, he had personally expelled her. And in terms of strength, the disparity was undeniable. For the first time in his smoothly sailing, talented life, Qi Sang encountered a formidable setback. He had been utterly defeated by Han Qingxia. I understand, he said, fixing his gaze on Han Qingxia, his icy lips slowly forming those 4 words. Upon hearing him, Han Qingxia chuckled softly. Ah, learning humility comes swiftly. No wonder you are so clever. You are quick to weigh the pros and cons. She withdrew her foot. You may leave now. Qi Sang rose from the ground, his companions released, though their weapons had been confiscated. All were surrendered to Han Qingxia for rewards. Qi Sang and his team dared not demand them back. After casting a deep glance at Han Qingxia, he led his group to their vehicle, departing for the time being. Once they left, the atmosphere among those remaining lightened significantly. Han Qingxia continued to direct Su Xiaoyang to distribute food to K1 base. As dust swirled in the air, the other teams moved their vehicles to the nearby clearing. Since it was night, everyone chose to stay and rest there. At that moment, Lu Qian approached Han Qingxia. Chapter 97, Are you not afraid of offending the Hope Base? Han Qingxia glanced at him, a smile curling her lips. Shouldn't you be concerned about whether the Hope Base has offended me instead? If they cross me, they shall face their doom. Lu Qian remained silent. The civilization of the base adhered more to a tribal way of survival. The strong ruled. With her strength, she could assert dominance over the Hope Base. The more formidable she became, the more fear she instilled in others. If she were weak, the Hope Base would undoubtedly become oppressive. This was not an era where mutual concessions could ensure peace. If she took a step back, the Hope Base would advance tenfold. Today, she delivered a resounding blow, especially to the self-serving Hope Base, which would now regard Han Qingxia as an extremely dangerous entity not to be provoked. How could they possibly seek her out? Furthermore, given the current state of the world, with zombies lurking everywhere and the Hope Base situated 100 miles away, they would be foolish to risk traversing perilous terrain to challenge her, ultimately harming themselves more than her. Moreover, Han Qingxia resolved that she would henceforth be the foremost aggressor against the Hope Base. Wherever she appeared, a storm would surely follow. She relished in her capacity for vengeance. A meticulous soul harboring grudges for a century. Seeing the satisfaction radiating from Han Qingxia as she basked in her triumph, Lu Qian couldn't help but smile in response. He admired her boldness, though he knew he could not emulate her audacity. Let's eat. I've asked Jian to prepare the hot dishes. Forget your meager rations. Today, I'm treating you all. Han Qingxia proclaimed generously, not just out of gratitude for Tang Jian and the others who rushed to support her. Han Qingxia believed in repaying both kindness and enmity in equal measure. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to return and cook noodles, bringing out the culinary packages, ham sausages, and instant noodles she had brought along. Soon, a massive pot was bubbling with steaming, aromatic noodles. Everyone from the K1 base received a generous bowl of noodles topped with culinary packages and ham sausages. In a world ravaged by chaos, this was a testament to both technological advancement and resourcefulness. Now, amidst the apocalypse, they could only exclaim how delightful it was, especially the instant noodles. At 11 o'clock at night, after a grueling day filled with life and death struggles, the joy of sitting together to enjoy noodles was a true luxury. Many had sustained themselves on bland, boiled vegetables devoid of oil or seasoning at their own bases. The rich, oily broth of the noodles, infused with familiar spices, compelled them to savor every last drop, even scraping the bottom of the pot. The golden, oil-laden noodles were a source of immense happiness for the K1 base members. Surrounding Han Qingxia, they affectionately called her Big Sister, their camaraderie palpable. Meanwhile, the other 4 small bases observed enviously, their mouths watering as they watched the festive scene unfold. They too had brought their own food, some instant noodles, yet none could rival the bountiful toppings or the vibrant atmosphere surrounding Han Qingxia. Brother, Ji Yiru turned to her sibling after a long observation. Do you remember what I told you about yesterday? I do. Ji Zhe offered the last piece of preserved meat from his bowl to his sister, recalling how close she had come to danger. You were almost bitten, but fortunately, heaven protected you. Not that, brother, Ji Yiru replied, gripping Ji Zhe's arm earnestly. The zombies were really about to bite me, but then they just stopped. I believe Captain Han helped me. She pointed at Han Qingxia, her gaze unwavering. Today, witnessing Han Qingxia's overwhelming presence, she was convinced it was her doing. The more she reflected on it, the more certain she became. She was simply too strong. Otherwise, how could she fathom why the zombie halted so abruptly? Ji Zhe, upon hearing his sister's words, studied Han Qingxia for a moment, his gaze deepening. After 3 seconds, he patted her head. Let's eat first. Tomorrow, I'll go thank her. After all, she did save us today. Okay. Once their meal concluded, the K1 base members began tidying up, packing their supplies. Several space-type abilities users joined them, mobilizing dozens of large trucks to load their provisions. They had enough food to sustain their base for several years, significantly alleviating their initial food shortages. As Han Qingxia waited for them to finish loading, she entered the first granary. 5,000 tons, completely full. Placing her hand on the grain, it rapidly flowed into her spatial storage. Within minutes, the vast granary was emptied. The same occurred with the second granary, every last morsel absorbed into her space. Afterward, Her storage was nearly at capacity, making it challenging to accommodate any further substantial resources in the future. At that moment, she heard a notification in her mind. Ding! Superlord system activated. Please increase the base population. Doubling the population will reward you with a doubled spatial area. Han Qingxia exclaimed in excitement. Finally, a new task. This system is incredibly considerate. Whatever I lack appears immediately. Population. I must return at once to recruit. With both granaries emptied to her satisfaction, she returned home. The following day, as everyone prepared to head back, Lu Qian approached her. Should I arrange for some people to stay here and transport more food back for you? Han Qingxia replied confidently, no need for your assistance. I can handle myself. Eager to return and recruit more people, she departed with Su Xiaoyang, driving the laden vehicle ahead. As Lu Qian watched her leave, he recalled Wang Mengwei's earlier words, and a realization dawned upon him. Observing Han Qingxia's vehicle, he instructed Tang Jian, add another lock here. Understood. Their vehicle left last, after everyone else had departed. Shortly after, another convoy returned to the empty granary area. The leading man surveyed the desolate scene, his cold gaze darkening. Hurry inside. Yes. After being driven away by Han Qingxia the previous day, the Hope base had lingered nearby overnight. Seeing that everyone had left, they quickly returned to steal the resources. After all, the food here was abundant, and they could not carry it all away in one go. Qi Sang led his team directly to Granary Number 1, but upon arrival, he discovered a new lock in place. Just one lock. Qi Sang approached, and as he drew near, the lock trembled violently before snapping open with a loud crack before everyone's eyes. Mastering abilities, controlling all objects within his domain, Qi Sang gazed at the broken lock, thinking to himself, they truly underestimated me. Even if I fear Han Qingxia, I would never fear this lock. Is this all they've got? Just this. He strode into the granary, only to be left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 98. To my base before them, the enormous granary stood desolate and empty. It was not only Granary Number 1, even Granary Number 10, the last one, mirrored this desolation. Not a single grain of rice remained. The emptiness was so profound that their voices echoed within its walls. Qi Sang felt an overwhelming shock. How could they possibly have taken everything? Yet, they had only driven those few vehicles. All the trucks were overloaded, at most managing to carry a large container. The majority of the grain here belonged to Han Qingxia. She had taken it all away. Qi Sang's breath caught in his throat, a more profound realization dawning upon him. That woman was not merely a water-type ability user. She was also a space-type ability user, and her spatial capacity was terrifyingly vast. Contemplating this, Qi Sang was beset by tumultuous emotions, shaken to his core. He stood in place for what felt like an eternity, his cold, piercing gaze shattering like ice. All his pride and confidence lay in ruins before Han Qingxia. Born as the chosen one in the eyes of all, he began studying advanced mathematics at 3, self-taught in all high school subjects by 5, secured a spot at a premier university by 7, and graduated with a doctorate by 15, boasting countless research achievements. However, in light of his personal background, his accomplishments paled in comparison. His father was the largest shareholder of Dawn Group, and his mother was an elite in the political arena. Even in the apocalypse, he awakened the unique ability to control. To say Qi Sang was born with a silver spoon in his mouth would be an understatement. He was fed by divinity itself. This dazzling life, admired by all, had inflated Qi Sang's pride to the utmost. To him, ordinary people were merely a swarm of foolish and incompetent ants, unworthy of his attention. At this moment, the sky-as favored son found himself in turmoil, his gaze fixed on the vacant granary as an entirely new set of figures erupted in his mind. Reaching heights he had never before experienced. He would need to devise a new calculation formula. That person was Han Qingxia. On the straight road, a vehicle led the way confidently. The return journey was smooth and pleasant. They had cleared both the zombies and the road on their way here, allowing Han Qingxia and her team to drive back effortlessly. As they passed the roadside gathering point from 2 days prior, a series of honks resonated behind them. Han Qingxia glanced in the rearview mirror and recognized a smaller truck following closely. It belonged to the Xingho base, driven by the girl named Ji Euro. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to reduce their speed. Once slowed down, the small truck kept pace, aligning itself beside Han Qingxia's vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing a charcoal black face. Han Qingxia lowered her window, resting one hand on the edge, and was slightly surprised to see Ji Zhe, with his sister Ji Euro, leaning over to greet her. "Captain Han, what is it?" Ji Euro nudged her brother's arm, prompting the somewhat bashful Ji Zhe to turn his head, his expression serious as he uttered a single word. "Thanks." Han Qingxia. "Brother." Ji Euro chided her brother for his abrupt gratitude, then turned to Han Qingxia, saying, "Captain Han, we are here to thank you. Thank you for saving us yesterday and last time." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Han Qingxia's lips. I received it. She had saved these individuals. Yet only the two of them had come to express their gratitude. They were indeed quite endearing. Relieved by Han Qingxia's response, Ji Euro felt a weight lift from her heart. However, neither she nor her brother were particularly verbose, and with Han Qingxia having acknowledged them, they found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice called from the opposite side. "Hey, little girl inside, would you like to come with me?" Ji Euro, hearing Han Qingxia's words, asked, "Captain Han, are you talking about me? Otherwise, how many other girls are there in your team?" Han Qingxia leaned closer to the window. "Come with me, and I can ensure you a good life, with meat in every meal. Whatever you desire, I can likely fulfill it. Most importantly, in my base, no one will look down on you." Ji Euro's eyes sparkled at this, yet she quickly glanced at her brother. "Of course, if you want to bring your brother along, that's fine, but you both must agree to listen to me once you're at my place. The treatment there is quite excellent." Ji Euro, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, let us go together." Ji Zhe contemplated for 3 seconds before responding, "All right, little sister. You go with her. I want TB coming along." "Brother, the Xingho base still needs me. You can't leave. Go with Captain Han, and I'll be at ease. Take care of yourself, and remember to send me messages over the radio." There were many elderly individuals at the Xingho base, and if he left, the others would likely refuse to take over the mess. However, Ji Euro could go. He had witnessed the supplies Han Qingxia had brought out and how she had treated the K1 base members to meals. He knew Ji Euro would not lack for food if she followed her. With Han Qingxia's strength, Ji Euro's following her was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Despite his reluctance to let her go, Ji Zhe was determined to ensure she had a good future. "Captain Han, I only have one sister. I entrust her to you. Please take good care of her. I, Ji Zhe, will repay you for the rest of my life." Ji Zhe pressed the brakes and pulled over to the roadside. Seeing this, Han Qingxia signaled Su Xiaoyang to slow down as well. However, after they stopped, Ji Euro refused to get out. "Brother, I'm not going. We're going back. Don't waste Captain Han's time. Get over there. I'm not going. I want to go no matter what." Ji Euro clung tightly to her seat, unwilling to budge. Ji Zhe felt a surge of frustration. This was a golden opportunity, and if she didn't seize it, what if Han Qingxia changed her mind? "Get out. After all this effort to find you a suitable place, you want to cling to me like a burden? I'm your brother, not your father. I've been tired of you dragging me down. Ji Zhe, get moving. Don't be a burden." Ji Euro pouted defiantly. Glaring at him, "I'm not going. I'll stay here and no matter what." Ji Zhe raised his hand to pull her. "Do you think I'm joking? Move." At that moment, a voice rang out from behind them. "Foolish." Ji Zhe turned to see a pair of bright, sharp eyes gazing at him, as if they could see through his thoughts, rendering his pretensions utterly transparent. Chapter 99. A century of shock in this apocalyptic era. There is no need for pretense. You are her brother, not her adversary. If you care for your sister, do so openly without shame. Shortly thereafter, a piece of paper floated down from above. "This is the radio from my base. If you have made up your mind, feel free to contact me. I can take a maximum of 30 people from your base." She would not engage in foolishness even when doing good. She could not afford the personnel from their base. A series of numbers fell, and Ji Zhe swiftly caught them at the window. After securing the paper, the vehicle beside him roared back to life, and Han Qingxia's car sped down the straight road. Ji Zhe watched their car disappear at the end of the highway, tightly clutching the note, while his sister, Ji Euro, pouted and gazed out the window. After carefully stowing away the note, he noticed his sister still wore an unhappy expression and gently nudged her arm. "All right, They have left. You cannot go now. Humph. Ji huffed. You could at least admit you were wrong, can't you? I am your brother. Do you wish to rebel against me? Ji's eyes reddened with anger. Ever since childhood, her brother had never apologized. The thought of getting out of the car and parting ways with him flared up within her until she heard him say, Okay, brother was wrong. She turned to see Jize smiling at her. You are still smiling. Jize reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone growing solemn. Before our father passed, he asked me to look after you. I have no idea how to protect you. If I possessed Captain Han's abilities, I would never let you go to him. Brother, I believe Captain Han is correct. I am your brother, not your enemy. I will not harm you again. I will amend my wrongdoings. Our parents are gone. We are all that is left in this world, relying on one another. Let us be good to each other. Brother. His ugly little sister began to cry, despite her earlier proclamation that she would never shed tears again. Ji-Zhe. All right, brother misspoke again. Is my beautiful sister, the most exquisite Ji-Euro in the world. Please do not cry. Tears will make you look unattractive. Oomph. Ji-Euro wiped her tears away and gazed at her brother. Am I truly that ugly? Not at all. My sister simply does not dress up. Once I visit the pedestrian street in town and buy you some beautiful clothes, you will look like a fairy, just like Captain Han. Ji-Euro's tears transformed into laughter. Brother, did you not say you would properly thank Captain Han? How come you only uttered one word just now? What are you planning? Are you shy around Captain Han? I never expected you to be this kind of person. Ji-Euro, I warn you not to push your luck. Brother, do speak up. Even you mock me. Just wait until I return home to settle the score. Ha ha ha. A convoy of vehicles filled with joy sped toward their destination. After all, today marked a day of great harvest. Having endured numerous hardships, they returned laden with rewards. Han Qingxia first returned to her base, unloading the items from the vehicle. After checking the base's condition and confirming everything was well at the Qingxia base, she felt relieved. Contemplating where to find more people to recruit, Han Qingxia decided to personally drive the vehicle back to K1 base. The most effective way to recruit residents was to venture into other bases, and K1 base was bustling with people. Xiaoyang, keep an eye on the base. I'll return the car. Boss, what about you? Let them bring it back. Su Xiaoyang replied. Isn't that akin to giving it away? Wouldn't it be simpler to send a telegram for Tang Jian to come and drive it away? Han Qingxia set off towards K1 base in Lu Qian's vehicle. Around 3 in the afternoon, she successfully arrived at the entrance of K1 base. The guards, recognizing their own base's vehicle, swiftly adopted a relaxed demeanor. Han Qingxia did not rush inside, but informed the gatekeeper, I am here to return the car. Please inform Manager Lu Qian. Upon hearing her words, the guard promptly went to report. While waiting, Han Qingxia stood at the entrance, observing the scene outside. On either side, survivors queued to enter. These individuals had learned about the massive base through the radio broadcast from K1 base, which operated 24 hours a day. Upon noticing a group of people, she heard a man in a gray-stained white shirt, wearing glasses, attempting to calm the crowd. Please do not push. We can all get in. Our quarantine has ended. We will definitely be allowed inside. There is a child and a pregnant woman here. Everyone, please do not crowd. Despite his efforts, no one paid him any heed, and instead, they pushed him further back in line. Then clear some space for us. We want crowd. Exactly. You're in front. You should say something helpful. There's a child and a pregnant woman up here, and I have an elderly person with me. Shouldn't the elder go first? To Han Qingxia's astonishment, amidst the taunts, the man in the gray shirt genuinely yielded his position. Elder, come here. This spot is for you. Han Qingxia watched in disbelief as the man was pushed aside, relinquishing his spot to the elder. Once he stepped back, everyone behind the elder surged forward, taking his place and effectively pushing him to the back of the line. A young man who had been shoved stumbled, wiping the sweat from his brow, and without a complaint, he began to queue from the very end. At that moment, several more survivors approached. Please let us in first. We just finished our quarantine. We are eager to enter. The man clutched his quarantine registration card and, without a hint of irritation, replied, all right. Just then, Han Qingxia heard a familiar voice. Sister, you've arrived. Yes. Why go through the trouble of coming here? I can just swing by later to drive the car back. Tang Jian said with a cheerful smile. That would be too much trouble. I'll take it back myself, Han Qingxia replied. Then hurry and come in. Tang Jian led Han Qingxia through a special passage, allowing her to bypass the line and re-enter K1 base. Sister, our leader knows you are here and has asked you to wait for him. He will return after finishing the meeting. Chapter 100. Recruitment no need. I'll take a stroll first. I'll greet your captain once he is done with his tasks. All right, I'll accompany you. You can attend to your business. Don't worry about me. Han Qingxia dismissed Tang Jian. Her intentions here were clear. She certainly did not want any unnecessary distractions. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Jian handed her an identification badge and a pager. Sister, this is our management department's identification. If you need anything, you can present it, and no one will stop you, or use the pager to contact us. This button connects you to us, and this one to our captain. Got it. Han Qingxia accepted the items with a smile. Watching Tang Jian leave before turning towards the makeshift residential area of the K1 base. There were people everywhere. How delightful. Of course, Han Qingxia was not interested in just anyone. She had a specific goal in mind, to recruit residents with skills and specialties. It would be even better if she encountered some scholars engaged in research. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a group of individuals. You worthless lot, get lost. You're so slow at your work. You're utterly useless. Stop it. We don't need you here. Go work elsewhere. Leave this place. In the construction area ahead, 7 or 8 frail men were being driven out, their average age around 30 to 40, with the eldest being a gray-haired man in his 60s or 70s. After being kicked by a worker, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, his face paling instantly. What are you doing? Our teacher is so old. How can you lay hands on an elder? It's you useless bunch who are getting beaten. Do you still think this is the world before the apocalypse? With respect for the elderly and love for the young? This is the apocalypse. The one with the strongest fist has the final say. Today, we will teach you, trash, a lesson. What do you do to us? You are utterly unreasonable. Just a bunch of beasts. The youngest among them stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation. Dare to call us beasts? Very well. Today we'll show you what beasts are like. Attack. Beat them up. Show them some color. A group of burly men surged forward. They were all workers participating in the base's construction. Yet the individuals before them were incapable of carrying heavy loads and worked at a painfully slow pace. They could barely construct 3 meters of protective wall in a day, while their opponents managed only 2 or 1.5 meters. The disparity was glaring. Furthermore, the work points were distributed uniformly by the upper management. So as long as no one slacked off, everyone received the same points. How could they reconcile this in their hearts? They had to teach this group of useless individuals a harsh lesson and drive them out of their construction team. Get lost. Just as a flurry of fists was about to rain down on the group, a languid female voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a beautiful girl clad in a combat suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, approaching with a knife slung over her back. Her rosy, delicate skin starkly contrasted with the malnourished, weathered survivors, and her bright eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. She walked toward them unhurriedly, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fierce tiger among sheep. Who are you? The leading burly man inquired, looking at Han Qingxia. Unperturbed, Han Qingxia retrieved the management department badge from her pocket. Upon seeing it, everyone immediately became submissive. Commander, we weren't fighting. Yes, it wasn't us. They wanted to leave. Exactly. They wanted to leave, and it has nothing to do with us. You're lying, protested the youngest among them. You're the ones who want to drive us away. Enough. At this moment, the elderly man who had been kicked down grasped his arm. Let us go. But teacher, let us go. Don't cause trouble for the management. The elderly man's gaze was profound. He understood the long-term implications better than anyone else. Their conflict with the opposing group could not be resolved with a mere exchange of words. The management could intervene to stop one fight, but they could not be present for every altercation, and once she left, the other party would only escalate their actions. They could not remain here any longer. As the opposing group had stated, this was indeed the apocalypse, and the one who wielded the strongest fist held the power. The researchers, who had engaged in intellectual work before the apocalypse, found all their advantages stripped away in this new world. They were being ousted by the relatively secure construction teams, leaving them to face the most dangerous tasks of hunting zombies and gathering supplies. At that moment, the elderly man heard a voice nearby. "What were you doing before?" He looked up to see the source of the voice, the very management officer who had saved them. "We were researchers at an institute," the young man beside the elder replied. "This is Professor Wong. He is quite renowned, with numerous research achievements." "What were you researching?" "Polymeric materials." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. The field of polymer materials has vast applications, including but not limited to agriculture, construction, transportation, and electrical engineering. However, this research requires specialized equipment and laboratories, which are not practical for the K1 base, still struggling for basic sustenance. Everyone entering the K1 base was required to register their previous occupations, and they needed medical personnel, agricultural experts, and capable fighters to venture out against the zombies. Those with practical skills were quickly assigned to critical roles. Only those engaged in cutting-edge research were considered superfluous. Yet, individuals deemed useless by the K1 base were treasures in Han Qingxia's eyes. They were precisely the talents she sought. At that moment, Professor Wong grasped his student's hand and forced a smile at Han Qingxia. "Management officer, thank you, but you needn't worry about us. We won't cause any trouble for your base." Fearing that their post-apocalyptic irrelevance would lead to disdain, he quickly added. To his astonishment, before he could finish, Han Qingxia declared, "All of you come with me. I'll ensure you can continue your research and have meat to eat every day." Professor Wong looked at Han Qingxia in disbelief, as did the others behind him, all with expressions of shock. "Commander, are you establishing a research institute? K1 base finally needs us." Han Qingxia smiled slightly. "I want you all. I am the leader of the Qingxia base, and I will take you to my Qingxia base."